Chapter 401 Becoming a Pandora Star. Blood Dance, one of the 3 future god-level civilizations in the galaxy, was actually named by Leng Yen inadvertently. Yes, Blood Dance. Leng Yen nodded firmly. I am the Queen of Blood Dance. Verily. Leng Yen called herself the mythical goddess of heaven and earth. Virulai. Wei Yin bowed respectfully and said, Yes, Her Majesty Queen Virulai, the most noble queen in the world. Leng Yen said, I want you to unify the entire Pandora planet, and I will give you a few soldiers. As for how to unify, how to conquer, or how to influence, that is your business, and I will not interfere. In short, what you have to do is to do 2 things. One is to unify Pandora, and the other is to make the people of higher respect and fear me. Yes, my respected queen, verily. Wei Yin bowed and saluted again. Leng Yen added, And what I want to do is to develop my Blood Dance Kingdom, protect Pandora, and face the battle in the sky that will come in half a year. She was afraid that Wei Yin wouldn't understand the interstellar war with the enemy fleet if she said it directly, so she simply called it a battle in the sky. Battle in the sky? Wei Yin was surprised. Yes, a battle in the sky. Leng Yen said. An enemy from another powerful kingdom in the sky wants to drag Pandora into an endless H.L. Oh my god. Don't worry. Leng Yen said. The battle in the sky is my business. You don't have to worry. You just do what I say and unify Pandora. Can you do it? Then, let me try. It's not about trying. It's about doing it. And doing it steadily. Can it be done? Seeing Wei Yan's hesitation, Leng Yen began to encourage again. Don't forget that you are the chief of the tribe. And the chief should act like a chief. You will be a king in the future. Yes, my dear queen, verily. I can do it. That's good. Leng Yen said. I will give you a few soldiers to follow your orders. After saying that, he reached out and snapped his fingers. And dozens of soldier insects immediately flew over, surrounding him on the left and right, flying back and forth, densely packed, filling the air. Wei Yin said. So many. Leng Yen looked around and said, 24 of them are all at your disposal. Don't underestimate their small size. But each one is very powerful in combat. They are small now, but they will continue to grow. The largest I can fight up to 5 meters, which is longer than your height. Wei Yin bowed and said, Thank you very much. Your Majesty the Queen. Choose one to be your mount. Wei Yin pointed at one of the soldiers and said, Let it be it. The soldier insect he was referring to was the one that flew up with him just now. Leng Yen waved and the soldier insect flew in front of him. Leng Yen gently stroked its head, and the soldier insect shook its head. He made a purring sound and looked totally cute. Good boy. Be obedient. Leng Yen said. The day you help him pacify the world, you can come back. The soldier insect chirped softly. Wei Yin went to see his sister who had forgotten to lay dormant in the insect chrysalis. And then he hugged the soldier insect and took the soldier insect that Leng Yen had given him as a gift. He left the hanging peak and flew to the ground to realize his grand plan. Wait! Standing on the edge of the overhanging peak, looking at the world of Pandora, Leng Yen thought in her heart, I wonder what kind of country the true country that Wei Yin mentioned is, and what kind of country his King Megoria is. One person. Shouldn't you go and see it? Leng Yen asked herself. But how to see it? She had already said that she would let Wei Yin conquer the world, and she would not interfere. Then you can't go with this image. Put away the tentacles? But his appearance is that of an earthling, and he is only 1.6 meters tall, while all the Gelp people are over 3.5 meters tall. Now that I am the Queen of the Zerg, as a Queen of the Zerg, I can grow wings and tentacles on my body. Can I change my body shape and look like Geert? After just thinking about it, she got the answer. And the answer was yes. From the appearance of an earthling to the appearance of a Hale person, it has changed from 1.6 meters to 3.6 meters. Not only has the appearance changed, but the height has also increased by a full 2 meters. This is not like in the myth, so it requires pupation and metamorphosis. Okay then, Leng Yen said to herself. I want to see what it would be like to become a Geert. After that, she slowly flew up, found a tall vine, summoned 3 soldier insects to spin silk, wrapped her up, formed a pupa, and waited to emerge from the pupa. This process was not very fast, but it was definitely not slow either. After about 12 hours, Leng Yen decided to emerge from the pupa. During these 12 hours, the chrysalis also slowly grew, and did not stop until it was nearly 4 meters tall. A nearly 4-meter-long insect chrysalis hung on a 10-meter-high vine. Suspended by a vine, it slowly lowered and slowly opened, and a haled man walked out of it. Leng Yen first raised her arm and looked at it, and said to herself in surprise, "No way! I really became a Pandora star!" Just when she was confused, Jason came here again. Leng Yen looked back and saw Jason standing in front of her, which was not as high as her belly, so she had to lower her head to look at him. Jason looked up at her in surprise and asked, "Hey, are you a yen? Can you understand the words?" Leng Yen looked down at him and asked, "Why? Don't you even distinguish between men and women?" Jiase asked in surprise. "Cold? Oh, cake buyer! How is this possible?" Leng Yen walked back and forth in place to adapt to her new image, and at the same time looked at herself, while transforming in the chrysalis. Not only did her body shape change, but her clothes also changed. So she is now wearing a suit of clothes unique to Haled. Unexpectedly, the ability in this chrysalis can change body shape and appearance, and even clothes can be changed. She also understood that this was nothing more than a physical transformation, and it was not the same thing as the changes in myths. This is also the magic of Zerg. If human civilization wants to obtain something, it needs to obtain it through tool making. But the Zerg can directly convert matter. Seeing Jason's very confused look, Leng Yen said, "How is this impossible? I am now the queen of the Zerg. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you one thing. From now on, my Zerg name will be Blood Dance." "Blood Dance?" Jason asked doubtfully. "Why do you have such a bloody name? Is it bloody?" Leng Yen asked. "Dance of Blood. I think this name is very good." She spoke English, so when translated, she said it was Blood Dance instead of Dance of Blood. So her Blood Dance civilization was later shortened to BD. Chapter 402 City in the Sky 1. The Zerg civilization Blood Dance was born in Leng Yen's mind. She never thought that Blood Dance would become one of the 3 god-level civilizations in the galaxy in the future. In order to make it easier for Jason and others to remember, the abbreviation is BD. Taking the abbreviation of Blood Dance, looking at the person in front of him, who looked like the giantess Geert, Jason smiled bitterly and said, "Leng, are you planning to completely integrate into the world of Pandora?" "No," Leng Yen said, looking at the world of Pandora under the hanging peak. "It will take a long time for me to leave Pandora. Before that, I need to exploit a lot of resources. So I need to suddenly establish a good relationship with the local people. So you have to transform into a Geert," Jason said. "But as far as I know, depending on your ability, you can completely ignore the existence of their natives. I'm not Kathy. I have my own rules for doing things." Leng Yen couldn't help but stop talking about this, because now, strictly speaking, she is no longer a human being. So when she uses the word behave as a human being, she feels a little inappropriate. Jason waited for her to continue. "Protect humanity and Terrans on this planet." "Okay then," Jason said. "We're stuck here now and can't go anywhere. I wish you always strength. You must be strong," Leng Yen said. "Sooner or later, I will kill this beachy Shirkathi." Jason was not interested in her lofty ambitions, but sighed and asked, "Will you change back?" "Huh?" Leng Yen glanced at him doubtfully, not understanding what he meant. Jason said, "You look like a Pandora star now, but you were an Earthling before. Will you always look like this in the future?" "I'll see what happens," Leng Yen said. "Why? Don't you want me to be like this?" "No. It's just that I'm not used to it." "You don't like me, do you?" Leng asked. She also realized that Jason might have such thoughts, and she tried to dispel his thoughts about her as soon as possible. She loved John deeply. Although John was dead, she could not forget him. She could not forget him so quickly and find a new love. He could also feel the coldness of Leng Yen. Jason could only spread his hands in embarrassment and said, "You also saw Leng. Among the dozen of us on Earth, you are the only one who is a woman. Thank you for still thinking that I am a woman," Leng Yen said. "But my heart is dead, and I won't have any more thoughts. You tell everyone to give up on me." After that, he came to the edge, stretched out his arms, and jumped down, looking at the direction where Leng Yen disappeared. Jason sighed and walked back. However, as soon as Leng Yen jumped from the overhanging peak, several soldiers and insects flew over, accompanying them. She also spread her wings and flew forward. As she flew further forward, under her instruction, the accompanying soldiers became fewer and fewer, and finally they all flew away, leaving her alone to continue flying. After flying over the jungles of Pandora and passing under many overhanging peaks, as well as checkpoints, villages, and market towns, I finally saw a city appearing in front of me. Unexpectedly, Pandora is not a very primitive planet, but also has cities. Not far from the city, Leng Yan landed in a place with not many people. The place where she landed was a road leading to the city ahead. After landing, she began to carefully look at the Pandora city ahead. The first thing that catches the eye is at least 3 hanging peaks above the city. At the bottom of each hanging peak, there are dozens of vines and dozens of thick chains pulling them to the ground. Because of the traction, these hanging peaks will not drift away. And these 3 hanging peaks are not directly pulled on the ground. There are some small pumice stones underneath them, which are also held by vines and chains. Looking at these 3 hanging peaks again, they are not square like John's Peak, but rise up in a ladder-like shape. On this ladder-like inclined surface, there are actually many houses built, and the houses are only visible. All have the same path. The people here have already lived on Xianfeng. This can be considered a 3-dimensional city, Leng Yan said to herself, walking forward. The further we go, the closer the city is, and the more people there are on the road. Not only can you see houses on the overhanging peaks, but there are also many continuous houses on the ground in the city. The more and more people on the road are not just hanging around. Most of them are transporting materials, including stones, wood and various ores. There were also soldiers on horseback supervising the work. Anyone who walked slowly would be whipped. Walking among the crowd, Leng Yan sneered and said, I didn't expect that this kind of oppression can be found everywhere, and it is not a specialty of people on Earth. A leader in armor was riding a horse, waving his whip and shouting, Hurry up! Don't be lazy! Just as he was talking, a hard worker carrying wood suddenly fell down next to him. The leader immediately whipped him with a whip, and while beating him, he cursed, Idiot! See the people! Useless thing! I told you to be lazy and pretend to be dead. So get up! The coolie he beat was rolling on the ground holding his head, howling for mercy. Not far from the edge, 2 women ran over. One protected the coolie, and the other knelt down and begged, Please, don't hit my dad. He is not lazy. He fell down. The woman who protected the fallen coolie was struck several times immediately and screamed in pain. The man she was protecting also quickly pulled her away to prevent her from suffering for him. Although Leng Yan now looks like a geared giant, she still doesn't know much about the Gelp people, so it's difficult for her to tell the age of the 2 women in front of her. However, I could feel that the woman protecting the male coolie was older than the woman kneeling down begging for mercy. So I concluded that she was either her sister or her mother. I saw the man and woman being beaten and howling on the ground. The woman who was kneeling and begging for mercy also kept crying and begging for mercy. However, the leader showed no sympathy at all and continued to beat and curse at the same time. The other coolies were too frightened to look and continued to work. Leng Yan walked forward and came to the front, folding her hands on her shoulders and watching quietly. This is Pandora, and the people in front of her are all Halites. Their good or bad has nothing to do with her. She didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but she just thought it was interesting. So she came in front of them with the attitude of watching the excitement. Hey, you stinky bitch! The leader scolded. Seeing that there was suddenly an additional woman watching the fun, he started scolding. Which team are you from? Go back to work! Leng Yan sneered, slowly raised her arm, and pointed her finger at him. Chapter 403 City in the Sky 2. Leng Yan sneered and said, I don't know if it's your first offense. I allow you to say it again. After that, slowly raise your finger. The leader picked up the whip and whipped it, and at the same time cursed, Smelly bitch. Before he could finish the words, Stinky bitch, Leng Yan pointed her finger at him inadvertently, and saw that the leader's whole body immediately floated up, and he was suspended in midair, unable to move. Looking terrified, Leng Yan tilted her head and looked at the floating leader, completely ignoring the people around her. The woman who was on her knees begging for mercy quickly ran over, hugged the 2 men and women who were being beaten, and cried loudly. Everyone present was shocked, and the coolies carrying the wood also stopped and looked at the scene in front of them in horror. Leng Yan came to the leader and asked, Tell me again, what did you call me? It stinks, the leader said, shouting in pain at the same time. He didn't know where the pain came from. Leng Yan turned back to look at the crying family, turned around and walked over, asking, Are you a family? What is your relationship? The younger woman turned around and knelt down and said, Goddess, they are my parents, and we are all slaves. Leng Yin pointed at the older woman and asked the young woman in front of her. Is she your mother? Yes. Yes. She is my mother. How old are you? I'm 16 years old. He speaks the Haltese language, and his age is automatically translated into the habits of Earthlings. In other words, according to the habits of people on Earth, the young woman in front of me is only 16 years old, so by calculation, she should still be a child. Just as he was talking, a group of soldiers gathered around. Leng Yin turned a deaf ear and just stretched out her palm and waved it casually. She saw the leader, who was still suspended in midair. His body made a crackling sound. Blood arrows were shooting out, and he kept screaming. In just a moment, the leader lost his voice and fell from the air to the ground with a thud. Inadvertently, he had been killed, which shocked everyone present. The soldiers surrounding her, holding swords and bows and arrows in their hands, faced her and neither dispersed nor dared to attack her. Leng Yin pretended not to see it and said calmly, If you are disrespectful to me, this is the consequences. The girls quickly kowtowed and sang, Goddess, Goddess. Her parents also quickly kowtowed and said, Goddess, Goddess. It feels really good to be worshipped as a god. However, with her current strength, she is indeed worthy of the title of goddess. You are very smart, Leng Yin said. You actually recognize me. Yes, I am Queen Verily. Having said this, I looked at the family of three and the people around them, but found that no one had any big reaction, as if they didn't know what Verily she was talking about. But Waruyan said that Veruli was the goddess of all realms and myths and legends. Why didn't they react when they heard it? After thinking about it carefully, I immediately understood that Pandora is a world where primitive and slave societies coexist and are not unified. So the myths and legends must be different. Queen Verili is only a goddess in the mythology of the Romanisan tribe, but she is not a god in the mythology of other tribes or even other countries. So when she said Verili's name, people here didn't know it. In short, Leng Yin couldn't help but feel embarrassed. It seemed that it was still a bit difficult to establish her own image. After looking around, Leng Yin came to the little leader, who was not dead yet, and saw that his whole body was covered in blood and he was dying. This Geert is the same as the people on Earth, and their blood is red. He stretched out his palm towards the little boss, and saw that the boss was floating on his back, and the wound began to heal slowly. Countless small flying insects flew over from all directions, flying on the upper body of the little boss. She continued to heal the little boss in this way. Everyone around looked at her in surprise, and the soldiers did not dare to come up. It lasted for about 5 minutes, and a pair of cavalry rushed over. They waved their swords in another boss-like mission and shouted, Take down this witch! Leng Yin looked at him and didn't pay attention to him at all. She just moved her palms towards him casually, and saw this man immediately screamed and floated up. Then several people around him floated up, and the weapons in their hands fell to the ground, screaming wildly with their teeth and claws. You are blaspheming the gods, Leng Yin said coldly. Don't you even want to live? As he spoke, he walked slowly towards the group of cavalry. The cavalry and infantry all retreated step by step. If they retreated too late, they would be pushed backwards by a strong air current and rolled over. The weapons in their hands were also invisible. He took it away and scattered it all over the ground. After a while, he came to the cavalry leader, who just spoke, and asked, Tell me, who am I? The cavalry leader, who was still floating in the air, looked at her in horror and said, You are a woman. Before he could finish speaking, he stretched out his hand and waved back. The invisible force of the floating supervisor leader floated over behind him. His injuries seemed to have healed, but he was still very weak. Leng Yin turned around and asked, What did you say I was just now? Female. Goddess, the supervisor said hurriedly. He had learned the lesson well. You are smart, Leng Yin sneered. My skills can kill you and save you, whether you live or die. It all depends on your thoughts. Yes, yes, goddess. Leng Yin turned around and asked the cavalry leader, Then tell me, what am I? You are a female. Female. A soldier on the side had already shouted, Goddess, you are a goddess. Several slaves knelt down and sang, Goddess, goddess. Leng Yin looked around and slowly flew up. Tentacles and wings slowly grew out. Although the blood touch and blood wings were still red, the surface radiated a faint crimson light, covering up the blood, so it looked holy. The feeling of light is as if a real goddess has come into the world, in response to the coldness reflected in the red light in front of them. A large number of people quickly knelt down around them, shouting for the goddess. The supervisor leader, who was almost killed by her at the beginning, gradually came to life, was put down from the air, and knelt down, no longer daring to be stunned. As for the few controlled cavalry, they were also released, and they all knelt down and sang the promise obediently. People believed in her with great devotion to the miracles she showed. In this case, why not show it off even more and let people worship her even more? Remember my name, Lun Yin said, gradually flying higher, and soon she saw a dozen soldiers and insects flying over, surrounding her, flying back and forth. Chapter 404 City in the Sky 3. Remember my name, Lun Yin said, gradually flying higher, and soon she saw a dozen soldiers and insects flying over, surrounding her, flying back and forth. Varui, that is my name. Fear me and spread my name throughout the world, and I will bring you blessings. From now on, slaves, you are free. If there is another oppression like today, let me know, and I will not spare him. After speaking in the vernacular, Lun Yin felt complacent. Seeing so many people around her worshipping her, a strong sense of accomplishment arose spontaneously. The soldiers began to lay down their weapons, and the slaves broke their shackles and fled in all directions. And she herself flapped her wings and came to the three people again. Seeing that they were still kneeling, she said, "Okay, you can get up." The three of them stood up nervously and asked Lun Yin, "Tell me, what city is this called?" The girl replied, "Scar." "Scar? Sky?" he said coldly. "Interesting." After looking around, we saw three hanging peaks surrounding us. We could see that these three hanging peaks extended upwards like a slope. There were houses on the slopes, and they extended all the way to the very high clouds. No wonder it is called Scar City. Maybe it can also be called the City in the Sky. Looking at the overhanging peaks, the houses become rarer as you go up, and there is a palace house near the top of one of the overhanging peaks. Lun Yin pulled the little girl closer to her and asked, "What's your name?" "Azona," the girl replied timidly. "Azona?" Lun Yin said. "A name like a flower is very good." Azona's name means flower in the Geert language, Lun Yin said, and pointed to the top of the overhanging peak in the direction of the palace and asked, "Tell me, where is that place?" "Goddess." "My name is Verily," Lun Yin said. "You can call me Goddess Verily or Queen Verily." "Yes, the most expensive Goddess Verily. That is the palace of King Megoria," Lun Yin sneered. "Okay, by building the palace ship so high, do you think you are a god? Today I will let him see the real god I am. Azona, take me there." Azona shook her head in horror, not daring to go. "It's okay. You won't be harmed as long as I'm here," Lun Yin said. "Take me with you and drive the king out. I'll let you be my maid. Are you willing?" "My noble goddess," Azona said, "I am willing to be your maid. But, afraid? If you don't want to go, I will ask someone to show me the way. Don't regret it when the time comes." Azona thought for a moment and said, "Yes, Lady Goddess, I am willing to lead you." Lun Yin nodded and said, "Very good. You are an obedient child. In fact, I am only 20 years old. Only 4 years older than others." Lun Yin looked around again and said, "Slaves, if you want to be truly free, you can only follow me." Pointing in the direction of the palace, he said, "There, drive the king out of his house. Do you dare to go with me?" The slaves were fed up with the oppression of their slave owners. Today they finally saw a goddess leading them to rebel. They all expressed their willingness to go. Everyone was excited and clamored to go. "Okay, let's start walking now." After Lun Yin said this, she flapped her wings and flew in the direction of the palace at low altitude. Azona ran in front and led the way, looking back from time to time to look at her parents, who were lagging behind. Lun Yin said, "Azona, don't worry about your parents. Trust me, after today, I will let you find them." There were more young men and women running ahead to lead the way. Azona was not willing to lag behind and began to concentrate on the front, looking at the group of boys and girls leading the way, running and laughing. She couldn't help but smile happily. The grief of losing her boyfriend and adoptive mother had been suppressing her, making her immersed in pain and unable to extricate herself. "I feel a little more relaxed today." "Are you tired, Azona?" Azona smiled excitedly and shook her head. "I'm not tired. Are you scared then?" "Not afraid." "Are you scared?" Lun Yin asked the others. Everyone replied, Don't be afraid. I have something very exciting here. If you are really not afraid, then do you dare to try it? We dare. Everyone replied in unison. Leng Yan snapped her fingers and heard constant chirping. After a while, more than a dozen soldier insects flew over and circled around. Some people looked at it excitedly, while others screamed in fear. Leng Yan asked again. Azona, I see that you are tired from running. So I have soldiers. You can each hold one and fly. Azona, this nearest one is yours. Do you dare to hold it? Azona looked at the nearest soldier insect, a little afraid to touch it. But there were already several young people nearby who were trying to hug it. And there was another person who had already hugged a soldier insect, exclaimed, and flew up. And more people began to fly up holding the soldier insect. Azona was both excited and scared. But she was not willing to lag behind. Although she was scared, she finally hugged the soldier insect in front of her, turned over, and flew up. Azona exclaimed, her body being bound by the tentacles on the soldier insect to prevent her from falling. Since the help people are all over 3.5 meters tall, while the soldiers are only a little over 2 meters tall, people can only hold them instead of riding them. And due to the difference in body size, it was difficult to control at first. Although many people rode up, they were turned upside down by the soldiers, including Azona. Her body was hung upside down by the soldiers. She was very uncomfortable. She screamed and adjusted her body for a long time before she finally adjusted her body to the top. Looking at their clumsy looks, Leng Yan smiled and shook her head. Azona turned around and said, Goddess, it's so cute. What's its name? Soldier Bug. Soldier Bug? Azona asked curiously. How could such a big guy be a bug? Leng Yan just smiled lightly and said, But in my eyes, it is just a bug. At this point, the soldier insect Azona was riding couldn't help but look back and glance coldly. Leng Yan said, I'm still not convinced that it's a bug. It's okay if I'm not convinced. If I say it's a bug, then it's a bug. The soldier insect groaned lowly, then turned its head and continued flying. The only soldier bugs in front of me are all iron beetles. And there are no light bugs. Azona asked again. So, Goddess, can I give this bug a name? Leng Yan replied. My insect baby is just for you to ride. Not for you. But if you want to name it, then go ahead. Chapter 405 City in the Sky 4. Azona wanted to name the soldier bug she was riding. Leng Yan said, Do you want to name my bug baby? Yes. But you need to understand that the bug baby is just for you to ride on. Not for you. Oh. Azona hummed and said, I understand. Goddess. Then get up. I want to name her Dana. Dana? It's a very cute name. Let's call her Dana. In the language of the Geared people, Dana means cute. But these soldier bugs are not cute when they are actually fighting. A large group of people surrounded Leng Yan and walked towards the hanging peak in the middle. On the way forward, people continued to join the team, and the momentum of the team became stronger and stronger. As a result, the team expanded to tens of thousands of people, and there were many soldiers surrounding them, but they did not dare to do anything to them. If there were only a large number of people, then the slave owner's army would not be afraid of them. The key problem was that as the number of people increased, soldiers and insects continued to join the team. Although these soldier bugs are only about 2 meters long, they can fly in the air, and their swinging tentacles can lift people up high and throw them far away. The human soldiers were no match for these soldiers. In addition, the number of slaves who rebelled was too great, and it was very difficult to suppress them. So they could only retreat and watch, not daring to take any chances. But he said that he walked through the streets of the city, wandering all the way, and finally came to the steps leading to the hanging peak. This step was made up of many chains and vines connected, and it was covered with wooden boards and cement boards, making it very spacious. Up the stairs, everyone started to step on the steps and headed up. Looking up, it stretches very far and endlessly, and you can see the steps and the end at a glance. And this step is also a long way to the Xianfeng. Not only is it far, but it is also very high. It takes at least 6 or 7 kilometers to walk from the ground to the Xianfeng. When you get to Xianfeng, you have to walk 6 or 7 kilometers along the slope of Xianfeng to reach the top of Xianfeng. But when we reached the top of the hanging peak, there was no flat land. Unlike the top of Zhan Peak, which was flat, this was not the case. Therefore, the palace will be built at the end of the slope that goes up to the overhanging peak. When everyone was walking on the steps leading to Xianfeng, Leng Yan could see a large number of soldiers coming down from Xianfeng, their weapons unsheathed, as if they were going to fight to the death. And none of them were riding horses. Just as he was puzzled, Leng Yan thought in her heart, she is really shameless. At this moment, I heard someone shouting, "No! They are going to cut off the chain!" The chains and vines together are what connect the overhanging peak to the ground. And they are also what fix the overhanging peak and prevent it from floating away. There is a large group of people on the steps now. And the steps are supported by these chains and vines. Once cut off, tens of thousands of people on the steps will fall down. It seems that the slave owner who lives on the hanging peak wants to cut off the rebel crowd and throw everyone to death, so as to avoid future troubles. Hearing that the enemy was going to cut the chain, everyone roared and rushed up, trying to seize the connection before they arrived. But now everyone is below, far away, and the enemy is above, so there is no way they can catch up. Leng Yan said, "Don't be anxious, everyone. Let my children handle this matter." After saying that, he waved, and the soldiers and insects surrounding them began to fly over quickly, and soon reached the connection between the top of the steps and the foot of the hanging peak, and established a defense line. The number of enemy troops was also very large. They stood more than 100 meters away from the connection point and faced each other. You can see that there are still soldiers approaching from above. And looking back below, you can see that a large number of soldiers have reached the chains fixed on the ground and started to chop with knives. Leng Yan said angrily, "This tyrant Begoria really wants to put us to death. It doesn't matter to me. I can't do anything to him. But you slaves and civilians will suffer if you follow me. I want you to suffer disaster with me and have your name attached to it." Then, having said that, after using the brain bug wave to issue combat instructions, dozens of soldier bugs were seen rushing below, and other soldier bugs could be seen from all around joining the battlefield. There were 4 or 5 soldiers holding swords and axes looking at the fixation of one of the chains. I saw that the chain was fixed on the ground, a large cement pile, and the end of the thick chain was fixed inside the cement. Although there are many chains, if you want to pull such a huge hanging peak and prevent it from floating away, you have to bury the chain very deep. If you want to destroy it, it will definitely be too late to dig it now. You can only cut it off from the outside. This kind of chain is very thick, and it is difficult to cut it with ordinary swords. You can only use heavy swords or axes. So you can see several strong soldiers chopping hard with swords and axes, and a large group of soldiers are surrounded by the sea. Leng Yan had already issued an order to her soldiers, and immediately there were soldiers approaching, and only one soldier was sent to a connection point. Leng Yan knew in her heart that one soldier could deal with a large group of soldiers. Enemy troops. I saw a few strongmen-like soldiers here. After just a few chops with their swords and axes, a soldier insect suddenly flew over, fell from the sky, and hit those soldiers very quickly. With a bang, one of them was killed on the spot. This kind of speed is not enough for a soldier insect. Otherwise it would have killed itself. In interstellar warfare, the impact speed of soldiers is much faster than this. If they attack the enemy through collision, they will basically be killed after one collision. But it was said that after this soldier insect killed an enemy soldier on the spot, its tentacles moved around. Despite its small size, the force on its tentacles was very strong. The enemy soldiers around it were constantly thrown up and down, causing death and injuries. Moreover, there was also an enemy soldier whose waist was clamped by the soldier insect's large fangs, and he was howling and screaming. The geared man was tall and strong, and the soldier's large fangs could not crush him at once, but they also injured him, causing blood and internal organs to flow out, making him unable to survive. The soldiers did not continue to pinch him, but raised their heads and threw him far away. Just one soldier bug caused chaos here. A soldier who was a little further away took out a bow and arrow to shoot, who knew that the soldier bugs were very fast, and they were able to dodge them one by one, which was very confusing. However, under Leng Yan's instructions, the soldiers did not continue to attack the enemy, but only stayed at the connection of the chain to protect them. The other chains and vine connections are the same. Each store is protected by 1 or 2 soldiers. This is the case below, and it is also the case above the steps. Chapter 406 City in the Sky 5. In order to organize the Israeli army led by Leng Yan to continue the assault on Xianfeng, the forces above Xianfeng, dominated by kings and slave owners, sent a large number of troops down from Xianfeng and arrived not far from the steps. Arrows were shot randomly, and many soldiers and insects were hit by arrows. But the soldiers and insects could not be killed. Zerg are not ordinary earth creatures. They can fly in space. So their skin is very tough. Even titanium alloy cannot match it. Therefore, these ordinary arrows cannot penetrate their skin at all. Leng Yan asked a row of soldiers to block in front to protect the Israeli troops, who were still walking up the steps. At the same time, she also guarded the connection point of the chain. As long as there was an enemy approaching, she would rush over to block it, seeing Archer shooting arrows from time to time in front of her. Leng Yan became angry and said, "It seems that I, a goddess, am not intimidating enough. Azona, goddess, what are your orders?" Azona asked. "You and the rest of you who are riding soldiers and bugs will lead everyone from behind to charge forward slowly. I will go up and straighten out the archers first." After that, he flapped his wings and flew upwards quickly. He quickly crossed the steps and came to the slope of the hanging peak, and quickly approached the archers. Arrows were flying like locusts, and the archers began to shoot at her. She is no longer an ordinary human being, nor is she just an ordinary human being who can only fly. She is the queen of the Zerg. Not only can she generate her own shield, but her reaction speed is also extremely fast. In addition, her body strength is not comparable to that of ordinary humans. Therefore, she didn't need many arrows shot at her. Most of the arrows that could hit her were set on the shield, and were either bounced away or embedded in the shield. There was no way he could come in her. The shield is a manifestation of energy. The demon sword of machine civilization established 170 years later has this technology. The device generates energy waves to wrap the ship and act as a shield. Blood Dance is a Zerg, and it is classified as a second-level civilization based on speed, so it will naturally use shields. And Leng Yan is the Blood Blade Queen of this civilization, so of course she will also use it. Zerg civilization is different from machine civilization. Machine civilization uses equipment, while Zerg civilization directly uses insect bodies. Therefore, in the Zerg civilization, the insect body is equivalent to a machine, and the insect body itself can create a shield. The shield is a display of energy, so it is invisible to the naked eye. When the arrow hits it, is bounced off, or is embedded in it, but it cannot hurt the heroine. Then people will know that her surroundings are there as a shield. Leng Yan quickly flew to the first row of archers, looked down at them, and asked, "Shoot again! Come on! Keep shooting!" The frightened archers were stunned. However, there were soldiers shooting arrows at her in the distance. He glared in that direction coldly and said, "It seems that freedom does come with a price. My kindness can't change your violence, so there will only be blood. Pay the price for purification." After that, he spun in the air, and the arrows embedded in the shield began to spin and shoot out. After a while, he heard the screams, and saw many archers fell down after being hit by arrows. Land. Leng Yan continued to fly forward, waving the tentacles on her back from time to time to deflect the incoming arrows. Shooting at high speed, and enemy soldiers fell to the ground from time to time. An enemy soldier fired an arrow behind her, but she didn't expect that she would know it without looking, and she would reflect the arrow back in the same way. Therefore, wherever she passed by, as long as an arrow shot her, she would be shot back by the arrow, and she would fall to the ground, dead or wounded, and she was able to feel like she was alone without any soldiers or insects to protect her. Looking ahead, there is still a long way to reach the palace near the peak. If this continues, the enemy will continue to resist, and there will always be casualties. Leng Yan wanted to end the battle as soon as possible, so she stopped flying forward. At this moment, her position was not even halfway up the slope of the overhanging peak. He raised his head and let out a sweet shout, then suddenly rose up and flew straight into the sky. This scene shocked everyone present. At this moment, the only people who could see the scene up close were the enemy troops and the residents living on the slopes of the hanging peak. As for the rebellious slaves and civilians below, they could only watch from a distance, because they are still on the chain steps and have not yet reached the snow peak slope. Leng Yan didn't care too much, so she quickly and directly soared to a height of 10,000 meters. 10,000 meters is nothing to her. She can even fly up into space. So what does a mere 10,000 meters in the air mean? The height of the top of the hanging peak is also about 10,000 meters, because the hanging peak here is different from John's Peak. The surrounding areas of John's Peak go straight up, and the overhanging peak here has a slope on the side facing the city of Scars. So when Leng Yan soared into the air of 10,000 meters, the distance from the palace on the top of the peak actually became further. But the distance was not too far. Leng Yan flapped her wings and flew there. The palace is built at the end of the slope. also at the top of the mountain. It is very majestic and gives people a feeling of heaven. Arriving in front of the palace, Leng Yan descended from the air and was suspended at a short distance from the ground. She saw a large group of guards surrounding her. They all looked at her with horrified eyes. They all seemed to know that the woman in front of them was a god. But the king was in a difficult situation, so they could only fight hard. In my name, Leng Yan looked coldly at the soldiers around her and said in vernacular, Verily, the Queen of Heaven and Earth, I want you to listen to me and let us be equal for life. Free all the slaves and return the favor. They want freedom. Let your king bow at my feet and call me your goddess. Those who obey me will live, but those who rebel against me will not live. Seeing that people were scared but still confused, Leng Yan raised her hand and waved it slightly. She saw the people nearby. The weapons in their hands were taken away by invisible forces, came to her side, and surrounded her. She was spinning and flying in the air. People were shocked by her move. Leng Yan flew towards the palace gate with these weapons floating on the left and right. With a rumble, the door began to slowly close. This is really a very childish approach. Leng Yan sneered and waved casually towards the heavy four-door door, which was knocked open by an invisible force. The people who closed the door inside also screamed and fell down in large pieces. And I saw that these wooden doors began to deform, making crackling sounds, as if they were chopped open with a sharp axe, and began to crack. In just a moment, all the doors were shattered, and people could no longer stop them. Leng Yan flew in and entered the palace. She saw guards everywhere. An officer not far away shouted, Kill! Don't let this witch in. Chapter 407 City in the Sky 6. In just a moment, all the doors were shattered, and people could no longer stop them. Leng Yan flew in and entered the palace. She saw guards everywhere. An officer not far away shouted, Kill! Don't let this witch in. Leng Yan looked in that direction and sneered. Why are there still people who are not afraid of death? As soon as he finished speaking, one of the swords floating around his body flew past. The officer screamed and was stabbed over before he could even dodge. Even so, these soldiers rushed around without fear and shot her with bows and arrows. In order to reduce casualties, Leng Yan quickly flew inside. During the flight, guards were hit by returning arrows from time to time, and were injured or killed. The sounds of running, intervening, and wailing came one after another. Soon, Leng Yan flew to the main hall and saw a large number of people surrounding the throne of the main hall. And the person on the throne was none other than King Bagoria. The swords flying around Leng Yan flew forward in unison. The king and several people around him screamed in fright. But when the swords reached them, they stopped and hovered in midair, with the blade pointed at the king. Are you going to give up resistance yet? Leng Yan asked, stretching out her hands at the same time, trying to separate the two sides of the void. She saw that all the people gathered around the king's throne were pushed away by invisible forces, falling and swaying in all directions. Leng Yan moved forward suddenly, and arrived in front of the king in an instant. The 12 tentacles behind her were facing forward, and the tips of the tentacles were pointing at the king. King Bagoria screamed in fright. Goddess, have mercy on me! Goddess, have mercy on me! King Bagoria, like all the other Hale people, is also tall, no less than 3.5 meters tall. But at this moment, he seemed so greedy for life and afraid of death. Leng Yan raised her foot, stepped on King Bagoria's chest, and asked, Death or life? It's your choice. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Bagoria's voice trembled. Leng Yan retracted her feet, extended her hand and waved in the air, and Bagoria was thrown off the throne by invisible force. Leng Yan turned around and sat on the throne. Bagoria lay on the ground and wanted to escape, but couldn't. Leng Yan sat on the throne, arched her right foot, and stepped on the throne. She raised her left foot to stomp on Bagoria, who was about to escape, and stepped on him. Goddess, have mercy on me! Begged Bagoria at her feet. Leng Yan only looked at him with her peripheral vision, and at the same time scanned the people in the hall with her eyes. Seeing that their king was executed, and no one dared to resist anymore, Leng Yan asked, Who is the prime minister, and who is the general? Come forward and let me see. There was a commotion in the crowd, and no one dared to stand up. Bagoria shouted, Stand up quickly! The goddess has spoken. Didn't you hear it? Finally, several ministers stood up. After looking at them coldly, they said, Give me the order to have all the soldiers give up resistance, and let the rebels below come up. The ministers hesitated and did not dare to move. Bagoria, who was being stepped on, waved his fist and shouted, "Didn't you hear what the goddess said? Go quickly!" The ministers then went to deliver the order in a panic, seeing that the ministers and guards in the hall had not surrendered yet. Lung Yan's foot stepped on Begoria again and asked, "Listen, little bun. My lady goddess. My name is Begoria," Begoria corrected. "How can I not know this?" Lung Yanbao said in a foul voice. "From now on, if I call you Little Buzzy, you will be called Little Bazi." "Yes, lady goddess. My name is Sayabazi." Begoria had no choice but to admit the new name. So it makes sense to say never reason with a woman. Several soldiers flew in from outside, flying back and forth in the hall. Everyone looked at these strange creatures in shock and fear. They had never seen these flying guys before. Lung Yan waved to one of the soldiers, and the soldier flew over happily and fell at her feet. Lung Yan kicked Begoria away and stepped on the soldiers, on the body. At the same time, he took off the other foot that was on the throne and put it on the soldier insect. Begoria wanted to run, but Lung Yan said, "Oh?" And Begoria didn't dare to run. Lung Yan pointed to the steps under the throne and motioned for him to sit down here. Begoria had no choice but to sit down on the steps under the throne. The soldier lying on the ground was beside him, and he nudged him from time to time. Begoria had no choice but to hide aside. Through the investigation of Quantum Flying Insect, it can be known that the Israeli army led by Azona and others has just arrived on the slope of Xianfeng and is heading towards the top of Wanfeng Peak at full speed. The rebel army estimates that it will take 2 or 3 hours to row quickly arrive. However, Azona and others have soldiers as mounts and can fly, so they can arrive in less than 10 minutes. Lung Yan issued instructions through the brain bug wave, speeding up the soldiers and letting them fly up quickly with the young people. Before Azona and others arrived, Lung Yan did nothing and just sat lazily on the throne, with her feet resting on the soldiers under the seat. Several ministers sang the promise and wanted to come forward to speak, but Lung Yan waved her hand to stop them. Lung Yan had completely controlled the palace at this moment and was just waiting. After waiting for about 7 or 8 minutes, Azona and others finally flew up under the weight of the soldiers and entered the palace. Seeing that Lung Yan had taken control of the situation, everyone was very happy. They moved closer to her, jumped off the soldiers one after another, and gathered around her. Azona bowed low and said, "Dear goddess, we are here." Lung Yan pointed at the ministers in the hall and said, "You see? They still refuse to obey me. What should I do?" "My noble goddess," Azona said, "you are a high-altitude goddess who comes to save the common people. Their arrogance is the greatest blasphemy against you. And we..." Having said this, Azona looked around at the few people accompanying her and asked, "As a loyal attendant of the goddess, what should I do?" One of them raised his fist and said, "Those who blaspheme the goddess will die." Everyone else followed suit and chanted, "Death! Death! Death!" "Then what are you waiting for?" Azona said, riding on a soldier insect. She was now very proficient in controlling this strange creature. These so-called attendants of the goddess all mounted soldiers and insects and flew around the hall. Azona shouted, "Kneel down! Those who don't will die!" Some people started to kneel down, and some of them were not too expensive. So a few attendants used swords to cut or shoot with bows and arrows. Those who were struck by swords and arrows fell to the ground screaming, while those who resisted were killed faster. The soldiers and insects the attendants ride on are protected by shields, so they are also very safe. Chapter 408 City in the Skies 7. In this way, it was very easy to control the palace of Drew Kingdom. King Begoria also easily handed over the royal power because of his greed for life and fear of death. Under the pressure of absolute strength, the ministers, guards, servants and family members of the palace all surrendered to express their submission. Lung Yan summoned the 12 young men riding soldiers and insects, and said, "From now on, I will live in this palace. The 12 of you are my attendants and envoys, conveying my will. Convey and let people know, so you can be regarded as angels. There are exactly 12 people, 6 men and 6 women. Are you willing?" Azona took the lead and bowed in greeting and said, "Serving the goddess is our highest honor. I am willing." Everyone said yes. Lung Yan said, "Since this is my palace from now on, all the kings, queens, princesses, princes, guards, servants and ministers who lived here before will all move out. As for them to go, it's up to them to figure out where to live. The old life of enslaving others is over. This can be considered a punishment for them." He also said, You 12 angels can bring your family here to live together. Azona asked excitedly. Is it really possible? Goddess? How can I be lying? Also, drive all the slave owners down on this hanging peak and let them find a place to live on the ground. Then, you 12 angels will discuss these matters. It's done. I've given you privileges. But you must also control your own behavior and not act recklessly. Yes, Lady Goddess. Slavery is all abolished, Leng Yen said. As for the monarchy, you can decide for yourself. What I want to tell you is that 100 miles away from here, there is a tribe called Reminiscent. That tribe, the chief's name is Wei Yan, and he has led his people to march here under my instruction. He will rule the country when the time comes. It felt like everyone didn't quite understand what she said. So Leng Yen explained it further. I won't control you in the mortal world, but I need you to be loyal to me in the mortal world. Leng Yen is now the queen of the Zerg. And the Zerg is a cosmic creature. From now on, the stars and the sea will be her lofty ideal. How can she take down a mere Hyert from Pandora? After giving the instructions, the 12 attendants drove out all the people in the palace. She herself found a very luxurious room in the palace to rest. The room she found didn't know whether it was the king's palace or the bedroom of a prince or princess. In short, it was very warm and luxurious, with a comfortable big bed and a large hot spring bath for bathing. Leng Yen asked her soldiers to obey the instructions of the 12 attendants, while she herself enjoyed herself here and could not be disturbed unless summoned. The palace has been built near the top of the peak, but there is a hot spring in the palace. I don't know where it comes from. However, Leng Yen didn't think about it so much. She first soaked in the hot spring. When she was almost done soaking, she summoned 3 soldier insects to come in, spin silk and spin cocoons to wrap them up, and then hung them above the hot spring bath. The hot spring bath is made of cement, but the room is a natural cave. Leng Yen's pupae hang on the roof of the cave, resting in this way to replenish energy and needed nutrients. From time to time, soldiers and insects will fly in to transport resources for their use. During the time she pupated, vines began to grow everywhere in the hot spring bath, extending to the bedroom, and throughout the palace. Slowly the palace became like a jungle kingdom. She stayed in the pupa for more than 100 hours and finally emerged. After coming out, I looked around and saw lush green vines everywhere. The vines were full of sap and bloomed with flowers of various colors, fragrant and fragrant. Not only are there flowers, but some fruits are also growing. Leng Yen fell from the broken chrysalis and fell into the swimming pool. She washed away the remaining liquid on her body, put on her clothes, walked out of the bath, opened the bedroom door, and prepared to go out. The door was pushed open, and I saw that the palace was full of such vines, growing in an orderly manner without damaging the structure of the house. There were people walking back and forth not far away. A soldier insect flew over, accompanying him very cutely. Leng Yen stroked it gently and walked forward. After a while, I saw Azona coming out of the corner of the vines. I met her head on and looked at her in surprise. Hey, what's wrong with you? Leng Yen asked. You are, Azona asked, pointing at her with a surprised expression. Don't you recognize your goddess Virulai too? Leng Yen asked doubtfully. Yes, but why have you changed? Changed? Leng Yen asked doubtfully. Did she become ugly after emerging from the pupa? She remembered that after she came out of the pupa last time, she turned into a Gelt person. Could it be that because of the deformation, she became ugly this time when she came out of the pupa? But she can't tell the beauty and ugliness of the Gelt people. Maybe the Gelt people can see the beauty and ugliness only by looking at themselves. Right? He won't become like a monster. Right? Even though she had turned into the appearance of a Geert. As a girl's nature to love beauty, Leng Yen was still very worried. She couldn't help but touch her face, but she couldn't feel anything. She waved her hand and let the energy form a flat surface in front of her eyes, like a mirror, just enough to see herself. Only then did she realize that she had actually changed back to her original appearance. He looked like a human from Earth. But it's wrong. Her original height was only 1.6 meters. So standing in front of Azona, she couldn't even reach her waist. But now she is as tall as Azona. But she figured it out later. The fact is that she has indeed changed back to her original earthly appearance. But her height has not changed back. She has maintained the height of 3.6 meters when she transformed into a Geert. In other words, she is now a 3.6 meter earthling. No. To be precise, her appearance has changed into a 3.6 meter earthling. Although she is so tall, It can be seen from the mirror that she is still so beautiful and her figure is still so good. In other words, her current height has only been enlarged proportionally. So there is no embarrassment of being deformed due to growth. Then am I still a human on Earth now? Leng Yan asked herself. But then she thought, since she is no longer a human being, why do she still struggle with this issue? Moreover, Pandora's gravity is very responsible. Even under normal circumstances, the gravity is smaller than that of the Earth. This is why the people of Pandora are so tall. In this case, it will be like this from now on. Anyway, the John she loved is dead, and she doesn't need a boyfriend anymore. So the issue of height will not be an issue. Chapter 409 City in the Sky 8. Pandora, the Kingdom of Dru, and the capital Scar have 3 attraction peaks. One of them is where King Bagoria's palace is located. It is now occupied by Leng Yan. King Bagoria, his family and party members have all been driven away to ascend the hanging peak. She also transformed the palace into her own temple and asked Azona and other 12 people to form divine attendants called angels. Her angel is very different from the angels in the later Demon Sword civilization. The Demon Sword angel is equivalent to the fleet commander. She is an angel. She was simply invited to be the administrator. All slave owners on the entire hanging peak were deprived of their property, kicked out of their houses, and left to fend for themselves. Of course, these were all done under the leadership of the 12 divine attendants. And Leng Yan basically didn't care. After more than 100 hours of pupation and dormancy, Wal Yin also led his troops from his tribe to arrive here. His arrival gathered more tribal people, as well as civilians and slaves along the way. After arriving at Sagar, he officially took over the place. He also announced the abolition of slavery, the abolition of the monarchy, and the establishment of a republic. The supreme leader was called a consul, and Wal Yin naturally became the first consul of the Dru Kingdom, since the hanging peak occupied by the former King Bagoria, also known as the Middle Peak, has now become a stunning, holy mountain. Wal Rock used the West Peak as the consul's residence, office and officials. Assembly Point. Dongfeng is used for civilian purposes. After the houses and properties of the big slave owners were confiscated, they were either confiscated or distributed to slaves and civilians. The slave owners who were deprived of their property were provided with temporary accommodation. Everything is proceeding step by step. However, after Leng Yan emerged from the pupa, she saw herself in the mirror and recognized her original self again. But her height did not change back. Think about it. I don't have a boyfriend, so I can't change my height unless I change it back. In this way, he can not only use his original appearance, but also communicate with the geared people of Pandora at this height. After Azona confirmed that she was indeed the goddess Verily, she quickly bowed and said, "It turns out that she is indeed the noble goddess Verily. How's it going? Are you a little uncomfortable with how I look now?" Azona said, "It's okay, goddess. She is a goddess. She is different from us mortals, which is understandable. Well, then tell me what happened during my hibernation period." Azona told her what had happened during this period, and told her that Valian was coming to ask for an audience. "Where is he?" Leng Yan. "He was dealing with city matters, and said he would come over to see you later." Leng Yan nodded and asked no more questions, then started walking among the vines of the palace, followed closely by Azona. "No need to follow me. You can go about your business," Leng Yan said, sending her away. Leng Yan was walking alone in the palace. From time to time, she would see divine attendants or other people coming to help. When they saw Leng Yan, they were all surprised by her unusual appearance. She deserved it. When they found out that she was the legendary Queen Verily, they all saluted and greeted her very devoutly. After walking around in a circle, he walked out of the palace and came to the terrace on the top floor of the palace. He held onto the railing and looked ahead. The other 2 overhanging peaks and the ground under the overhanging peaks were almost invisible to the naked eye. There was a feeling of emotion. No matter what, she would never have imagined that she would be here today, that she would leave the Earth and come to such a distant alien planet. And all of this is related to Dan's. If she hadn't met Dan's when she fell into the river on a bus, she would have died 6 years ago. Just as he was feeling it, he saw Wei Yin riding a soldier insect flying over from another hanging peak, and stopped on the rooftop terrace of the completed building. Wei Yin also jumped off the soldier insect. When he came to Leng Yan, he looked at her with surprised eyes. "What's wrong? It's only been a day, and you don't recognize me anymore?" Leng Yan asked. On Pandora, there are 100 or 200 hours during the day. and there are 20 or 30 hours a night. So even though more than 100 hours have passed, Pandora still has not finished a day. If this were done on Earth, a week would have passed. Wei Yin said. My noble majesty the queen, I remember you were not so tall before. Were you very short at that time? Leng Yin asked. No. In order to adapt to you, I grew up so much. Then I think Her Majesty the Queen looks better and more imposing at this time. You are quite eloquent, Leng Yin asked. Tell me, why do you want to leave the monarchy and change it to a republic? If the king does not do well, does he have to be a consul? Wei Yin said. There is only one king, and that is Her Majesty the Queen. So I will not be a king. The consul is quite good. Valerie is both a goddess and a queen. I will not be your mortal king, Leng Yin said. I am not interested in you mortals. Then we can only respect you as king. But if you don't become a mortal king, you won't be able to pass the throne to your children after the consul's death. If it can't be done, it can't be done. As long as every hailed person can live a peaceful life. It's a good idea if you have such an idea. So what are your plans next? In compliance with Her Majesty the Queen's wishes, we will conquer the 4 fields and unify the whole of Helt. Pandora is called Helt in the language of the Helt people. So Worion does not say Pandora, but Helt. However, later on, the title brought by Leng Yin was gradually adopted, Pandora Star. Well, very good, Leng Yin said. But I want to tell you some news. In about half a year, a star fleet will come to attack our Pandora. Interstellar fleet? Wal Yen looked confused. He really didn't know what this interstellar fleet was. Yes, a powerful team from the sky, Leng Yin said. But it doesn't matter. I will greet them in the battle. And you can still live your own lives. After defeating this interstellar fleet, I will still you may live in Pandora for 10 or 8 years. Live for 10 or 8 years, Wei Yin asked. That's right. I have to leave Pandora. My goal is to find my enemy Cathy Say, eliminate her, and at the same time help you avenge her. Wei Yin nodded in support. Leng Yin added, in the next 10 years, I will vigorously exploit the resources of Pandora because I want to establish a powerful insect swarm. So I will need a lot of resources. Only when the resources are sufficient can I embark on an interstellar journey. Your Majesty, I fully support you. Chapter 410 Detection of Star Sea Fleet. Leng Yin aided many soldiers in Wei Yin, and with the help of these soldiers, Wei Yin continued to recruit surrounding slaves, civilians, tribal residents, and returning enemy soldiers. As the team continues to grow, more and more places are occupied. The middle peak occupied by Leng Yin was renamed Saintus Peak. In addition to living above, Leng Yin also often travels to and from John's Peak to visit Jason and others. Everyone was surprised at first that Leng Yin had grew taller so much. But then, they got used to it, and no longer thought anything wrong about such a tall female giant. The 18 Earthlings on John's Peak are no longer a commando team, but have formed a living group, cultivating land on the peak, raising chickens and ducks, and living a completely paradise-like lifestyle. There are also soldiers and insects patrolling around the hanging peak to prevent harassment from other creatures such as monsters. Motorcycles and armored vehicles were also parked on it. Only John's Peak simulates the Earth's atmospheric environment. So apart from John's Peak, they can't go to Pandora either. This is really the sword and gun being stored in the warehouse, and the horse being released to Nanshan. Their living environment is also very good. Each person has a separate wooden building to live in. In addition to modern electrical appliances, all furniture and applications are available. It's just that without the internet and TV, daily life would be a bit boring. Leng Yin could only help so much. As for the rest, she had nothing to do. It would be good if she could ensure that they could live their entire lives safely here. It took a total of nearly 3 years for Wal Yin to unify the world and eliminate all countries and tribes. After reunification, he did not establish a country. He only called it Pandora according to Leng Yin's statement, and he himself served as the governor of this unified planet. The continuation of the consulship is by election rather than hereditary. Of course, this is all for later. Let's not mention it for the moment. But it is said that the Leng Yin team is preparing to face the Sea Star Fleet. 720 hours after she established the Blood Dance civilization, she finally had the first advanced soldier insect. A super monster with a length of more than 50 meters. Ordinary soldier bugs can fly, and high-level soldier bugs can also fly naturally. And the energy they carry is more insect-like, and their combat effectiveness is stronger. The reason why it says 720 hours instead of 30 days is as we all know. Because on Pandora, time is very confusing. The length of the day is not fixed, and the length of the night is also fixed. So we can only say the specific time. And not talking about heaven. The high-level soldier insect has been called this way since the Dancy era, and it has continued for 700 years. It was not until 700 years later that it was renamed Phoenix by the feudal queen Luo Xiaoxue. At the same time, if called according to level, high-level soldier insects are also called Suzaku level. Leng Yan, as the queen of the Zerg, was also called the White Tiger class. In the same way, subsequent queens of the vassal, including Luo Xiaoxue 700 years later, were also called the White Tiger class. In short, as long as she is the Blood Blade Queen, she is at the White Tiger level. The 4 high-level units of the Zerg tribe are named after the 4 major mythical beasts. In addition to the White Tiger level and Suzaku level, there are also the Azure Dragon level and Xuanwu level. The Qinglong class is an ordinary insect beast with a length ranging from 1 to 10 kilometers, while the Xuanwu class is an advanced insect beast with a minimum length of over 150 kilometers. No matter what level they are, everyone must listen to the White Tiger level. Among the Blood Blade Queens, who are called White Tiger level units, Leng Yan has the highest level and is called the Great Queen. And all of this is the same in the blood dance of the Zerg civilization. We don't know about Leng Yan's mortal enemy Sate Saishi. However, it is very possible that Sate Saishi's Zerg unit has the same model as Leng Yan, because they all belong to the Onada Zerg category. After Leng Yan had high-level soldier bugs, her combat effectiveness increased greatly, and high-level soldier bugs began to be produced continuously. As for the insect beast, it will take some time to climb up. If resources are sufficient, it will take at least 300 days, Earth time, to produce one Azure Dragon level insect beast, while Xuanwu level insect beast will take even longer. If resources are sufficient, it will take at least 1,500 days. Sky. Leng Yan had previously launched a batch of quantum flying insects to the Sea Star fleet. After a month and a half, she really came into contact with them, and used the intelligence from the front immediately. After 1.5 months of development, the cold insect swarm already had a huge number of 1,000 high-level soldier insects, and 100,000 ordinary soldier insects. There are constant exchanges of soldiers and insects from the ground of Pandora to the orbit, which are used to transport supplies to the insect beasts and chrysalis on the orbit. The information detected on the Sea Star fleet surprised Leng Yan. Star C, the third star of Centauri, also known as Proxima Centauri, is 0.24 light-years away from Pandora. This unknown fleet came from Star C. At this time, Leng Yan did not know that Star C had a planet called Xiling Star, so she called this unknown fleet the Star C fleet. Through the investigation conducted by Quantum Flying Insect, we learned that the strength of this Sea Star fleet is not strong at all, and can even be said to be very weak. There are 10 battleships in total, and each battleship is less than 500 meters long. If it were a Zerg, it would not even be able to reach the Qinglong level. Its size is only slightly larger than the Suzaku class Advanced Soldier Insect, although the Advanced Soldier Insect is only 50 meters long in the early morning. As time goes by, it can grow up to more than 200 meters. Looking at these 10 battleships, there are no internal mounting holes, which are the entrance and exit holes for fighter planes. Each warship can only carry 4 or 5 external fighters at most, and judging from its appearance, it doesn't look like a battleship at all, but more like a transport spaceship. So it's not so much a battleship as it is a spaceship. The flight speed is 0.5x, which is 0.005 times the speed of light. At this speed, deducting acceleration, deceleration and other related factors, it will take at least 60 years to get from Star C to Panjoli. In other words, this Star C fleet, no, it should be a fleet, as early as 60 years ago just set off. Judging from the appearance of the ship, it is obvious that it is a ship of human civilization. There is a porthole, and through the porthole, you can see a creature driving a spaceship inside. It is similar to a human being, but has wings like butterfly wings. It looks very beautiful. Looking at the information fed back from the front, Leng Yan was sitting in the Saintus Peak Temple. There was a swing hanging from the tall vines, and Leng Yan was sitting on it, swinging leisurely. The quantum creatures transmit the information back through quantum communication and display it in front of Leng Yan in the form of images. Butterfly people? Leng Yan murmured to herself. Can I call you like this? Butterfly people from Planet C. Are you really from Planet C? Is Planet C a planet? I don't know. Are you here with good intentions? Or are you colonizing Pandora? But you are late. Pandora is mine now. Chapter 411 The Queen's Interstellar War 1. Leng Yan obtained this very important information and was full of confidence in the future situation. It was obvious that the other party posed no threat to her and could not even form a fighting force. But then she discovered a new piece of information. That is, a spacecraft was discovered on planet B. As we all know, Nanmenmen is composed of 3 stars, namely A, B and C. Among them, the giant star to which Pandora belongs is the planet of star A. In other words, Pandora is in Galaxy A, just like the Earth is in the solar system. Star A and star B form a double galaxy, and the distance between them is 35 Australian dollars, which is 35 astronomical units, about 5.3 billion kilometers. Star A, like the Sun, is a yellow dwarf star with a mass 1.1 times that of the Sun. Star B is an orange dwarf star with a mass 0.9 times that of the Sun. There is a rocky planet in its galaxy, which is about 1 Australian dollar and 40 cents, or about 210 million kilometers away from star B. This development planet is a relatively small planet, with a diameter only half that of the Earth, a mass only 15% of the Earth, and a planetary gravity only 37% of the Earth. With such a low planetary gravity, it is difficult to lock the atmosphere, so the air density is very low, only 1% of that of the Earth. In addition, this planet, like Pandora, also has unstable day and night time, with long days and short nights. The temperature can reach more than 300 degrees during the day, and the lowest temperature at night is more than 100 degrees Celsius. Therefore, such a planet cannot adapt to the survival of carbon-based organisms at all. So it is also a desolate and hot planet, and its name is Wasteland Star. But they said that there were quantum flying insects, and they discovered that a spaceship was found on the Wasteland Star. By calculating its flight trajectory, it can be judged that it flew from star A. Leng Yan opened the connection with John Feng Jason and discussed the matter with him. Communication is unique to the Zerg, and quantum flying insects communicate via wires. After learning about this matter, Jason also fell into deep thought. Others in the life group also pondered this matter together. After some discussion, they came to this conclusion. The spacecraft discovered on planet B is probably from the Butterfly fleet of planet C. This may be an unmanned exploration spacecraft. After detecting that there is a habitable planet on planet A, which is Pandora, and that this planet only has primitive civilization and is suitable for colonization, it sent a message to their home planet, Colonial Intelligence. Only then did the Sea Star fleet arrive. And this reconnaissance spacecraft only came to planet A 60 years ago, discovered Pandora, and sent this information back. 60 years ago. Not to mention that there was no Leng Yan blood dance civilization. Even Leng Yan was not born yet. Leng Yan is only 20 years old this year. That's why the humans of Star C dared to come here with confidence. The current scale of the Star C fleet is simply incapable of interstellar colonization. But they only dared to come because they detected the original Pandora. The reconnaissance spacecraft detected Pandora and stayed in the orbit of Pandora for many years before leaving Pandora and heading to planet B. Or maybe he went to star B a long time ago. In short, it found no Earthlings. As mentioned earlier, in the last century, in the 194X era, Country M captured a crashed alien flying saucer. I don't know where this flying saucer came from, nor what its technological level is. In short, many things on it have been destroyed, and only a little bit of the technology of the portal has been retained. Later, people from the Alpha Scientific Research Team built the Alpha Underground Base and found one of the transmission points of the portal, which was Pandora, based on the little bit of technical information about the portal left over from the crashed flying saucer, which was actually a wormhole. There are also portal ruins on Pandora, which are probably left behind by the mysterious alien civilization. So far, this can only be a guess, because whether it is the fallen alien flying saucer or the portal ruins on Pandora, there is no more information that shows where such alien civilization came from. 6 years ago, the Alpha Research Group began to study teleportation and accidentally opened Pandora's teleportation gate. Someone came over and let monsters go. None of this was discovered by the people of Planet C, otherwise, with their intelligence, it would be impossible for their fleet not to return. Of course, this is all just speculation. Think about it. What a powerful civilization it is to be able to come to Pandora from other places through a wormhole. So if there are people from Planet C, let's call them people from Planet C for now, because Leng Yan doesn't know about Xiling Star yet. So if the people of Planet C discovered this information, they would definitely make their fleet turn around and return to Planet C. However, they did not. It is obvious that they did not discover the portal on Pandora, and the people from Earth who were teleported over. Therefore, the reconnaissance spacecraft found on Planet B left Pandora for Planet B 60 years ago at the earliest and 6 years at the latest. Therefore, it can be concluded that the people of Planet C do not know that there is an additional Zerg civilization on Pandora. It is also possible that they do not know that there is a Zerg civilization in the sea of the universe. This is just like us people on Earth. We don't know that in addition to human civilization, there will also be Zerg and machine civilization in the universe. Even now, 202X era, we don't know whether there are aliens in this universe or whether there are aliens. Life. So with the stunning power, we can now send soldiers to attack the Sea Star fleet. After discussing with the people in the John Peak Life Group, Lung Yan paced back and forth in her palace, thinking about whether to send troops to attack the Sea Star fleet now. What if the Sea Star fleet is just a scout force sent by the Sea Star people? Will their main force be behind? What if their strength is not what we see now, but a very powerful human civilization? This is a civilization that Lung Yan has never come into contact with since the establishment of civilization. Of course, Pandora's Hayert civilization does not count. This is a primitive civilization from Sea Star. Although this Sea Star also belongs to Namiman. It is another star after all, and it can be regarded as interstellar. Tommy asked. Queen Cold, what are you still hesitating about? She is the queen of the Zerg, and her surname is Lung. So some people call her Lang Yan, or Queen Lung. Before Lung Yan could answer, Jason interrupted Tommy and said, Tommy, please don't interfere with Lung Yan's thoughts. She is no longer an ordinary little girl. She now bears the burden of an entire civilization. She must not interfere with Lung Yan's thoughts. Don't think comprehensively. If we're not careful, the few of us, all the Hail people in Pandora, and the Blood Dance itself will encounter catastrophe. After hearing what he said, Lung Yan glanced at him and responded with approval. Chapter 412 The Queen's Interstellar War 2. If Lung Yan hadn't been parasitized by Dans, hadn't become the Blood Blade Queen, hadn't traveled through the dead light years to the deep space of the universe so far away from the Earth, then how could she experience so many accidents and changes? Then she is just a 20-year-old girl who graduated from high school 1 year later than others. Before I even went to college, I was actually involved in this incident and ended up in this place. Of course, if she hadn't been parasitized by Dans, she would have died long ago. Maybe her sister Lingli could donate her bone marrow and save her life. But Lingli has been parasitized by the Almighty Demon. After being parasitized, she becomes a Zerg. After becoming a Zerg, she can no longer donate her bone marrow. So she still dies. Or maybe she was not parasitized by Danzi, and her sister Lungli was not parasitized by the Almighty Demon. Then Lungli could save her, and she could live until now, and there would be nothing to worry about later. She and Lungli both lived a stable and peaceful life. Life will not turn against one another. Life will be like that of all ordinary people, passing it by in an ordinary way, until you fall in love, get married and have children, and live your whole life in an ordinary way. It's just that she won't know John. Everything is another trajectory, and she won't have such pain. After living a life of up to 100 years, come to the end. However, everything changed. Starting from that fish, the trajectory of life developed completely in a direction that she could not expect. Online, Jason, Tommy and others have been waiting for her decision. Among the 18 people in the life group, there are obvious differences of opinion. Tommy believes that troops can be sent to fight now, while Jason believes that they cannot rush forward and continue to observe. Lung Yan convened with Yin, Azona and others for discussion. She was afraid that they would not understand interstellar war. So Lung Yan said it was a battle in the sky, and the enemy was a demon from a certain constellation in the sky. Only by explaining it this way can they understand. Otherwise they won't understand at all. After 3 days of discussion, we finally reached a consensus that we should send troops there now. And the soldiers who sent the troops must be soldiers. Apart from the cold soldiers, there is no other way to go there on Pandora, fighting in deep space so far away. And within 3 days, the reason why such a consensus was reached was because the scouts at the front fed back more information. At the Holy Maiden Peak in Sagar City, on the eve of the expedition, Lung Yan summoned Wei Yin and his generals, and 12 divine attendants to the temple for a meeting. And at the same time, All 18 people in the John Peak Life group were online. Lung Yen wanted to give her instructions on many things to do in Pandora after her expedition. Lung Yen said, "I will go on this expedition in person. Jason, Tommy, you continue to live on John's Peak and don't go anywhere. You will still be protected by soldiers and insects," Jason said. "But Queen Cold, the enemy is so far away, and you have gone so far. What should I do if the soldiers and insects here lose control?" Lung Yen smiled and said, "It was impossible at that time. Are you afraid that you don't know the ability of quantum flying insects? It can transmit information instantly without any delay. By then, I will be able to use quantum flying insects to send messages to all my insect soldiers left in Pandora issued orders. So you don't have to worry about these insect babies of mine losing control." Only then did Jason stop worrying. Lung Yen ordered again, "Wolian, Your Majesty, I am here. Well, you should continue your great cause of unification and strive to unify Pandora as soon as possible. I will still send so many insect babies to assist you." "Azona, the 12 of you are still staying in my palace, organizing manpower to protect Saintus Peak and not letting people with sinister intentions go to the peak. For those who live on Saintus Peak, whoever has evil intentions, I will drive down the peak in the same way. In the same way, I will leave a lot of insect babies to stay on this hanging peak." Several of Azona's divine attendants bowed and saluted and said, "Yes, Lady Goddess, we will definitely fulfill our mission." After giving instructions, Lung Yen added, "This is an interstellar war, and I can't take you with me. So you just stay on the planet and wish me a triumphant return." After that, she began to slowly walk out of the palace, and people began to cheer to see her off. After walking out of the palace and arriving at the open space at the entrance of the palace, a large group of soldiers and insects were seen flying around the hanging peak. Lung Yen was about to fly up, and Azona cried and said, "Goddess, please come back soon. We are all looking forward to your return." Lung Yen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will be back soon." After saying that, he raised his hand and waved in the air. He heard a crisp chirp and a high-level soldier insect flew over. The high-level soldier bugs are all over 50 meters in length. So when they come to the palace, they appear to be very huge. They cannot land and are suspended in the air 100 meters above their heads. Lung Yen began to grow tentacles and wings, and in the midst of everyone's attention, she flew into the air and flew above the high-level soldier insect in a moment, then spun and landed on the back of the high-level disease insect. Although the advanced soldier insect looks like a huge bird, it is not a bird and cannot be seen according to the laws of Earth biology. In addition to looking like a huge bird, its main feature is that of a zerg, and it also has many tentacles on its back. When Lung Yen landed on its back, many tentacles stretched out to tie Lung Yan's legs and body to stabilize it and prevent it from falling. At the same time, 2 more tentacles stretched out from the head of the senior soldier insect and reached her. Lung Yen stretched out her hands and grasped them one by one. She lowered her head and looked down. People were still looking up at her. She looked up again and saw the sky above her head. Unexpectedly, she was about to go on an expedition. She was the only one in the entire team, and the others were all her insect babies. It feels like this is her alone war. Take a deep breath. Think about it. There is nothing to be afraid of. Then go out. With a flick of the reins? Oh no. Probably a flick of the tentacles. The high-level soldier bugs roared into the sky and flew towards space, surrounded by thousands of ordinary soldier bugs. The speed was very fast. The wind was fierce, and it quickly broke out of the atmosphere, came into space, and flew towards the place where the Chrysalis Legion was. Lung Yen is the queen of the Zerg. Naturally, like other Zerg units, she can also survive in space without resorting to any protective measures. There is no air in space, and she can't breathe. So she won't breathe. In the outer orbit around Pandora, there is an insect pupa gathering place. There are about a dozen large insect pupae gathered there, all of which are stunning. These pupae are all hatching insect beasts, because the insect beast was too large. If it hatched on the ground, it would still have to fly to space in the future, which would be very troublesome. So Lung Yen simply decided to hatch it in orbit. Chapter 413 The Queen's Interstellar War 3. After a month and a half of development, Lung Yen already had 100,000 ordinary soldier insects and 1,000 high-level soldier insects. But there were still no insect beasts. This time she went out to the Sea Star Fleet, and she only brought 100 high-level soldier bugs with her. She rode a high-level soldier insect and flew away from Pandora with the miniature insect swarm. and first came to the insect pupae gathering place in orbit. Let the soldiers and high-level soldiers following her unload the supplies for the pupae here to use, and then let some of them fly back to the ground to continue mining resources. There was already a large number of soldier bugs waiting at the orbital insect chrysalis gathering place. Leng Yan recruited enough high-level soldier bugs here. After that, she left the orbit and headed to the location of the Sea Star fleet to officially embark on the interstellar journey. There is still a distance of 17.5 billion kilometers from the Sea Star fleet, which is about 16 light hours. That is, it takes 16 hours for light to arrive. Although the cold insect swarm can reach a maximum speed of 2x, that speed can only be reached after breaking away from the gravity of the star. In the star system, the maximum speed can only reach 1.5x. If this distance is exceeded, the average speed can reach 1x. That's not bad. 1x, which is 0.01 times the speed of light. So it would take her about 2 months to reach this distance. And that was assuming the other party was still. Of course, the other party couldn't stay still and wait for her. The enemy at this moment is also flying towards here at a speed of 0.5x. So at this time, we need to use the mathematics word problems of the 3rd grade of elementary school, 1x speed and 0.5x speed. The distance is 16 light hours. Then how long does it take for them to meet? This time is approximately 45 days. So it would take her 45 days to fly in space before she could meet the enemy fleet. Flying in the sky. Although the speed is very fast, there is no air. There is no resistance. And you can't feel the feeling of strong wind blowing against your face. Everything was so quiet. Only the many high-level soldiers and insects surrounding them could be seen. When flying in space, it is impossible to advance forward by flapping its wings. It can only be propelled by the flames on its wings and tentacles. So you can see this miniature insect swarm composed of 1,000 soldier insects and 100 high-level soldier insects. Each unit has many tail flame nozzles on its body, emitting blue light, pushing them forward. Flight. The reason why the club is a micro-insect swarm is because its number is too small. As for a standard insect swarm, its numbers are 100 million ordinary soldier insects, 10,000 advanced soldier insects, 100 Azure Dragon level insect beasts, and 10 Xuanwu level insect beasts. She only brought 1,000 high-level soldier insects to the battlefield. So wouldn't her insect swarm be a micro-insect swarm? The reason why she only brought high-level soldier bugs and not soldier bugs was because she had her own plan. First of all, because of this expedition, she was conquering it personally, and she had been spreading spores for the past few days to reproduce larvae and soldier insects. If she goes on an expedition, it will take 45 days to go and another 45 days to go back. This is 90 days. During these 90 days, she cannot stop spreading spores. So, she will continue to spread spores on her journey. During the space journey, how should the spores produced be disposed? Advanced soldier bugs bring a lot of resources for spore reproduction. These spores will attach to the bodies of these advanced soldier insects and produce larvae by absorbing the resources carried by the advanced soldier insects. After the larvae are produced, they will pupate. And they will still pupate on the bodies of high-level soldier insects, absorbing the resources carried by the high-level soldier insects to give birth to ordinary soldier insects. However, the larvae and ordinary soldiers produced on the road will not be too many. After all, resources are limited. But Leng Yan will continue to release spores. Too many spores can be stored, and it is not too late to let them grow after returning to Pandora. Anyway, she will not stop producing spores until she reaches the standard group of 100 million basic units. In this way, she stood on the back of the high-level soldier insect, holding the tentacles and flying for about an hour. She felt bored and couldn't just stand and fly for 45 days. Therefore, she was given instructions through the brain bug wave. And the high-level soldier bug that asked her to sit down produced a bug bag under its head. This bug bag was so deep that if a person stayed in it, the head would not need to be exposed. Leng Yan grabbed the tentacle and tied it, and soon it fell into the insect bag. This bug bag is more than 4 meters deep. She is now in the shape of an earthling. Here its height is 3.6 meters. So the bug bag needs to be this big. She sat inside and looked up. Through the opening above the bug bag, she could see this advanced bug flying with its head held high. "Hey!" Leng Yan shouted. And then she realized that there was also a vacuum here. And there was no sound when speaking. So the senior soldiers couldn't hear it either. "Hey! Forget it. Seeing how arrogant this little bird is, it's better not to disturb it." Leng Yan was accustomed to calling ordinary soldier bugs bug babies, while the much larger high-level soldier bugs were called birds. Sitting in the bug bag, she could do something good or lie down and rest. But she couldn't see outside. She was anxious. So she issued instructions through the brain bug wave, asking the high-level soldier bug she controlled to move her to where she was sitting. The bug bag becomes transparent, so you can see ahead. The insect bag finally became transparent. So Leng Yan hugged her legs with both hands, curled her legs up, and looked at the scenery ahead through the insect bag. But this was in space. Except for the high-level soldiers flying around. The front was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. She found it quite novel at first. But gradually she became bored again. She asked her little bird to seal the bug bag, and then create gas and air pressure in the bug bag so that she could breathe inside. Wow! Leng Yan breathed a long sigh of relief. I can't breathe. It's killing me. It feels good to be able to breathe. If I want to fly in space again, I'll continue like this. After that, sitting in the worm bag, he patted his back and said, Did you hear that? My good little bird? The high-ranking soldier insect ignored her, and just kept flying. Oh, you're quite aloof, Leng Yan muttered again, seeing that the high-ranking soldier insect ignored her. She stopped teasing it. Whether it is a soldier insect, a high-level soldier insect, or an insect beast, judging from the reproduction process, they should all be considered her children. This is a way of reproduction of the Zerg, which is completely different from the traditional way of reproduction of Earth creatures. There are still 45 days of interstellar journey, Leng Yan said to himself. I can't sleep again. What can I do? Isn't this too boring? When she came from Earth, she had a mobile phone with her and no power bank. But it didn't matter. She could charge the mobile phone herself. Out of boredom, she took out her mobile phone and lay on her side in the bug bag. But there was no Earth network, so there was nothing she could play with when she took out her mobile phone. Chapter 414 The Queen's Interstellar War 4 Nanmen 2 In the B Galaxy, a miniature insect swarm composed of 1,000 high-level soldier insects is flying silently. Leng Yan was in the bag of bugs among them, playing with her mobile phone. There was no Earth network, and she was playing Lion Liankin that came with her phone. But she was in a daze. He thought to himself, if we know that this high-level soldier insect has this function, we can still bring a few people with us on the expedition. In this case, we will not be too lonely on the journey. The function she was talking about was that advanced soldier bugs could create bug bags and generate air and air pressure in the bug bags. In this way, ordinary people could survive inside. But then she rejected her idea. Take this expedition for example. It takes 45 days to go out and 45 days to return, which adds up to 90 days. You can breathe in the bug bag and won't be suffocated to death. But for 90 days, what will you eat and drink? On top of that, ordinary humans still have to poop and poop. So the idea that she had just had was immediately rejected by herself. She is the Blood Blade Queen, also known as the Zerg. She cannot eat or drink, but ordinary humans or other human races cannot. Hey, I am destined to be alone on this journey. Leng Yan sighed and said to herself. After playing for a while, he threw the phone into the corner of the bug bag, and then said, Good little bird, help me connect to Jason. The connection to Jason was made through quantum flying insects. The connection was quickly made, and there was still an image. Jason's image was displayed in the bug bag. Queen Cold. Jason was a little surprised. Are you in space now? I'm in the bird's bag. But it's in space. And we're moving away from Pandora. Away from Jin. I didn't expect this Zerg to be able to communicate, Jason said in great surprise. Leng Yan said, Although I am a Zerg, I am still a level 3 Zerg. Okay. If I can't even do instant messaging, then I am still a shitty level 3 Zerg. Ha. That's true. That's true, Jason said quickly. Those who can conduct interstellar navigation, even the Zerg, can have a very high level of technology, Leng Yan said. The Zerg have no technological level, and all technology is directly reflected in the Zerg units themselves. Huh? Jason looked confused. He didn't understand Leng Yan's meaning. Leng Yan explained. For example, humans can create fighter jets through technology, and the soldiers in the Zerg unit are directly fighter jets. Is this clear? I almost understand. I'm so bored, Leng Yan said. I'm going on an expedition alone, and no one is accompanying me. The bug bag I'm in now has air and air pressure. I can breathe, I can talk, and I can hear you. Queen Cold, You are really amazing. What's the use? The people I love most and the people who love me most are dead. But I can't say them. The person she loved most was John Chun and Mama Xiang. But unfortunately, they were both killed by Lung Li. John sighed and said, Lung, you are now a Zerg. Although it is said to be a Zerg, I feel that this is the Protoss. Because you have a lifespan of 10,000 years. And you will live for another 10,000 years. So you can't live in sorrow for another life. Thousands of years. I find it so boring to live alone for 10,000 years. Lung Yan said very pessimistically. Sometimes I wonder if I should kill Kathy, and then go find John and accompany him. Then you must not have such thoughts, Jason explained to her. You can live for 10,000 years. How many people can't dream of it? But you want to give up? And you want to kill Kathy to take revenge. I told you not to be unhappy. I guess this will be a very long process. If you want to kill her, you must first find her. But the search is a long process. Lung Yan sighed and said, Yeah. When I return to Earth, it's still unknown whether say Kathy will still be there. She felt that there was little hope in the future whether she could kill Lung Li for revenge. But she was determined to find her as long as she lived for one day. No matter which corner of the universe you escaped to. Looking at the dark universe ahead outside the bug bag, Lung Yan was dazed for a while Jason stayed with her online without saying a word. After being stunned for a while, Lung Yan said, I attach great importance to this battle. Do you understand why? Jason said, The people from Planet C covet Pandora and will be a scourge sooner or later. So they must be eliminated quickly. Lung Yan shook her head and said, To be honest, I don't like that cruel forest law. The universe is indeed dark. So dark that it is outrageous. But how difficult is the birth of life? Instead of destroying it, why can't it be conquered? Woolen cloth? Then what are your plans? I value their technology, Lung Yan said. In this battle, I will definitely seize their spaceship and modify it so that you can live in it. Although the space is small, it is comparable to that on the Hanging Peak. The primitive life is much better. It turns out Queen Lung is so caring and always considers us. I want to thank you on behalf of everyone. You are trapped here because of me, Lung Yan said. So I can only feel at ease if I try my best to make your life better. Thank you, Lung. But what? Jason said. But I want to know. Is it that simple for you to just destroy the Sea Star fleet or conquer it? What else can I do? Jason said. The fleet comes from Planet C, which means it has a nest on Planet C. Don't you want to cut off its nest to avoid future troubles? Lung Yan looked confused. I really haven't thought about it. Lung, Jason said. You are no longer a little girl. You are a civilized leader. You have to plan for the future of many people. It doesn't matter that you don't like the cruel law of the jungle, but you have to face it. That's right. The people of Planet C are indeed not as good as you now. But there's no guarantee that they won't surpass you. Human civilization has many individuals, and everyone has wisdom. These can promote the development of civilization, and even happen the technological explosion. Lung Yan listened to his teachings humbly. Jason summed it up and said, So, you should consider whether to go to its lair. Lung Yan replied, Planet C is 0.24 light years away from us, and it takes about 30 years to reach it. Such a long voyage requires insect beasts. I don't have any insect beasts at the moment, so I can't go there yet. Then let's wait until there are insect beasts before we go. Lung Yan nodded and said, Yes, after this battle is over, I should consider matters related to the expedition to Planet C. Chapter 415 Purple Ling Starfleet 1. In the blood dance of the Zerg civilization, Bloodblade Queen Lung Yan led 1,000 high-level insect soldiers to fly away from Pandora to meet the Sea Star fleet. This voyage took about 45 days. The advanced soldier bugs fly tirelessly in space. After flying at high speed for a period of time, they will stop spraying flames and fly with the help of inertia, which can be regarded as a kind of rest. After all, the bugs are also living creatures, and they know how to get tired. After resting for a period of time, continue to spray flames at high speed. During these 45 days, Lung Yan spent most of the time in the bird's bug bag, either sitting in a daze out of boredom, or falling asleep, or else connecting to John's Peak, or connecting to Azona and others, Willian et al. Otherwise, he would fly out of the bug bag and fly in space for a while, or jump on the back of some high-level soldier bugs and ride for a while. And during the voyage, they did not give up reconnaissance of the enemy. At the same time, during the flight, A total of 10,000 ordinary soldier insects hatched. Each high-level soldier bug has many bug bags, which are used to carry ordinary soldier bugs, so that the ordinary soldier bugs do not need to fly. These bug bags are equivalent to the cabins on the battleship that transport personnel and supplies. So these advanced soldier bugs use these wormholes to load ordinary soldier bugs and various supplies, including their queen Ling Yen. Of the 10,000 ordinary soldier insects hatched on the way, each high-level soldier insect contained exactly 10. Leng Yen only hatched 10,000 ordinary soldier insects, and no more hatched. After all, this is a space journey, and resources still need to be conserved. It's just that the production of spores cannot be stopped. Anyway, the spores are small in size, and can be accumulated and stored. When the war is over and returned to Pandora, these spores can be cultivated together. After flying like this for about 40 days, Leng Yen began to become nervous when she saw that the enemy fleet was right in front of her. 10 spaceships are sailing in space, with the target direction, Star A1 Green Star. In the language of Xiling Star, Giant Spirit Star is called A1 Star, and Pandora Star is called Green Star. The reason why it is called Green Star is because the entire planet of Pandora was covered with colorful plants at that time. It covers, from the overhanging peaks to the ground, an endless forest as far as the eye can see. Among these 10 spaceships, the first one is the flagship. In the centrifugal command module at the bow, there are several butterfly men flying, controlling instruments and driving the spacecraft. One of the people, who looked like a captain, looked at the space scenery outside the first window inside. After 60 years, we finally arrived at Star A. In 3 months, we will land on the Green Star. A young female butterfly officer flew beside him and said, "Yes, Commander. After 3 generations, we finally arrive here. When we conquer the Green Star, the Purple Ling Star will be able to immigrate here in large numbers." Green Star. A beautiful planet. We Xiling planet people have finally found a comfortable home. The older butterfly commander said, "Nay, we are all 2nd and 3rd generation ships born in this fleet. We were born in the fleet, grew up and trained in the fleet, and will go to conquer the Green Star in the future, possibly for the rest of our lives. I can't even return to my home planet." Butterfly Man's home star is Xiling Star, which is a planet in the habitable zone of Star C. It is only 7 million kilometers away from Star C, which is equivalent to only 0.05 astronomical units. Because of the short distance and the synchronization of revolution and autobiography, there is an eternal yang side and an eternal yin side, which are tidally locked. The eternal yang side is extremely hot, and the eternal yin side is extremely cold. Although Xiling Star is also in the triple galaxy of Namen 2, Star C is too far away from the other 2 stars A and B, 0.24 light-years. Therefore, the heat from the 2 stars AB becomes very weak after reaching the Xiling Star. In other words, on Xiling Star, it is difficult to live comfortably on either the eternal sun side or the eternal yin side, and the area of the permanent twilight line is too small to survive too many Xiling Star people and Xiling Star creatures. This caused the Xiling people to have plans to immigrate to the universe very early, and Pandora was the most realistic goal for the Xiling people. Although Pandora is also in a 3-body star, the triple star system of Namiman is referred to as a 3-body star. The time of day and night is extremely unstable. The temperature is also very high. The gravity is disordered, and other phenomena. But these do not affect it from becoming the most comfortable planet in Namen 2 and the most suitable planet for the growth of life. In this expedition to Green Star A, Pandora, Xiling Star sent 10 starships with 3,000 crew members, and these crew members were all paired. The so-called matching is to match men and women in a 1-to-1 ratio. This is also considered for the sake of personnel continuation in long-term interstellar voyages. The average lifespan of the Xiling Star people, i.e. butterfly people, is similar to that of Earthlings and Gear people. Only about 100 years. However, according to the technological level of the Xiling Star people, it will take at least 60 years to travel from the Xiling Star to Pandora. Time. The Xiling people do not know hibernation technology, so the crew will age during the long journey, which requires the continuation of future generations to complete the voyage and the initial survey and development of the new home. The current flagship captain and fleet commander is Shev, who is a 2nd-generation crew member of the fleet, while his captain's assistant Nay is surprised to be a 3rd-generation crew member. Not only do the Xiling Stars have no hibernation technology, but their ships also do not have fixed artificial gravity technology. The artificial gravity used now is centrifugal gravity. The so-called fixed artificial gravity is a gravitational force generated from the bottom of the ship in a single direction, without the need for the ship to perform actions such as rotation. The centrifugal force causes the centrifugal chamber to rotate around an axis to generate gravity. Obviously, the former is more advanced. But the Xiling people do not have this technology, so they can only use centrifugal gravity. So you can see that these 10 battleships have one thing in common. There are centrifugal chambers from the bow to the stern, which rotate around the axis of the hull to generate gravity. The technical requirements of the centrifugal gravity cabin are not high, and it is simple to implement. However, the members in the cabin will feel that the entire universe is rotating instead of the centrifugal cabin in which they are located. This has an impact on human judgment. In the event of war or other major changes, the centrifuge chamber must stop rotating to cope with emergencies. Not only do the Xiling people not have hibernation technology and fixed artificial gravity technology, they also have no instant messaging technology, let alone shield technology. If an interstellar war really breaks out, these 10 spaceships without shield protection will be living targets, and the artillery fire will not last long before they are all destroyed. At this moment, the flagship's bow command module is rotating around the axis to generate gravity. So looking outside through the porthole, all the scenery is rotating. But it was said that Captain Shev and his assistant captain they were talking. An official from the intelligence team reported, "Captain, we received intelligence from the reconnaissance spacecraft of Star B that a fleet from Green Star is heading towards us, flying in the direction." Chapter 416 Purple Diamond Fleet 2. The Xiling Star people set out to conquer Pandora's fleet. This so-called fleet was simply unable to form an effective combat effectiveness in modern interstellar warfare. The captain of the flagship and fleet commander Shev and his assistant to the captain were talking about the conquest of the Green Star, Pandora, when they heard an intelligence officer report, "Captain, we received information from the reconnaissance spacecraft of Star B. A fleet from Green Star is flying in our direction." Star B, the second star of Namnam, has a rocky planet called Wasteland Star that is not very large in mass or volume. The reconnaissance spacecraft sent by Xiling Star to the AB Twin Star system was an unmanned reconnaissance spacecraft. After investigating Pandora Star for a period of time, it went to Star B and parked in the orbit of the Wasteland Star. At this moment, it actually sent intelligence, saying that a Green Star fleet was approaching, and provided relevant flight data. This set of data showed that this Green Star fleet would meet in 5 days. Green Star, Pandora Star, is what Xiling Star calls it. "How could this happen?" Nay said in surprise at first. "The reconnaissance spacecraft has been stationed on the Green Star for 50 years. It has been continuously investigating the Green Star and has not found any advanced civilization on the Green Star. Where did the fleet come from?" Captain Shev also looked seriously at the information sent back from the front. Thinking deeply, Nay asked, "What should we do?" "Captain," Chief said, "immediately send a message to the other 9 warships. Tell them all this information, and then ask for their opinions." "Yes, Captain." "Wait, keep it secret." "Yes, Captain." This information was quickly distributed. Shev was waiting, and so was Nay. If we look at the age of people on Earth, Shev should be in his 50s. He was born not long after the fleet set sail, so he is a standard second-generation ship. Nay is a beautiful girl in her early 20s. She was born in the fleet, and is the 3rd generation of the fleet. The first generation born on the fleet is called the second generation. The second generation is called the 3rd generation. And so on. But after the intelligence information was shared, the captains of the 9 warships came online at the same time to discuss countermeasures with Shev. Seeing that everyone was online, Shev asked, "What do you think about this?" Everyone has different opinions on receiving such information. Some people think that it may be a wrong launch of the forward reconnaissance spacecraft, or it may be some strange astronomical phenomenon, such as a stellar flare explosion, which was mistaken for an interstellar fleet. Because I have been observing for 50 years, the Green Star giants I have observed from the hanging peaks to the ground, except for primitive tribes, are ancient people from the Cold Weapon era. The one that is slightly threatening is the Green Star Ray Monster, which is radioactive. But this is nothing to the Xiling people. The so-called Green Star Ray Monster is something that looks like a toad, and is called monsters by the people on Earth. It can emit gamma rays. The cold-looking soldier bugs wander around Pandora. As long as they see monsters, they will immediately kill them. Therefore, the number of monsters in Pandora is rapidly decreasing. The Green Star Giant is the Pandora native known as the Geared People. The height of the Hail People is generally more than 3.5 meters. while the average height of the Xiling Star butterfly people is only between 1 meter and 1.5 meters. So the Hale people are considered giants to them. So they call them for the Green Star Giant. Of course, compared to the people on Earth. Why are the Geared people not giants? Most people's point of view is that the civilization level of the Green Star Giant is still in the cold weapon age. How could an interstellar fleet suddenly pop up? Even if the reconnaissance spacecraft goes to Star B, it will often conduct remote observations of Star A and its galaxy. Therefore, the conclusion drawn from this information is that this interstellar fleet was built in a very short period of time by the ancient green stars in the cold weapon age. And this extreme time is only 4 months at most. So the possibility of this conclusion is impossible. It is impossible for any civilization to jump from the cold weapon age to the interstellar age in just 4 months. Therefore, some people believe that this fleet does not belong to the Green Star people. It is a fleet of a third-party civilization. This view is shared by most people. Not long after, the fleet's detection equipment also discovered this mysterious, alien fleet. The number was about 1,000, and each ship was about 50 meters long. Although it was smaller than the warships of the Xiling Star fleet, there are a lot of hills, but their speed is very fast. 1x. Twice that of the Xiling Star fleet. The flexibility of the Xiling Star fleet is only 0.5x. At such a long distance, it was still impossible to tell whether the opponent was a Zerg, and could only detect about 1,000 flying units. Seeing this information being sent continuously, Fleet Commander Chef was also in a state of anxiety. After much thought, he finally decided to send this information back to his home star, Xiling Star, because he guessed that if this alien fleet is strong enough, the possibility of invading Xiling Star will be very high. So he needs to remind the mother planet to prepare. According to the detected speed of the enemy fleet, it would take up to 30 years to reach Xiling Star. But don't underestimate these 30 years. On the scale of the universe, it is a fleeting moment. As for where the fleet should go, Chef thought carefully and convened a meeting with the captains to express his thoughts. Over the past few days, the intelligence sent back by the forward reconnaissance spacecraft, as well as the intelligence detected by our fleet's detection equipment lock, show that what we are facing will be an interstellar fleet that has always been very powerful. Whether it's good intentions or malicious intentions, we don't know yet. Some people may have the idea of deferring, because with our strength, if there is a fight, our chances of winning are extremely small, and the result will be that the entire army destroyed. No one can survive. Having said this, Chev looked at the captains on the screen. 2 or 3 captains raised their fists and said, "Then we must fight." "Yes," Chev said. "I have the same idea. Even if we can't win, we will still fight. We cannot let them go to our home star. It is best to stop them in the universe. And if possible, we may have to end this war by dying together." At this point, everyone was silent. Chev said, "We are the warriors of Xiling Star. We cannot let danger come to our home planet. There are our relatives on Xiling Star. 46 million Xiling Star people." A captain said, "Commander, you don't have to say it. We are all warriors, and we will not hesitate to sacrifice for our mother planet. For the mother star. For the mother star." Everyone began to raise their fists and shout. Assistant to the commander-in-chief Ney said, "However, generals, I think we can be polite first and then attack." Chapter 417 The Queen's Interstellar War 5. The Insect Swarm, led by Bloodblade Queen Lingyan, consists of 1,000 high-level soldier insects flying in the vast space carrying 10,000 ordinary soldier insects. It has been 40 days since I left Pandora. The unknown Starsea fleet is right in front of me, and can be contacted in 5 days at most. 40 days ago, the stunning quantum soldier insects had arrived in the Sea Star fleet and had been conducting tracking and reconnaissance without being discovered. These quantum flying insects are small and invisible to the naked eye, and the big ones are less than a centimeter. They are attached to the SH/LS of the ships of the Sea Star fleet, and some actually penetrate into the interior of the ships. They are harmful to each ship. The ship conducts detailed inspection and reconnaissance, in addition to obtaining a lot of important information about the Sea Star fleet. The most important thing is to obtain a very big breakthrough, which is to crack the language library of the Sea Star people. In other words, from now on, Lung Yen can understand what people from Planet C say. No, it should be people from Xiling Star. Floating in the insect bag, Lung Yen looked at the information obtained by the quantum flying insect and said to herself, "Purple Ling Star. It turns out you are Z Ling Star people. It turns out that there is indeed a planet on C Star. called Xiling Star. It's just that the population is too small. Only 46 million. Leng Yan also learned about the general situation of Xiling Star. This is a planet with a very harsh environment. It is a miracle that there can be life. What is even more amazing is that the life here has also produced civilization. Butterfly Man? Interesting. Did it evolve from butterflies? So far, Leng Yan only knows a few human races, the Earth people and the Pandora people, also known as the Gear people. And then, there is the butterfly people that she just learned about, also known as the Xiling people. I didn't know that their home planet was Xiling Star. So they were once called people from Planet C. She also didn't know that there were eternal people in the god-level civilization in the universe, as well as the cockroaches and bees that Louis, the leader of the machine civilization, came into contact with hundreds of years later. As for cockroaches, bees and butterflies, these three human races have one thing in common. That is, they all evolved from the hexapod insect family. Another thing they have in common is that their parent stars are all very close to their stars, and they are all tidally locked, and their revolutions and autobiographies are synchronized, which means that there is a permanent sun side and a permanent yin side, as well as a permanent twilight line. Such a planet has a very harsh environment, which led to the cockroaches giving birth to their own machine civilization after a long period of development, which caused the cockroaches to degenerate. The robot cockroaches rule the cockroach planet in order to solve the problem of cockroach habitation environment, and began to conquer the universe. The bee star built a huge star ring in the orbit of the hive star to solve the living environment of more bee people. Of course, this is all hundreds of years later, and Leng Yan still doesn't know about it now. Through intelligence analysis, it can be known that the technological level of this butterfly man is already far ahead of the Earth civilization, and can even surpass the Earth by dozens of blocks. If Leng Yan's blood dance hadn't appeared, then the Xiling Star butterflies would have been able to colonize, and even completely occupy and rule Pandora. And the atmospheric environment of Pandora's star is very similar to that of Xiling Star. Leng Yan was thinking about how to deal with the Xiling Star people who were about to come into contact. Should she eliminate them? To be honest, she couldn't bear it, even though the name she gave when she was very cold-blooded. She was not yet that cold-blooded. Maybe it was because of the weak side of women that affected her. Right? Zilingxing. What a nice name. So Zilingxing, what should I do with you? Leng Yan murmured to herself, and at the same time thought of her supporters on Pandora. Thinking of this, she connected with Jason and others in the life group, as well as Wall Yin, Azona and others on Pandora, and shared the latest information with them and asked for their opinions. What should we do next? Jason's opinion this time was quite decisive. I just heard him say, no matter what, we must take over Xiling Star, including its civilization and its human race. Take over? Leng Yan asked doubtfully. Yes, take over, Jason said. Or occupy. If the Xiling people resist, then occupy. And I am talking about it under the premise of your kind heart. I know. Leng, you can't be cruel. With your current strength, you are absolutely sure to destroy Xiling Star. But you are soft-hearted. Okay then, soft-hearted. Let's do it the soft-hearted way. First of all, inform the people of Xiling Star and let them accept the rule of blood dance. Of course, this rule is just rule, not slavery. I say this. Do you understand, Queen Leng? Uh-huh. Leng Yan motioned for him to continue. Jason said, take our Pandora as an example. The entire Pandora planet accepts your rule. Wall Yin, do you accept my statement? These days, Jason has become more or less familiar with the hailed language, and Wall Yin has also learned some English. So although there are still difficulties in communicating, he can still understand simple words. Plus the coldness Yin was there again, and I really couldn't understand, and she was the translator. Hearing Jason's question, Wall Yin said, that's right, Jason. I agree with you. Our entire Pandora planet is willing to accept the rule of Her Majesty Queen Verily, and we will never betray her for generations to come. Jason nodded and said, that's right, Queen Leng. As you can see, let's just rule Xiling Star the same way we rule Pandora Star. Why not? You have now risen to the level of interstellar civilization. What's wrong with ruling 2 more planets? Leng Yan said, but there will be resistance. I feel that there is a high probability that there will be resistance. Jason said, I'm sorry. If you resist, you can only suppress it. Leng, Queen Leng, I think we should have this understanding now, Everything must put the interests of civilization first. Do you agree? My opinion? Leng Yan did not answer directly, but hesitated, while Jason looked at her expectantly, seeing that she did not respond for a long time. He continued, Leng, if you don't make yourself strong first, how will civilization continue for thousands of years in the future? And how will the vast universe find your enemy? Indecisiveness will ruin you. Even Queen Dan's, who is parasitic in your body. I believe it. I won't see you like this. Right? Leng Yan finally nodded and said, I understand. Jason, what you said makes sense. I know that I should follow this direction in the future. But I'm just a little girl who is less than 20 years old. There needs to be a transition period. Right? Okay. Just follow this idea. Be polite first, and then use force. Be kind and powerful at the same time. Speaking of which, I received a brainworm wave, showing that people from Xiling Star sent a message requesting a connection. Chapter 418 The Queen's Interstellar War 6. The electromagnetic information sent by the Xiling Star fleet was received by the insect swarm, and then converted into brain insect waves, displayed to Leng Yan, and converted into pictures and sounds, which were displayed in the insect bag where she was. On the screen was a man from the Purple Ling Star. Leng Yan had known this man for a long time, and was detected by the quantum flying insect. This man was the fleet commander of the Purple Ling Star fleet. Chev. Listen to Chev say, Hello. Do you receive it? Let me introduce myself. My name is Chev. I am from Xiling Star, and the commander of the Thor fleet. Our intelligence officer saw you and saw you. I will only tell you now. We are going to Green Star, and I hope you and I can meet peacefully without causing conflicts. After some remarks, the only thing is not to have a conflict, but to pass by peacefully, and to ask about the origin of Leng Yan. What Chev was talking about was the Xiling Star language. Leng Yan had already learned their language, and could naturally understand it. The current distance between the two sides is a 5-day flight. When converted into mileage, it is about 1.8 billion kilometers, or 12 Australian dollars, 0.075 light days, and 1.8 light hours. In other words, when Chev sent a signal, it would take Leng Yan nearly 2 hours to receive it. Therefore, instant messaging was not possible. So Chev could only send recorded messages. Leng Yan is a quantum flying insect with instant communication capabilities, but the Xiling people do not have quantum entanglement technology that can be used for instant communication. Leng Yan showed everyone the message sent by Chev, and at the same time translated what Chev said. After reading this passage, Jason said, That's just right. He wants peace. So let's give him peace. But the premise is that Xiling Star must accept the rule of Blood Dance and become a sub-civilization under Blood Dance. Sub-civilization? Leng Yan asked doubtfully. Yes, sub-civilization, Jason said. Whether you are a human civilization, a Zerg civilization, or even a legendary machine civilization. The current situation is, Blood Dance is the main civilization. All other known civilizations are the sub-civilizations under Blood Dance include the Earth civilization with only 18 people, and the ancient civilization of Pandora. According to the time point at which it is located, Pandora's civilization cannot be regarded as an ancient civilization. The reason why Jason calls it an ancient civilization is because Pandora's current level is equivalent to that of ancient Earth. Jason then added, including the Xiling Star civilization that it may join in the future. It must become a sub-civilization under Blood Dance. It's that simple. There is no room for negotiation. Wall Yin and his people all agreed with Jason's statement, and several members of Izona's godly attendant team expressed their support for all Leng Yan's decisions. Leng Yan thought for a while and said, I'd better connect with him. She has quantum flying insects, so she can communicate with Chev instantly. Thinking of doing it, he immediately issued instructions to the quantum flying insects ahead, converted the communication request into electromagnetic waves, and sent them to the Thor battleship. Leng Yan had quantum flying insects that could monitor the situation inside the Thor battleship. She saw Chev's shocked expression, maybe because he was surprised by receiving the communication request sent by Leng Yan. After all, the two parties are 1.8 light hours apart. How to connect will require a delay of more than 3 hours to say a word. 1.8 hours. Back and forth. 3.5 hours. So Chev was very surprised. After hesitating for a moment, he still connected the connection. Electromagnetic waves and brain bug waves called, and the two finally connected. Chev waved to the camera and said, Hi! Are you there? Can you see me? Since she could see him, she was bound to appear on the scene. So Leng Yanyan showed her face to the other party. She is now in the insect bag of the advanced soldier insect. There is a warm yellow light in the insect bag. If it is projected on the screen, it is difficult to see where the light is from the background. I'm here. I can see you, Leng Yan said, speaking the language of Xiling Star. Hi. I can see you too. Do you have anything to say? Leng Yan asked. How did you do that? Shev asked. The distance is 1.8 light hours. So far away. How did you manage to communicate with me instantly? Leng Yan didn't answer and asked. If you don't even know instant messaging technology, you want to go on an interstellar expedition. Isn't it ridiculous? This sentence alone stopped Shev in his tracks, and he didn't know how to answer her. Don't tell me that you are peace lovers. You came to Pandora. Oh no. In your words, it should be Green Star. Didn't you come all the way to Green Star just to occupy Green Star? Let me ask you again. Does your Xiling Star civilization have hibernation technology? It is not difficult to see that your Xiling Star civilization and human civilization, since it is a human civilization, must master hibernation technology for long-distance interstellar travel. Right. But do you have it? Shev replied. We are also developing hibernation technology. But there are too many problems, and we have been unable to overcome them. So we can only carry out interstellar travel through generations. Since Leng Yan could see through the current situation of their Xiling Star civilization, there was nothing to hide. So Shev told the truth. Whether it is the current butterfly people or the cockroaches and bee people they came into contact with later, they all have one thing in common. That is, they evolved from insects. It is known that insects hibernate during the winter. However, insect hibernation and interstellar hibernation are completely different things and cannot be confused. Moreover, when the butterfly people evolved into an intelligent technological civilization, they no longer had the characteristics of insects. So they would not hibernate like insects. Same goes for cockroaches and wasp people. Okay, Leng Yan added. Just pass it on from generation to generation. This is also a way for humans to solve interstellar journeys. But do you have shield technology? Shield? Shev asked doubtfully. Huh? You don't even know about shields, Leng Yan said. Then how do you get the confidence to carry out interstellar colonization? Shev was speechless. Leng Yan added. I guess you have also detected my strength. Right. 1,000 high-level soldier insects. Bing Chong. Who are you? Shev asked with a trembling voice. Yes. As you wish. I am the Zerg civilization. And the name of my civilization is Blood Dance. You should be honored. Because the person you are talking to now is the supreme leader of this civilization, Queen Ireli. It turns out that there is indeed a Zerg civilization in the universe. But you don't look like a Zerg. You are a Zerg. Shev expressed doubts. Why is this so difficult to understand? I invaded human brain cells, so I have a human appearance. You only detected my number. But you don't know what my insect swarm looks like. Right. I'll show you now, look. After that, she moved the camera away from her in the bug bag to the space outside the bug bag, showing her swarm of bugs. 1,000 high-level soldier bugs to Shev. She wanted to overwhelm the opponent with her momentum. And then talk about persuading surrender. Chapter 419 The Queen's Interstellar War 7. Shev was completely shocked. Leng Yan not only showed him an insect swarm composed of 1,000 high-level soldier insects, but also let the high-level soldier insects release the ordinary soldier insects they were attached to. 10,000 ordinary soldier insects were flying densely in the insect swarm. After flying around, they all returned to their respective insect bags. Looking at the stunned Shev, Leng Yan asked, How are you doing? What do you think? Commander Shev? This is incredible, Leng Yan said with a smile. I want to remind you that what I show you is real and not special effects. Do you think your Thor fleet can withstand a few waves of my attacks? I don't know, Chief replied, already expressing complete lack of confidence in the possibility of this interstellar war. He wanted to say that if the war really happened, his fleet would not be able to withstand even a wave of attacks. But he did not say it because he wanted to save face. What is the strength of both of us? I think I won't say more. You are very clear. Right. Then, tell me why you want to colonize Pandora. Remember, it is Pandora, not Green Star. Yes, Pandora. We are not going to colonize. We are doing scientific research. Ha. Shev, scientific investigation? I'm afraid you don't even believe it yourself. Right. 10 battleships. 3,000 crew members. Going to Pandora 0.24 light years away. You said you are going for a scientific investigation? Okay. You are the vanguard that plans to colonize Pandora. Leng Yen said. After Pandora stabilizes, your 46 million butterfly people on Xiling Star will all come to Pandora Star. Shev was speechless. Leng Yen added, actually, this is also because your intelligence was not done well. Without instant communication, the intelligence would be delayed. And while the intelligence was delayed, Blood Dance, occupied Pandora. You have now seen my strength and the strength gap between you and me. So I will stop talking nonsense. I will now officially inform you. Submit to the banner of my Blood Dance civilization. And your entire Xiling Star civilization must submit to the banner of my Blood Dance civilization, and become the third sub-civilization of my Blood Dance civilization. Don't refuse me in a hurry. Let me tell you about the benefits of joining my Blood Dance. I will protect your survival and allow you Xiling people to live more comfortably. Just like Pandora now. Just like the stars. I will send you some short videos on the current situation of the Pandora people later. You can also tell the leader of your home planet whether you want to join. After talking about the benefits, let me tell you what the consequences will be if you refuse to join. I won't beat around the bush with you. Just 2 words, destruction. I will destroy your fleet. And then rush to your home planet with all my strength. Purple Ling Star. Destroy the entire planet of Purple Ling Star, leaving no survivors. No, you can't do that. Chief shouted. Why not? Why not? If I have this ability, I will do it according to my own intention. Well, Mr. Shev, I will give you 5 days to think about it. If you die or live, let me know in 5 days. After that, she decisively disconnected from him. This will be her first interstellar war, and she has already anticipated what kind of scene it will be like. She understands that even if the power of the Xiling people is far inferior to hers, they will not surrender. Shev's Thor fleet is only 5 days' voyage away from him, but it is 0.24 light years away from their home planet. They do not have instant communication technology, so if Shev wants to send a message back, it will take more than 80 days. It takes more than 160 days to come back. But Leng Yen only gave them 5 days, which was not enough. But Leng Yen didn't care. The contact was coming in 5 days. She couldn't wait for half a year for Shev to ask for instructions from his home planet. The tactical deployment begins now. The enemy fleet has 10 battleships, and she has 1,000 high-level soldier bugs. So she has every 100 high-level soldier bugs focus on one enemy ship. In this case, every 100 high-level soldier bugs plus 1,000 ordinary soldier bugs will target one enemy ship. This can be considered a man-marking tactic. When an enemy ship changes its course, the corresponding high-level soldiers will change its course to catch up. Leng Yen will overwhelm the opponent in terms of absolute strength, and she is very confident in this battle. But Jason immediately poured cold water on her. It was not difficult to defeat the Xiling Stars. What was difficult was how to get the Xiling Stars to surrender. I am afraid that I will encounter someone who is stubborn and resisting. If that is really the case, then I can only do what I preset at the beginning. Either submit to me or destroy you. The choice is yours, and the control is mine. Continue to advance at high speed according to the preset plan without slowing down. Through intelligence reconnaissance, we learned that the enemy fleet also did not slow down and was coming towards us. It seemed that they were determined to fight this battle with her. Leng Yen has conducted a thorough reconnaissance of the 10 warships in the area. How many cannons there are, and where they are located on the ships. The butterfly people are a human race and have survival requirements for air and air pressure. So their ships have hatch entrances and exits. And each hatch has an airlock. So where is each airlock? The stunning quantum, the flying insects have been scouted. And each battleship has several fighter planes. The results of the investigation are very disappointing. Because each battleship only has 10 fighters. And the total is only 100. If we really fight, it won't be enough for my little insect to fill his teeth. Leng Yen was also very disappointed. How can we fight an interstellar war with such a huge disparity in combat effectiveness? Just like this, another day passed, and Leng Yen finally received another message from Shev, asking for peace talks. What he meant was that his fleet would turn around and meet Xiling Star. And she, Leng Yen, did not want to pursue him. So she would let Xiling Lingxing and Pandora Star live peacefully in Nam Early, and do not invade each other. After a day, Leng Yen also thought about how to reply. So she replied with a message. I am Queen Valerie of the Blood Dance civilization. I don't like to be around the bush. Nor do I like to be secretive. So I will tell you directly. Again, I only have two ways for you. Or surrender. Or destruction. If you want peace, you must submit to me. Blood Dance. And I promise to give you butterfly people a very comfortable and happy life. If you don't believe it, you can come to Pandora to investigate and see what I think of the Pandora people. Of course, you can also choose the latter, which is destruction. I will destroy your Xiling star and all the butterfly people. You have to think about it. Not long after Leng Yan sent this message, Shev sent another message, requesting to connect with her. What he said online would be clearer. Chapter 420 Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Shev sent a message, requesting to connect with Leng Yan, because there was a delay of more than an hour. It was really inconvenient for you to send messages one by one. Leng Yan decided to accept his request and connected with him. So she let the quantum flying insect connect to the other party's network. And the connection was quickly established. As soon as Shev came online, he roared, "Verily, I protest. You are using your power to bully others. Using the big to bully the small?" Leng Yan just sneered and said, "So what? For the safety of my Blood Dance, I must eliminate all possible threats. Your Xiling star is only 0.24 light years away from Pandora star, and you only need 60 years to reach it. You can come here, and you are a human civilization, and science and technology are developing all the time. So the lead time in the future will become shorter and shorter. I am not prepared. Who can guarantee that Pandora will not be wiped out by you? You said you love peace, but it's obvious that the purpose of your fleet coming here is not to occupy Pandora. Now that you see my powerful Blood Dance, you want peace? The most generous condition I give you is to surrender to me and rule under me. Compared with other civilizations in the universe, I am the most merciful. Otherwise, all that awaits you is destruction. Isn't it? What do you think you have? Are you ready to protest? But you can't treat us like this. How have I treated you?" Leng Yan said. "I just want you to surrender to me and listen to my rule. I don't want to destroy you. Isn't that not kind enough? In short, you can figure it out yourself. There are 4 more you can think about it carefully in a few days." Shev thought Leng Yan was going to disconnect. So he quickly said, "Wait a minute. Queen Verily, didn't you say you want my fleet to go to Pandora for inspection?" "Yes. I told you that I would like you to come to Pandora for inspection," Shev asked. "Then let us send the information to the mother planet during the inspection. And let the mother star decide whether to surrender." "Okay. There's nothing wrong with it," Leng Yan said. "But your fleet has officially surrendered to my Blood Dance." Stop it. Listen to me," Leng Yan said. "Now Pandora is my territory of Blood Dance. You want to return home. I agree. Do you have enough resources to go back? As far as I know, your fleet will take you 60 years to come here. I can allow you to collect resources in Pandora. But the premise is that you must submit to me. Pandora. So not only Pandora, but also Star A. And even a grain of dust and a drop of water from Star B are not allowed to be taken away. For the survival plan of your fleet of 3,000 people, you should think carefully about it yourself." After some negotiations, there was no result. Shev was tough at first, but later he softened. But as for whether to submit, he said that it still needed to be discussed. Leng Yan continued to give him 4 days to think about it. And 4 days later, it was the time for the two to come into contact. Even so, the Thor fleet never slowed down or deviated from the channel to escape. In other words, Shev's Thor fleet has no intention of cheating early. No matter what the outcome is, they plan to face it for the sake of the 46 million butterfly people on their home planet. Under such circumstances, after flying for another day, and with 3 days left before contact, the cold insect swarm spotted a detector approaching. It was found to be the detector of the Thor fleet. Leng Yan did not intend to destroy it, but instead asked it to conduct close reconnaissance of her insect swarm, and even specially organized a military exercise. 1,000 high-level soldier bugs fly in various formations and release and recover 10,000 ordinary soldier bugs. And these ordinary soldier bugs are all light bugs. Leng Yan's requirement for ordinary bugs is that all light bugs should be light bugs, because light bugs can carry out long-range attacks and have stronger combat power than iron beetles, especially during interstellar wars. They can attack with light first, and when the energy is used up, they can still attack with light bugs. Physical impact can be carried out when necessary. So light bugs can also serve as iron beetles. So this time, she went out to conquer a swarm of insects. 10,000 ordinary soldier insects, all of which were light worms. During the military exercise, these 10,000 light bugs were allowed to emit plasma light beams together. The scene of thousands of rays of light was spectacular, and all of this was deliberately shown to the detectors, and then transmitted back to the Thor fleet, which could be regarded as a deterrent to the enemy. Once this detector entered the insect swarm, it flew with the insect swarm. Lung Yen ignored it and let it follow. Shev sent several more messages, not explicitly wanting to surrender, but saying he was going to Pandora for inspection. In order to take over the Thor fleet peacefully, Lung Yen no longer forced it to surrender, but it must obey her management. As for the formal surrender, it can be postponed until she returns to Pandora. Once both parties reach an agreement, everything will be easy to handle. 2 days later, in the Purple Star Thunder God battleship, Nay asked, "Commander, are we really going to surrender to the Zerg? Then what can we do?" Shev sighed and said helplessly, "With absolute strength, do we have the ability to resist?" Outside the portholes, a sky full of high-level soldier insects were seen flying around. The cold swarm of insects had already made head-on contact with their fleet. In order to synchronize, the cold insect swarm made a large circle and sailed at the same speed as the fleet. At this time, they saw a high-level soldier insect coming in front of them, turned around, and faced them. Then, they saw something glowing yellow on the chest of this high-level soldier insect. Flashing. This is a bulging luminous object, and there are rows of bulging objects like this on its left and right. But some are glowing, some are not. Some have a slightly stronger light, and some have a weak light. And the luminous bulge in the middle slowly opened a hole above him. Since the Xiling Star ship uses a centrifugal gravity cabin, the cabin rotates around the axis of the ship. From the perspective of the crew, the scenery outside is rotating, especially with so many insect swarms. When they arrived, they saw these high-level soldiers spinning in front of them. The gravitational force generated in the centrifuge cabin comes from the direction of the hull SH.L. So the crew in the centrifuge cabin stands in the direction of the SH.L. with their heads facing the direction of the axis. However, it is said that the high-level soldier insect facing him outside the porthole is spinning. But it is actually the hull of the ship that is rotating. Rotating. The glowing bulge opened a hole, and something emerged from it. Slowly, the whole thing came out. But it was none other than the Blood Dance Queen Verily, who had spoken to them. It turned out that the glowing bulge was the insect bag of a high-level soldier insect. Lung Yen flew out from it, spread her blood wings, stretched out her finger towards the ship, and a ray of light shot out. Chapter 421 Proxima Centauri was bombed by an unknown god-level civilization. Lung Yen flew out of the warm yellow luminous insect bag of the advanced soldier insect and faced the flagship Thor. She saw that the Xiling Star ship was like a long axis with more than a dozen gears rotating in front and back. Similarly, these gears are centrifugal chambers set on this long axis. As for the big gear at the front, you can see the crew inside rotating with the centrifuge cabin. Lung Yen was suspended in space, facing the rotating centrifugal chamber of the battleship in front of her. She couldn't help but shake her head and said to herself, "It's making me dizzy just looking at it spinning around. There is no air in space, so it is impossible to speak." So her self-talk must not be speaking with her mouth, but brain insect waves. If you feel dizzy, don't let it spin. Thinking of this, he stretched out his fingers and used the power of the insect source. And the centrifugal chambers on the flagship Thor stopped rotating. In fact, the rotation did not stop, but the axis of the flagship began to rotate. If it rotated in the opposite direction, the centrifuge cabin on the axis would feel like it was no longer rotating. In fact, both the axis and the centrifuge cabin were rotating. In this case, compared to Lung Yen, the centrifugal chamber seems to be no longer rotating. Although Lung Yen was floating in the space outside the porthole at the moment and seemed to be stationary, she was actually flying synchronously with the battleship. Lung Yen flew forward and came to the porthole. She put her hands and feet on the porthole and looked down at the command module inside the porthole. All the butterfly people in the command cabin were shocked. The average height of the butterfly people is only about 1.3 meters, while Lung Yen's height is 3.6 meters. She was indeed only 1.6 meters tall before, but she pupated once and transformed into the shape of a Pandora star. When she transformed back into the shape of an earthling, she was too lazy to restore her original height of 1.6 meters. So she has always been the height of a Pandora and the appearance of an Earth person. So her current appearance is the appearance of an Earth person of 3.6 meters. The 1.3-meter butterfly man was really shocked when faced with the 3.6-meter Ling Yan. Moreover, Ling Yan was carrying blood wings and blood touch, making her appearance even more terrifying. In the command cabin, Chef looked at Ling Xiang, who was leaning against the porthole, and said, "Hi." The communication channel received Ling Yan's voice request, and Chef asked him to connect. Ling Yan asked the brainworm waves to be converted into electromagnetic waves and connected to Chef's communication channel. A cold voice came from the command cabin. "How is it, Commander Chef? We finally meet." Chef waved to her again and said, "Hi. Verily. Yes. We met. Have you seen my strength?" Ling Yan said, "I never lied to you from the beginning." "Right. Yes. Queen Verily. Is this you?" Chef asked, looking at the huge, alien woman on the porthole. "Of course. Who else could it be besides me?" Ling Yan said. "I have said that I will not harm your ship or the people on your ship. I will ensure your safety. You just need to be good. Just be obedient. And I will let you and the people of Pandora share the planet Pandora. Your future life will only be very comfortable." Chef looked helpless. "Now that the matter has come to this, what else can I do?" Ling Yan said. "Okay, Chef, you should have some fun. You have to think about it. Who else in the unknown civilization can treat you like me? I want to wipe you out long ago. Come on. What do you think?" Chef didn't answer, just nodded silently. Just when I didn't know how to answer, a bright light suddenly rose in the direction of Star C. A star about a quarter of the size of the moon appeared in the field of view, emitting bright light. Ling Yan was very surprised and felt that something bad was going to happen. In that direction, it happened to be Planet C. Through the calculation of brain insect waves, it was determined that it was Planet C. Although Star C also belongs to Nanmen, it is very small, only 1/10 the size of the sun. In addition, it is far away, 0.24 light years away from here. Therefore, if you can see it with the naked eye, it is just a star in the night sky. Just ordinary stars. At this moment, Star C, which was just an ordinary star to the naked eye, suddenly grew in size, so big that it hung in the universe like a moon. This illustrates a problem. Star C exploded, but such a small star simply did not have the conditions for a natural explosion. Since Ling Yan became the Blood Blade Queen, her thinking ability has become stronger, and her thinking speed has become faster. So after thinking quickly, she came to such a very surprising result. Planet C received a powerful blow from an unknown civilization. If this is the case, this unknown civilization will be a very powerful existence. So powerful that it can be as easy as crushing an ant by one person to deal with her Shui Wu. The unknown god-level civilization attacked Planet C. So there is no doubt that the Xiling Star at this moment. No. To be precise, the Xiling Star 87 days ago no longer exists, and was removed from this universe by a mysterious force. Erased. The explosive Star C that we see now also erupted 87 days ago. The distance of 0.24 light years means that the light emitted at the moment of the explosion took 87 days to reach here. Since the unknown god-level civilization can easily destroy Xiling Star, its next step should be to deal with Pandora Star. So Pandora Star is also very dangerous. But Ling Yan also has doubts inside. That is, the attack on Planet C happened 87 days ago. And 87 days ago, she was still on Pandora. If the unknown god-level civilization attacked Xiling Star, it would easily Pandora in Star A is also gone. But the fact is that she is not. Thinking according to Ling Yan's thinking, since it is a god-level civilization that can explode a star casually, it is not impossible to quickly reach Star A, or even teleport. At this moment, Ling Yan has not mastered wormhole technology, and the parasitic Queen Dance does not know wormhole technology. So she has no knowledge about wormholes at this time. So in her thinking, there is teleportation. View. If the unknown god-level civilization cannot teleport to Star A, it will also sail at a very fast speed. And now that 87 days have passed, Star A or even Pandora may have been locked. So, while she was thinking about the problem, in the command cabin, Ney suddenly said with a frightened expression, "Commander, Commander." Chef turned around, looked at her, and asked, "What's wrong? What's there to be so nervous about? Don't you see that Queen Verily is getting along well with us now? It's not Queen Verily." Ney stammered. "Yes, it's Purple Ling Star, our home planet." "What happened to the home planet?" Chef asked. Ney said, "Planet C exploded. and planet Xiling was swallowed up and disappeared. Exploded? Swallowed? Gone? Shev asked angrily. What is gone? Nay replied. Planet C was hit by a luminous object and erupted, engulfing the Xiling star. The entire Xiling star fell into the star. Chapter 422 Pandora's Doomsday. Centauri C is only 4.22 light-years away from the solar system. It is the closest star to the Sun, so it is also called Proxima Centauri. At this moment, not only did Leng Yan observe it erupting, but the Thor fleet also received information about the eruption of Planet C. Just listen to Nay say. Planet C was hit by a luminous object and exploded, engulfing the Xiling star. The entire Xiling star fell into the Sun. It turns out that the Xiling people also described their star as the Sun. Shev was stunned at the time. He didn't yet understand the situation and what was going on. Leng Yan has already realized that Pandora will definitely become the next target of the unknown god-level civilization. 87 days have passed. So in the next time, Pandora may be hit at any time. So she immediately said to Shev, We can't go to Pandora. And we can't go to Planet C either. Change the course immediately. Shev trembled and asked, Change the course? Where are we going? Leng Yan thought for a moment and said, Barnard Star. Barnard Star is 6 light-years away from the Sun. And it is also 6 light-years away from Nammenmen. If we go at an amazing speed, it will take at least 400 years to get there. But she has no insect beasts now, so it is impossible for her to sail such a distant interstellar voyage. However, she is now saying that she is going to Barnard Star. So Shev was extremely surprised and asked, Barnard Star? Leng Yan said, The enemy's next target must be Pandora. We can't go back now. We will be exposed. We are just changing the direction of the route to Barnard. Not going to Barnard. Do you understand? Hurry up and execute it. Shev hesitated, and Nay said, Commander, I think the Queen is right. Please give the order quickly. Shev had no choice but to give the order. Turn everyone. Direction Barnard. And move forward at full speed. Together, the fleet and the swarm began to change course, adjusting their course to the direction of Barnard. Leng Yan began to connect to Pandora through quantum flying insects, so that most of the soldier insects stranded on Pandora began to take off, heading to the orbit, and took away all the insect pupae there on the orbit. A small number of soldiers are left to surround John's Peak and St. Lady's Peak. Jason was connected to the line and said, I have some bad news to tell you now. Pandora is locked by a god-level civilization. Jason asked in surprise. God-level civilization is locked. Cole, what exactly does it mean? Leng Yan said. Purple Ling Star has been destroyed, and the next target is Pandora Star. I don't know the specific time at the moment, so you guys need to move. Otherwise, what would happen otherwise? Die. Oh, God. I'll give you an hour, Leng Yan said. All 18 of you, get on those 2 armored vehicles. Bring protective equipment and dry food, and throw away all useless weapons. At that time, I will ask the senior soldiers to all take you to Pandora. Oh, my God, Jason said. How are we going to evacuate? How long can we live in space? Leng Yan said. I've told you the situation. Whether you can leave or not is your own business. Once in space, I will find a way to help you. You hurry up and prepare. Jason had no choice but to start preparations with his team members. Unexpectedly, after arriving in Pandora, he would have to migrate again not long after he settled down. Leng Yan connected to Azona again and wanted to tell her the truth. But she couldn't bear it because she couldn't take her away now. The swarm was unable to provide air and food for her and others. In space, there was only death. As for the air that Leng Yan used in the bug bag of the advanced soldier bug, it was also air that could not be breathed. She was the queen of the bugs and did not have much requirements for gas. But the air in the bug bag was completely there is no way for humans and Pandora to breathe. As for Monlet sleeping in the chrysalis, such a situation also requires special personnel. And not everyone can sleep in the chrysalis. So she could only take Jason's people away. They had armored vehicles and protective suits, and they could last for a while in space. Azona connected to Leng Yan and asked, My respected goddess, do you have anything to tell me? Leng Yan hesitated to speak, and finally she could only say, Take good care of Saintus Peak, and take good care of yourself. I will be back in 30 days. Yes, my dear goddess. Just don't worry, Azona said with a smile, while waiting for Jason to prepare. Leng Yan had already conveyed the order, asking a high-level soldier insect to remove Meng Lady's pupa, put it into an insect bag, fly away from Pandora, and fly into orbit. Just when this advanced soldier insect had just flown out of Pandora's atmosphere, the quantum flying insect in front discovered a very important piece of information. It was discovered in the giant star planetary system that a planet with a diameter of more than 1,000 kilometers suddenly appeared. A huge hole suddenly appeared in space, about 5 million kilometers away from Pandora. Leng Yan didn't know what this hole was, but she was sure it was related to an unknown god-level civilization. In other words, this god-level civilization had already arrived on planet A, and the humans and Geertz, who stayed on Pandora, were obviously too late. Withdrew? She decisively gave the order to let the soldiers and insects staying in the orbit spin silkworm threads at one of the Azure Dragon-level insect chrysalis. 1,000 high-level soldier bugs spun silk to wrap up the 600-meter-long chrysalis. At the same time, more than 10,000 ordinary soldier bugs attached themselves to the chrysalis and began to push it away from the orbit. There were other Qinglong-level insect pupae and Xuanwu-level insect pupae on the track, and Leng Yan had no time to take them away. We can only save a green dragon-level insect pupa first. 10,000 ordinary soldier insects pushed a blue dragon-level insect chrysalis forward, and there were also 1,000 advanced soldier insects flying while spitting silk to wrap it up. Leng Yan didn't know that the hole that appeared out of thin air was actually a wormhole. At this moment, there was a satellite blocking the wormhole and the pupa she wanted to rescue. So the pupa being taken away could not be seen from the direction of the wormhole. And the satellite in the middle happened to be the John star named by Leng Yan. It was like John was helping her secretly. Leng Yan said anxiously, "Hurry up. Hurry up." After a while, I saw a giant battleship coming out of the wormhole. It had a strange shape and flew quickly towards Pandora. Leng Yan knew that Pandora's end had come. So she connected to Jason and said, "I'm sorry, Jason. I'm sorry. Why are you saying sorry?" Jason shouted. At this moment, all 18 of them had boarded 2 armored vehicles. 2 high-level soldiers flew over, pulled up the armored vehicles, and flew up to take them away. However, Chapter 423 Interstellar Exile. Jason and his life group, 18 people in total, had no time to escape. The battleship of the god-level civilization shot a beam of light at Pandora. And then Pandora was hit. A big hole was immediately blown out where it was hit, and magma quickly erupted. Just like a big orange was hit by a bullet. It exploded, and the whole planet exploded. Everyone who stayed on Pandora, including Jason and other 18 people, and all the Hale people, including Valyen and Azona. No one survived. They all instantly turned into smoke and disappeared into the universe. All the Zerg units staying on the planet were not spared, and all were wiped out, including many soldier insects that were still in orbit and had no time to retreat. High-level soldier insects, as well as Qinglong-level and Xuanwu-level insect beast chrysalis. Through data analysis, a surprising conclusion can be drawn. That is, Pandora was hit by a planet equivalent to 1/3 of its volume. But when the god-level civilization launched an attack on Pandora, it didn't even see it, throwing other planets over. How could it be said that Pandora was hit by another small planet? The battleship of the god-level civilization killed Pandora with just one shot. The battleship began to turn around and pointed the muzzle at John Star. At this moment, on the other side of Star John, there is a swarm of surviving insects consisting of a blue dragon-level insect chrysalis, 1,000 high-level soldier insects, and 10,000 ordinary soldier insects. Seeing that the god-level warship was about to bomb the satellite, Leng Yan quickly ordered the insect swarm to escape quickly. She could not let the insect swarm be destroyed. She had already suffered enough losses today, and now she wanted to minimize the loss. The giant spirit star has a star ring, and the insect swarm quickly fled under the star ring and turned off all the flames. The god-level battleship bombarded it, and Star John was also bombed and torn apart. The investigation results showed that Planet John was also attacked by another small planet and exploded. After killing Planet John, the God-class battleship began to turn its guns, but instead of bombarding other planets, it flew around the wormhole, flew in from the other side of the wormhole, and disappeared into the sky. After a while, the wormhole also disappeared. Leng Yan was stunned. This was the most powerful enemy she had ever encountered since the establishment of civilization, and it was also the first enemy from the universe. The Xiling Star people were not considered enemies, and surrendered without even firing a shot. Leng Yan escaped this disaster because she left Pandora. She knew very well that if she had stayed in Pandora, she would have died by now. She is now about 450 million kilometers away from Pandora, which is exactly $3 Australian. and she changed her route in time. So she was not discovered by a god-level civilization. Otherwise, she would also be targeted now. But she couldn't take it lightly. She said to Chef, "Continue to fly according to the established route, and don't slow down." At this moment, Chef already knew that his home planet Xiling Star no longer existed. In this universe, there were only 3,000 people from Xiling Star in his fleet. She couldn't help but feel extremely sad and said, "Why? How could this happen? Is our Xiling Star really gone?" Lin Yin smiled and said, "What do you think this is? I am much stronger than you. But isn't my Pandora gone? Think about it carefully. Have you Xiling people sent coordinates to the universe?" "Sent coordinates? What do you mean?" Chef asked confusedly. Lin Yin said, "Didn't your scientists send messages aimlessly like the universe?" Chef fell silent. And Nei said, "Yes, Your Majesty. The history books have records that in the process of searching for extraterrestrial civilizations, we, the Xiling people, once used high-power equipment to send friendly messages into the universe. In terms of information, more than a dozen detectors have been sent, which contain various data about our Xiling Star people, as well as messages to say low to unknown alien civilizations." Lin Yin just said stupid and continued to observe her remaining power in Pandora. After counting, there is 1 Azure Dragon level insect pupa, 1,000 advanced soldier insects, and 10,000 ordinary soldier insects. There are no larvae and no spores. In addition to 1 Azure Dragon level pupa, there was also a dormant pupa that survived. This dormant pupa was the one that wrapped Princess Minleet. They are now all concentrated near the star John, under the ring of Jin stars. Lin Yin was worried that the god-level spaceship would appear again. So she ordered the insect swarm left in Galaxy A to continue hiding in the star ring and not move. The star ring is a halo surrounding the planet Titan. There are 13 rings in total, composed of ice blocks and rocks of varying sizes. The insect swarm is hiding here, and with the cover of Pandora Galaxy John star, it is not easy to be discovered. Sure enough, as Lin Yin feared, about an hour later, the wormhole appeared again near the giant spirit star. The god-level spaceship once again flew out of the wormhole, patrolling the galaxy. After patrolling for about half an hour and finding nothing unusual, he entered the wormhole again and disappeared together with the wormhole. Lin Yin was worried and still didn't dare to let her insect swarm fly out of the star ring. So she let them stay in the star ring alone and mine the resources in the star ring on the spot to provide the 2 insect pupae. But here, the insect swarm she led personally, and Chef's Thor fleet were still flying at high speed in the direction of Barnard Star. The Thor's speed is only 0.5x. While Lin Yin's speed is 1x, it can reach a maximum speed of 2x after breaking away from the gravity of the star. So in order to save energy, the human insect mix fleet maintained a speed of 0.5x. Lin Yin no longer lay on the porthole of Chef's Thor battleship, but returned to the bug bag of the senior soldier insect and maintained the connection with Chef. Chef asked, "Verily, what should we do now?" Lin Yin said, "Continue flying and wait until we fly for 3 consecutive days." "But," Chef said, "that god-level civilization has left Pandora. Pandora should be safe now. We can go there and find a place to stay." Lin Yin said, "And what about Planet B? Think about it. It destroyed the Xiling Star in Galaxy C. And then after 87 days, it destroyed me, Pandora. Then the next goal must be it's the Wasteland Star in Galaxy B. But the Wasteland planet is a desolate planet. It has no life and cannot have life. Why does it go to so much trouble to destroy it?" Lin Yin sneered and said, "Don't forget, your reconnaissance spacecraft is now in Galaxy B. So what? If your reconnaissance spacecraft didn't leak the location of my Pandora, how could I, Pandora, be accurately attacked by a god-level civilization? Therefore, this god-level civilization will definitely pursue the location of the reconnaissance spacecraft and destroy it and the wasteland it surrounds." Star. Chapter 424, Avoiding God-Level Strikes. According to Lin Yin, the destruction of Pandora was all due to the Xiling Star people. But after careful analysis, it was indeed the case. If the Xiling Stars did not send a reconnaissance spacecraft to the AB double galaxy, and the reconnaissance spacecraft did not send intelligence to the Xiling Star's home planet, Xiling Star, then Pandora would not be exposed, and the possibility of being destroyed would be much smaller. The unknown mysterious god-level civilization can directly and accurately attack Pandora, which means that they know that Pandora does not have interstellar civilization, and fixed-point strikes are enough. Pandora does not have interstellar civilization. This information was also intercepted by the reconnaissance spacecraft sent to it, obtained from information about the home star Xiling star. At that time, some Qinglong level and Xuanwu level worm pupae were parked in orbit, just on the other side of Pandora. When the battleships of the god-level civilization flew out of the wormhole, they were not discovered quickly. Just give Pandora a shot. The escaped insect swarm, the one with 2 pupae, 1,000 high-level soldier insects and 10,000 ordinary soldier insects, also escaped under the cover of Pandora and John. Therefore, the god-level civilization was not aware of the interstellar civilization in Pandora from beginning to end. The so-called interstellar civilization is a civilization that has the ability to aerospace. Even if the current Earth civilization is still a primitive civilization in front of the cosmic civilization, it can still be regarded as an interstellar civilization. As for the Xiling people, why don't they attack Xiling star, but attack its star C or Proxima Centauri? That's because the Xiling people already have space capabilities and can be considered an interstellar civilization. If only the Xiling star is destroyed, this god-level civilization cannot guarantee that it can completely wipe out the Xiling star, because since it has the ability to interstellar navigation, there may be Xiling star people in the space of the C-star system aircraft. Therefore, the god-level civilization simply fired a bomb at Planet C, destroying Planet C, blowing up the entire Galaxy C, and leaving the Xiling people with nowhere to hide in Galaxy C. As for how a god-level civilization can blow up a star with one move or bombard a planet with one cannon, the existence of such god-level abilities is beyond Leng Yan's imagination. After Leng Yan and Shev's mixed human-insect fleet continued sailing for another day, they received information from the insect swarm stranded in Galaxy A and discovered that a battleship and wormhole of a god-level civilization had appeared in Galaxy B. The information is sent by quantum flying insects, and quantum entanglement communication arrives instantly without any delay. Intelligence showed that the Wasteland star was blasted by a cannon from a god-class battleship, and the Xiling star's reconnaissance spacecraft parked in the orbit of the Wasteland star in Galaxy B was also destroyed. The powerful strength of the unknown god-level civilization makes people tremble with fear. Such strength simply does not dare to be faced, and they can only avoid it from a distance. Peeping in secret will make people tremble with fear, for fear of being discovered. After receiving such information, Leng Yan said to Chef, "Hurry up and order all the warships in your fleet to turn off their engines, turn off their lighting, turn off their centrifuge cabin power, and turn off their photoelectric communications." "What's wrong with Valerie?" Chef asked. "All 3 stars have been inspected. Now they are likely to inspect the channel connecting the AB binary system and the C star. Once they discover us, they will definitely die." Leng Yanchen talked about the powerful relationship between this. The so-called AB double galaxy refers to the binary star system composed of star A and star B, because the distance between star A and star B is very close, only 35 Australian dollars. They will form a double galaxy. Star C is too far away, actually 0.24 light-years away. Therefore, after the existing AB double galaxy, there is a triple star binary system composed of C stars, Nanmen 2. After Leng Yan said that, she first let her insect swarm, 10,000 ordinary soldier insects, all go into the insect bags of their respective high-level soldier insects and mount them, and never come out again. Then all the high-level soldier insects extinguished the flames on their tentacles and flew according to inertia. Shev also realized the seriousness of the situation and issued an order for all battleships to shut down their engines. Since the power of the centrifugal cabin was turned off, there was a phenomenon of weightlessness in the cabin, and the crew members floated. Fortunately, the butterfly men had wings and could fly. In the command cabin of the Thor flagship, only some equipment still had dim light. Shev was suspended in the cabin, and Nay was also suspended. Nay said, "Sir, is our planet really destroyed?" Sheev replied, "The observation equipment can't lie. Planet C exploded. With such a strong explosion, our parent star is only 7 million kilometers away from it. It is difficult to escape this disaster. Sir, we have no home now," they cried. Shev also said sadly, "The 46 million Xiling people will be gone if they die." Just as he said that, a cold virtual image appeared in the air in front of the two of them and said, "We are together now. Even if you don't submit to me, I think it will be difficult for you to survive." Chef said, "But really, didn't you say you have to keep the radio silent? How did you contact us?" "Quantum communication, not radio. Will not expose the target. And this is what I am using now." Chef, you still don't even know quantum entanglement technology. Chev was speechless. Lung Yin added, but it doesn't matter. I have established quantum communication for all 10 of your battleships. If you want to connect to which battleship, just shout in the air. Is it that simple? Chev asked doubtfully. Yes, it's that simple, Lung Yin said very easily. She had already arranged some quantum flying insects into the interior of each battleship. Therefore, it is entirely possible to establish a quantum clearance network in these 10 battleships. Chev tried it, and called all the captains of the other 9 battleships online. Everyone was very puzzled that they could still maintain contact even when the radio was silent. After the network connection was established, Lung Yin said, Okay, from now on, we are on the same front. To put it bluntly, I can survive without you. But without me, your survival will be very difficult. Difficulty? Chef asked. Verily. Do you mean to help us when you say that? It's the same thing, Lung Yin said. Submit to me. So, Chev asked, what are your plans? Wait. Yes, we will return to Pandora after this incident is over. You still want to go to Pandora? Chev asked. But Pandora has been destroyed. Pandora is indeed destroyed. And the planet is indeed not suitable for survival. But Titan has many satellites, which are suitable for resource extraction. If we want to survive, we need many resources, and we do not have to live on the planet. Not living on a planet? Then, Chev asked doubtfully, you can live on a battleship for 60 years. So why not live on a battleship forever? Chapter 425 The Way Home. According to the way of survival, civilization is divided into 2 types, planetary civilization and starship civilization. Planetary civilization, as the name suggests, means that the population lives on the planet. This method has many advantages, such as large living space, sufficient resources, and comfortable life. The disadvantage is that in the event of an emergency, such as an invasion by an extraterrestrial civilization, it will be difficult for the population to evacuate quickly. The second type is the starship civilization. The entire population lives on the battleship. Once a crisis occurs, the population can be quickly evacuated by the fleet. Its disadvantage is that the space is small and resources are tight. The Demon Sword civilization founded by Liu Yi 170 years later, and the humans of the next civilization under his command live on the Hope Star Fortress, and they belong to the Starship civilization. And now, Lung Yan's opinion is that from now on, the only 3,000 Xiling people left will live a life of Starship civilization. Lung Yan said, the disadvantages of Starship civilization are its small space and poor comfort. But it is highly safe and can facilitate quick evacuation in the event of an emergency. After all the information was confirmed. For example, Xiling Star was indeed destroyed. Pandora Star was indeed destroyed. And even the reconnaissance spacecraft stranded in Galaxy B was gone. Under such circumstances, Chef thought over and over again and felt that without Lung Yin, it would be really difficult for his fleet to survive. Not to mention Lung Yin wants to destroy them. Even if they are allowed to survive on their own, it will be very difficult. In such an environment, Chef had no choice but to win and surrender to Lung Yin, becoming a sub-civilization under Blood Dance, and informed the entire fleet crew of the matter. When the crew members learned of this situation, although there were occasional voices of resistance, they were forced to accept the fact of submission. After discovering the explosion of Planet C and immediately deciding to change the course, Lung Yin deployed some quantum flying insects on the spot in order to detect more useful information. Sure enough, about 10 days after the Wasteland Star in Galaxy B was attacked, these quantum flying insects detected that a wormhole appeared near the place. A God-class battleship flew out of the wormhole and observed it on the spot. Then it enters the wormhole and disappears. Quantum flying insect immediately fed back this information to Lung Yin, who then informed Chev of this information. Chev was surprised. Who are they? Why do they want to kill us all? Purple Lingxing and Pandora have been destroyed by them. Why are they still chasing us everywhere? Lung Yin sneered. But when it is impossible to determine whether an unknown civilization is benevolent or malicious, the best way is to destroy it, Chev shouted. What if we have malicious intentions? Can we do anything to him? You can't beat him now, Lung Yin said. What about in the future? Who can guarantee that you won't develop and surpass him one day in the future? At that time, won't you take revenge and destroy him? Oh my God, Chev said. This is such a long shot. Even if I can become stronger, it will be a long time. Is that possible? Chev nodded and said, "Yes, if I have this opportunity, I will definitely destroy him. Avenge my 46 million Xiling Star people. Avenge my 18 Earthlings, 5.2 million Pandora people, and 140,000 Zerg units." "Yes," Chev said. "It seems like we really should join forces. Unite?" Lung Yin said. "What I want is for you to accept my leadership." Chev remained silent. "One day, you will understand." The human-insect mixed fleet just relied on inertia to fly in space, heading in the direction of Barnard. After more than 10 days of flying, some butterfly people in the fleet began to complain and ask questions. They couldn't just keep wandering aimlessly. Going to Barnard Star would definitely not be possible then. Barnard is 6 light years away. With such a far distance, it is better to go to the solar system. Although the solar system is also very far away. It is 4 light years after all, which is half closer than Barnard. But it is also unrealistic to go to the solar system. It is 4 light years away. At the speed of Lingyan Shuowu, it would take 300 years to get there. And at the speed of the Xiling people, it would take 600 years. Regardless of whether it is 300 years or 600 years, the resources will be exhausted in a short time. So the best way is to wait. Wait to confirm that Pandora is indeed safe. Then go back. Park in the Jin Galaxy. Collect enough resources. And then think about the next step. Lung Yan's plan is very clear. That is to build a standard insect swarm. Collect enough resources. And return to the solar system. So now we just wait. Not long ago, an unknown god-level civilization conducted random inspections on the route from Galaxy AB to Star C. Fortunately, Lung Yan had prepared in advance and left the channel in advance. Otherwise her whereabouts would have been exposed and discovered. Now she, her insect swarm, and Chev's fleet no longer exist. The god-level civilization was too powerful. And Ling Yan made up her mind in her heart that one day she would also step onto the altar of a god-level civilization. In this way, this mixed human-insect fleet continued to drift for nearly a month. After confirming that there was indeed no danger, it began to turn around and fly towards Pandora. It is no longer, okay, not to go back at this time. Chev's Thor fleet has begun to experience resource constraints. The fleet's lack of resources is mainly reflected in food. And the ecosystem on the fleet is almost paralyzed. At this time, Lung Yan finally agreed to start returning, accelerating to 0.5x. According to calculations, it will take about 60 days to return to Pandora. Lung Yan herself didn't expect that 90 days had passed since she came out of Pandora to confront Chev's Thor fleet. And it would be another 60 days if she went back again, adding up to 150 days. A whole 5 months. While returning home, through the quantum flying insects, I gave instructions to the insect swarms hidden in the giant spirit star ring, telling them to continue to stay in the star ring and not to return to Pandora or other planets, nor to go anywhere. Collect resources in the star ring on the spot. The only Azure Dragon level insect pupa will take at least 210 days to hatch. There were 1,000 high-level soldier bugs and 10,000 ordinary soldier bugs in the giant spirit star ring. Lung Yan issued an order to select some of these ordinary soldier bugs to pupate. A total of 109 pupae were formed, plus the existing ones. Exactly 110 pupae. Among these 110 pupae, there are 100 Qinglong level insect pupae and 10 Xuanwu level insect pupae. This is the number that a standard insect group, Azure Dragon level insect beasts and Xuanwu level insect beasts, should have. As for the other high-level soldier bugs and common disease bugs that should be included in the standard group, we will wait until she returns. On her way back, she no longer pupated and hatched soldier insects, but continued to produce spores, which she would then cultivate later. The great civilization construction of Blood Dance still needs to continue. Chapter 426 Return to Pandora. It will take another 60 days to return to the Jin Galaxy. During this period, no trace of the unknown god-level civilization has been found. But Ling Yan still did not relax her vigilance. During the flight, Rang Ran kept releasing quantum flying insects, flying around to detect the surrounding situation to ensure safety. Indeed, no enemy was found again, which shows that the unknown god-level civilization has really left. They may have really thought that the civilization in Namin Early was completely wiped out by them. So they left here confidently and boldly. Seeing that it was still some time before reaching the Jin Galaxy, the Thor fleet once again sent out an emergency signal. The ecosystems of many warships were depleted of resources. This would seriously threaten the lives of the crew. After Lung Yan obtained this information, she said to Chef, It will be some time before we can return to Pandora. Your crew cannot starve to death on the road. So just let my insect babies make food for you. Can your Zerg make food? Shev said in surprise. Do you know what my people eat? What are our requirements for air composition and air pressure? Leng Yan just smiled and said, It's such a simple thing. Can it stop me from dancing in blood? You just need to open the airlock and let my insect baby in. The living habits of butterfly people are somewhat similar to that of bee people. They eat pollen and nectar from plants as their main food, and other meat and vegetable omnivores as supplementary food. Now in this situation, Shev had no choice but to agree to Leng Yan's help and open the airlocks of all the centrifugal chambers of the 10 battleships to the swarm. Leng Yan organized a group of ordinary soldiers and entered the Xiling Star warship. Each battleship has 10 centrifuge chambers, and each centrifuge chamber contains 1 or 2 soldiers carrying supplies. The average height of the butterfly people is only about 1 meter and 3 meters. So the doors of their airlocks are very small, less than 2 meters in diameter. As for the cool ordinary soldier bugs, the smallest one is over 2 meters long. So when the soldier bugs enter the airlock, they have to work hard to squeeze in. First squeeze through the outer hatch, then stay in the airlock, and then close the outer hatch. The hatch is already very small, so the airlock is also very narrow. The soldiers staying in the airlock are like a big ball of meat squeezed inside, which is very funny. After it has all squeezed into the airlock, the outer door is closed, and then the inner door is open to let it in. The inner door is also very small, so it takes another hard squeeze to fully enter the centrifuge chamber. After completely entering, the butterfly people in the cabin were shocked. They had never seen such a creature. To them, the soldier bug was a monster, and some of the female butterfly people even screamed in fright. Leng Yan also offered words of comfort, repeatedly emphasizing that these soldiers would not be dangerous to everyone. After the soldiers entered, they were able to transform the ecosystem in their respective centrifuge chambers and improve the living conditions of the butterfly people. The butterfly man evolved from the original purple butterfly of Purple Ling Star, and the purple butterfly is a species of the large butterfly of Purple Ling Star. After 32 million years of long evolution and 12,000 years of civilization development, today's Xiling Star butterfly culture has been established. But it was destroyed in one fell swoop by an unknown mysterious civilization. So sometimes when Shev was chatting with Leng Yan, he said, You can't blame me, the Xiling Star, for coveting your Pandora Star. If we hadn't sent a fleet to Pandora Star, our Xiling Star civilization would have been completely destroyed by now. Don't worry, Leng Yan said. Pandora's Hayert civilization has perished. I failed to protect them. I will not let your Xiling Star civilization be destroyed. I will find a way to let you continue it. Go down. Shev also strengthened his confidence and said, If it can continue to develop, I hope that one day I can eliminate that mysterious god-level civilization and avenge the 46 million dead butterfly people on Xiling Star. But he said that this Xiling Star butterfly man is different from the bee man of the bee sun system. The bee people are a world where women are strong and men are weak, while the butterfly people, like us humans, are a society where men and women are equal. And they also practice monogamy. Regarding monogamy, this is true for everyone. However, in the history of bee people's development, there was a long history of polyandry, which was determined by the social characteristics of bee people. Let's talk about the butterfly people again. Their reproduction method is the same as that of the bee people. They also lay eggs. A female butterfly only lays eggs a few times in her life. She only lays 1 to 3 eggs each time. Both male and female butterflies can hatch. The incubation period is 10 months, and the survival rate is 100%. 90. After the ecosystem of the butterfly people in the centrifuge cabin has been improved, people's emotions have stabilized. The soldiers and insects who have delivered the supplies must evacuate from the centrifuge cabin as soon as possible. Otherwise, they will not be able to get out if it takes too long. You must know that soldier insects also need to grow. At their largest, they can grow up to 5 meters long. If it grows to 5 meters long, it will never be able to get out. Once everything has stabilized, the next thing to do is to wait to return to the Jin Galaxy and rebuild their home. The 60-day voyage finally ended, and the mixed human-insect fleet finally returned to the Jin Galaxy. First, they visited Pandora. The fleet and the swarm were parked in Pandora's orbit. When Leng Yan saw Pandora, she was completely frightened. I saw that a large corner of Pandora was blown off. The entire planet was exploded with dozens of grooves thousands of kilometers wide, and magma erupted and overflowed everywhere. The original green planet has turned into a red planet, and many overhanging peaks have fallen to the ground, cracking the earth. Life. As for life, don't even think about it. There will definitely be no such thing. While in orbit, looking at the devastated Pandora, Leng Yan couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. She didn't expect that so many Pandora stars would just disappear. She also hopes that Wall Rock will unify Pandora. And she also fantasizes that she can establish the image of a goddess on Pandora. She has the Saintess Peak and the divine attendant of the 12 palaces ready. As a result, these people all died. She also wanted to take care of Jason and the other 18 Earthlings so that they could live their lives here safely and comfortably. But this dream was shattered. Leng Yan did not stay in the insect bag of the advanced soldier insect, but was suspended in space, looking at Pandora, and couldn't bear to look away for a long time, actually thinking about what to do next. But before she could think about it, Shev finally sent a message. Verily, do you have any plans for future development? Leng Yan hesitated for a while and said, Actually, I want to tell you that we need to build a strong civilization, purchase enough resources, and leave here. Where can you go? Solar system. Solar system? Oh my god! It's 4 light years away. It takes 500 to 600 years to get there. So what? Leng Yan asked back. It took you 600 years to get here from Xiling Star. It takes us 600 years to go to the solar system. This is just a matter of numbers. You butterfly people must spend your time on the space journey. Many generations ago. Chapter 427 The successful hatching of the first green dragon-level insect beast. Returned to Pandora. But at this time, Pandora is obviously not suitable for human survival. Leng Yan suggested that Shev set his civilization to the model of a starship civilization, which means that his people will all survive on battleships in the future. But now it is impossible for him to live on the planet. In this god-level attack, the air on Pandora was basically stripped away. The oceans were evaporated. And as for the plants, they were all burned by the high temperature, burned to death and hungry. For humans like the butterfly people, they cannot live without air and water. But for the Zerg, it doesn't matter at all. Leng Yan allowed the insect swarms in the star ring to continue stationed there, and let the soldier insects there collect resources nearby in the star ring. The insect swarms he leaves remain in the orbit of Pandora, traveling between Pandora and the orbit to collect resources. At the same time, the spores she had created before began to hatch, due to the harsh environment of Pandora, which was not suitable for pupation and hatching. All the pupae were placed in orbit. The pupae of ordinary soldier bugs are attached to the bodies of high-level soldier bugs, either in bug bags, or directly attached to the bodies of high-level soldier bugs. As for the pupae of advanced soldier insects and insect beasts, they are directly exposed to space and placed in orbit, and ordinary soldier insects take care of them and supply resources. In this way, Leng Yan regained her old ways and restarted the era of Zerg construction. A temporary setback could not defeat her. Now she has 2 enemies, Leng Li and an unknown god-level civilization. The former is her mortal enemy. He will chase her to the edge of the universe to find her and kill her. And this unknown god-level civilization is now her mortal enemy. As long as there is a chance, she will destroy it. Even if she doesn't know who it is. She believes that one day, she will find out who she is. And then continue to develop yourself and wait until you are strong enough to challenge it and destroy it. The 10 battleships of the Thor fleet all have aging materials, and the space is also very small. At this time, Leng Yan proposed to build a super battleship for them. In Leng Yan's plan, this super battleship will have a diameter of more than 10 kilometers, and can accommodate at least 1 million people living comfortably inside it. To build a warship, the first thing to solve is the problem of materials. This problem is not a problem for Leng Yan, because the body of each Zerg unit in her Zerg swarm is itself a super material. Otherwise her Zerg units cannot carry out the 2x maximum speed, flight, and survival flight and combat in a vacuum environment. Therefore, the Zerg directly replaced the construction of the warship. But after it was built, the material would not have the same metallic texture as the human warship. From the outside, it looks more like a giant space creature. Therefore, this conceived super battleship is also called a biological battleship, because the materials used to construct it can be said to be biological materials, since it can support at least 1 million people. It is not just a battleship, but a fortress. It can be called a biological fortress or a biological interstellar fortress. It is somewhat similar to the Star Fortress of the Demon Sword, except that the Star Fortress of the Demon Sword can accommodate 5 million people, while the cold biological fortress is much less, with only a capacity of 1 million people. But this number is enough. Since it is so big, it belongs to the Azure Dragon level. But it is not an insect beast. Green Dragon level biological interstellar fortress. Similarly, an interstellar fortress built with such biological materials has internal air systems, water resources systems, temperature, plant growth and other systems. The most important thing is that it has an internal downward gravity system. And there are multiple airlock entrances and exits on the periphery of this super biological fortress. The construction period is 1,500 days, which is the same time as the Xuanwu level insect beast. The size of the biological fortress is the Azure Dragon level. And the incubation cycle of the Azure Dragon level insect beasts is only 300 days. However, the Azure Dragon level fortress is constructed and the internal system is quite complex. So it is not comparable to the Azure Dragon level insect beasts. Therefore, the construction period of just an Azure Dragon level fortress is as long as that of a larger Xuanwu level insect beast. The construction of the first Azure Dragon level super biological fortress began, and the pupae of another 8,000 high-level soldier insects began to hatch at the same time. 100 Azure Dragon level insect beasts hatched at the same time, and 10 Xuanwu level insect beasts hatched at the same time. It is planned that 100 million ordinary soldier insects are in continuous production. The entire Pandora, from the ground to the orbit, was busy and dense with ordinary soldiers and insects flying back and forth to collect and transport supplies. 30 days after Leng Yan returned to Pandora with the fleet of Xiling stars, the number of high-level soldier insects had reached 10,000. The number of 10,000 high-level soldier insects is exactly the standard number for a standard insect swarm. So Leng Yan stopped the continued incubation of high-level soldier insects, and continued to hatch ordinary soldier insects and insect beasts, as well as collect and reserve materials, and continue to build a Green Dragon level biological fortress. If the creation of civilization is recorded as the 0 day, on the 0th, a civilization was created and named Blood Dance. The attribute of the civilization is Zerg. The supreme leader of the civilization is Leng Yan, also known as Virulai. Its attribute is a White Tiger level Zerg unit, or the Blood Blade Queen or the Grand Queen. On the 30th, Leng Yan personally led an expedition to attack the Xiling Star fleet headed by Shev. On the 60th, the two sides contacted each other peacefully and received the Xiling Star to destroy the galaxy. After that, Pandora and the Wasteland Star of Galaxy B were hit by god-level attacks one after another. The human-insect mixed fleet composed of Leng Yan and Shev drifted outside to avoid the attack. On the 90th, the exile ended and the return to Pandora began. After 60 days of running around, we finally returned to Pandora on the 150th and started major construction. On the 180th, there were 10,000 high-level soldier insects, 1 million ordinary soldier insects, and other insect pupae continuing to hatch. On the 210th, other numbers remained unchanged, and the number of ordinary soldier insects increased to 3.5 million. On the 240th, with other numbers unchanged, the number of common soldier insects increased to 6 million. On the 270th to 8.5 million. On the 300th to 12 million. And on the 330th to 14.5 million. At this time, Xuanwu's first Azure Dragon level insect beast also hatched. An insect beast with a length of more than 1,000 meters appeared in space, swimming in space, like a giant electric eel, which was spectacular. 1,000 meters in length is only the size of a Green Dragon level insect beast that hatches. As it develops, it will continue to grow until it reaches a length of about 10,000 meters before it can stop. After the first Green Dragon level insect beast hatched, Leng Yan was really happy. She stood on the insect beast's head, grabbed the tentacles growing out of the insect beast's head with both hands, and drove it to soar in space. And at the same time, the Xiling people in the Thor fleet also saw this wonder in space. Chapter 428 The Insect Beast Takes Me to Travel in Space. Nanmen 2. AB Double Galaxy. A galaxy. Titanic star, formerly known as Polyphemus star system. Pandora star orbit. In this cosmic space, from the ground of Pandora to the orbit, and even several adjacent natural satellites, there are Zerg everywhere. 10,000 high-level soldier bugs and 14.5 million ordinary soldier bugs are walking in this vast airspace. And they can be densely packed. But even at this scale, it is far from reaching the stunning expected value, which is the goal of a standard insect swarm. The number of ordinary soldier insects must reach 100 million. Among this huge number of insect swarms, there are more than 100 giant insect pupae, hatching green dragon-level insect beasts and Xuanwu-level insect beasts. In addition to these insect units, there is actually a green dragon-level insect beast with a length of 1,000 meters swimming among the insect swarms. On the head of this giant, there is a woman standing on it, without any protection, just like that exposed to kilometers of space, holding the tentacles on the insect beast with both hands. It is like controlling the insect beast, traveling in space and shuttle among the insect swarms. The huge green dragon-level insect beast flew in front of a battleship, just in time to see the butterfly man in the battleship's command cabin. They were also looking at it in space, and the woman riding on its head with surprised eyes. It's the Blood Blade Queen Leng Yan. Leng Yan has not changed since she transformed into a height of 3.6 meters. She has always been 3.6 meters tall, standing on the head of the insect beast. He waved his hand towards the battleship. In the command module, Nate clenched her hands into fists and said with an extremely envious expression, "She is so amazing! She can actually fly in space. There is no air or air pressure. And she is still fine." Shev looked back at her and said, "She is no longer a human being. What is there to envy? She is a god." Nay said, "What's wrong with God? There is no god in this universe. We can only say that she is just a Zerd now." Shev expressed his views, but their conversations were all under cold surveillance. There are quantum flying insects inside every battleship, which can all play a surveillance role. The screen flashed, and a cool image appeared on the virtual screen, saying, "Hey, how are you doing? What do you think of my little dragon?" "Little dragon?" Shev said. "Is this a little dragon? It's so big, but you actually call it a little dragon." This kind of insect beast is also called the Qinglong level insect beast. So Leng Yan calls it Xiaolong. She called ordinary soldiers bugs baby bugs, high-level soldier bugs called little birds, and green dragon-level bugs called little dragons. She didn't know that when the even bigger Xuanwu-level bug beasts were born, she would how to call it. Leng Yan said, "Although it is big, it must be obedient. It is very good. It obeys me very well, and is very good." As he spoke, he stamped his bare feet on the insect beast's head. But the insect beast did not react at all, and continued to fly. "I like it very much. All units in the swarm are my children. No matter how big it is no exception. Well, you are the queen. You can do whatever you want." "The one named Nay," Leng Yan said. "Doesn't he look envious when he looks at you?" "Yes, your majesty," Nay said excitedly. "You have a pair of big blue wings, and are a very beautiful butterfly," Leng Yan said. "How about it? Do you want to fly in space like me? But there is a vacuum in space. I can't survive in space. Just tell me if you want to come. Think. Okay. Put on your space suit and wait for me at the airlock. I'll pick you up in a moment." "Okay. Okay." Nay clapped her hands and said excitedly about to put on the spacesuit. Chef grabbed her and said, "Nay, don't go. Don't worry, Commander." Nay maintained her excitement. "The Queen will protect me." As he said that, he went to the dressing room. Chef looked at her back and couldn't help but shook his head. An officer next to him came over and said, "I think it's okay, Commander. The eldest lady is fine." Nay is Chef's captain's assistant and also his daughter, so she is called the eldest lady, which is also the first daughter of the fleet. But Nate put on her space suit and walked towards the airlock. Dad's space protective suit is even designed with wings inside. That is to say, their body, hands, feet and wings are all protected in the space protective suit. Chef took Nay to the airlock and sent her into the airlock. The inner door closes and the airlock begins to pump air. After a while, the air in the airlock was evacuated. Nay hesitated for a moment before opening the outer hatch of the airlock. She saw a very large Zerd standing outside. But it was a high-level soldier. I saw this high-level soldier insect stretched out 2 tentacles, wrapped around Nay's waist, and pulled her over. Nay let out a scream and floated into space. On the channel, Chev asked earnestly, "What's wrong, girl?" "Ha. It's okay. I'm fine," Nay said quickly. The tentacles had already pulled down the senior soldier insect's chest, placed it in a bug bag, and sealed it. There is a screen in the bug bag, and you can see the situation in the command module of the battleship. And you can also see the cool look on the head of the bug beast flying in space. "How's it going? How do you feel?" Leng Yan asked. "I can only put you in a bird's worm bag. I can't let you fly in space like me. This is already good," Nay said. "I'm very content," Leng Yan added. The air and air pressure inside the bug bag will be adjusted later. And then you can take off the mask and breathe inside. Ah, that's great. The senior soldier insect carried Ney away from the battleship and flew towards the insect beast. After a while, the insect beast controlled by Leng Yan also flew over. The high-level soldier insect also flew to the insect beast's head, stretched out its tentacles, and entangled them with the insect beast's tentacles to secure it. Leng Yan came to the senior soldier insect, looked at Ney inside through the transparent bag membrane of the insect beast, and asked, "How are you doing? It's so exciting. So fun," Ney said. "Thank you, Queen Verily. As long as you like it," Leng Yan said. "Be careful. The little dragon will be carrying us rolling in space soon." As soon as she finished speaking, the insect beast carried the two of them and rolled violently in space, and they could only see the surrounding scenery rotating like earth-shaking. They kept screaming in fear, while Leng Yan showed no fear and stood firmly on the insect beast's head. There is no air in space, so there is no way to scream. So she conveyed the message she wanted to express to Shev and Ney through brainworm waves. But it was her excited cry. Chapter 429 100 Million Soldier Insects. Leng Yan took Ney for a swim in space, and finally sent her back to the battleship. Before leaving, Ney asked, "I was so happy today. Can I still do it in the future?" Leng Yan said, "That's no problem. If I think about it in the future, I will take you to travel in space." "Then thank you, Queen." Leng Yan really didn't lie to her, and she would often take her out for travel when she had time in the future. But it was said that on the 330th day, when Leng Yan founded civilization, there were 14.5 million ordinary soldier insects, 10,000 high-level soldier insects, green dragon-level insect beasts, and several other insect pupae. On the 360th day, the number of common soldier insects increased to 17 million. On the 390th day to 19.5 million. And on the 420th day to 22 million. When the 450th day arrived, in addition to the high-level soldier insects, which were still 10,000, the number of ordinary soldier insects had increased to an astonishing 24.5 million. Although there was still a certain distance from the standard number of 100 million. At this time, another army was born. The second one is the green dragon-level insect beast. This allowed the insect swarm of Blood Dance civilization to have two green dragon-level insect beasts, and also opened the double dragon era of Snow Dance civilization. However, this era of twin dragons did not last long, and was broken one after another by civilization itself. On the 480th, there were 27 million ordinary soldier insects, 10,000 high-level soldier insects, and an explosive increase of 16 green dragon-level insect beasts, reaching 18, which was a big step away from the standard number of 100. During this period, Leng Yan would often fly around with a green dragon-level insect beast, accompanied by other green dragons and a kind of soldier insect. Sometimes she would also take Ney out to fly for a while, and occasionally people from the fleet. He asked to come out and go crazy, but she agreed to take him with him. Time goes on and development continues. On the 510th, the number of ordinary soldier insects reached 29.5 million, and the number of high-level soldier insects was 10,000. The remaining blue dragon-level insect pupae were all hatched during this month, making the number of blue dragon-level insect beasts reach the standard group of 100. Standard. As for the Xuanwu-class insect beasts, they have been incubating, and the first and only biological fortress is also under construction. The four major combat units of ordinary soldier insects, advanced soldier insects, green dragon-level insect beasts, and basalt-level insect beasts have already reached the quantity standard of high-level soldier insects and green dragon-level insect beasts. The rest is to wait for the basalt-level insect pupae to be hatched. And the number of ordinary soldiers and insects is constantly increasing. The number of ordinary soldier bugs is also growing rapidly at a rate of 2.5 million per month. On the 1020th day, the number of ordinary soldier insects increased to 72 million, and was about to reach the 100 million mark, while the Xuanwu-level insect beasts were still incubating, and their fastest incubation cycle was 1,500 days. On the 1,380th day, the number of ordinary soldier insects finally reached the full capacity of the standard insect swarm, 100 million. Even so, the 10 Xuanwu-level insect beasts are still incubating and have not been born. All time is calculated according to the customs of the earth. 1,380 days is 46 months, or 2 months apart from 4 years. Leng Yan sighed with emotion. Unexpectedly, she had lived in Pandora for 4 years, when the number of ordinary soldier insects, the most basic combat unit in her insect swarm, reached 100 million. She decided to establish a time calendar, taking the day she arrived at Pandora as day 1 and redefining it as day 0. Not too lazy to think too much. I simply define the calendar as the insect calendar, using the Earth's timekeeping system. But it is slightly different. Hours, minutes and seconds are the same as on the Earth. And a day is also defined as 24 hours. There are no big or small months. And each month has a uniform 30 days. Every 4 years. After a total of 48 months in 4 years, a 21-day leap month will be added. This means that this leap month, with only 21 days, will be completed in the 12th month of the 4th year. Superior. So when the basic combat unit of the insect swarm, ordinary soldier insects, reaches the standard of 100 million, the time has come. October 30th. Year 4 of the insect calendar, corresponding to Earth time, May 14th, 2022 AD. After so many days, Leng Yan saw that the dawn was right in front of her eyes. In 4 months, her Xuanwu-level insect beast would be hatched, which would be a giant creature in space. The minimum size of a Xuanwu-level insect beast is 150 kilometers long, and it can carry a large number of soldier insects or a large number of resources. While developing the insect swarm, Leng Yan did not forget to continuously collect resources. After 4 months, she can consider her second step plan, an expedition to the solar system. Logically speaking, when she came out of the solar system, she should return to the solar system. Since it was an expedition, she should not interfere with the solar system. However, she understood that Leng Li was in the solar system. Maybe the solar system would have been destroyed by now. She has occupied it. So she wants to go on an expedition to the solar system. The so-called expedition to the solar system is actually an expedition to Leng Li. And at this time, on October 30th, year 4 of the insect calendar, a king insect was actually born out of 100 million ordinary soldier insects. The so-called insect king means that it can become the queen of the insect race, thus creating a new insect swarm. The insect king has the ability to parasitize. And if it finds a suitable host, it can parasitize an excellent feudal queen. The previous Princess Meng Lei met this condition and was placed in a chrysalis to hibernate. For years have passed in the blink of an eye. Minret turned out to be the princess of the Luminescent tribe on Pandora and the sister of Wal Yin, the chief of the Luminescent tribe. However, Pandora suffered a god-level attack from an unknown god-level civilization and was destroyed. All living things on the planet died, including all the Hale people. Meng Mei is now the only survivor of Pandora. If she is willing to accept parasitism, then she will become the queen of the vassal. After becoming the queen of the vassal, she was not a human race in a strict sense. That is, she was not a Pandora star, but an out-and-out Zerg. But if she is unwilling to accept the parasite, she can either continue to sleep or wake up. She is terminally ill and will eventually die if she wakes up. Even if he doesn't wake up, he will eventually wake up one day, and he will inevitably die. So Leng Yan plans to wake her up and convince her to become her first feudal queen. In the orbit around Pandora, there are 10 huge chrysalises parked, each with a length of 150 kilometers. Around these giant insect chrysalises, there are many Zerg units parked here for protection. Leng Yan rode an ordinary soldier insect and shuttled among these big guys. After a while, a high-level soldier insect flew close to her. When they met, both sides stopped flying. Leng Yan came to this high-level soldier insect. There is a glowing bug bag on the chest of this high-level soldier bug, which contains a chrysalis. And inside this chrysalis is the dormant Monlatte, facing the sleeping Meng Lei. Leng Yan didn't know where to start. With so many thoughts on her mind, she decided that she still wanted to tell the truth to Monlet. So she began to use brain insect waves to communicate with Monlet and the insect chrysalis in the insect bag. Chapter 430 Call from Earth. On the track, Leng Yan told Meng Lei in the chrysalis the news of Pandora's destruction. The news reached Meng Lei's mind through the brainworm wave. Although Meng Lei was in dormancy, she could still learn the news. She saw the insect chrysalis in the senior soldier's insect bag suddenly trembling, and it became more and more intense, as if the people inside were about to rush out. Leng Yan said, actually transmitting brain waves to Meng Lei in the chrysalis. What's the use of your excitement now? Pandora has been destroyed, and the enemy is a very powerful god-level civilization. I can't even fight against it. During this disaster, many of my swarm units were killed. So all you have to do now is to survive and wait for the time to come to eliminate this mysterious power and take revenge. Only I can make your revenge successful. And the only way is to become my vassal queen. Think about it for yourself, and let me know when you have figured it out. Lun Yin said and left. But before the soldier insect she was riding had flown far, there were brainwaves telling her that Meng Lei had figured it out and was willing to become her vassal queen. Looking at the high-level soldier insect, the glowing insect bag, the insect chrysalis inside, and Meng Lei Te inside the insect chrysalis, Lun Yin thought, your choice is right. Give the command to that 1 in a million insect king and let it fly over. The so-called insect king is actually a soldier insect. If it cannot find a host to parasitize, it will just be an ordinary soldier insect, no different from the other 100 million ordinary soldier insects. However, now that it has a host, it becomes a bug king, or it is called a bug king or a soldier bug. But it was said that the insect king soldier insect came to the advanced soldier insect. The advanced soldier insect opened the insect bag, and the insect pupa was released. The soldier king insect hugged the insect pupa, and tentacles grew out of its head, and had sex with the insect pupa. Connect, and then maintain this position without moving. After about an hour, the two finally separated, and the king of soldiers also withered and died. In fact, the process of parasitism is quite specific. The real parasite is not the soldier king worm, but its brain worm. Brain worms are very small, too small to be seen with the naked eye, and large ones are only a few millimeters in size. Brain worms will be injected into the host's body to complete their parasitism. After the parasitism is completed, the carrier of the brain worm has completed its mission, and the body will wither and die. This is just like when Dan's parasitized Lun Yin. He also parasitized the brain worm into Lun Yin's body, and then the so-called big electric ray died. But it was the Zerg Queen's body that died, not her mind. After the parasitism was completed, Dan's thoughts and memories came to Lun Yan's brain and coexisted with Lun Yan's thoughts and memories. Now the situation of parasitizing Meng Lei is the same, except that Lun Yan is parasitizing the queen, while Meng Lei is parasitizing the king of soldiers. After the parasitism is completed, Meng Lei cannot emerge from the pupa immediately, but must continue to pupate for 1,500 days before emerging from the pupa. This is a bit different from Lun Yan. Lun Yan was 14 years old when she was parasitized. She did not feel anything when she was parasitized. She was never aware of it, and did not need to pupate. None of the Blood Blade Queen's characteristics were revealed. It was only when she was 20 years old that Queen Dan's memory was awakened, and the characteristics of the Blood Blade Queen were awakened, making her truly become the Blood Blade Queen. My sister Lun Li is in the same situation as her. Even the vassal queen Luo Xiaoxue 700 years later was in a similar situation. Luo Xiaoxue is also parasitizing the queen of Zerg, and the parasite is a mutant of Minano. Although Minano was an inconspicuous soldier insect under Queen Dan's at the beginning, she was the queen with a 1 in 2 billion chance of evolving, not the soldier king insect. Therefore, Luo Xiaoxue did not need to pupate after being parasitized. It took many years after being parasitized to awaken her consciousness and become the real Blood Blade Queen. The current situation of Meng Lei Te is quite special. She is parasitized by the king of soldiers and needs to undergo pupation and purification for at least 1,500 days. This is purification, not evolution. After 1,500 days, the Blood Blade Queen's true awakening can be completed when she emerges from the pupa. However, it was said that Meng Lei Te's pupae were once again put into the insect bag of high-level soldier insects. During the later pupa formation and purification, soldier insects would provide the nutrients needed for purification for a period of time. Finally, she will have her first feudal queen. And Lun Yin is also very happy, which means that her blood dance will be twice as powerful. The queen of the domain is also the queen of the blood blade. As long as the highly intelligent human race is parasitized, the queen of the Zerg becomes the queen of the blood blade. It's just that the blood blade queen like Lun Yin is the great queen and the only supreme ruler of the entire civilization, while the other blood blade queens are all vassal queens. The feudal queen can also lead a standard insect swarm. In that case, the stunning blood dance civilization will have 2 insect swarms, and the number of ordinary soldier insects will reach 200 million. The queen of the quasi-domain, Meng Lei, continues to pupate and hibernate. The numbers of ordinary soldier insects, advanced soldier insects, and green dragon level insect beasts have reached the number of the standard group. Then the next step is to wait for the hatching of the 10 Xuanwu level insect beasts. These 10 Xuanwu level insect beasts will begin to hatch one by one on the 1,650th day. So there are still 270 days left. which is 9 months. Originally, they were the pupae of Xuanwu-level insect beasts. But unfortunately, they were all destroyed during the God-level attack. This batch of Xuanwu-level insect beasts began to hatch on the 150th day. So the cycle needs to be at least 1500. Adding 150 days to the day will naturally become 1650 days. In addition to these 10 Xuanwu-level insect beasts, there is also a biological fortress, which will also be built on the 1650th, since we have to wait for another 270 days. And during these 270 days, no new Zerg units will be born. Leng Yan still has something to do, and that is to let her Zerg units collect resources for backup. An expedition to the solar system will take at least 300 years. How can we reach the solar system without bringing more resources? While waiting for the birth of Xuanwu on the 1650th day, everything was going very smoothly. But on the 1596th day, I actually received a message from the Earth. Leng Yan was very surprised. She never thought that she would receive information from the Earth. And it was still traditional photoelectric information. And the energy of this information was very high. Otherwise, if the energy was small, the signal would have been attenuated to nothing at a distance of 4 and a few light years. Before reading this message, Leng Yan did a random calculation and discovered a problem. That is, 1596 divided by 365 almost equals 4.37. The distance of Nam-Na from the solar system is exactly 4.37 light years. In other words, this message was sent from the Earth on the first day of the first month of the first year of the insect calendar. That day happened to be the time when Leng Yan came to Pandora from the Earth. What problem does this illustrate? Chapter 431 Your Insect Swarm. On the first day of the first year of the insect calendar, Leng Yan came to Pandora and had a decisive battle with her sister Lengli. As a result, not only did she not be defeated, but she was allowed to escape to the Earth. The way to escape was through the wormhole in the teleportation gate. After Lengli escaped, she destroyed the teleportation device and trapped Leng Yan in Pandora. So based on this analysis, Leng Yan guessed whether this message was sent by Lengli. At this time, it has been more than 4 years. According to the fact that photoelectric signals propagate at the speed of light, regardless of signal attenuation. It is just received now. With various speculations in mind, Leng Yan began to interpret this message. There is no need to crack it. Just read it directly. It is indeed from Lengli. This is a text message. The full text is as follows. Dear sister, I have come to Earth now. I don't know if you can receive this message. If you can, it may have been more than 4 years. What I want to tell you is, I accidentally broke the teleportation device here, and also killed the people in the underground base. They are too fragile and will die if they touch them accidentally. So you can't blame me. Oh, by the way, I am sending you this message just to tell you that I am going to find Mama Xiang now. I haven't seen her for many years. I don't know how she is doing now. I miss her very much. After saying goodbye to Mama Xiang, I will have an even greater feat, which is to conquer the entire Earth. All disobedient people will be killed, and I will build a new pure world. Sister, when you come back, let's rule the Earth together. After reading this message, Leng Yan couldn't help but become furious, which meant that Lengli had already planned to kill Mama Xiang as soon as she arrived on Earth. At the same time, she could also imagine the situation at that time. Lengli passed through the wormhole in the portal and returned to Earth instantly. On the Earth side, in the portal laboratory of the Alpha Research Group's underground base, just as people were stunned, Lengli had already begun to kill. With her ability, it is no problem to kill everyone in the base. Instantly destroy the important equipment on the teleportation facility. Then start the killing spree. Kill everyone in the base. Leave the base. Fly to space. Break out of the atmosphere. Arrive above the welfare institution. And then re-enter the atmosphere. When they arrived at the orphanage, they found Lao Xiang's location and waited secretly to let Leng Yan witness her murder. After that, Lengli began to implement her grand plan. It is very likely that the current Earth has become a purgatory world under Lengli's dark rule. So Leng Yan wants to go back even more. Even if it takes 300 years to fly back, she still has to fly back and kill her with her own hands. She thought of many possibilities for this. For example, the closest star to the solar system is Proxima Centauri. Nanmenmen is the closest group of stars to the solar system. Lengli and Leng Yan are at the same level. If she flies to Nam-Na, it will take at least 300 years, just like Leng Yan flies back to Earth. Therefore, Lengli will not fly over. She is ruthless. But she does not hate evil. Moreover, flying between Nanmin 2 and the solar system is not only a matter of 300 years of time, but also involves the issue of massive resources. So she will sit on the Earth and wait for her arrival. The solar system has plenty of resources for her to use. Leng Yan was at Nanmin number 2. She couldn't wait for Leng Li to come to her door. So she had to take the initiative. And this involved resource issues. So this is a big disadvantage for Leng Yan. She had to plan how to defeat Leng Li despite the lack of resources after the expedition to the solar system. When she was about to fly to the solar system, she took the lead in releasing quantum flying insects to conduct intelligence reconnaissance ahead and searched for dwarf planets in the Kuiper Belt for resource supply. Resource issues are one issue. And another issue is the number of insect swarms. When the levels are the same and the attributes are the same, there is a question of quantity. The characteristic of the Anata Zerg is that a queen can only lead one swarm, and the basic combat unit of a swarm is 100 million, which is 100 million ordinary soldier worms. If you want to expand your power, you need to develop the domain queen. The current Leng Yan is already a vassal queen, and that is Meng Lei Te, who is still in the purification process. So her military strength can be expanded to 200 million. But Leng Li is different. She is now on Earth, which has a population of 7.5 billion. Although the requirements for vassal queens are very high, with such a huge population base, it is difficult to guarantee that Leng Li will not develop many vassal queens. If she can develop 1,000 vassal queens, then her military strength can be expanded to 100 billion. Such a huge number is difficult for Leng Yan to match. This is what she is worried about. But she has strengthened her determination. That is, no matter how strong Leng Li is, no matter how unfavorable her conditions are, she will kill Leng Li to avenge John and avenge Xiang's mother, and avenge so many people she killed on Earth. The message said by Leng Li contained a huge amount of energy, which allowed it to travel such a long distance. Otherwise, it would have decayed to nothing. Furthermore, when the message arrived, it happened to be received by her, and the remaining energy was received by Nanmin. It is absorbed by the celestial bodies within 2 miles, so there is no danger of exposing the solar system. However, Leng Yan said that after receiving this information, she remembered it firmly and continued to concentrate on construction. She only waited for all the Xuanwu-level insect beasts to hatch before she began to embark on the expedition. She also didn't expect to reply to a message to Leng Li, fearing that the message would be intercepted by other unknown civilizations on the way. In that case, her location in Nanmin 2 would be exposed to other unknown civilizations again. Time continues to move forward, and the big construction is coming to an end. Finally, on the 1650th day, the first Xuanwu-level insect beast hatched successfully. This was a super big guy with a length of 150 kilometers. Think about it. An aircraft carrier is only about 300 meters long, and the length of a Xuanwu-class insect beast is equivalent to the length of 500 aircraft carriers connected together. If a Xuanwu-level insect beast hits a living planet at high speed, such as the Earth, it can cause devastating disasters to the planet. You can imagine how huge it is. Moreover, such a huge figure cannot land on the planet, and is basically parked in orbit. Almost 10 days after this, a Xuanwu-level insect beast was born. On the 1740th day, all 10 Xuanwu-level insect beasts were hatched. This stone supergiant parked in Pandora's orbit and became Pandora's satellite. Occasionally, they break away from the shackles of Pandora, enter the orbit of the giant star, and become a satellite of the giant star together with Pandora. On the 1750th, the first and only biological fortress in a long time was successfully built, and 3,000 Xiling star butterfly people began to immigrate like a fortress from the warship they had relied on for more than 60 years. Chapter 4, 32,000-legged turtle star fortress. The 1750th day is September 19th, 5th year of the insect calendar, or a certain date in 2024 AD. After nearly 5 years of development, Leng Yan finally built a standard insect swarm. One white tiger-level Zerg unit, the Bloodblade Queen, herself, commands the entire Zerg swarm and the entire Zerg civilization. Xuanwu-level insect beasts. 10 pieces. 100 green dragon-level insect beasts. There are 10,000 Suzaku-level Zerg units. That is, high-level soldiers. The basic combat unit is ordinary soldier bugs, mainly light bugs, 100 million of them. There is also a biological interstellar fortress that can accommodate 1 million various human races. Currently, there are only 3,000 Xiling star people living there. On September 19th, The fort welcomed its first permanent residents. The length of the fortress is the same as the Xuanwu-class insect beast, with a length of 150 kilometers. The Xiling Star warships are insignificant in front of it. A battleship is only 500 meters long, and 10 of them connected together are only 5 kilometers long. 10 warships approached the fortress. Many tentacle-like things stretched out from the fortress, and were connected to the outer hatch of the battleship's airlock. These tentacles are like connecting pipes. After being connected, many people do not dare to walk through these tentacle pipes. Leng Yan displays her image in front of people, showing it to everyone with a smiling face, encouraging everyone to enter. Among the butterfly people, people generally believe that this so-called interstellar fortress is actually a huge insect, just like Xuanwu, but with a different appearance. Therefore, entering the fortress is equivalent to entering this giant insect. It's the same as in the worm's belly. So people generally have fear, because many people dare not go in. Nei stood at the front of the crowd, turned around and said loudly, "Don't you all dare to go in? I believe in verily. So I will be the first to go in. If everything is fine, it will not be too late for you to come in again." One of them said, "Miss, it's not that we don't believe in verily. If she really wanted to attack us, she wouldn't go to such trouble and just destroy us. But this big guy does look like it's a big bug, so it's not unreasonable for us to be afraid." The appearance of this fortress does look very much like a huge creature, much like a large turtle with many legs on both sides. And this 1,000-legged turtle also has many tentacles waving around. There are flame holes on its tentacles and feet, which will emit flames when flying. Nei said, "Okay, I'll go in and take a look first. In short, we must go in and live. Our battleship is too old to be good, and is overwhelmed. Sooner or later it will be scrapped." After that, he opened the airlock and went in. Chef followed closely and said, "I'll go with you. It's okay, sir," Nei said with a smile. "You can come along. It will be fine anyway." Together, the two of them, along with a few more people, exited the airlock, entered the connecting pipe, and began to walk forward. The passage was very spacious and bright. It was not very long. It didn't take long to walk through it, and when we arrived inside the fortress, it was a very empty space, and the air inside was also very good. And you can see vines growing everywhere, with various flowers blooming on the vines and bearing various fruits. Nei stretched out her hands, spun around, and shouted excitedly, "Ah! It's so beautiful here, so spacious, much more comfortable than in a battleship." After that, she fluttered her wings and flew up again, shuttled through the vine jungle, flew over various flowers, and said, "The pollen here smells so good. It must be delicious. I want to try it." Chef shouted from below, "Come down, girl. The pollen needs to be processed and cannot be eaten raw." The original big butterfly of Xiling Star ate pollen. So the butterfly people that have evolved to the present also eat pollen as their main food. Just like us humans. In primitive society, humans ate raw food. Later, with the advent of fire, they began to eat cooked food. Nowadays, humans basically do not eat raw food. Also because there are too many bacteria and viruses. This purple star butterfly is the same as us humans. We eat pollen raw when we get up early. After evolution, we do not eat it raw anymore, but need to be processed before we can eat it. Nei did not eat, but breathed very greedily and said, "It's so fragrant. And there's this fruit. Its juice must be delicious." Leng Yan came to the front, looked at the several butterfly people who came in with a smile, especially the flying Nei, and said, "Don't worry. Everything here is made for you butterfly people. This will be your home from now on." Leng Yan also flapped her wings. She was 3.6 meters tall, while Nei was only 1.3 meters tall. She looked very petite in front of her. Nei flew among the vines and flowers for a while, then flew to Leng Yan and said, "Queen, you are so beautiful." Leng Yan smiled and said, "We are not of the same race. How can you judge my beauty? I just think you are beautiful. You are beautiful too. I must be beautiful," they said without humility. "Queen, thank you for giving us these. You are really good." "Thank you," Leng Yan said. "I really want you to get better." "Well, I can see that," Nei said, speaking into the headset. "Come in quickly. It's really nice here." Chev looked around below and began to persuade everyone to come in. So people began to come in one after another. Finally, people lowered their guard and began to enter the fortress one after another. The first biological fortress was originally designed to accommodate a population of 1 million. This meant that it could accommodate a population of 5 million under extremely comfortable conditions, and a population of 25 million under a saturated living environment. There are 100 floors inside the fortress, and each floor has several sections. These 3,000 butterfly people temporarily live in one of the sections, and the other sections are used to store resources. Since you are going on a long voyage, you need to store a large amount of resources. Before sailing, you must be prepared to store resources. Since these 3,000 Xiling Star people were the first to move in, it is still unknown whether other races will move in later. However, after obtaining Lun Yan's consent, Shev said among the crowd collect 4 names. Various names were collected, and there were a lot of tricks. Among them, 2 names were relatively popular. One was Purple Butterfly, and the other was Thousand-Legged Turtle. The reason why they are called Purple Butterfly is because the Purple Ling Star people evolved from the Purple Butterfly among the original big butterflies of Purple Ling Star. So many people suggested naming them Purple Butterfly. The reason why it is named Thousand-Legged Turtle is also very good. That is, it is based on its appearance. Chef was hesitant and finally asked Lung Yan to make the decision. Chapter 433 Flying to Galaxy C. Chef asked Lung Yan to name the fortress, and Ling Yan felt that the name Thousand-Legged Turtle was more appropriate, because she felt that after this group of Xiling Star people, there was no guarantee that other races would move in the future. You know, she now has another 10,000 years of life, and in the next 10,000 years, she will be galloping around the universe. Who knows what will happen in the future? Since I asked her, she named the first star fort Thousand-Legged Turtle, and the Xiling people were also named the Purple Butterfly Civilization. The 3,000 people of the Purple Butterfly Civilization live in the Thousand-Legged Turtle Star Fortress. In addition to providing them with a comfortable life, Lun Yan or promises, they do not restrict their reproduction and just continue to multiply their population. If the population is too large for the Thousand-Legged Turtle to accommodate, then she will build a second, third, or even more star castles. As for the original 10 battleships that were vacated, except for some important data that was recorded on disk and handed over to the Xiling Star people in the Thousand-Legged Turtle for preservation and research, the rest were all collected as resources and stored. Since then, the Xiling Star butterfly people of the Purple Butterfly Civilization have happily settled on Thousand-Legged Turtle and lived happily. The numbers of Xuanwu level and Qinglong level insect beasts, advanced soldier insects, and ordinary soldier insects have all reached the saturation number requirements of the standard insect group. The Millipede Biological Interstellar Fortress has also been built, and the 3,000 Purple Butterfly people are also happy. Checked in and went in. The first feudal queen, Meng Lei Te, was also in the process of pupation and purification. At this time, Lung Yan thought that it was time to go on an expedition to the solar system. 11 Xuanwu level insect beast. Lung Yan has already classified the Thousand-Legged Turtle Star Fortress as a Xuanwu level insect beast. So, there are 11 Xuanwu level insect beasts and 100 Qinglong level insect beasts. They can carry all 10,000 advanced soldier insects and 100 million ordinary soldier insects, and then fly with them. Therefore, long-distance interstellar voyages mainly rely on insect beasts. This is the reason why Lung Yan has not immediately embarked on a long voyage, because her insect beasts have not formed a large scale. As for the current blood dance, in addition to carrying so many combat units, the insect beasts it owns can also carry more resources. But they are not full yet. Therefore, Lung Yan planned to wait for a while until all the insect beasts were fully loaded with resources before embarking on the journey. This time took about half a year. During this half year, 10,000 soldiers were seen, constantly shuttling between Pandora and the orbit, transporting various supplies up and loading them into the numerous insects inside the bug bag. After a god-level blow and overexploitation by Blood Dance, Pandora has changed beyond recognition. The entire planet is riddled with holes, ravines, and lava flowing across it. On the 1930th day of the insect calendar, all Zerd units are ready, and all insect beasts are fully loaded. In addition to mounting soldier insects and advanced soldier insects, they are also full of supplies. In front of the Thousand-Legged Turtle Star Castle, there is another large biological cabin. There are several people in it. Only Lung Yan. The others are butterfly people, including the great president of the Purple Butterfly Civilization, Shev and his daughter Nei. After the 3,000 people of the Purple Butterfly Civilization stationed in Thousand-Legged Turtle, the fleet designation was lifted and the fleet ceased to exist. The civilization composed of these 3,000 people also formed a small society. And the former Captain Sheb became the president of this small society. Although the Star Castle has downward gravity, everyone still flaps their wings and floats in midair. Compared to the petite butterfly man, the cold figure looks much larger. Looking at the devastated Pandora outside the porthole, he sighed coldly. Goodbye, Pandora, Nay asked. Are we really leaving? Yes, I'm about to leave. More than 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye, Lun Yin said. If I were still a human being now, I would be 25 years old. If I hadn't gone through all this, I would still be on the Earth now. She is just an ordinary little girl on Earth who doesn't know everything here. Of course, she may have died 11 years ago. Then we are ready to set off. First we will go to Galaxy C. This process will take about 30 years. During this time, Queen Ming Lei will awaken. So after arriving in Galaxy C, Ming Lei Te will collect resources there, hatch soldier insects, and develop a second insect colony. So we may have to spend 40 months in Galaxy C before continuing on the journey to the solar system. But it's also possible that we will leave early and let Minlet develop and catch up later. Galaxy C serves as a transit point on our journey. After setting sail from Galaxy C, it will take us another 300 years to reach the solar system. Oh my god, 300 years, Nay exclaimed. Then I will never be able to see what the Earth looks like in this life. Lun Yin said. Yes, for you human race, it takes many generations. Everything is ready. Lun Yin issues the order, and the whole army sets off. When setting off, Lun Yin also made a gesture, pointed in the direction of Star C and said, Proxima Centauri. That's enough. Just like that, Swarm number 1 of the Blood Dance of the Zerg civilization flew away from Pandora. From the Giant Spirit Galaxy, from the A Galaxy, from the AB Twin Galaxy, to the C Galaxy, and to the Xiling Star. The way of flying is like this. 11 Xuanwu are flying in an array of fish scales, and 100 Xinglong-level insect beasts are mixed in the middle and flying around. Although 100 million soldier bugs and 10,000 high-level soldier bugs can be hung on the bug beast and do not need to fly by themselves, Lun Yin will make at least 100,000 ordinary soldier bugs and 100 high-level soldier bugs take turns to fly around without interruption. The team patrolled and flew around. At the same time, a large number of quantum flying insects are continuously released to fly further around for intelligence reconnaissance. Lin Yin had her own residence on Thousand-Legged Turtle. So during the voyage, she spent most of her time living in her mansion on Thousand-Legged Turtle. The cool number 1 insect swarm sailed through space so quietly. It was very peaceful along the way, and nothing bad happened. On the 1939th day of the insect calendar, the Xuanwu-level interstellar fortress Thousand-Legged Turtle, the settlement of the purple butterfly civilization, and Nei's home. Her home, like all other butterfly people, is a wooden house hung on vines. Don't underestimate this kind of house hanging on a tree. It is supported by many huge vines. It is very comfortable to live in, and the interior space is very large. This is also the living habit of the butterfly people. Their houses have been like this since ancient times. Nei got up and stretched, looking at the green scenery outside the window. She couldn't help but sigh. It's been more than half a year since I came to Thousand-Legged Turtle. I didn't expect that living here is really comfortable. Just as she was about to get up, she remembered her phone, turned on the screen, and saw a very handsome butterfly man, waving to her and saying, Hi, Nei, are you up? I found a very interesting place. Do you want it? Come. Chapter 434 Exploring the Thousand-Legged Turtle. As soon as Nei got up and before she got dressed and washed, Yuz called and wanted to take her out to play. According to earthly time, Nei is now 23 years old. Yusi is 24 years old, 1 year older than her. Although the two did not have a clear romantic relationship, it was obvious that Yuz liked Nei and tried every means to make her happy. And today, I don't know what fun he found. So he wanted to take her there as soon as he left. What is it? Yes. It's so early in the morning. Why don't you let me rest? Nei complained. Yusi said with a smile. Miss, it's been half a year now. We don't have to do anything except eat and sleep. I suspect Her Majesty the Queen wants to fatten us up and then kill and eat us. Nei said angrily. You are not allowed to say that about the Queen. Hey, Yusi said. I'm just making an analogy. But we can't be so lazy anymore. We will degenerate. We should move. So I discovered a mysterious place. Do you want to come with me? Adventure? Adventure? Nay said. We are in a star castle now. Not on a planet. Is there any place where you can explore? Then do you want to come? Nay, who is naturally active, still couldn't resist his encouragement and said, Okay. I'll come. But you have to wait until I have breakfast. Right? Okay. No problem. I'll just wait for you. Nay started to get up her bedclothes. And when she left the bedroom, she saw Shev sitting on the sofa reading an e-book. Are you going out, girl? Shev asked without raising his head. Yes, Your Excellency. Nay replied. It's getting moldy at home. And I want to go out and get some fresh air. You should call me Daddy. Yes, my dear father. Nay said, coming to his side, kissed him on the forehead, and went to the bathroom. After washing up and having breakfast, Nay left home and came to the place she had made an appointment with Yuzi. Yuzi had been waiting for her for a long time. When he saw her coming, he mysteriously pulled her to fly. What are you doing? Nay asked in confusion. Yuzi said mysteriously, You'll know when you get here. Nay flew forward with him, and soon flew to the edge of the living area. There was a huge valley in front of her, and Yuzi had to fly forward. Nay said, Hey, you can't fly anymore. The front is a restricted area. What kind of restricted area is this? Yuzi said, I've flown out once. Look, there's nothing wrong with this one. Nay pointed to a signboard and said, Look, there is a warning here. 3 electric fan blades are surrounding each other, with a circle in the middle. There is also a line of small words at the bottom. Let me see it. After looking at it, Nay said, Be careful of radiation. Brother, yes. There is radiation outside. You can't go there. Yuzi flew around her and said, Nay, when did you become so careful? It's really okay. I went around yesterday, and I'm not completely sure I dare to take you there. Also, I brought a radiation detector. After that, he took out 2 palm-sized instruments. One he held, and the other he handed to her. They were what he called radiation detectors, which are somewhat similar to our human Geiger counters. Nay took the radiation detector, looked at it and asked, Will this work? Is it possible? Yuzi vowed. What does it mean? I tell you, it can detect even a small amount of radiation. Okay, I believe it, Nay added. But you have to know, Yusko, the outside of the living area is a restricted area. Since it is a restricted area, it is a place that the Queen does not want us to go. If we just wander in like this, it's disrespectful to the Queen. It's okay. Nay, you said. The reason why the Queen set it up like this is because she is afraid that we will get lost and not be able to go back. She loves us, not to be wary of us. We are just going out for a stroll. And the worst thing is not to take her things. Dad, let's go! Nay couldn't resist what he said, and she was very curious herself. So she agreed and flew out of the living area with him, heading towards a wider area outside. The so-called outside is actually still inside the Star Castle, but it's just outside compared to the butterfly people's living area. After flying out, I discovered that the entire fortress, except for the butterfly people's living area, was full of various materials, including ores, water, oil and gas, and various synthesized but unknown goods. A lot of material piles put together are like valleys, layer upon layer, endless, and spectacular. Oh my God! So many things, Nay said with emotion. We are going to the solar system, you said. We will definitely need a lot of supplies. Otherwise, we will lose power halfway through the flight, and we will have no choice but to drift in space, unable to do anything or go anywhere. Nay nodded and said, Yes, that's right. Most places in the universe are empty. If you really reach a place where there are no celestial bodies in front or behind, the sun cannot shine, and supplies are exhausted, you will really have no choice but to stay where you are and not be able to move. But the solar system, Nay said, is only the star closest to Namiman. Is it necessary to carry so many things? Moreover, if you carry too many things, it will also affect the speed of running. Yuzi sighed and said, 100 million soldiers and insects. And there are so many Big Macs. We need to bring so much supplies. Hey, let's see how far we have flown. The two of them flew for more than 10 kilometers and were a little tired. Yuzi said, We have flown so far and haven't reached the edge yet. This shows how big this big turtle is. As they were flying, the radiation detectors in their hands both screamed. And Nay said, We can't fly anymore. Yusko, there is indeed radiation. Yusi looked at the equipment in his hand and said, the radiation dose is not large. Okay, then we won't fly forward. Let's find a place to rest. It's right there. What do you think? Nei hummed, flew to a hillside with him, and sat down. I didn't expect it to be so big here, Lung Yin said. Will you come again in the future? Yusi said. Next time we fly in a different direction. Maybe we can fly to the edge and see the space landscape outside. Okay. The two sat on the valley, chatting happily, playing for a while, and then flew back. In the days that followed, the two of them often flew out of the living area and wandered around. As long as they encountered a place with radioactive supercomputer, they would stop flying, and every move of the two of them did not escape the cold eyes. As long as they didn't cause any trouble, she didn't bother to care and let them fly around in the Star Castle. In this way, one day 3 months after the swarm set sail, Yuz took Nei and flew out of the living area again, looking for a new undiscovered new continent. Chapter 435 Flowers Fall and Wither. Yusi and Nei left the living area. Today they are going to a new area. The 1,000-legged turtle was so big that even though the two of them traveled for 30 days, and went out to look for so-called new areas every day, there were still many places they had not been to. Moreover, some of the materials stored in the 1,000-legged turtle are radioactive, and you cannot get too close to radioactive materials. However, Lung Yin still took corresponding protective measures for radioactive materials. Otherwise, there were more than 3,000 butterfly people living in this 1,000-legged turtle, which would be considered a very dangerous thing. The two flew for about half an hour, covering a full 15 kilometers, and arrived at a slightly open place. But there were still piles of various supplies around. But this place is fresher than the places I have been to before. First of all, the brightness here is much brighter than elsewhere, since supplies were piled everywhere and no one was there. There was basically no lighting, only dim fluorescence. Before, when the two of them traveled around, they had to bring their own lights. And here, there is bright lighting. The second novelty is that the place is actually covered with vines. Flowers are blooming everywhere, exuding a faint floral fragrance. And the air here is also very fresh. Wow! This place is so beautiful! Nei admired sincerely, spinning and dancing in the air. She was completely intoxicated by the scenery here. How's it going? Do you like it here? Yusi flew in front of her and asked, his eyes full of love. Yes, I like it very much. Nei nodded vigorously. Come with me. Yusi took her hand and came to a vine covered with flowers. I saw Yusi pinching the tip of a vine, pulling it out, and handing it to Nei. Nei asked curiously, what are you doing? Yuz smiled and said nothing, just handed her the top of the vine and asked her to hold it. And Nei pinched the top of the vine with her other hand. Hold on tight, Yuz said, and began to flap his wings, holding Nei's other hand and flying. As the two of them flew, the vine tip was pulled out, but it turned out to be a very long vine, covered with flowers of all colors. Amidst Nei's exclamations, Yuz pulled her spinning and flying in the air, pulled out the long vine full of flowers, and wrapped it around her body. One round, another round. When all the vines full of flowers were pulled out, they were entangled together. They were surrounded by flowers, and the fragrance of flowers was fragrant. Nei was so intoxicated that she couldn't help but close her eyes and said, Brother, yes. How did you do that? The two continued to hug each other and fly in the air, although they were entangled in vines. Their wings were not entangled, so they did not hinder their flight. Yuz kissed her forehead gently and said, Nei, my dear. Nei continued to close her eyes and hummed softly, waiting for him to continue. Marry me. Yuz finally said the 3 words he wanted to propose. Nei opened her eyes, looked at her boyfriend who was close at hand, and was about to nod in agreement. And then at this moment, the surrounding scenery suddenly exploded, and broken materials flew everywhere. Nei screamed. The incident was too sudden and she couldn't react. The two of them were impacted and flew back quickly in this space full of flying debris. At the same time, they could feel a powerful shock wave from the front. This so-called front is the official direction of the insect swarm. Debris kept hitting their bodies. A huge hole suddenly exploded in front of him, and shock waves poured in from the crack. Only then did he hear the violent explosion, and rumbling sounds were heard everywhere. Because they were entangled in vines, they could not fly away quickly, and they were hit by debris. At this moment, the two of them felt pain everywhere. Nei kept screaming, and Yu struggled to dismantle the vines. In just a moment, the shockwave stopped, followed by a huge suction force that sucked the two of them towards the cracked opener. All kinds of debris in the space were sucked into the crack. Moreover, this suction force is very strong, and the air is flowing violently. The two of them were also sucked in, and couldn't fly at all. After a while, they reached the slit, but stopped suddenly. It turned out that it was the pain wrapping around their bodies that kept them from continuing to suck. Looking down, I saw a very long passage under the crack, and all kinds of debris were flying out of this passage. Through this passage, you can see the space scenery far away. In other words, the thousand-legged turtle has been penetrated at this moment, either by an internal explosion or by being hit by an external object. Anyway, I have to find a way to get out of this predicament now. The entangled vines also loosened, and the two of them were sucked forward some distance. The situation at this moment was that Nate grabbed the tip of the vine with one hand and Yu's with the other hand. However, Yu's other hand was empty and had no place to grab it. Yu's remained silent, and Nate shouted, "Brother Yu's! Brother Yu's!" But Yusi ignored him at all. Maybe he was injured and passed out. Nate grabbed Yu's wrist, but Yu's caught hand had no point of strength. "Brother, yes. Please speak," Nate cried. "It's okay." Yus finally spoke, but his voice was very weak. "I'm okay. Nay. You fly. Try flying." They continued to cry. The suction force was too strong, and she couldn't fly. She couldn't fly even more with yes. At this moment, the vines are constantly loosening and are very likely to break. If it breaks, both people will fall. "I'm sorry," Yusi said with difficulty, raising his head to look at her. "No," they cried loudly. "I don't want you to say sorry. Just hold on to me." When Nate saw Yes raised his other hand, she knew something was wrong and cried, "Brother Yes, I beg you." I saw Yusi raised his other hand, patted the back of Nate's hand gently, and then said, "Promise me to live." After saying that, he went to pry Nate's fingers. "No, brother Yes, don't." Nate kept crying. The suction force of the wind outlet was too strong. Her other hand could no longer hold the vines, and this hand could no longer hold Yusi. But Yusi wanted to pry her fingers off at this moment. "Let's live together. Brother Yes. Please." She grabbed Yusi's hand hard and wouldn't let go. However, she felt weak all over, and she was extremely dizzy. Before she passed out, she could feel Yusi slipping from her hand and falling into the wind, and she herself passed out, her hand loosening her grip on the vines, and her body fell down. "Brother Yusik, let's go together." Chapter 436, The Trap of Divine Civilization. In the ward, Nate was awakened by the dazzling light, and the nurse girl flapped her wings and flew around the ward. When she saw her waking up, the nurse flew over her bed, looked down at her, and said, "You finally woke up. What happened?" Nate asked, feeling very weak and unable to move her whole body. The nurse said, "Don't you know? The insect swarm was attacked by uranium crystals." "Uranium crystal? What uranium crystal?" Nate asked. "Yes. Where is brother Yes? Where is he? I want to see him." Nate only remembered that Yus was sucked away by the vacuum. And then she was sucked away. And then she passed out and never knew it again. The nurse said, "It is a super radioactive ore. People who are exposed to it will definitely die. But it is a miracle that you can survive." Nate doesn't care about uranium crystals or miracles. He only cares about Yes. Where is he? Is he still alive? "Yus," Nate said with difficulty. "I want to know where Yus is. Tell me. Where is he?" "Yes. I don't know," the nurse said, about to fly away. "Wait a moment. You should have a good rest." The nurse turned her head. "How long has it been?" Nate asked. The nurse flew back and said, "You have been comatose for a month." "Oh my God." Nate thought to herself. It's been a month. Is Yes really dead? She couldn't even imagine it. When everything was despairing, a screen on the roof of the ward lit up, and a stunning image appeared on it. "I heard that you are awake," Lung Yin said. "I will come to see you as soon as possible to answer all your questions." "What happened?" "Queen, the nurse just now is right," Lung Yin said. "We were attacked by uranium crystals, which are super radioactive compounds that actively attack living bodies under the control of some kind of equipment. Our insect swarm is a super life form. We were attacked when we passed the location of the uranium crystal. Fortunately, our insect swarm has a natural ability to resist radiation. However, Even so, many people died. Many people died? Then Yasuda. Yes. No. Brother, yes. They cried after confirming that Yes was indeed dead. Your parents are safe. Nei slowly began to accept the reality and asked, Your Majesty, what is going on with all this? Leng Yen sighed. It's all my fault. An unknown god-level civilization deployed a uranium crystal bomb on our way to Galaxy C. It was so concealed that the insect swarm didn't even notice it when it arrived. When the insect swarm came to the location of the bomb exploded, and many insect beasts were attacked to varying degrees. In total, more than 4 million ordinary soldier insects and more than 100 high-level soldier insects died. Our insect swarm has super radiation protection capabilities, but we still can't completely defend against things like uranium crystals. Otherwise, we wouldn't have caused so many casualties. Are many people also dead? Nei asked. Yes, Leng Yen said. 1,000-legged turtles were also attacked by uranium crystals. Another 1,000 people died in the living area, and another 1,000 people were seriously ill. They were all attacked by super radioactive uranium crystals. Oh my god! So many people have died, Nei said in surprise. Yes. Nei asked again. Can those infected by radioactivity still be cured? Yes, Leng Yen said. But it will take time and special methods. A special method? Yes, a special method, Leng Yen said. These people got cancer after being exposed to the super radiation of uranium crystals. Your medical technology cannot cure them. Only the purification ability of my Zerg tribe can cure them. Purification? Nei asked doubtfully. Soak it in the chrysalis? Leng Yen nodded. Nei was silent for a while, and then asked, Including me? Leng Yen nodded. Your condition is the most serious, but you are the one who persisted the longest. Those who are sick are already in the chrysalis. Nei cried and said, Yuz is dead. What's the point of me still being alive? Leng Yen said. The reason why Chi-Chi didn't make you pupate is because I have something to tell you. You have the qualifications to become the queen of the vassal. Becoming a feudal queen? Yes. Would you? Nei did not answer her whether she was willing, but asked, Is the uranium crystal bomb really set off by a god-level civilization? Leng Yen nodded and said, Yes. In order to kill everyone. They stopped this uranium crystal bomb on our voyage. About 7.8 billion kilometers away from Pandora. About $52. This distance is already far away from Pandora. And it took the swarm a month to get here, Nei said. Queen Verily, we need to change the channel quickly. The enemy is likely to prevent another bomb at the next point, Leng Yen said. I also thought of this and have changed the course. God-level civilization. God-level civilization, Nei muttered. I will destroy you and avenge Yasko. Waiting for her answer coldly. Finally, Nei said, Your Majesty Queen Verily, I want to be your vassal queen. Let me be your vassal queen. I will destroy the god-level civilization with my own hands. Very good. Nei, you will be entombed in a chrysalis and undergo 1,500 days of purification to become a vassal queen of my blood dance. Yes, Her Majesty Queen Verily. The next day, after Nei said goodbye to her parents, she was trapped in an insect chrysalis. The chrysalis was also placed hanging on a huge vine above the city in the living area. Hanging here with her are more than 1,000 pupae. In these pupae are patients who were infected by the super radioactive attack of uranium crystals. They will stay in the pupae with Nei for 1,500 days. On the 1,973rd day of the insect calendar, Nei entered the chrysalis. She will emerge from the chrysalis 1,500 days later. On the 3,473rd day of the insect calendar, and become a new queen of the domain. The vassal queen before her, Meng Lei Te, will emerge from the pupa on the 2,880th day. In space, the swarm of insects continued to fly. Among the 11 Xuanwu and 100 Qilong, several insect beasts could be seen with scars on their bodies, which were caused by uranium crystal bomb attacks and radioactive attacks. There were sporadic soldiers and insects cruising around. On the head of one Xuanwu, there is a huge insect bag. The film of the insect bag is transparent, and you can see a swing made of vines inside. Sitting on the swing is a beautiful woman, who is cold and charming, swinging, lazily looking at the universe ahead. Lying at her feet in front of her was a senior soldier. Since the establishment of civilization, it has experienced some hardships and was almost destroyed. Pandora suffered a divine blow, but luckily she was not there and escaped. During the expedition to Planet C, she was attacked by a uranium crystal bomb again. which caught her off guard. She didn't know what would happen in the long interstellar journey in the future. Chapter 437: The Birth of the First Feudal Queen. The unknown god-level civilization first carried out a god-level attack on Planet C, causing it to explode and swallow up the people of Xiling Star, leading to the destruction of the Purple Butterfly civilization on Xiling Star. Then a precise strike was carried out on Pandora, thus destroying Pandora, the Heart civilization on Pandora, and the 18 Earthlings living on Pandora. The third step is to carry out a precise strike on the Wasteland Star in Galaxy B, destroying the Wasteland Star and its Xiling Star reconnaissance spacecraft that is wandering in the orbit of the Wasteland Star. The fourth step is to conduct random patrols on the channel connecting the AB Galaxy to the C Star. Once a target is found, destroy it immediately. Leng Yan avoided the fourth step because he had foreseen it. I thought that Pandora was safe and the unknown god-level civilization had left and would not come again. So Leng Yan dared to lead her swarm boldly and embarked on an interstellar journey to Galaxy C. Who would have thought that this unknown god-level civilization would actually place bombs on their waterway? After the insect swarm traveled for a month, they happened to arrive at the location of the bomb. The core of the bomb is uranium crystal, a synthetic substance made by an unknown god-level civilization, which is extremely radioactive. Later, Leng Yan once conducted an evaluation of this synthetic material. It was found that a radius of 300,000 kilometers would be radiated, and the radiation was strong. 300,000 kilometers is exactly 1 light second. The god-level civilization just wanted to use this strong radiation compound to kill the human race in Nam-In 2. They never expected that there would be Zerg in Nam-In 2. The Anata Zerg have the ability to resist radiation. They can not only resist radiation, but also absorb radiation and use radiation to convert it into the energy they need. So the situation occurred for a month. The insect swarm was attacked by a bomb, and Yuz was killed. Nay, and more than 2,000 other enemies were injured by uranium crystal radiation. 1,000 of them died on the spot, and another 1,000 were seriously injured. It was put into a chrysalis for healing and purification. Casualty racial units also need to replenish themselves during the voyage. Only then did Leng Yan realize the seriousness of the situation. It was conceivable that the god-level civilization wanted to kill all the survivors of Nam-In 2. They knew that someone would pass by on this route, so they planted bombs and waited for others to take the bait. Since bombs can be planted at 52 Australian dollars, there are likely to be other places on this route where bombs can also be planted. So this route is unsafe. In this case, Leng Yan immediately adopted a strategy to change the channel after the insect swarm was bombed. The direction is still the same as before. First flying in the direction of Barnard, flying for about 3 months, and then changing direction to fly to Planet C. When they woke up, a month had passed. She agreed to Leng Yan's proposal and pupated, preparing to be parasitized by the feudal queen. So at this time, there were still 2 months before the lane change. Leng Yan was sitting on the swing in a Xuanmu insect bag, looking at the space outside the bag, surrounded by flying insect beasts. She herself was also panicking. It seemed that there were still many dangers in her future interstellar career. She had to be careful at all times. And if she was not careful, she might even lose her life. On the 2035th day of the insect calendar, after more than 3 months of traveling in the direction of Barnard, the insect swarm began to change course and adjusted its direction to continue sailing in the direction of Planet C. During the voyage, Leng Yan would send a scout troop consisting of 10 high-level soldier bugs and 1,000 ordinary soldier bugs to fly ahead. This scout force must be at least 3 million kilometers away from the large insect swarm force, which is 10 light seconds. The radiation range of uranium crystals is 300,000 kilometers in radius. So the scout troops must keep a distance of more than 10 times. Although the route has been revised, Leng Yan is still wary of encountering such a bomb again. So she sends out scouts. If the scouts in front encounter a bomb, they will immediately call the police, and the insect swarm will immediately change its route again. Modify the channel. Preserve the vast majority of the insect swarm at the expense of a very small part. The scout troops implemented a shift system and took turns flying for reconnaissance. Fortunately, no danger was found in the following days, and the swarm continued to sail calmly. The damaged Zerg units were repaired, and the dead units were replaced. Leng Yan would shuttle between various insect beasts and take turns to rest on these insect beasts. Sometimes she would pupate and hibernate for a period of time, and sometimes she would go to the 1,000-legged turtle and interact with the butterfly man for a period of time. The voyage from Pandora to Xiling Star takes at least 30 years, so the voyage is long. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 years have passed. And the time has come to day 2880 in the insect calendar. This day was the day when Meng Lete broke out of her pupa. The insect pupa that Meng Lete had laid on a Xuanwu-level insect beast. On the day when she broke out of her pupa, Leng Yan came here and woke her up in person. The pupa, which was only 4 meters long, was seen hanging on a vine. Leng Yan came to the front, flapped her wings, faced her, raised her hand, and used her strength to break open the pupa. The pupa was broken open, and Meng Lete did not fall out. Forcing her eyes open, Leng Yan faced her and said, "Hey, it's time to wake up!" Meng Lei opened her eyes slowly, and saw Leng Yan in front of her, tilting her head and looking at her with a smile. Merlet bowed her head and saluted. "My respected queen, Merlet is at your service!" Leng Yan stretched out her hand and pulled her out of the chrysalis. The pupa was stuck in the air. Meng Lei hesitated for a moment and did not dare to come out for fear of falling. But she still took a step forward. When she stepped out, blood wings grew out from her back, and she also flew out. Finally, Meng Lete became the queen of the Blood Blade and officially became the first feudal queen of Blood Dance. These insect beasts in the insect swarm were loaded with resources, and Meng Lete began to use these resources to produce the second insect swarm. The steps for creating insect swarms in Leng Yan are the same as before, showing the release of spores. And then the spores grow into larvae. And then the larvae pupate into ordinary soldier insects. And then the ordinary soldier insects pupate into advanced soldier insects, or insect beasts. At present, the resources carried by Blood Dance are enough to produce a swarm of insects. So with Leng Yan's permission, Meng Lete began to produce a second swarm of insects. The pupae, larvae and soldier insects produced in the early stage are all carried by the cool insect beasts in flight. The production volume is the same as that of Leng Yan. That is, it can produce 2.5 million units every month. So in the first month, which is day 2910 of the insect calendar, the first batch of 2.5 million spores grew into larvae and began to pupate and hatch into soldier insects. On day 2940, 2.5 million ordinary soldier bugs hatched. Spores and larvae continue to be produced, and advanced soldier insects begin to hatch. On the 2970th day, when 10 Xuanwu-level insect beasts hatched, 100 Azure Dragon-level insect beasts hatched, and 10,000 high-level soldier insects hatched, the number of ordinary soldier insects reached 5 million. Chapter 438 The Choice of the Feudal Queen. On the 3000th day of the insect calendar, the number 2 insect swarm led by Meng Lete had reached a scale of 7.5 million ordinary soldier insects. Advanced soldier insects, green dragon-level and basalt-level insect beasts continue to pupate and hatch, and spores and larvae continue to be produced. On the 3030th day of the insect calendar, the number of ordinary soldier insects has reached 10 million. High-level soldier insects have been hatched one by one during this month and have begun to take shape. Azure Dragon-level and Xuanwu-level insect pupae are continuing to hatch. On the 3060th day of the insect calendar, all the high-level soldier bugs were hatched, and the number of high-level soldier bugs in Monlet's number 2 insect swarm also reached saturation, which was 10,000. Azure Dragon-level insect pupae and Xuanwu-level insect pupae continue to hatch, and the number of ordinary soldier insects has reached 12.5 million. On the 3090th day of the insect calendar, the number of ordinary soldier insects reached 15 million. 3,120 days, 17.5 million. 3,150 days, 20 million. 3,180 days, 22.5 million. 25 million in 3210 days. When the time came to day 3210 of the insect calendar, the first green dragon-level insect beast began to be hatched. Seeing that she also had an insect beast, Meng Lei was very happy. She immediately moved her residence to a hungry green dragon-level insect beast and made a very large one on her first green dragon-level insect beast, Worm Bag, and she lived in it. Like Leng Yan, Meng Lete can also adapt to the space environment and other complex and harsh environments. There is no need for protective clothing in space. There is no problem if your skin is exposed in space, and you can survive without breathing. Before Meng Lete had her first green dragon-level insect beast, she sometimes stayed on the cold insect beast, and sometimes stayed in the insect bag of the high-level soldier insect she had just hatched, in addition to manufacturing so many soldier insects. Before the insect beasts were created, they were basically mounted on the cool insect beasts. Anyway, the resources carried by these insect beasts, after supplying Meng Lete to make soldier insects, also have free space, which can also be used to temporarily carry her soldier insects. After Meng Lete got her own bug beast, her soldiers and bugs began to be transferred there in batches. On the 3,240th day of the insect calendar, there were 27.5 million ordinary soldier insects, 10,000 high-level soldier insects, and some green dragon-level insect beasts began to hatch. On the 3,270th, all 100 Azure Dragon-level insect beasts hatched, and there were 30 million ordinary soldier insects. On 3,300 days, 32.5 million animals. On 3,330 days, 35 million animals. 3,360 days, 37.5 million. 3,390 days, 40 million. 3,420 days, 42.5 million. 3,450 days, 45 million. Day 3473 of the insect calendar is the day when Queen Nea of the second domain breaks out of her pupa. 1 month before she emerged from the pupa, more than 1,000 other butterfly people in the Zaidi community who were injured by radiation also emerged from the pupa one after another, and their soldiers also recovered from the 1,500-day pupa purification. But on this day, Leng Yen came to Zaidi living community. There was a large vine jungle to the east of this community. In order to save the 1,000 butterfly people who were exposed to radiation, they all pupated here. Multiple insect pupae hanging on the vines here are also a spectacular sight. But now in this vine forest where more than 1,000 insect pupae once hung, only one insect pupa hangs alone on it. Meng Lete came with Leng Yen, facing this mini pupa that was about to emerge from the chrysalis. Nea is only 1 meter tall, so her chrysalis is only a little over 1.5 meters tall. So to Leng Yen and Meng Lete, she is really just a mini chrysalis. Following the previous method, Leng Yen prepared to open the chrysalis to awaken the purifying Nea. At this time, she saw a large group of butterfly people flying over, surrounding and watching. Leng Yen took a look at the butterfly people who came to watch. They were all women. She didn't know why they came to watch, so she looked around curiously. "Are you also very interested in witnessing the birth of the feudal queen?" Leng Yen asked. But what I didn't expect was that a female butterfly asked, "Dear Her Majesty Queen Verily, I have a question to ask you. Tell me what you want," Leng Yen asked, facing her with a smile. Listen to this female butterfly woman ask. "Dear Majesty Queen Valerie, we have all been exposed to radiation. We are all women. We are all sick. We are all young. But why can she be chosen by you as the queen of the vassal?" "But we can't," Leng Yen replied. "That's because the host needs to have a high IQ. And the king of soldiers will also have a choice. If it doesn't choose you, you won't be able to be parasitized and become the queen of the vassal. If you don't give it a try, why can't you just wait and see if it doesn't work?" the butterfly woman asked very stubbornly. Leng Yen smiled, flew to her, and stretched out her palm towards the person. The other person was startled and stepped back. Leng Yen smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. Come on." After saying that, he put his palm on her forehead, frowned for a moment and said, "Yes, you are indeed suitable to be the queen of the vassal. I tried it on others, and it turned out to be suitable for several people. I feel strange in my heart. Aren't the conditions for becoming the Blood Blade Queen very demanding? Why did I try it just now and found it suitable for several people? At least 5 of them. Moreover, the population base of the butterfly people is very low. It was originally 3,000 people, but now it is only 2,000. Among the 2,000 people, there are actually 5 or 6 people who are suitable to become the queen of the vassal. This was originally a good thing. If there were more vassal queens, then Blood Dance could have more insect swarms. But she also thought about other problems. That is, her mortal enemy and her biological sister Leng Li. She is now on the Earth, and the Earth has a population base of 7.5 billion. If calculated according to the ratio of 1,000, even this ratio is much lower than the ratio of butterfly people now. If calculated according to the ratio of 1,000, then 7.5 billion people on Earth can allow Leng Li to develop 7.5 million vassal queens. If that is the case, then Leng Li can develop 750 trillion soldiers and insects and establish a super Zerg civilization. Then she is Leng Yen, and she can't defeat Leng Li no matter what. So why go on an expedition to the solar system? It's useless. But then she discovered something even more surprising. That is, she tried to make the few female butterfly people in front of her who passed the test to become her queens, but found that this was simply impossible. This situation means that it is impossible to develop a second queen of the butterfly domain. In other words, in the same human race, there can only be at most one person who can become the Bloodblade Queen. So although there are many people in front of me who meet the requirements, they can't succeed because Nei already exists. So Lang Yan could only say, I'm sorry, you can't become the queen of the domain. Each human race can only have one queen of the domain at most. We already have Nei. So we can't have a second queen of the butterfly domain. After saying this, Lang Yan thought of two questions. First, she and Lung Li were both from Earth and belonged to the same human race. But they both became Bloodblade Queens. Based on this situation, it can be concluded that Zerg from different camps can give birth to two or more Bloodblade Queens at the same time, but not in the same camp. As for the second question, Chapter 439 3 Swarms of Insects. The reason why these butterfly women also want to become domain queens is because they covet a lifespan of 10,000 years. However, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel, because someone has already arrived first, and that is Nei. However, Lang Yan came to the second conclusion. That is, according to the same human race, there is no way to produce a second feudal queen or Bloodblade Queen. Then it is certain that Lang Li cannot find a feudal queen on Earth. Not even one. Yes, because she is the Bloodblade Queen born among the people on Earth. The Domain Queen is also the Bloodblade Queen. In Lang Li's camp, there is already a Bloodblade Queen among the people on Earth. And that is Lang Li herself. If this happens, then Lang Li has nothing to fear. I have 3 insect swarms, Lang Yanqin said. But Lang Li only has 1 insect swarm. My strength is 3 times that of hers. How can she be my opponent? Still need to be cautious though. Therefore, Lang Yan now has more information about the future development path. Her first goal is to eliminate Lang Li, and her second goal is to eliminate God-level civilization. Nei has been chosen by the King of Soldiers, Lang Yan said. It didn't choose you, and there's nothing I can do about it. Everyone did not continue to struggle. They just sighed to themselves and continued to watch, waiting for Nei to emerge from the pupa. As expected, Nei emerged from the cocoon and swore allegiance to Lang Yan. In the Anata Zerg, every vassal queen will be automatically brainwashed by brainworms during the process of pupating. This brainwashing method will make the vassal queen become absolutely loyal to the great queen. That is, to Lang Yan. But despite this, the feudal queen still has her own consciousness and thoughts. In terms of faith, she is absolutely loyal to the queen. In terms of thought, it is absolutely opposite. The result is that it will facilitate Lang Yan's rule without causing betrayal and usurpation by the queen of the feudal lord. But it was said that after Nei emerged from the pupa, she was a butterfly person and had wings of her own. So she did not grow new blood wings. But many tentacles grew around her butterfly wings. Like Lang Yanlian, her tentacles can be retracted, but her wings cannot be retracted, mainly because she already has wings. Lang Yan and Meng Lei are both 3.6 meters tall, while Nei is only 1.3 meters tall. So the new vassal queen looks so many and interesting in front of them. From now on, Lang Yan said, you will be my second vassal queen of Blood Dance. Start building your own insect swarm. Yes, my respected queen, verily. I will be loyal to you for the rest of my life and will never betray you. Once the vassal queen was born, she immediately devoted herself to the feat of building an insect swarm. The weapons carried by the stunning number 1 insect swarm are enough to build 2 insect swarms. So during the journey, it is completely possible to build 2 standard insect swarms. Lang Yan already has the number 1 insect swarm on board. So when he arrives at Xiling Star for duty, Shui will have 3 standard insect swarms. After a long journey, they will stay for a period of time after arriving at Xiling Star. The 3 insect swarms will collect resources on Planet C and Xiling Star at the same time. All 3 insect swarms must collect at full capacity before they can continue. Embark on an expedition to the solar system. On the 3,480th day of the insect calendar, the Mengleet insect swarm and basalt level insect beasts continue to hatch. Advanced soldier insects and green dragon level insect beasts are fully populated, and the number of ordinary soldier insects reaches 47.5 million. The Nei swarm joins the construction process. On the 3,510th day of the insect calendar, there are 50 million ordinary soldier insects in the Monlet insect swarm, and other conditions remain unchanged. The Nei insect swarm has the first group of 2.5 million ordinary insects, advanced soldier insects, green dragon level insect beasts, and basalt level insect beasts, all of which have entered pupae and hatched. On the 3,540th day of the insect calendar, there are 52.5 million ordinary soldier insects in the Monlet swarm, and other conditions remain unchanged. Ney insect swarm. All 10,000 high-level soldier insects hatched. The number of ordinary soldier insects reaches 5 million, which is a small gathering. The blue dragon-level insect beasts of the Ney insect swarm began to be hatched one by one on the 3,810th day. On the 3,810th, the number of ordinary soldier bugs in the Monlet swarm had reached 85 million. The number of ordinary soldier insects in the Ney swarm also reached 27.5 million. The number of ordinary soldier bugs in the Monlet swarm reached 100 million on the 3,990th day of the insect calendar. On this date, the number of ordinary soldier bugs in the Ney swarm also reached 42.5 million. After that, the only thing waiting for her in the Mingleat insect swarm was a Xuanwu-level insect beast. All other units had reached full strength and would no longer be produced. On the 4,410th day of the insect calendar, the first basalt-level insect beast of the Mingleat insect swarm finally hatched after 1,500 days. In the following month, other basalt-level insect beasts were also hatched one after another. On the 4,440th day of the insect calendar, Meng Lede finally completed all the construction of her insect swarm unit, a white tiger-level unit, which is herself, the vassal queen of the second insect swarm. There are 10 Xuanwu-level insect beasts, 100 Azure Dragon-level insect beasts, 10,000 Suzaku-level units, that is, advanced soldier bugs, and 100 million basic combat units, that is, ordinary soldier bugs. The Ney insect swarm also has 80 million ordinary soldier insects, and other conditions remain the same. On the 4,680th day of the insect calendar, except for the Xuanwu-level insect beasts, the Ney insect swarm is still incubating, and all other units have reached full strength. The number of ordinary soldier insects, including basic combat units, has also reached 100 million. More than half a year later, on day 4980 of the insect calendar, the first basalt-level insect beast of the Ney swarm hatched out. And on day 5010, all 10 basalt-level insect beasts of the Ney swarm hatched. At this point, all three major insect swarms are fully established. The Zerg civilization Blood Dance, headed by the great queen Leng Yin and assisted by the feudal queens Mingleat and Ney, finally reached a combat strength of 300 million. Three large insect swarms, with a strength of 300 million, marched towards the sea star Xiling star in a mighty manner. From the day when civilization was established to now having three major insect swarms, Leng Yin has experienced many life and death farewells and emergencies. 5,000 days is equivalent to nearly 14 years. In other words, 14 years have passed since Leng Yin left the Earth and came to Pandora. This distant place, if calculated according to Earth time, she is now 34 years old. But now she is the Blood Blade Queen and can live for 10,000 years. She will spend 10,000 years hunting down her mortal enemy Cathy Shur, who also has a lifespan of 10,000 years, and is also her biological sister Lumley. We have to destroy that mysterious god-level civilization within this 10,000 years. For this, she will fight for her entire life of 10,000 years. The expedition started on the 1,930th day of the insect calendar, and it has gone through more than 3,000 days, 8.5 years. Although Ney has her own insect swarm, she will often return to Zaidi's living community, her former home, and reunite with her parents. She also built a very comfortable home in her insect colony and took her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Chef, to live there. However, the couple couldn't get used to it and returned to the thousand-legged turtle's home. Chapter 440 Visiting Proxima Centauri. The Blood Dance Civilization, headed by Leng Yin, supplemented by Mingleat and Ney, led three major insect swarms, a total of 300 million basic combat units, and a full complement of related insect units to fly to the Sea Galaxy. The composition of the insect swarm is Queen, Xuanwu, Qinglong, advanced soldier insects, and ordinary soldier insects. The ratio is 1 to 10 to 100 to 10, 000 to 100 million. Although the number of Xuanwu-level insect beasts is small, they are huge and equipped with people for fighting, transporting troops and cargo. Each insect swarm will choose one of the 10 Xuanwu-level insect beasts to be the leader of the entire insect swarm. The so-called head beast is equivalent to the human fleet, or the flagship of the machine army. Since it is the flagship, the queen will basically stay on it to command the entire swarm, whether it is fighting or sailing, or stationed in a certain galaxy. The functions of the head beast and the flagship are similar. They just have different names. The insect beast is a Zerg, not a battleship. So it can't be called a flagship. It can only be called a head beast. Flagships are generally fixed and cannot be replaced. But the head beast is different. It can be changed frequently. If you want, you can also choose the head beast from the blue dragon level insect beasts. It is even possible to choose the head beast from the high level soldier insects. However, high level soldier bugs cannot fly long distances, so it is still rare to use them as head beasts. But it was said that in the command bag of the little pink turtle, the leader of the number 1 swarm, there were 3 women from different human races gathered. Lung Yin, Minli and Nei. The little pink turtle was named by Lung Yin. Despite its cute name, it is actually a basalt-level insect beast with a length of more than 150 kilometers. The so-called command bag refers to a bug bag used to command an entire insect swarm or an entire civilization, similar to a human command cabin. A bug bag is equivalent to the cabin of a human battleship. Bug bags can be big or small. The command bag the 3 of them are currently in is very large and has a transparent bag membrane. The so-called bag membrane is equivalent to the porthole of a human warship. There were 3 Bloodblade queens sitting on the 3 swings. Although Lung Yen was the eldest queen of the group, she did not sit in the middle. The middle position was actually reserved for the newest vassal queen Nei, probably because she was too small. Reason: the middle seat is also called the C seat. Nei doesn't want to sit there for fear of stealing the limelight from Lung Yen. After all, Lung Yen is the queen of the group and her superior. Lung Yen said with a smile, "You're welcome. I'll let you be in the middle, so you can be in the middle." Ming Lady also coaxed and said, "Yes. Who made you so small? It takes 2 of us to protect you." Nei didn't give in anymore, but her mood was still not very good, and she was immersed in the grief of her boyfriend at the same time. Ming Lei said, "Nei, don't be too sad. We still have to face our common enemy and look for the hateful god-level civilization in this vast universe. Look at me and Queen Verily. Who doesn't feel the pain of losing a loved one? Ming Lei's parents were killed by Lung Li, but her boyfriend, brother, and tribe members were all killed by a god-level civilization. As for Lun Yen, her lover and adopted mother were both killed by Lung Li. The god-level civilization also eliminated many racial units that were hungry for it. All 3 of them have lost the person they love most, so they can be considered to be in the same boat. But the one with the most tragic fate should be Minlita. Her tribe, the Geared people of Pandora, are all dead. There is not a single Gelt person left in the entire universe. Nei is much better, at least on Thousand-Legged Turtle. She still has more than 2,000 tribesmen." Lun Yen said, "So we all have to cheer up. Do we still have 10,000 years of life? You can't be sad for 10,000 years. Right? Whether it's the people from Earth, the people from Pandora, or the people from Xiling Star Butterfly, their lifespan is also around 100 years old. As a human race, we have to live a sad life, and that is only 100 years. Ming Lei said, "Yes, I agree with what the Queen said. We have a lifespan of 10,000 years, and we cannot live in pain all the time for this 100 years of life." Lun Yin said, "But there is a transition period allowed. Although we are Zerg, we are not heartless and still retain the feelings of the human race." The 2 nodded, and Ming Lei also hugged Nei, encouraging her to cheer up. When the 3 of them were still humans, they all had their own languages. But after becoming the Bloodblade Queen and the Zerg race, language is no longer a barrier. With 3 insect swarms and 3 bloody blades in the total group, everyone was not in a hurry after a long journey. They often move around each other, just like visiting each other, and give their respective Zergs some weird names. For example, Lung Yin, her insect swarm, Xuanwu level insect beasts, all have names with the word turtle in them, as if these Xuanwu are really little turtles. It's just that her little turtles are a bit too big. The minimum length is 150 kilometers. Can it be too big? The Xuanwu level interstellar fortress is named Thousand-Legged Turtle, the little pink turtle, often used as the head beast, as well as other basalt level insect beasts, such as money, green hair and grass turtles. She originally called the green dragon level insect beast Xiaolong, but she didn't think it was cute enough, so she changed it to Little Fish. Queen Dan's, who did not evolve into the blood blade back then, although she looked like an electric ray, was not a blue dragon, but a Suzaku. The so-called Suzaku class is built like a high-level soldier insect. 100 green dragon level insect beasts that she called Little Fish were also given various names by her, such as Jumping Fish, Obedient Fish, grumpy fish, stubborn fish, etc. But the green dragon level insect beasts, there were too many. 100 of them. So not all of them had names. And if there are too many names, she won't be able to remember them. Unlike human or machine civilization, the Zerg must register its name and number for each combat unit to facilitate management. The Zerg are not that troublesome, and they move in patches. So the 4 combat units in the Lingyan swarm were all given cute names by her. The Xuanwu level insect beast is a little turtle. The Azure Dragon level insect beast is a small fish. The high level soldier insect is a bird. And the ordinary soldier insect is a bug. Similarly, Minlet and Ney also gave each unit of their insect swarm their own name, whether it was cute or domineering, all based on their own methods and habits. But it is said that after a long interstellar voyage, after a 30-year journey, it arrived at Galaxy C on the 12,870th day of the insect calendar. The insect calendar also adopts the Earth time system. That is, a year is 365 days. So 12870 is a day in the 35th year since Blood Dance founded civilization. If we follow the development of Earth's time, Leng Yan would be 55 years old at this time. But as the Blood Blade Queen, she is still 18 years old. In the next 10,000 years, she will also be 18 years old. Star C, also known as Proxima Centauri. The Blood Dance civilization has arrived. Chapter 441 Interstellar Journey. Star C, also known as Proxima Centauri, is a red dwarf star with a mass of only 0.12 times that of the Sun, and is 4.22 light-years away from the solar system. It exploded when it encountered a god-level blow, and expanded rapidly and extremely. The edge once reached the orbit of its only rocky planet, Xiling Star, thus swallowing up Xiling Star. Although Xiling Star is very close to its star C, only 7 million kilometers away, it did not fall into the star during this god-level strike. After Star C exploded, the edge spread to Xiling Star, causing the surface of Xiling Star to reach more than 2,000 degrees at one time, causing the entire planet to be burned and melted. Star C shrank quickly after the explosion and shrunk back to its original size. After Xuewu arrived here, he saw that Xiling Star had become a red semi-liquid planet with no trace of any living things. No water, and no air. The Xiling Star people and thousand-legged turtles saw that their homeland had been destroyed like this, and many of them howled loudly. More than 90 years have passed since the Xiling Star sent a fleet to expedition to Pandora until they came back, and none of the first-generation crew members on the fleet back then are gone. Nowadays, many of the Xiling people, even the second-generation crew members, have passed away. Now they are all the third-generation crew members, fourth-generation crew members, and even those who were born later. There are ships from the fifth generation. Leng Yin, Meng Lei Te, and Na Yi were in the command bag of a group of little pink turtles, looking at the devastated Xiling Star together. They cried and said, "Is this the home planet of our Xiling Star? How could it become like this?" Meng Lei Te said, "Isn't that damn god-level civilization responsible? It not only destroyed Xiling Star, but also destroyed our Pandora Star. But we don't even know what it looks like or where their home base is." "Do not know either," Leng Yin said. "It destroyed Xiling Star and Pandora. Now I'm worried whether it will also destroy the Earth. What should we do?" "Queen?" Ney asked. "There are 7.5 billion people on the Earth." He sneered coldly and said, "So what if it's 7.5 billion? So what if it's 10 billion? In the eyes of a god-level civilization, there is no concept of numbers at all. Only plans to kill them on sight." Lunley didn't know whether to live or die, and sent out such a powerful "if you receive power information, you won't be afraid of being intercepted by a god-level civilization." The three people sighed for a while, and began to issue instructions at the same time, ordering their respective Zerg races to mine resources, mainly ordinary soldier bugs and high-level soldier bugs, to collect resources. The Qinglong level and Xuanwu level insect beasts stayed in orbit, waiting for the soldiers and advanced soldiers to collect resources and store them. The resource storage capacity of each insect swarm is equivalent to the amount that can build 2 standard insect swarms. Therefore, with the storage capacity of 3 insect swarms, if a suitable candidate for the feudal queen can be found, 6 more insect swarms can be built. Such a large amount of storage cannot be collected quickly. Besides, there is only one rocky planet, Xiling Star. In Galaxy C, there are no other planets, no gas planets, and no other natural satellites. This collection process lasted for 500 days before it came to an end. On the 13th, 370th day of the insect calendar. All resources of the three major insect swarms were collected. The three women once again gathered in the command bag of the head beast. Little Pink Turtle, Swarm Number 1, referred to as a group, watching the Xiling star from the sky to the earth. The overwhelming swarm of insects was densely packed and orderly. Lung Yin said, "Everything is ready. It's time for us to set off again." They got off the swing, came to the bag membrane, stroked the bag membrane, looked at the Xiling star in front of her, and said, "I am from the Xiling star. I have lived for more than 50 years, but I have only been with it for 500 years. Sky." At this moment, Xiling star has become riddled with holes due to overexploitation, and its size is much smaller than before. Meng Lete said, "We are all leaving Namen too. Galaxy A also has my home Pandora. But that can no longer be our home. From now on, Blood Dance is our home," Meng Lete said, stretching out her long tentacles and patting Nei gently on the shoulder. Nei turned around and saw Lung Yin sitting on the swing, but there was no movement, as if such an important matter as going on an expedition had nothing to do with her. Meng Lei also looked back at Lung Yin. "You all should say goodbye to Namen Air properly," Lung Yin said. "Meng Lei, although this is Planet C, it also belongs to Namen Air's territory, and it is suitable for you to say goodbye." Meng Lei nodded and said, "Queen, I have nothing to miss anymore. What about you?" "Nay, me too. Then let's get ready to set off." Lun Yin said, "There are 3 of us, and each insect group will send a green dragon level insect beast to carry the corresponding insect unit to set off first. As forward scouts, the total strength of the 3 groups of us will slowly set off, gradually accelerating." "Yes," the 2 responded. The 3 began to issue instructions to their respective insect swarms and set off towards the solar system. Because the voyage is relatively long, for 0.24 light years, although it is nothing on the scale of the universe. For Blood Dance in the initial stage of interstellar civilization, it is a quite far distance, and it takes at least 300 years to reach it. In order to ensure the safety of the voyage, Lung Yen sent 3 green dragon-level insect beasts to go ahead and serve as scouts to conduct intelligence reconnaissance. These 3 green dragon-level insect beasts are not together, but fly separately into 3 groups. The first Azure Dragon-level insect beast flew the farthest, leading the rest of the group by 10 light hours, which was about 10 billion kilometers, or about 72 Australian dollars. The second Azure Dragon-level insect beast is 1 light hour ahead of the main force, about 1 billion kilometers, 7 Australian dollars and 20 cents. The third Azure Dragon-level insect beast was the closest, staying 1 light minute ahead of the main force, which was about 18 million kilometers. Blood Dance seems to be very powerful, but in front of a god-level civilization, it is simply an ant-like existence. Therefore, intelligence work must be done well, otherwise it will be doomed. Once the leading scout team discovers a danger, it will immediately report it to the main force through quantum communication, and Ling Yan will then decide to take corresponding measures. Not only did it send 3 green dragon-level insect beasts to fly ahead as scouts, but they also kept releasing quantum flying insects to fly around for reconnaissance. Although the characteristics of quantum flying insects are small, they are very fast, much faster than combat units. Moreover, the lifespan of quantum flying insects can also be controlled. The lifespan of these quantum flying insects as scouts is about 30 days, which means that after 30 days of reconnaissance, they will all die one after another, and there will be no recycling. There is no problem of intelligence leakage due to falling into enemy hands. After the quantum flying insect dies, it will not leave a body behind. It will be annihilated like extinguished energy. Just like that, the 300 million strong Zerg civilization Blood Dance flew towards the direction of the solar system in a mighty manner. Chapter 442: The End of the Sun. The journey from Proxima Centauri to the solar system requires at least 300 years, which will be a very long time for the 3 women. In order to pass the boring journey, the 3 of them implemented a shift system. With 1 shift every 30 days, 1 person was on duty, and the other 2 were free to do whatever they wanted, including sleeping, or accompanying the person on duty. But in most cases, people who take a break will choose to hibernate. The so-called dormancy method is to turn oneself into a chrysalis for purification. The date of leaving Galaxy C and Namen 2 is 13,370 days in the insect calendar, which is equivalent to a certain day in 2056 AD. On the journey to the solar system, What Lun Yen didn't expect was that it could be described in 4 words: smooth sailing. No danger was encountered. On the 31st, 470th day of the insect calendar, after 50 years of acceleration, the overall speed of the insect swarm has reached the maximum speed of 2x, which is 0.02 times the speed of light, 6,000 kilometers per second. At this time, the insect swarm had already moved away from Nanmen Air. In order to celebrate the end of the acceleration, the 3 people deliberately woke up and gathered together, standing on the head of the little pink turtle, exposed to the sky of the universe, binding their bodies with tentacles, looking back in the direction of Nanmen 2. That direction only the bright spot of one star can be seen, and it is no longer possible to identify which one of the 3 stars. The 3 of them also sighed with emotion, and returned to the insect bag. After gathering for a while, they resumed their duties, and continued to lead the insect swarm to fly to the solar system at high speed. After reaching the maximum speed, it will continue to fly for 200 years, then slow down for another 50 years, reach the solar system, park in the solar system, and get close to the Earth. During the flight at the highest speed, it was smooth sailing and no problems were encountered. It was as if they were the only swarm of insects in this universe. And what happened more than 80 years later on the highest speed. Day 62,780 of the insect calendar. About a certain day, in AD 2191, when it was Nei's turn to be on duty, Meng Lei Te and Ling Yin both pupated and purified in their respective head beast insect bags. But it was said that in the command bag of the number 1 pack beast, Little Pink Turtle, there was an insect pupa hanging slowly, and Ling Yin was sleeping deep inside, with someone on duty. She could sleep peacefully without worrying about anything. However, not long after she pupated, Nei sent a brain wave. Her Majesty the Queen, something suspicious has been discovered. What? Brainwave? Lun Yen asked lazily. Can't you let me have a good sleep? Nei replied. The detection equipment detected an explosion on the sun. The sun exploded? Lun Yen asked in surprise. Yes, the sun exploded, Nei said in a panic. Just like the explosion of Planet C back then. After that, he showed her the information about the sun's eruption. Lun Yen could see the information even when she was in pupa. Intelligence shows that it is still about 2 light years away from the solar system. The observed solar explosion should have occurred 2 years ago. That is, in 2189. In other words, it is very possible, no, extremely possible, that the sun has been hit by a god-level attack. In that case, the Earth will be destroyed, and human civilization will also perish. Thinking of this, Lun Yen couldn't sleep anymore and immediately emerged from the pupa to summon Menlet and Nei for a remote conference call. The so-called conference call does not use electronic devices, but quantum insects to communicate. After the 3 people connected, they discussed countermeasures. Nei sighed and said, I didn't expect that the people on Earth did not escape the disaster. My queen, your mortal enemy Kathy Sibu is probably dead too. Before Lun Yen could answer, Meng Lei said, Since the solar system has also been attacked, our current route is no longer safe, and we should modify the route. Lun Yen didn't answer, but was thinking. Meng Lei said anxiously, My queen, we can't hesitate any longer. Once discovered, we won't be able to run away. Nei said, Sister Meng, I don't think so. The route between the solar system and Nanmen 2 is so long that it would be difficult for a god-level civilization to find us. Besides, we still have 3 green dragons sitting in front of us as scouts. If a god-level civilization wants to hunt us, it can only plant bombs immediately along this route. Lun Yen said, I agree more with what Nei said. The solar explosion happened 2 years ago, and the light traveled for 2 years before it was discovered by us. Think about it. What else is faster than light? Nei, yes. You are right. This god-level civilization is likely to plant bombs on the route. We have scout troops, so we are safe for the time being. But for the sake of safety, I think it's better for us to change the channel. Meng Lei said hurriedly. Yes, Your Majesty. In this way, Lun Yen said. Those 3 little fishes were asked to continue flying as originally planned when they met. We are changing the course now. We are still flying in the direction of Barnard. And we will change the course after about 30 days. Go to the solar system. The green dragon-level insect beast was called a little fish by her. But Your Majesty, Meng Lei said, the solar system has been hit, so there is no life there. Why should we go? Lun Yen said, The solar system is so big. What if there are survivors? If they have survivors? And if they have a spaceship? The first place they choose to go to is Nanmen 2. Because there is only Nanmen 2 is the closest to the solar system. Both of them nodded in agreement. Lun Yen added, moreover, the solar system is the safest after being hit. Where can we go to replenish resources and develop ourselves? If possible, wouldn't it be better to transform a planet and let butterfly people breed there? Nei said. Well, yes, your Lady Queen. Bringing these people will become a burden. After the discussion was settled, the insect swarm began to change its course. New Channel sent out another green dragon-level insect beast to serve as a scout at a light hour ahead. After flying forward for 30 days, it changed its course and continued flying in the direction of the solar system. The readjusted channel in this way will form an angle with the original channel. If it were not on the original channel, the insect swarm would be relatively safer, except for knowing that the solar system had suffered a god-level blow. The insect swarm once again fell into a peaceful voyage, and nothing major happened. Another 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Day 97170 of the insect calendar. A certain day in AD 2285. On this day, it was Nei's duty again, and both Ming Lei Te and Ling Yin were pupating and purifying in their respective head beast insect bags. But it was said that in the command bag of the number 1 pack beast, Little Pink Turtle, there was an insect pupa hanging slowly, and Ling Yin was sleeping deep inside. With someone on duty, she could sleep peacefully without worrying about anything. However, not long after she pupated, Nei sent a brain wave. Her Majesty the Queen, something suspicious has been discovered. What? Brainwave. Lun Yen asked lazily. Can't you let me have a good sleep? We found a fleet ahead of us. Nei said. Lun Yen suddenly woke up. Fleet? What's going on? Chapter 443, The Wanderer Fleet of Earth Civilization. Insect Calendar 97170. A certain day in 2285 AD, the Blood Dance Queen Lun Yen was once again awakened from purification. Nei then sent the fleet information to her, and Ling Yen could see the information even when she was in pupa. Intelligence showed that about 14 light hours in front of Qinglong Scout No. 1, there was a fleet of 10 battleships. This situation was somewhat similar to the Xiling Star fleet back then. It's just that the fleet discovered this time is obviously much behind the Xiling Star fleet. First of all, each of the 10 warships is about 300 meters long, while the warships of the Xiling Star fleet back then were more than 500 meters long. Secondly, only one centrifugal chamber was found among the warships in this fleet. This shows two problems. The battleship only has centrifugal gravity technology, but no other more advanced artificial gravity technology, and its application is not very skilled. There is only one explanation that the other cabins are weightless cabins. No energy shield was found. Before other speculations began, Lun Yen saw the words on these battleships. These words directly told her that these battleships came from Earth. That's right. This is a fleet of Earthlings. It was further discovered that the command cabin in the bow porthole of the battleship was manned, and the crew inside was actually floating, which meant that most areas inside the battleship had no gravity. If a warship without gravity has to carry out such a far-reaching interstellar voyage, then how troublesome the life of its crew must be. This place is still 0.5 light-years away from the Earth and is in the Oort cloud area. Strictly speaking, it has reached the solar system, but it is still very far away from the Sun. It will take about 70 more years of flight to reach Earth orbit. Although the insect swarm left its original channel, it still maintained a distance of 10 light hours from Azure Dragon Scout No. 1, 1 light hour from Azure Dragon Scout No. 2, 1 light hour from Azure Dragon Scout No. 3, and 1 light hour from Azure Dragon Scout No. 4. Time distance. But they said that among these 10 battleships, one of them had the serial number 001, and the English word, the Earth, was written on the side of the ship. It turned out to be the Earth battleship. The battleship with the string number 002 is written Liberty in English. You can tell at a glance that it belongs to Country M. Although she has been away from the Earth for more than 260 years, Lun Yen still has some vague memories of some things on the Earth. When it came to the string number 003 battleship, it was written in both Chinese and English, Detong. This must be a Chinese spaceship. Sure enough, the crew in the cabin have Oriental faces. The string number 004 battleship is written in English and Russian respectively, Buran. The battleship number 005 is only in English again. It is the Victoria. The string number 006 battleship is written in English and French respectively, Napoleon. There are 4 battleships with string numbers 007 to 010, namely United number 1, number 2, number 3 and number 4. Judging from the arrangement of string numbers and ship names, it is not difficult to tell that the 001 battleship was built under the supervision of the Earth Federation, while the 5 battleships 002 to 006 were built by the 5 major powers on the Earth, and 007 to 010 these 4 ships were jointly built by other countries. The speed is 0.5x. This speed may be very fast for people on Earth, but for interstellar navigation, it can be described as a turtle speed. Moreover, it has reached the Oort cloud. Although it is still not free from the gravitational influence of the Sun, it can reach the maximum speed, which means that the Earth's fleet has accelerated, and this speed is its maximum speed. The maximum speed is only a quarter of Blood Dance. So you can judge from the speed that the combat effectiveness of the Earthling fleet at this moment is far inferior to Blood Dance. After seeing such information, Lung Yin hurriedly came out of the chrysalis and connected with Minlet and Ney to discuss countermeasures together. When she met the Xiling Star Fleet, Lung Yin asked them to surrender, join the Blood Dance, and become a sub-civilization of the Blood Dance. Now that she has met the Earthling fleet, according to the management, she should also capture them and force them to join the Blood Dance. Although her predecessor was an Earthling and she has feelings for the Earth, it would be difficult to convince the public if she didn't. Meng Lete said, Your Majesty the Queen, I think that no matter what, we must first find out why these Earthlings left the solar system, where they are going, whether they are going to Namen 2, and what they are going to do in Namen 2, and what's going on with the solar system and the Earth. Ney also added, My Queen, there are various signs that the Earth may have been destroyed. So after we encounter this Earthling fleet, if you are hesitant about what to do with it, don't let the insect swarm slow down and surround it. It flies, determines its next move, and then decides whether to go or stay. Meng Lete said, Well, I also agree with Sister Ney. The closer we are to the solar system, the more careful we must be. The Earthling fleet may provide us with more information about the solar system and the Earth. After discussion and decision, the first step is to continue to release a large number of quantum flying insects around the insect swarm to detect surrounding intelligence. These quantum flying insects can survive for 30 days, so they are allowed to fly in a direction away from the insect swarm for 30 days, and can fly a distance of 14 light hours. 14 light hours is about 15 billion kilometers, or 100 Australian dollars. In other words, the spherical range with a radius of 15 billion kilometers, 100 astronomical units, centered on the insect swarm, is within the detection range of the insect swarm. As for quantum flying insects, not only the Blood Blade can be released, but also Azure Dragon level and Xuanwu level insect beasts can be released in large quantities. After ensuring that the intelligence work is complete, the insect swarm began to slow down and flew towards the Earth fleet, and after rendezvousing with it, they would fly in the same direction while maintaining the same speed as it. The swarm of insects began to change its course and flew towards the Earthling fleet. At the same time, Lung Yin tried to connect with the other party. One day in 2285 AD, the Earth-civilized Wanderer fleet was on duty with the flagship Datong. Number 003. There are 2 officers on duty in the command cabin. One is Mingyu, 28 years old, and the other is his wife Bai Zhou, 27 years old, whose bulging pregnant belly can be clearly seen. The 2 of them were floating in the command cabin, occasionally looking at the equipment, sometimes passing each other, smiling at eich other, and occasionally chatting. Mingyu said, Hey, wife, don't move around. Just rest. I'll take care of you here. Bai Zhou smiled and said, No, hubby, we work together, and I can't be lazy. Mingyu floated to her, hugged her, put his ear on her belly, and said, Son, when are you coming out? I miss you so much. Bai Zhou giggled nonstop and said, Look how anxious you are. There are still more than 2 months left, so he may not be a son. My daughter, I like it too. Bai sighed and said, At the end of this week, we can rest. Mingyu said, The number 7 ship will be the flagship next week, and I don't trust them yet. As they were talking, the device showed that it received an unknown signal source. The 2 looked at each other curiously. This was an unfamiliar connection request, not from the fleet. Mingyu connected the connection doubtfully, and an image of a woman appeared on the screen, saying, I, Earthling, H. Low, Chapter 444 Human-Insect Dialogue. One day in 2285 AD, the Earth-civilized Wanderer fleet was on duty with the flagship Datong. Number 003. Mingyu and Bai Zhou were talking when they received a strange connection request. Mingyu connected the connection with confusion. An image of a woman appeared on the screen and said, "Hi, Earthling. H. Lo." After Mingyu and Bai Zhou looked at each other, Mingyu asked, "You? What ship are you on? Why don't I recognize you?" The woman on the screen was a very beautiful woman. She looked to be in her 20s. She had an oriental face. And she spoke Chinese. The strange woman smiled and said, "Of course you know me. Because I am not from your fleet. To introduce myself, my name is Lun Yan, the queen of the Blood Dance civilization. You can also call me Queen Verily. My current position is approximately 14 light hours ahead of your ship at 2 o'clock. And I am currently heading towards you at 2x speed. I will meet you in about 25 days. If I guess correctly, you should be the Tang battleship number 003. You are the only one in the entire fleet who responded to me. But why are there only 2 of you on duty? If I guess correctly, you 2 should be a couple or a couple. Right. Why do you need 2 people to pilot a battleship? Don't you want to avoid suspicion for this kind of operation?" In response to Lun Yan's series of questions, Mingyu did not answer directly, but asked, "You? Who are you?" Lun Yan replied, "Didn't I tell you just now? I am the Queen of Blood Dance. My name is Lun Yan. Or Verily." "Yes. But where are you from?" Mingyu asked. 14 hours. Such a long distance. The call will be delayed by 14 hours. And the round trip is 28 hours. How can we communicate at the same time? Instant messaging technology is no longer difficult for me. Shui Wu. Lun Yao said. "So what does 14 light hours matter? Blood Dance?" Mingyu asked again. "What is Blood Dance? Aren't you from Earth? Blood Dance is an interstellar civilization." "Am I? I used to be an Earthling. But now?" Lun Yan couldn't help but pause for a moment before saying, "Even I don't know if I'm still an Earthling." "Okay. Looking at you being so young, you must not be in charge. I want to see your fleet commander and ask him to talk to me." Mingyu replied, "The fleet commander is from the Earth Federation. But now I, the Datong, take charge of the flagship. So you can tell me if you have anything." "You?" Lun Yan asked doubtfully. "Yes. I," Mingyu said, "the captain of the Datong. Since the Datong is now the rotating flagship, I can also be regarded as the rotating commander." Lun Yan said, "Rotating flagship? Rotating commander? That's interesting. Well, anyway, there are still 25 days until we contact you. Let me tell you now. It's too late for you to react later. So I'll tell you now. The main reason why I'm connecting with you purpose. First of all, I want to tell you that there are 2 planets in Nanmen 2, namely Pandora and Xiling. They have life and civilizations were born. No, to be precise, it was once. It's a pity that both civilizations were destroyed by a mysterious god-level civilization. Just like the sun was hit by a god-level civilization, the earth was also destroyed. Right? Eternity. Mingyu said 2 words casually. Eternal? Lun Yan asked doubtfully. Yes. Eternity. Mingyu said. It is the eternal civilization that bombards the sun. Unexpectedly, the South Gate was also hit. Eternity? Lun Yan was very confused. How do you know that this god-level civilization is eternal? This was the first time she heard the word eternity. From the way Mingyu spoke, it didn't sound like he was joking. But the current technological level of the people on Earth was obviously far inferior to her insect power. Corresponding to human technology is the Zerg power. How come she doesn't know about eternity? But people on Earth who are far inferior to her know about it? Mingyu replied. It was because we knew we would suffer an eternal blow that we immigrated early. But Nanmen 2 is now. You are indeed going to Nanmen 2. Lun Yan said. I told you. Nanmen 2 has already suffered the god-level blow you mentioned from the Eternal Man. All the people from Pandora are dead. And there are still people from Xiling. More than 2,000 survivors are now on my 1,000-legged turtle. So it doesn't make any sense for you to go to Nanmen 2 now. Both the solar system and Nanmen 2 have been hit by god-level attacks. So whether you go to Nanmen 2 or stay in the solar system actually doesn't make much sense. But according to your current speed, it will take at least 800 years to reach Nanmen 2. Do you have enough resources? Do you know that this god-level civilization that you call eternal, in addition to bombarding stars and planets, A bomb called a uranium crystal will also be placed on your route, which can cause super radioactive damage within a radius of 1 million kilometers centered on it. Once humans encounter this bomb, there is no possibility of survival. How did you know? Mingyu asked, expressing disbelief. Lun Yin replied, because I came from Nanmen Air. After a 230-year voyage, I encountered a uranium crystal bomb attack, killing more than 1,000 Xiling people. Fortunately, I, Xiaowu, have the ability to withstand radiation. Otherwise, all the Xiling people would have died, and my insect swarm would have been wiped out. The uranium crystal is really too overbearing. Insect swarm. I heard you right. Did you talk about insect swarm? Mingyu asked. Lun Yin sighed and said, okay, I won't hide it from you anymore. Yes, I, Xiaowu, am actually a Zerg civilization. When Lun Yin said this, she saw the scene on the screen receding. She could see the command bag behind Lun Yin. And then through the bag film, she saw the swarms of insects flying in the sky. Mingyu was stunned. And Bai Zhou on the side murmured said to himself, it turns out there really are Zerg. Lun Yin said, have you heard of the Zerg? Yes. Blood Dance is the Zerg civilization. I am the supreme leader of this civilization. Queen Marulai, Bai Zhou asked, are you coming to destroy us? Lun Yin shook her head and said, I was originally from Earth, but was parasitized by Dans, Queen of the Zerg, and became the current Blood Blade Queen. So the Earth can also be said to be my mother civilization. And you happen to be Earthlings. How can I destroy you? If I want to destroy you, I don't need to talk to you. Do I need to tell you about me in advance? Just come up and start, Mingyu asked. Then what do you want to do? Come under my command and become a sub-civilization under my Blood Dance. I will let you continue to develop and grow. And I will protect you and let you live a happy and comfortable life. Chapter 445 Shocking Scam. Hearing that Lun Yin meant to recruit the Earthling fleet, Mingyu fell silent at that time. Lun Yin looked at the two people in the command cabin curiously. They were actually very calm about the appearance of the Zerg. How is it? Lun Yin asked. Is such a question difficult? I think you should discuss it with your fleet commander. Mingyu did not answer her question, but asked, who is Lung Li to you? Hearing him suddenly mention Lung Li, Lun Yin was also stunned and asked, how do you know this person? She and Lang Li have been separated for more than 260 years, which for people on Earth has gone through 10 generations. Unexpectedly, someone asked about Lang Li at this time. So you know Lung Li? Mingyu asked. Lun Yin nodded and said, yes, she is my sister. Sure enough, I guessed it right. Where is she now? Lun Yin asked. She really wanted to know Lung Li's whereabouts. Left the Earth more than 200 years ago, Mingyu said flatly. What? You've left the Earth a long time ago? Lun Yin said in surprise, not expecting such a result. Then where did she go? Lun Yin asked again. Mingyu shook his head and said, I don't know. I am extremely disappointed. I didn't expect that after waiting for more than 260 years. This is the result. However, if Lung Li was still on Earth, she might not be able to escape this divine blow. If she left early, she would be able to escape this catastrophe. Can you tell me more about it? I can tell you, Mingyu said. But I want to tell you that our fleet will not surrender to you. Can you be the master of the entire fleet? Our ship is now the rotating flagship. So I am the rotating commander, and I can make the decision. You should discuss this with your official fleet commander. No, Mingyu said firmly. Bai Zhou gently pulled his arm from the side. And Lun Yin saw this detail. Lun Yin thought for a moment and then asked, then do you still plan to go to Nanmen 2? Yes. Our fleet planned to go to Nanmen 2 from the beginning. This plan will not change now. And our direction will continue. The talks were about to collapse. They were all from Earth. Lun Yin couldn't bear to use coercion. After thinking for a while, she said, I think you should think about it carefully and report it to your fleet commander. I will give you a frequency band. If you want to find me, you can contact me. After saying that, Lun Yin disconnected. There are a large number of quantum flying insects floating around the rover fleet of the Earth civilization, which can be used for instant communication. But the people on Earth do not know it. After Lun Yin logged off, Bai Zhou said, Brother, why? Why did you reject her directly? Maybe she really means well? Bai Zhou, Mingyu said. Do you know Lun Yin? Do you know her? What's wrong? Bai Zhou asked doubtfully. Isn't it already confirmed that she is a Zerg? Mingyu said. Don't you think this woman named Lung Yin is lying? It is recorded in our internal information that Lung Li is the elder sister, and Lung Yin is the younger sister. Now she actually says that she is the elder sister, and treats Lung Li as the younger sister. Said she was a sister. So what? Baijiu said. They are actually twin sisters. Mingyu added. This is just one of them. She said she was the queen of the swarm. So you believed it? What if you don't? You are still too naive, Mingyu said. It is recorded in our internal documents that Lung Yin killed her adoptive mother and the director of the orphanage, Mama Xiang, and also killed Lung Li's mother. His adoptive father, Mr. Miller, destroyed a scientific research base in Country M and killed more than 300 people. It was a heinous crime. And now she actually lies to us and says that she is from Nanmen 2. Oh my god. Think about it. Nanmen 2 is 4.24 light years away. No matter how fast she is. It will take 300 years to go and 300 years to come back. Or so. That's 600 years. What year was it 600 years ago? 1685. During the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty. How do you think this is possible? So she is lying. A liar. How can we believe her words? But, Baijiu said, if we don't agree to her, she will retaliate. With our strength. We are no match for her. Mingyu sneered and said, I already said this is a scam. So how can the so-called Zerg that came here from Nanmen 2 exist? Do you really think there are Zerg in this universe? What a joke. What could that be? Look, Mingyu said. It's probably a prank by some troublemaker. This isn't the first time, Baijiu said. Oh. The conversation between the two of them was unexpectedly witnessed by Lung Yin. She has quantum flying insects. And all the information about the Earthlings' warships cannot be hidden from her. And she knows about it in real time. After listening to what the two of them said, she finally understood. Back then, Lung Li blew up the portal and escaped back to Earth alone, pretending to be her name, and killed Mama Xiang. She knew this because she saw it at the time. And when Lung Li killed Mama Xiang, she specifically wanted to kill her. She looked at it. Since they were twins who looked exactly the same, there was no way to tell them apart. Lung Li's adoptive father Miller committed suicide. She knew this. But Lung Li still blamed her for killing him. He also massacred more than 300 people at Alpha Base, and put the blame on her as well, and created such an illusion. Lung Yin left Lung Li in Pandora, and ran back to Earth alone, blocking the passage twice, and then killed more than 300 people in the research base, including Miller and Mother Xiang. All this is to frame Lung Yin, and make everyone in the world hate her. The reason why she suddenly left the Earth instead of continuing to harm the Earth was Lung Yin's analyst. When Lung Li saw her adoptive father commit suicide, she felt conflicted in her heart, with regret and hatred. But she was unwilling to go against her adoptive father's last wish. So she chose to leave the Earth. But even if she leaves the Earth, she must be blamed and made to be the center of the whole world. Lung Yin couldn't help but curse. This BG. How did I offend you? Why do you have to go against me? Menlet and Nei were both online, asking her what was going on here. Lung Yin replied, I applied to them, but was rejected. Not only that, but they also treated me as a liar. I feel like this is so funny. Meng Lete said, I don't think we should talk nonsense to them. They don't believe us. So we will fly over and forcefully absorb them. With our strength, we can absorb them without any bloodshed. Lung Yin remained silent. But Nei said, Isn't there still 25 days left? I think if we try harder, it won't be too late. It won't be too late to try harder. Chapter 446 Wandering Plan. Lung Yin felt that what Nei said made sense. There were still 25 days left. But whether she wanted to continue recruiting people, she planned to conduct a good reconnaissance of the Earthling fleet. Anyway, she has quantum flying insects, so it is easy to get information about the Earthling fleet. Then, as expected, she began to investigate the 10 battleships one by one, and discovered a very interesting phenomenon. That is, there were only a few crew members in each battleship, calculated according to the space layout and size of the battleship. The load of each battleship should be more than 100 people. But there are only a few people on each battleship, with more than 10 people, and even fewer people, only 5 or 6 people. Perhaps the lack of people is the reason why Mingyu, the commander of the battleship Datong, is so young, and the only 2 officers in the command cabin are a couple who do not avoid suspicion. After having a general understanding of the current situation of the fleet, Lung Yin wanted to know more about the history of the fleet and the history of the Earth. Looking at the Earthling warship under the surveillance of quantum flying insects, Lung Yin murmured to herself, I don't know if I can invade your computer system, so let's give it a try. The Cold Zerg is a biological system, and human computers are digital systems. After trying it, but unable to invade, he commanded the quantum flying insects to wander inside the battleship, and humans couldn't find him anyway. The first thing he chose was the Datong. She was more interested in spaceships originating from China, so she chose this one first. When I walked to the central computer room, I saw that there was no one inside. Only several host cabinets with input devices and display devices. Since you can't hack in, you have to search for information manually. I hope this method will work. Quantum flying insects are so small that they are basically invisible to the naked eye. The larger ones are only a few millimeters and cannot operate a computer. But this does not bother Lin Yan. Issued an order to let these quantum flying insects fly to the ecological cabin. There is soil in the ecological cabin, as well as vegetables, grains, chickens and ducks. However, a large area of the ecological cabin is deserted. The ecological cabin that could originally support 100 people now only produces food for a few people. So there is no need for such a large space. Quantum flying insects began to collect resources here. Flying insects are too small, so there are very few resources to collect. So multiple collections are required. After about 6 hours, I finally saw a very thin vine appearing from the ecological cabin to the computer room. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it. The vines grew from the connection between the cabin roof and the bulkhead, clinging to the metal plate. The further the vine reaches the back, the faster it grows. Another 2 hours passed, and finally the end of the vine reached the input device, where there was a laser keyboard and a mini 3D projection screen. With vines, you can directly absorb nutrients from the ecological cabin to enhance growth. No one was seen in the cabin for a long time, so a vine like this grew for no reason and was not discovered. An hour has passed, and the vine on the laser keyboard has 3 forks, each of which is as thick as a finger. On the insect swarm side, in the command bag of the leader beast, Little Pink Turtle, Lin Yan rubbed her hands and said, Then Little Tree Vine, let's get started. After that, he started to control the vines through remote control. One of the 3 vines gently pressed the button on the screen to open the screen, and the other vine pressed the confirmation button, and the screen showed that facial recognition was required to enter the system. Lin Yan sneered. She had expected this for a long time, so she had been prepared for it. A group of quantum flying insects formed a human face in front of the scanning device, which was exactly the face of Captain Mingyu. System prompt. Facial recognition passes, and you can enter the system. Okay then, Lin Yan said from the other end of the insect swarm. Let me see if there is any cruelty in this computer. The 3 vine tips began to operate, and in the command cabin, Mingyu fell asleep suspended in midair, and his wife floated beside him and fell into a dream. The past computers in the command module display, autopilot is in progress, and the current flagship is not our own ship. Current flagship, 007 United 1. At the same time, it also shows Captain Mingyu is operating the computer host. If you find that someone else is not operating it, please disconnect her operating authority at the arm end. Seeing such a display, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. It reminded her of the WX used more than 260 years ago. At that time, there was a situation where the mobile phone and the computer could log in at the same time. The mobile phone also showed the same display. Operation. You can disconnect the computer login on the mobile phone. This fighter's computer system actually has such settings. But fortunately, Mingyu is asleep now. Otherwise it would be difficult to check the information if he were to find out. Therefore, all the information to be checked must be checked before he wakes up. By checking the information, it can be known that there are currently 6 crew members on the Datong, including 2 children. Adults are 2 men and 2 women, who happen to be husband and wife. 2 couples. Both children are the children of another couple. Mingyu and Baizhou have no children, but Baizhou is pregnant and has 2 months to give birth. Mingyu is the captain. This is the current situation of the Datong. Based on the current situation of the Datong, it can be guessed that other warships should be in the same situation, with few people and in pairs. Then it's time to take a look at the history of the fleet and the Earth. Lin Yan is more interested in this. She urgently needs to know the past of the Earth, because she has not been back for more than 260 years, and this period of history is a blank for her. Searching the information on the computer, a folder finally caught her attention. The folder name was Wanderer Project. Opening the folder, There was actually a lot of information in it. So she started looking at the first file. Wanderer Project. Initiator, Yu Xiaoxin. Chief Planner, Yu Xiaoxin. Chief Commander, Yu Xiaoxin. Yu Xiaoxin. Chinese. Female. 1999-2104. The father-in-law is a guest. And the information is obliterated. Mother Anne. Data smeared. After seeing this line of information, Leng Yan felt so impressed. She never expected that this Yu Xiaoxin actually lived to be 105 years old, spanning 3 centuries. However, a large section of his parents' information has been blacked out. It appears to be top-secret information that requires higher-level permissions to interpret. Since this long-lived strong woman is so capable, let's start with you. Yu Xiaoxin was born in 1999. After she was born, her parents mysteriously disappeared. She grew up with her grandparents. Whenever she asked how she got here, her grandfather would lie to her and say that she was a gift from a shooting star. That night, when the pop fell into the field behind my grandfather's rural house and made a loud noise, my grandfather went to look at her all night and saw her in a pit that the pop had pulled out. She always believed what her grandfather said, and always thought that she really came from heaven. It was not until she was 16 years old that her understanding completely changed. It turned out that she was. Chapter 447 Man in Black. As the life information of Yu Xiaoxin, the founder of the Wandering Project, was uncovered, the human main line was officially launched. However, Yu Xiaoxin was born in 1999. She has never seen her parents since she was born. She turned 16 in the blink of an eye. In the spring, during the first semester of high school, Yu Xiaoxin still went to the entrance of the village to wait for the urban-rural bus as usual. Every day she had to take the bus to and from school. The school was number 4 middle school. She took the bus and got off at the stop near the school gate. She walked to the school gate without walking. I saw a very eye-catching pair of men and women at the school gate. They were both wearing black clothes and sunglasses. And the woman was wearing a headscarf. The man was particularly handsome. And the woman was also very beautiful. He looks like he is 30 or 40 years old. It looked like they were waiting for someone. Or looking for someone. Yu Xiaoxin lowered her head and looked at the school gate as she walked away, thinking, "You are not looking for me. I hope not." When passing by the man and woman, they were stopped. The man asked, "Yu Xiaoxin, is that you?" Yu Xiaoxin stopped, looked at the two of them curiously, and nodded. It was obvious that the woman's body was trembling slightly. The man said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Yu Bin and her name is Annie." "Yu Bin?" Yu Xiaoxin repeated this name very curiously. It has the same surname as her own. There are not many people with the surname Yu. But now she has met one. "How can I tell you?" The man named Yu Bin actually became a little nervous. "What's the matter with you, sir?" Yu Xiaoxin asked curiously. Yu Bin hesitated for a long time and didn't say anything. The woman named Annie suddenly said in a trembling voice, "Xiao Xian, I am your mother, and Yu Bin is your father. Shat?" Yu Xiaoxin was so surprised that she even had to master her English. She has never seen her parents since she was born. It has been 16 years. How can she accept the sudden appearance of new parents? Looking at the man with questioning eyes, Yu Bin nodded and said, "Yes, we are indeed your biological parents. We have something important to tell you." "Stop talking. I don't want to hear it." Yu Xiaoxin turned around and ran away, crying, "I was in a bad mood all day." She has lived with her father and grandmother since she was a child. She hates her parents for giving birth to her. So why didn't they want her? Judging from their clothes, their conditions were not bad. And they didn't look like they couldn't afford to raise children. But why they abandoned her was something she couldn't figure out. When I got home from school at noon, I found those two people sitting in the main room of my home. Seeing her return, the woman first stood up and shouted, "Xiao Xian, are you back?" At this time, when I looked at these two people without sunglasses, I realized that they looked better, especially the woman, without a headscarf. And her hair was actually purple. Shoulder-length short hair with small waves. Not only is his hair purple, but his eyes are also purple. His skin is fair, but his appearance does not look like a Westerner. Could this woman be his mother? But my eyes are not purple either. Yu Xiaoxin originally wanted to scold him, or turn around and leave. But at this time, he was stunned. Yu Bin sat on the bamboo chair and looked at her, his eyes full of love and expectation even though he didn't stand up. The father said in a trembling voice, "Xiao Xian, they are really your biological parents. I'm sorry, I hid it from you for 16 years. But why? Yu Xiaoxin asked. Why don't they want me? I'm sorry, kid. And cried. We have our own reasons. Only then did Yu Xiaoxin realize that Annie's Chinese was not very fluent. She felt that she was not Chinese. So, in that case, she was still a mixed race? So which country is Anne from? But Yu Xiaoxin is still very upset about her parents abandoning her. Asked, what reasons would make you abandon your child? The father said, Xiao Xian. Sit down and listen to them. I do not want to hear. Xiao Xian. Father. Okay. Xiuxin. His father said. Even death row prisoners have the opportunity to appeal. Right? What's more? They don't. Since they have difficulties. Let them say it. If it makes sense, you forgive them. If it doesn't make sense, you don't need to forgive them. My old man, just drive them away. Do you think that's feasible? As his father spoke, he coaxed Lei Xiaoxin into the house and sat down. Okay, Yu Xiaoxin said stiffly. I'm sitting down. Let's start your performance. Xiao Xian. Annie said. Believe us. We love you. Yubin waved his hand to signal her not to say anything. But he coughed, crossed his hands, faced Yu Xiaoxin, and said, Xiao Xian. Because this is a matter related to the fate of all mankind. It is extremely confidential. So I hope that whether you believe what I say or not, and whether you forgive me and your mother or not, I ask you to keep this secret. Okay. Yu Xiaoxin looked at her parents in surprise. She began to wonder if her parents were agents who abandoned her in order to carry out a particularly dangerous mission. If that was the case, it could be forgiven. But she didn't believe it. Yubin asked again, Is it okay, Xiuxin? Yu Xiaoxin thought for a while and said, Okay. No matter what you say is true or not. I promise to keep it a secret for you. Well, I will now tell you the story of your mother and I, and our adventures. The whole thing started in 1991. I was born in 1973. So I was 18 years old in 1991. And I took the college entrance examination that year. Back in 1991. July 9th. It was raining heavily when 18-year-old Yubin finished his English test and walked out of the examination room. This ended all 3 days of his college entrance examination. His grandfather, Yubin's father, was waiting for him with an umbrella. Note, the college entrance examination days in 1991 were July 7th, 8th, and 9th. I'm sorry, Dad, Yubin said. I didn't do well in the exam. Grandpa smiled and said, It doesn't matter. Just do your best. Let's go home. When passing by the farmer's market, Grandpa said, Wait a minute. I'll buy some oranges and take them back. When Grandpa bought the oranges and went to Yubin, he only saw 2 men in black leading Yubin into a jeep and driving away, leaving an umbrella on the ground. Since then, Grandpa said, your dad has disappeared. Your grandma and I have been looking for him for 8 years. It wasn't until July 9th, 1999 that your dad came back. And he brought back a beautiful woman. Yes, it was her. Your mother. And more than 5 months later, you were born. But talk about Yubin's experience after being kidnapped. The jeep was driving on a rugged country road. He was held in the back seat of the car by 2 men in black. He was frightened and said, Who are you? Let me go. The man in black did not answer him, but followed another jeep ahead. Soon more and more jeeps joined the convoy. Chapter 448 Leaving Earth. But talk about Yubin's experience after being kidnapped. The jeep was driving on a rugged country road. He was held in the back seat of the car by 2 men in black. He was frightened and said, Who are you? Let me go. The man in black did not answer him, but followed another jeep ahead. Soon more and more jeeps joined the convoy. Loach is Enai Qiuxing's nickname. Enai Qiuxing was also shouting in the car, but Yubin couldn't hear what he was shouting. Certainly, Enai Qiuxing couldn't hear what he was shouting either. The man in black in the car remained silent. Yubin shouted, You are kidnapping and committing a crime. Do you know? The man in black didn't answer him. But at this moment, the driver suddenly turned his head 90 degrees. But his body didn't move. Yubin screamed in fright. The driver turned his head and did not look ahead. But the car continued to drive. The driver's mechanical voice said, Hello, classmate. Welcome to join the First Fleet. I am Yun Shang, the host of the First Fleet's flagship Dream Chaser. To be precise, I am a computer. There is currently no human being in the First Fleet. You classmates will become the first batch of humans in the first fleet. Later you will leave the Earth on a star battleship, pass through the wormhole in the orbit of Saturn, and reach the Green Star. In Green Star, I will introduce to you in detail the life you will experience in the future. After the introduction, if you are willing to stay, you can stay to receive study and training. Those who don't want to stay will have their memories wiped away and sent back to Earth. I'm done. I wish you a nice day. After the driver finished speaking, he turned his head again. Yubin was really frightened and was actually kidnapped by the computer. At that time, many people didn't even know there was a computer. A computer with a DOS system cost hundreds of thousands, which was more expensive than a house. After hearing what the driver said, Yubin thought for a long time before he finally understood. The two men in black and the driver in the car were not human. They are robots. The so-called Yunshang is a computer, which means that the robot that captures an Ichioshing and other classmates will call themselves Yunshang. Are these people? No. These robots from Earth? The answer is probably not, because the Earth does not have such advanced technology until now. Leave the Earth? Leave the Earth. Oh my God. There's no coming back. Will he die? The convoy drove for about 2 hours, and finally arrived at a very remote place in the wild. There were a dozen jeeps and a dozen trucks with tarps, and more than 100 students were driven out of the vehicles. In addition to an Ichioshing, Yubin also saw class beauty Yuding, Xiao Xiang from the next class, and others he didn't recognize. Everyone can move, but the men in black present each have a strange gun in their hand, which is definitely not available on Earth. An Ichioshing came to Yubin and asked, "What should we do? Will they capture us, dissect us, and take our organs?" Yubin was also very scared and said, "I don't know either. We can't escape anyway. Let's wait and see what happens." I peeked at Xiao Yao Yuding, who was crying with Zhao Xiang. Yubin couldn't help but feel jealous. Xiao Yao Yuding was the object of his crush. He didn't dare to tell her, but Zhao Xiang got there first. Among the kidnapped classmates, the ratio of boys and girls was actually evenly divided, and many of them were so frightened that they cried. In order to eliminate fear, Yubin said loudly, "Why are you crying? What is there to be afraid of? Once you come, you will be safe. But you can't run away. And fear is useful? If they really want to dissect you, you have nothing to be afraid of. Use it. Just wait." Xiao Yao glared at him and said, "Yubin, what are you talking about?" Yubin said, "Am I talking nonsense? Who knows if they are going to dissect us? Come on. Don't be afraid. I'll be the first one to attack you." Just as he was talking, he suddenly heard a loud buzzing sound, and a dazzling light shot down. A huge alien warship fell from the sky, opened the hatch, and stretched out the deck. People in black began to drive people aboard. Yubin raised his head and said, "I don't want you to rush me. I will leave on my own," and said to an Ichioshing, "Don't be afraid. I have a very auspicious premonition. We will live a good life. Believe me." An Ichioshing nodded and walked towards the cabin door with his head held high. Yubin looked back and saw that Xiao Yao and Zhao Xian also broke away from the escort of the man in black and walked over on their own. After boarding the battleship, everyone was assigned their seats, and Yun Shang's voice came from the radio. "Please fasten your seat belts. You will be seriously overweight when you rush out of the atmosphere. Since this battleship does not have artificial gravity equipment, it will experience weightlessness after leaving the Earth and entering space. For your safety and everyone else's, please be sure to fasten your seat belt and do not move around at will." With the help of the man in black, everyone fastened their seat belts. But those men in black all got off the battleship. They did not go with the battleship. They were probably going to kidnap the next group of students. Yun Shan said, 1 minute countdown to take off and prepare. Several classmates were so frightened that they shouted, "I want to go home." Yubin scolded again. "Why are you crying? You've already come. Can you go back?" When the countdown ended, the battleship suddenly took off into the air, and the huge overweight pressed everyone into their seats. Unable to move, everyone turned pale with fright, and did not dare to move or speak. However, Yubin felt a sense of excitement that he had never experienced before, and couldn't help shouting, "Yoha!" The battleship quickly rushed out of the atmosphere, and the scenery outside the porthole suddenly turned dark. The battleship had entered space, and then became weightless, feeling like it was about to float. Through the portholes, one could see several battleships forming a formation outside and flying out from the Earth together. Yun Shan's voice. Destination, S1 wormhole. Location, Saturn orbit. Expected to arrive in 3 hours. Classmate, I wish you a pleasant journey. Yuban happened to be sitting next to the porthole. He could see the scenery outside the porthole. He could see the Earth receding rapidly, and his field of vision was getting smaller and smaller. He couldn't help but curse. He really left the Earth. Isn't this too ridiculous? And Ichiyoshin beside him was trembling with fear. Yuban patted his hand and said, "Don't be afraid. It's okay." And Ichiyoshin said with a sad face, "Why are you not afraid? We have been abducted by aliens now. Even if we don't do an autopsy, we can't go back." Xiao Xiang, who was sitting opposite, laughed loudly and said, "Who told you not to dissect? We are Earthlings, and their aliens are of a different race from us. They want to study us. Tell me the best way. What is it? What is it?" And Ichiyoshin asked curiously, and several others also asked. "Of course it's an anatomy," Xiao Xiang said without any fear. Before Ichiyoshin could answer him, Xiao Yao, who was sitting next to Xiao Xiang, spat. "Can you stop talking nonsense?" Xiao Xiang asked Yuban again. "Hey, buddy, what do you think?" Yuban didn't like him, so he didn't bother to talk to him. He just turned his head to one side and continued to watch the space scenery outside the porthole. What on earth is this going to do? Who knows? Chapter 449, heading to Kepler 47. The spaceship carried everyone and continued to fly in space. And everyone in the cabin began to slowly calm down. Yuan Shang's voice echoed through the cabin from time to time, offering various encouragements and saying, "Children, you don't have to be afraid. I chose you because you are good enough. Green Star, a new continent in the universe, needs you to develop and build it. Whether you want to build it into a paradise or AHL will all depend on you. Then, come and show your talents and write your life. The Earth is just a small cage in the universe, and the universe should be the stage of your life." With constant brainwashing and propaganda, I don't know what this green star looks like. There are many planets in the universe that are called green stars, blue stars, or purple stars just because of the color of the planets. For example, the Pandora star in South Gate 2A was once called the Green Star. People's fears and nervousness were gradually calmed down. Soon the spacecraft arrived in the orbit of Saturn. Yuan Shang initially said that he would go through a wormhole in the orbit of Saturn and go to the Green Star, which is 4,900 light-years away. So everyone thought that there might really be a wormhole in the orbit of Saturn that could allow interstellar transmission. But after arriving here, I discovered that there was actually another interstellar battleship parked on the side of Saturn facing away from the Earth. The spacecraft from Earth is flying towards this interplanetary battleship. Some people began to doubt. Didn't they say they wanted to travel through a wormhole? Or are you traveling through time with the battleship in front of you? The spaceship slowed down and came to a stop in front of the super battleship. One side of the waiting battleship opened its hatch, and the transport spacecraft docked with it. After the docking was successful, the airlock opened. A total of 100 people began to connect through the airlock one by one, landed on the opposite battleship, and came to a large cabin of the battleship. After all the tens of thousands were collected, the hatch was closed. The transport spaceship was disconnected, turned around and flew away, probably heading to the Earth to continue picking up other students. Then I saw a dozen armed robots with live ammunition coming over. One of the robots held a loudspeaker and said, "Students, in a while we will travel through the wormhole and go to the Green Star 4,900 light-years away. Before you start traveling, considering the lack of astronomical knowledge among some of your classmates, it is necessary to popularize knowledge in advance. There is a binary galaxy 4,900 light-years away from the Earth, called Winran. The two stars are Winching and Ronching respectively. So together, they form the Winran binary galaxy. These two stars are a yellow dwarf star and a red dwarf star respectively. Speaking of which, many people may not know what a yellow dwarf star is and what a red dwarf star is. I will explain it to everyone here." It did not continue talking at this point, but stopped. It turned out that a classmate raised his hand to ask a question. The robot asked, "Do you have any questions, classmate?" The classmate said timidly, "Hello. I want to use the toilet. Can I use the toilet here? I've been holding it in for 3 hours, and I can't stand it anymore." Immediately, several classmates said they also needed to use the toilet. The robot said, "Of course there is a toilet. Those rooms are all toilets. The men's toilet is on the left, and the 3 doors on the right. Front and back are for girls. I'll give you 5 minutes to use it. The battleship is very large and has artificial gravity inside, so there is no need to worry about weightlessness. The robot, or the person behind the scenes, was very thoughtful and knew that everyone would be in a hurry. So they installed toilets on the battleship, and the number of female toilets was 3 times that of male toilets. This is also because it is considered more troublesome for girls to use the toilet than for boys. The reason is, I heard that I could go to the toilet, so everyone rushed to the toilet in a hurry. There is no fear or nervousness anymore. At this time, Euban discovered that the number of boys and girls seemed to be the same, because he saw a large number of girls. Why do you want to set it up like this? Could it be that the purpose of kidnapping everyone is to carry out large-scale construction and make long-term plans? The ratio of men to women is consistent, which is exactly in line with this assumption. That would be terrible. They would not be able to return to Earth and would not be able to see their parents. Wouldn't they be anxious to death? While going to the toilet, Euban and Enai Chioshing expressed their thoughts. Enai Chioshing sighed and said, "What can I do? You are a knife and a soldier. I am a fish and meat. So just wait. You are really open-minded." Enai Chioshing repeated that sentence again. What can I do? After everyone went to the toilet and returned to the cabin, the robot continued to explain. Continuing with the topic just now. What are yellow dwarfs and red dwarfs? In fact, this statement also comes from the habits of you people on Earth. Let's talk about yellow dwarfs first. A yellow dwarf has a mass that is 1 to 1.4 times that of the Sun. And the Sun is a typical yellow dwarf star. A star with a mass less than half that of the Sun is called a red dwarf. Then let's talk about the 2 stars in the Rand binary system. The mass of the Rand star is similar to that of the Earth, while the mass of the Rand star is only 1/3 of the Sun. But you Earthlings are more accustomed to calling the double star Kepler-47. You are Earthlings, so let's call it Kepler-47 according to the habits of Earthlings. Ask the star, which is Kepler-47a, and the star, of course, is Kepler-47b. The distance between these 2 stars is about 0.255 light-years. Star A has 4 planets, and Star B has 1 planet. Among the 4 planets surrounding Star A, the second planet from the inside to the outside, Kepler AC, is in the habitable zone. There is life, but without advanced intelligent life, there is no civilization. This planet is what we call the green star, is where we want to go. We will learn more about the details of green star after you arrive at your destination. All the characteristics of a green star are similar to those of the Earth. There is a rocky planet in its inner ring, which is too close to the star and has a high temperature, making it unsuitable for life. There are 2 stars in the outer ring of the green star, a rocky planet and a gas planet, both of which are not suitable for declaration of survival. Star B also has a planet, which is a gas planet. There is no life on this planet or its satellites. Okay, now that I've said it, you all should be clear? If you have any questions, you can ask. The next wave will arrive in 6 hours, so we have plenty of time. Gradually, everyone began to lose their fear. One classmate raised his hand and asked, "Who are you?" The robot replied, "An unknown God-level civilization helps people on Earth avoid destruction." How do you know that the people on Earth will perish? It's not you who want to destroy us people on Earth, right? Another classmate asked. Several students agreed. The robot signaled everyone to quiet down and said, "We will give you satisfactory answers to these questions after we arrive at Green Star." Euban asked, "Will we stay on the Green Star forever and be unable to return to Earth?" Chapter 450. Welcome to the Starship Dream Chaser. Euban asked a very pointed question. Will we stay on the Green Star forever and be unable to return to Earth? The robot replied, Green Star will become the second Earth. If it is built well, it will attract more people from Earth to develop and build it. It will not be a problem to even bring your family members. And all this depends on the development process and the results obtained. Euban muttered, "It's all nonsense. It means nothing was said." The robot added, "There is no food or drink here. You have to go there to have all this. If there are no problems, we will start teleportation." A few more questions were asked, and the robot answered them calmly. Finally, there were no more problems, and the transmission started. One side of the large cabin was cleared, and the students were moved outside this cleared area, waiting for the portal that would appear later. Everyone stood up. After a while, I saw above the open space in front of me. The cabin roof opened a crack, and it became larger and larger, becoming a rectangular skylight. And something fell from the skylight. Everyone was watching everything in front of them very nervously. Not long after, all these things came down and stood on the deck. It was a large ring-shaped object with a diameter of more than 4 meters. The robot said, "This is the portal of time and space. It can take us to the green star 4,900 light-years away. We can use equipment to create a wormhole in this portal. And then we can jump from this side of the wormhole. Go to the opposite side, which is the green star. Are you all ready? The wormhole is about to open." It turns out that this portal cannot directly pass people through, but a wormhole must be activated in the middle to enable teleportation. This is the same nature as the portal at Alpha Research Base 30 years later. It's just that the teleportation gate of Alpha Research Base is connected to Pandora 4 light-years away. And this teleportation gate has to teleport to a place 4,900 light-years away, which is more than 1,000 times farther than Pandora. After the portal was arranged, a moment later, a vortex appeared in the middle of the portal, and a wormhole was created. The robot said, "Okay, let's start teleporting. Get in line and go over in an orderly manner." The students didn't dare to go there. One of them said, "Can this thing really go thousands of light-years away?" Some people said, "I'm tired of seeing it." Others said, "It's over. It's over. It's time to die." Some even cried and said, "I don't want to die." There are still many people who do not believe in these alien robots. Yubin had been watching with cold eyes. But at this time Zhao Xiang suddenly stood up and said, "Oh, there is nothing to be afraid of, even if it means death. Can you escape if you want to? Okay, I will take a step first, and you can follow quickly. There are so many of us on Huangquan Road, so we are not lonely yet." After Zhao Xiang said that, he strode towards the wormhole. Yubin secretly laughed in his heart. Zhao Xiang knew clearly that nothing was wrong, but he deliberately pretended to be babbling like this to scare everyone. Zhao Xiang and he were classmates. They both liked Xiaoyao Yuding, but Xiaoyao liked Zhao Xiang. This made Yubin very unhappy, and he couldn't deal with Zhao Xiang. Zhao Xiang was halfway gone when Xiaoyao shouted from behind, "Zhao Xiang! No!" Zhao Xiang turned back, smiled, and continued walking forward. Yubin thought, "Are you the only one brave? YDH, do you think I'm a coward if I don't come out now?" Thinking of this, he also walked out and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. It's okay. Let's go. Anyway, life and death are going to pass today. What is there to be afraid of? If any of you have the ability to resist, then just don't leave." After that, he also took steps towards the wormhole. And Ai Qiusheng also shouted from behind, "Let's go. Everyone, stop dawdling. Life and death are determined by fate." After that, they followed suit, and everyone began to walk towards the wormhole one after another. Xiaoyao also followed after Zhao Xiang, which made Yubin very jealous. Finally arriving at the wormhole, Yubin made up his mind and jumped in. Wearing it right away. There is no colorful space-time tunnel like those described in science fiction movies. 1 second, everyone was still in the solar system. And the next second, they had reached the other end of the universe. Although there is no tunnel, there is a dazzling white light that makes people unable to see anything. After jumping over it and stepping on the ground, even the light quickly dims. What is displayed in front of everyone's eyes is. That scene is completely difficult to describe with words like dumbfounded, jaw-dropping, and other words that describe extreme surprise. This is a huge space. If you look around, you can't even see the end. There are a few aircraft flying in space here and there. Everyone came to a huge disk, which was at least 100 meters in diameter, suspended in midair, connected by an iron bridge to a corridor with handrails that had no end in sight. The classmates passed through the wormhole one after another. Yubin looked around and saw Zhao Xiang shouting from the front. "Oh, buy it." Everyone was standing on this big disc as if they were stupid, either in a daze, or spinning around in circles looking around, or walking cautiously on this huge disc. Not far from the center of the disc stood a few officers. Their military uniform showed that they did not belong to any army on Earth, but they all looked like people from Earth. Could it be that aliens have transformed into Earthlings? Or are they highly simulated alien robots? That's what Yubin thinks. But I don't know if he is right. In the middle of these officers was a very good-looking female officer. After everyone came over one after another, the female officer clapped her hands and said, "Hey, did I say you are all stupid? Welcome to the Starship Dream Chaser. Feel free to scream." Her voice came out through the loudspeaker, and everyone looked towards her. The female officer waved to everyone again, motioning everyone to come closer, and then said, "No need to doubt it. Just like you, I am also from Earth. But I just came a few days earlier than you. Introducing myself. My name is Luo Shili. I am your psychological counselor. I will spend a long time here with you. We have a common purpose, which is to develop Green Star and make it a second Earth. The Green Star is right under our feet, and the Dream Chaser starship we are riding on is in the orbit of the Green Star. Due to various reasons, Green Star is not currently able to land, so we will stay on the starship for a long time and conduct some necessary training and learning before we can carry out the Green Star landing operation. Next, you will be arranged to live on this battleship. After that, he said into the headset. Report. This batch of new recruits are here. Can they return to the team? Yes. As she spoke, she walked towards the iron bridge connecting the corridor. At this moment, a female voice came from the loudspeaker. Attention to all arriving recruits. Chapter 451 Kepler 47 Double Galaxy. Then a large floating screen appeared in the air. On the screen was a female officer, saying, Attention all arriving recruits. Please take FB number 1314. You will go to the 16th Infantry Barracks to assemble. Repeat. All soldiers on site are asked to take the FB to the 16th Infantry Barracks. As the female officer's instructions on the screen were completed, an aircraft landed and stopped on the large disc. There was a line of words printed on the aircraft, number 1314. Flybus. It turns out that the so-called FB means flying bus. With a swish sound, FB opened the car door, and everyone got up one after another. Through the car door, there was an inner door, and a mezzanine was formed between the two doors. If you guessed correctly, this mezzanine should be the air cabin. Yubin followed the flow of people and got on the car. He looked at the words on the car body and couldn't help but sigh. 1314 means for the rest of his life. Originally, he had a crush on the little demon. He once said to himself in his heart that he would love the little demon for the rest of his life. But now, people don't like him at all. And he already has his name. Xiao Yao Yuding's father's surname is Xiao and her mother's surname is Yao. So she changed her parents' surname and took a 4-character name. Xiao Yao is homophonic to Little Demon. So she got the nickname Little Demon. But she quite likes this nickname of Xiao Yao and Yubin were both born in 1973. So it is very common for those born in the 1970s to be named Yuding, Yume, etc. But they said that everyone got in the car. The door was closed, but the inner door was not closed. It seems that the flying car, that is, the FB only flies inside the starship. So there is no need to use the air cabin. The setting of the air capsule shows that it can carry out manned space flight. But we don't know what its power is. The shape of FB is a bit like the future human spacecraft in science fiction movies. There are not many seats inside. So students who come up from behind can only stand and hold on to the armrests. After Yubin came up, he found a seat and sat down. Everyone also got on the bus and took their seats one after another. Enai Loach sat with him, and Xiao Yao and Zhao Xiang sat in front. FB shuttled through the huge internal space of the starship, with only a few sporadic aircraft flying in the space. This space is not only huge but also very empty. It must have been built not long ago, but the facilities are still not very complete. The flight lasted about 10 minutes and landed in a square. There is a voice prompt. Please recruit new recruits to line up in the corresponding numbered area according to their own numbers. Everyone began to look for their respective campsites. And by now, everyone began to slowly relax. Yubin saw Xiao Yao and Zhao Xiang walking together, talking and laughing all the time. So he turned his head to the side, not to look at this sad scene. Loach patted his shoulder beside him and said, Forget it. Boss, forget her. Your marriage will come sooner or later. Junjie smiled bitterly and did not answer him. The time now is a little after 8 o'clock in the evening Earth time. Ba bang, sound of trying the microphone. A middle-aged officer appeared on the big screen in the square. Hello, recruits, the middle-aged officer on the screen said, with a sonorous, powerful and resounding voice. Welcome to the Dream Chaser starship. In the next 2 years, you will serve on the Dream Chaser and become a space marine in the strict sense. Your future interstellar military career will be full of countless unknowns, including fighting, including bloodshed, and even sacrificing your life. Are you ready? These words made the classmates look at each other in shock. After doing this for a long time, they were caught, captured by aliens. The people here are all Earthlings. But the aliens were very cunning, hiding behind and refusing to come out. They were sure that they had no one So they captured Earthlings to work for them. The so-called Dream Chaser, with such a name, is nothing more than attractive. This alien spacecraft does not belong to any country. It belongs to aliens. Seeing everyone's answers, the officer himself felt a little embarrassed and said, "It seems that everyone's enthusiasm is not very high. Well, you have come all the way from the Earth, and you will not be able to adapt to many places. It doesn't matter. I will give you a week to get to know this giant starship." You must all have a lot of questions in your mind. How do we possess and master such advanced aerospace technology? How can we travel 4,900 light years to reach such a distant space? I will ask the Starship Chief Engineer to explain to you later. Introduce. The officer paused and continued. The Earth's resources are becoming increasingly depleted, and the living space of human beings is getting smaller and smaller. We urgently need to develop a new home to adapt to human survival. This is our top-secret extraterrestrial home plan. Of course, this top-secret plan is no longer a secret to you now. The goal of the outer space home plan is the oasis of the planet below us. However, so far we know very little about the oasis, and you will be the vanguard to explore the oasis. Since it is an unknown world, there may be battles, bloodshed and sacrifices, as I said before. But you are soldiers. Well, quasi-soldiers, recruits, and you must become excellent professional soldiers in the future. But these are just clouds. As space warriors, in addition to your excellent military qualities and brave and tenacious fighting spirit, the most important thing is that we also have the most advanced military equipment. Finally, let me introduce myself. My name is Wong Pusan, captain of the Starship Dream Chaser. Since it was established not long ago, there are currently only a few personnel on the entire ship. However, in the near future, there will be more and more personnel. Okay, I'm done. I would like to ask Mr. Shu to give you a brief introduction to our starship. Next, a middle-aged woman appeared on the screen. Hello everyone. I am Dr. Shu Qianlong. You have just come from Earth. You must be very excited. Right? Just like you. I was nervous, scared, excited when we explored and developed this super ship. Well, Dr. Shu Qianlong stopped and turned her head, as if she was talking to the person next to her. Okay, the female doctor said again. Are you all still hungry? Go eat first, and I will explain it to you while you eat. Under the leadership of the robot, everyone walked to the canteen. Listening to the female doctor continue to speak. First of all, let's talk about Oasis, also called Green Star. Female Dr. Shu Qianlong continued. It is the second planet orbiting the A star of the Wenran double galaxy. The Wenran binary galaxy. Oh, is Kepler-47. It has 2 stars, namely Wenqing and Ronqing. These 2 stars also drive 5 planets and other celestial bodies in the double galaxy to orbit the galactic core. While Shu Qianlong was explaining, the composition of the galaxy was also displayed on the screen. Yen Wang star is 4,900 light-years away from the Earth. Oasis is their second planet, and the only planet in the system suitable for human survival. Chapter 452, The Outer Home Plan. While the female doctor was explaining, the composition of the galaxy was also displayed on the screen. Yen Wang star is 4,900 light-years away from the Earth. Oasis is their second planet, and the only planet in the system suitable for human survival. The Oasis star, numbered WRA2, has a volume, mass, atmospheric composition, air pressure, planetary gravity, climate, and geology, all of which are basically the same as the Earth. It takes 25 hours to rotate once, and it takes 350 planetary days to orbit around star A. The total time is equivalent to 1 Earth year. Oases have long days and short nights. Taking the equator as an example, the average daytime is more than 20 hours a day, and the nighttime is less than 5 hours. Because there are 2 suns, there are no polar day and night phenomena at the North and South Pole. And precisely because there are 2 suns, the temperature of the Oasis star is significantly higher than that of the Earth. The average temperature at the equator is more than 40 degrees. The average annual temperature in mid-latitudes is generally above 30 degrees, and the average annual temperature in high latitudes is above 25 degrees. There are no periods of sub-zero temperatures around the world, which means you won't see snow or ice anywhere on the planet. Oasis has 2 moons, Crescent 1 and Crescent 2. About 60% of the planet's surface is ocean, and the rest is land, with 4 continents and scattered islands. The continents and oceans have yet to be named. The entire continent is covered in green vegetation. The plant composition is unknown. The animal composition is unknown. It is speculated that there are no advanced intelligent creatures. So our exploration of the Oasis planet does not constitute aggression. But it is possible that there are primitive civilizations that are far inferior to Earth's technology. And if so, we will try to communicate with them and jointly develop the planet. At the same time, before the biological composition of the planet is understood, we cannot rule out the possibility that there may be biological systems and biological species on the planet that are outside the known natural laws. How to deal with it at that time has not yet been decided, so we won't mention it for now. Although all of the above are still unknown, one thing is certain: the organisms in the Oasis are carbon-based just like our Earth. You will gradually learn about Oasis geography and Oasis biology in the days to come. Now, let me introduce to you the Dream Chaser starship and its technology. The Dream Chaser star carrier is also called a space carrier, a starship, a star aircraft carrier, etc. After you came here, you all discovered how huge it is. So how big is it? Dream Chaser is a super combat ship with outstanding technology. Its appearance is an oblate ellipsoid. Its total length is 62 kilometers. When the female doctor said this, the soldiers who were eating in the canteen couldn't help but exclaim, 62 kilometers? What kind of concept is that? Equivalent to the distance from one city to another city. This is too big. While explaining, this super battleship was also displayed on the screen. The female doctor continued, the maximum height is 15 kilometers. And the maximum width is 22 kilometers. Its interior is composed of thousands of cabins and streets. And the internal structure is also multi-level and three-dimensional. Because of its size, it is not just a super battleship. It is also a space city. Under normal conditions, it can accommodate 3 million non-military personnel for permanent living. And it has a complete artificial ecological circulation system. In the event of a crisis, it can accommodate 12 million residents for at least 10 years. The Dream Chaser is a dual-use starship for both military and civilian use. Among the technologies it contains, there are artificial air generation and purification systems, artificial gravity generation systems, urban resource recovery systems, energy and power systems, and photon computer network systems, virtual sky, artificial climate, and other technologies necessary for life. In space navigation, everyone has seen the technology it uses, such as wormhole technology. It can allow people, materials, and equipment to arrive instantly. It is the wormhole technology that everyone uses when they come from the solar system to the interior of the Dream Chaser. The power source of the Dream Chaser is mainly energy crystal blocks. There is a crystal block reactor at the bottom of the Dream Chaser, which can continuously provide energy for the entire mothership system for 1,000 years. The Dream Chaser has a shield, which is the same as what we have seen in science fiction movies, which can effectively protect the hull SHL from attack damage. The shield exists on the surface of the ship in the form of energy waves, and is nearly 100 meters thick. An aircraft without an accurate navigation code cannot enter the Dream Chaser, and will crash directly into the shield. The Dream Chaser has extraordinary combat capabilities. When fully staffed, it can simultaneously carry 100-kilometer class aerospace ships, 10,000 aerospace fighters, 10,000 air and sky defense laser cannons, and 300,000 combat and military-related personnel, 3 million non-military space city residents. But the current situation is that there are only a few masters on the Dream Chaser, and including you, there are only about 100 people. There is a very long way to go before the Dream Chaser reaches saturation and becomes an interstellar combat capability. We, as well as the new ones, will become the vanguard of the Dream Chaser and the vanguard of the exploration of the Oasis. As for whether we will continue to send more personnel in the future and how to expand, it is still unknown for the time being. Okay. The female doctor stopped here, said a few words to the people next to her, and then said, okay, I'll stop here for now. Everyone will gradually and comprehensively understand the Dream Chaser and the Oasis in the future. After saying that, the screen went black. Perspective shift. The USS Dream Chaser interstellar aircraft carrier. The bow command module. At the very front of the carrier, a quarter-spherical cabin. The upper, lower, left, right and front bulkheads are made of super strong glass. You can see the carrier very clearly the external condition of the ship. At this time, through the glass, you can clearly see a dazzling sun in front of the mothership. This sun is Kepler 47a, also known as Winching. Through the transparent floor, You can see a huge green planet under your feet, which should be a mysterious oasis. There are many instruments in the command module that have never been seen on Earth. But the huge cabin is more like a very large hall with only 4 people in it. One of them is Wang Pusen, who claimed to be the captain in the video just now. And the other woman is the chief engineer Dr. Xu Qianlan. And the other 2 people are also a man and a woman. The woman is Luo Xiaoli, who just guided the recruits. And the man, he is a sturdy young man with a black bull horn. The 4 people sat down in their respective seats in the command cabin. This was the rhythm of a meeting. Wang Pusen, who was the captain, said, "It's been almost a year since I got this battleship." "Right." Several others nodded. At this moment, a 3D virtual figure appeared in front of everyone. But it was none other than the host Yunshang. Wang Pusen added, "Now, our outer world home can start to launch." "Just," one of them said. "But the green star is indeed suitable for human survival. But the creatures on it are," Yunshang said, "for the survival of you humans, and for the continuation of your Earth civilization. We must colonize the green star as soon as possible, attract more humans to develop it, and build a large and powerful enough fleet to go eternal civilization to deal with all evil. So if there is a creature on the green star that hinders our progress, then let us kill it." Chapter 453, The Origin of the Dream Chaser. "Since we are going to develop Green Star," Luo Xiaoli said, "we need to vigorously recruit personnel. We only have 4 people on the whole ship. And including the 100 people recruited, there are only 104 people. Moreover, on Earth, the sudden disappearance of these people will cause panic." Yunshang interrupted her and said, "Why are you afraid of panic? We are a home in the outer world, not the Earth. We are the continuation of Earth civilization. If one day the Eternal Man really comes to Earth, then we should be panicking." "Hey, Yunshang," Wang Pusen said, "don't be too anxious. After all, we are all Earthlings. Unlike you, who knows a robot, and an alien robot. You don't understand us Earthlings at all," Xu Qianlan said. "You can't do it yourself. You still want to count on us Earthlings. But you don't trust us Earthlings," Yunshang said. "It's not that I don't believe you. I'm just anxious. You don't understand that eternal people are so powerful and can destroy the entire solar system with just a few moves," Hanyo said. "Is it that mysterious? You can destroy the entire solar system with one move. Isn't this a big boast?" Yunshang said. "This is really not bragging." Seeing that Black Bull was about to compete with the computer, Wang Pusen said, "Okay, now that we are in this position, let's think about how to build Green Star." Yunshang added, "We still have to keep it confidential." Wang Pusen glared at Yunshang's virtual image and just said, "Yes, I understand." Xu Qianlan said, "In 1 year's time, we have figured out the battleship and started recruiting personnel. So, will the next step be to start exploring the Green Star?" Wang Pusen said, "It's not enough. There are only about 100 people. And if we recruit too many people, it will be easy to leak secrets. I think we need at least 500 people. And they will have to undergo at least 3 years of training before we can carry out the work." "Log in. What? 3 years?" Yunshang asked anxiously. "Then what can we do?" Wang Pusen looked helpless. "As long as you say you can reveal our secrets to the world, then I can guarantee that it won't be a problem for you even if you want 1,000,000 people." "That won't work," Yunshang said. "That will definitely not work. Once the secret is leaked, someone may send random messages to the universe, and our location may be discovered by the Eternal People, and then we will be in danger." "No, Yunshang," Hanyo said. "If you can just send a message into space and be discovered by aliens, it would also require enough power. Nothing is impossible in this universe." Wang Pusen also said, "Okay, keep it secret, but it will take me 2 years at the earliest. I can't take huge risks. In addition, we can only recruit up to 500 people." "Huh? What recruitment? This is obviously a catch," Yunshang added. "It needs to be kept secret." "Yes, keep it secret. We can only catch it." After some debate, Xu Qianlan, an engineer, said, "Since we can't log in now, let's conduct an unmanned reconnaissance of the head office." "You can have this," several people said at the same time. The result of the discussion is that only 500 people will be recruited for the time being, and they will be recruited from all over the world. 100 people have been summoned now, and there are still 400 people left. They will be gathered slowly in the next 5 years. Not too fast to attract the attention of the world. So now there are only 104 people on the huge Dream Chaser. The 4 people in the command module, plus the 100 people who have just been secretly called from Earth. The Dream Chaser is indeed the spaceship of the Eternal Man. But it is not the official spaceship of the Eternal Civilization, but the private property of someone. And this person is the Master Feng you mentioned before. Eternal Man Feng Yu built 2 spaceships in total, the Hope and the Dream Chaser. The Hope is parked in the orbit of Saturn in the solar system. It is also a large battleship, with a length of 950 meters. But it pales in comparison to the Dream Chaser, which is 62 kilometers long. The host of the Dream Chaser is Yun Shang, and the host of the Hope is Giada. Giada was introduced in the main line of the machine. She only awakened Louis, the leader of the machine civilization, in 2189. And it is only 1991 now, 198 years away from that time. Yun Shang Giada is both a participant in Feng Yu's revenge plan, but they handle it in different ways, which Feng Yu set up from the beginning. Giada's awakening plan has not yet been launched, but now Yun Shang is about to launch his Tianwai home plan. How Wang Pusan and the 4 obtained the Dream Chaser, or how Yun Shang, the host of the Dream Chaser, chose the 4 of them, is not recorded in detail in the database of the Wanderer fleet. It is just said that during an adventure, these 4 people boarded this super battleship at the same time, and have been living on this battleship ever since, constantly studying it and understanding it. But it was said that the 100 children, all 18 years old, were arranged to dine in a large canteen. The meals were made by robots. Everyone ate anxiously. There were signs posted on the walls around the restaurant. Poster introducing details about the Waran binary galaxy, Kepler 47, and the Dream Chaser. There are also various large screens that take turns to introduce. Everyone is very curious about this kind of big screen. They didn't expect that this kind of TV screen can be so thin that it can be attached to the wall. You must know that in the early 1990s, LCD TVs had not yet come out. They were all picture tube TVs with a large back and a very small screen. A 24-inch TV was considered a large color TV. The TVs hanging on the walls are each at least 100 inches or more. They are not only thin, but also very large. While Yubin was eating, he was watching the promotional video on the screen. Loach, sitting next to him, asked, "Hey, boss, you said they are so high-end. The TV is as thin as a piece of paper. And it's so big. It has all these things. 1,000 inches. Right?" Yubin glared at him and asked, 1,000 inches? Brother, do you know how big 1,000 inches is? You're just talking nonsense. These TVs are only about 100 inches at most. How can they be 1,000 inches? You're going to die laughing. Me? The 100-inch TV is really big. My TV is only 14 inches. And it's still black and white. Nilu said. It's not bad to come here. You can see big color TVs in the future. Look at how hopeless you are. Yubin said, "I know we will be fine here in the future. But I'm just worried about my parents. They must be anxious to death now. Urgent. What's the use?" Loach said, "I believe we will go back one day." After dinner, the distribution of barracks began. There were 10 people in Yubin's team, and they were assigned to a room. Unexpectedly, Xiao Xiang was also assigned to the same room as him. Chapter 454 Space Painter. The barracks are at the edge of the camp area, and there are just portholes through which you can see outside the mothership. In the area where the squad barracks are located, there is a gun cabin not far away on both sides. The gun cabins are equipped with anti-sky laser cannons, which are used to defend against air and sky enemies during wartime. The squad barracks has 10 beds, just enough to accommodate one squad. After Yubin found his bed, he lay directly on the bed and stared at the cabin roof in a daze. Several other people crowded in front of the only small porthole that could see the outside world. The round window was only as big as a pot lid. How could it accommodate so many people to observe? Xiao Xiang couldn't squeeze in, so he stood outside the crowd and stood on tiptoe for a while, then looked back at the calm Yubin. Yubin hated him to begin with, but who knew that he would be arrested together with him? What's more, the little demon he loved so much was also arrested. How can I survive in my interstellar career from now on? Xiao Xiang couldn't squeeze into the observation window. He wanted to come over to talk to Yubin several times, but he hesitated to speak. Finally, he made up his mind to come up and talk to Yubin. Loach glanced at Xiao Xiang, snorted, came to Yubin's bed and asked, "What's wrong? Boss? It seems you are not very excited." When Xiao Xiang saw Yubin's best friend in eye, He originally planned to come up and get close to him, but he had no choice but to go back to the crowd in front of the porthole. What are they doing? Loach asked. Looking outside, Yubin said lazily. You don't seem to be interested in this place. No. There will be a lot of time in the future. There is plenty of time to see. Why should we care about this moment? Then do you want to go out and take a look? Loach asked with a mysterious smile. No. Just going out for a walk. Can it be done? Just come back if you can't do it. Let's go then. Let's go. But let's call 2 more people. After Yubin stood up, he quietly called out the nicknames Heilung and Shanmao. And then the 4 of them quietly slipped out of the barracks. Along the way, Black Dragon and Shanmao were asking where they were going. But Yubin and Ni always smiled and refused to answer. The first time I came to the Dream Chaser, the interior was like a maze. I walked around in a big circle. I was not familiar with anything or understood anything. Just when I was worried about whether to continue, I was discovered and was forced to do something by a few robots. He was taken back. The 4 people were walking back dejectedly when they were stopped by a stranger. They saw this man about 30 years old and wearing a battleship uniform. The 4 of them were all startled and looked at him in confusion. I saw this man saying, "What are you little bastards wandering around for?" Yubin said, "Of course, I want to find a way home. Do you know that it is illegal for you to catch us here? Send us back quickly." This person was not angry, but after walking back and forth for a few steps, he smiled and said, "I'll take you out for a walk, so that you can learn a lot." Several people were still in a daze. "What are you doing standing around? Come on! If you don't come, forget it." Yubin raised his head and said, "Come, just come. Who is afraid of whom? My surname is Nyo, and my nickname is Heinyo. You can just call me Brother Heinyo." Heinyo introduced himself. "I am one of the 4 veterans of the Dream Chaser." The 4 people followed him, either on foot or by elevator. About half an hour later, the 4 people arrived at a hangar where a dozen small aircraft were parked. Heinyo stood in front of an aircraft and checked his palm prints to open the hatch. He tilted his head and said, "Go up." Everyone goes up one by one. "Wow! Where are we going?" Bobcat asked excitedly. Heinyo said, "Of course I'm going out. I'll come back after a walk." "What? Are you scared? If you are, it's still too late to go down now." Seeing everyone's eagerness to try, Heinyo continued, "The spacecraft does not have a gravity device, so there will be weightlessness after a while. Everyone should fasten their seat belts to prevent collisions due to weightlessness." After everyone was seated, Heinyo turned on the oxygen supply in turn, adjusted the air pressure in the spacecraft, closed the air cabin door, turned on the communication equipment, and said into the microphone, "Painter number 3 calls the command station. Please reply." "Painter?" Everyone was puzzled. Heinyo turned around and said with a smile, "I hope someone is at the command podium. Otherwise, we won't be able to get out without the flight password." As he was talking, a female officer appeared on the communication screen, but it was Luo Shili, saying, "I am the command post. Please speak." "Hi, Shili," Heinyo said with a smile. Luo Shili asked, "What are you going to do?" "Hey, why are you bringing 4 new people with you?" "Well, that's what happened," Heinyo said with a smile. "Painter number 3 requested to leave the ship for a painting mission. And by the way, he took these little guys out to see the world. Is it okay?" Luo Shili asked worriedly. "They are all newcomers. Don't worry. It'll be fine." Heinyo vowed. "Although they are newcomers, they will have to face everything here one day." "Okay. Please wait a moment. The mission data is being verified." Shanmao unbuckled his seat belt and hid in the blind spot of the camera, and asked softly, "Hey, Brother Nyo, this eldest sister is so beautiful. What's going on with you and her? Go back to your seat and fasten your seat belt." Heinyo said, while gesturing towards the bobcat with expressions and gestures. "Big black cow." The female officer said after checking the mission data, "What are you doing? Have you eaten dead cat meat?" When she saw the bobcat walking in the cabin, she said, "That newcomer. Do you know the rules? Why are you running around? Why don't you sit down quickly?" Shanmao was scolded and returned to his seat dejectedly. Yubin and Heilung were both holding back their laughter. "Do you need so many people to spray paint?" Luo Shili asked again. Heinyo said, "Sister, don't worry. I will make them obey the rules. I'm worried about you. Don't mess with me and drive around in a spaceship. Do you understand? You big black bull?" "Okay. Get ready to download the flight password. With a mechanical sound of clicking, the bottom plate carrying the small spacecraft lifted the spacecraft and pushed it into the airlock. Computer simulated human voice. The Painter 3 operation ship performed off-ship operations, downloaded the flight code, and entered the airlock. The airlock began to decompress the air pressure to 0 and the air density to 0. At the end of the long passage of the airlock is the outer door of the airlock. When it is opened, the deep and dark space comes into view. Wow! Wow! Both the Black Dragon and the Lynx shouted in unison. And they would enter space in a while. Yubin has always been calm. But in fact, he was extremely excited. Oh! You rookies. Hanyo shook his head, started the engine, and flew out in the spacecraft. As soon as they got out of the mothership, weightlessness followed. Fortunately, they were restrained by safety belts and kept them from floating. Looking at it, the Dream Chaser was so huge that the edges could not be seen at all. The small spaceship was flying on the surface of the mothership. As small as dust. Chapter 455 Kepler 47a. As soon as they got out of the mothership, weightlessness followed. Fortunately, they were restrained by safety belts and kept them from floating. Looking at it, the Dream Chaser was so huge that the edges could not be seen at all. The small spaceship was flying on the surface of the mothership. As small as dust. You can loosen your seat belts. Hanyo reminded everyone while operating the spacecraft to fly to the predetermined work area. Everyone unbuckled their seat belts and floated in the cabin. Ha! Is this space? It's really spectacular. I am also an astronaut now. Bobcat shouted excitedly. Astronaut? Hanyo also unbuckled his seat belt. And the spacecraft automatically drove to the destination according to the navigation data. What do astronauts do? Please explain. Shanmao scratched his head and said, This is really hard to explain. With such advanced aerospace technology, I guess the word astronaut will become a historical term. The tiny Painter is flying close to the surface of the mothership. Here is the huge invisible surface of the mothership. But over there is the deep and dark space. The sun and the Oasis star are both blocked by the mothership. Not see. The mothership's hull is black. And its surface is covered by a shield nearly 100 meters thick. At this time, the Painter is flying in the shield on the surface of the ship's hull. The shield is made of colorless and transparent weighty material. The Painter has been flying. And not far ahead. He can see words and patterns printed on the hull of the ship. Everyone was curiously guessing what the pattern in front of them would be. The Painter finally flew to the pattern. The pattern was so huge that he couldn't even tell what it was. He only knew that it was dark red. Hanyo turned on the automatic operating device. And Spaceship Painter number 3 hovered in front of this large group of dark red patterns. The front section of the spacecraft. A spray gun was stretched out and sprayed paint towards the outer SH.L of the ship. It turns out that this spaceship is specially used to paint the outer SH.L of the mothership. No wonder its name is Painter. How are you doing? Do you think it's exciting? Hanyo asked proudly as he floated in the cabin, letting the Painter work automatically. It's really hard to believe. How did all of this happen? Both Bobcat and Black Dragon asked. Hanyo talked eloquently. I came on the Dream Chaser a year ago. Like you, I didn't believe all this was true. Let's talk about it. So far, we have not even landed humans on Mars. The vast International Lunar Base project has always been on the agenda and has not been implemented until now. These are all due to technological constraints. But how come we have such a huge interstellar carrier and such advanced interstellar navigation technology? And he also came to such a distant universe, discovered this beautiful planet, and is fully capable of developing it into a second Earth. How on earth was all of this accomplished? Yeah. How on earth was it done? Yubin asked with a sneer. Didn't you all see the cooked food in the promotional video when you were eating? Hanyo asked. Are everything you said true? Several people asked at the same time. Hanyo sighed and said, Yes, it's all true. It was all a year ago. In fact, we were also kidnapped at that time. And it was just a little different from yours. At that time, there were only 4 of us kidnapped by Yunshang. We stayed on the Dream Chaser for 3 full months before we met our families. Can I see my family? Yubin asked. What he was most concerned about was this question. What did alien battleships, developing alien planets, and realizing his great interstellar career aspirations have to do with him? Only being with your family is the most important thing. Hanyo replied. Yes, we are all from Earth. Not only can you see your family in the future, but you can also return to Earth. and even pick up your family to come to the Dream Chaser. Of course, the premise must be kept secret. That's no problem. That's right. Hanyo said, it is indeed a shameful thing to kidnap you. But it also reflects a problem. That is, you are all very good people. Otherwise, while talking about kidnapping, you are begging for help. Even if you come, you won't be able to come. Hearing what he said, everyone laughed. Many things are very complicated to talk about, Hanyo said. You will gradually understand them in the future. Then let's just wait. I hope we will all know in the near future, Yubin said. By the way, is the female commander just now really your sister? No, Hanyo chuckled. She is my girlfriend. Okay, brother Nyo, Yubin said. So beautiful. That's necessary, Hanyo said with great pride. Shanmao was full of energy and asked, are there any single officer girls in the command post? Well, I'm talking about you. A newcomer, Hanyo said. Before you came, there were only 4 of us on the entire battleship. Luo Shelley and I, as well as the Captain Wang Pusen. And the other one was the female Dr. Xu Qianlan. But we have already famous beauties have their owners. And even if they don't have one, it's not suitable for you. They are all aunties. Just as he was talking, Black Dragon suddenly shouted, uh-huh. I can see the pattern clearly. Look at it. As the spacecraft painters moved during the painting process, they could already see clearly what the red pattern was. It turned out to be 3 traditional Chinese characters, Dream Chaser. Do you want to take a closer look? Hanyo said and returned to the driving seat. Stopped the automatic painting of the workship. Pulled the operating lever, and manually operated the spacecraft to leave the mothership SHL. The small spaceship is getting farther and farther away from the ship. And the pattern is getting clearer and clearer. And finally the whole picture can be seen clearly. Sure enough, it was 3 huge traditional Chinese characters, Dream Chaser, and national flag and naval ensign designs. The entire pattern is at least 1,000 meters in height. The color is relatively dull. It must have not been completely sprayed. The small spaceship spray painter seemed so small in front of these 3 big characters. I didn't expect that a few words could be so spectacular. Everyone sighed with emotion. Is this too much for you? Hanyo snorted softly. There is something more exciting. Do you want to see it? What else? Everyone asked. Hanyo asked in a nonchalant manner. Just tell me whether you want to see it or not. Of course I do. Okay. Sit still, Hanyo said, driving the spacecraft to fly away from the ship. About 100 meters away from the ship, it began to fly toward the top of the mothership close to the surface of the ship. The surface of the mothership moved in front of our eyes, continuing to fly towards the top of the mothership. When it was approaching the top of the mothership, a ray of light shot from the top. The higher it went, the brighter the light became, and the wider the range it illuminated. Finally, the spacecraft has reached the top of the mothership. Through the porthole of the spacecraft, in the vast space ahead, a star can be seen emitting dazzling light. Chapter 456. No one detects the green star. And seemingly very close to the mothership is a huge planet. She is a green planet, quietly wandering in the universe, like a bright emerald, and like a shy girl. Behind the planet is half of the star, which is Kepler 47a. But on the Dream Chaser, it is called the questioning star. And this planet, that looks like a beautiful emerald, should be our extraterrestrial home planet Oasis. It's so beautiful! Everyone was completely shocked by the beauty of space. Is this an oasis? She is so beautiful, Yubin asked, as if talking to himself. In the vast desert of the universe. An oasis that carries life. It's a pity that we know so little about it, Black Bull sighed. And we don't know if there are any scary species on it. I hope there aren't. Hanyo, have you had enough fun? Aren't you coming back? Luo Shili suddenly came online and urged. Okay. Hanyo reluctantly operated the spacecraft and returned automatically according to the flight password prompts. Oh, it's really disappointing. I also want to take you to the moon. Moon? Yes. There are 2 moons in the oasis. New Moon 1 and New Moon 2. As he spoke, Hanyo turned his body and searched the space with his eyes, and pointed at a celestial body in space that was much smaller than the oasis. Hey, that is one of the 2 moons. The spacecraft flew downwards close to the mothership. Star A, Oasis, and the satellite disappeared one by one behind the mothership. The spacecraft flew back to the interior of the mothership according to the flight code. It has been almost a week since I arrived on the Dream Chaser. There is a simulated sky inside the mothership, simulating day and night. And the time is completely based on the habits of the Earth. There is sufficient lighting inside the mothership 24 hours a day. From 6 o'clock to 18 o'clock during the day. From 18 to 6 o'clock the next day. The lighting is dim. The artificial weather system will basically control the temperature between 18 and 28 degrees. But there will be no natural weather phenomena on the Earth such as wind, rain, thunder and lightning. Each newcomer was issued equipment, including green jungle camouflage uniforms, personal computers, and robot bees. The robot bee is a micro-aircraft that is only 5 centimeters long and can fly continuously for 4 hours. During the flight, it takes pictures and holographic scans of the surrounding environment, as well as obtains various information such as air composition, air pressure, terrain, enemy situation, temperature and humidity, radiation, etc. Valuable intelligence is fed back to the soldier's portable optical brain in real time. The first week in the battleship is to get familiar with the Dream Chaser. There will often be robots to lead everyone around the battleship to get familiar with it. And everyone also began to understand the origin of this huge battleship, as well as the grievances between Feng Yu and Eternal Man. I also learned that the people in charge of this battleship are mainly people from Earth. As long as the secrets are not leaked, the computer host Yunshan will not interfere. Otherwise it will forcefully close the wormhole system and disconnect the Dream Chaser from the solar system. Knowing this and knowing that they can still contact their families in the future, or even return to Earth, or pick up their families, everyone began to feel relieved. And they were also told that after a week's rest, they would start a 2-year military training. The training would be conducted on the battleship, and the landing mission would be officially implemented 2 years later. And in the days to come, people will continue to be called from the Earth. Training and learning content includes general drills, physical fitness, firearms, battleship knowledge, ship driving, air combat and landing operations, etc. Wang Pusen and others of the 4 elders took turns being their instructors. 3 months after the recruit training, everyone began to slowly accept the reality here, and after signing a confidentiality agreement, they were allowed to have online calls with their families on Earth. Kepler-47 is 4,900 light-years away from the solar system, which means that it takes 4,900 years for light to reach the sun. So if you talk to the Earth, ordinary photoelectric communication, even if the signal attenuation is not taken into account. Here is a sentence. It will take 4,900 years for the Earth to hear it, and it will take another 4,900 years for another word to be heard from there. Therefore, ordinary photoelectric signals cannot achieve real-time communication at all. But these are not a problem for the Dream Chaser. Think about it. Wormhole transmission technology is already available. So wouldn't instant messaging technology be a problem? Therefore, many people make, remote instant calls with their families. When family members know that their children are safe here, they begin to feel relieved. Yubin also spoke to his parents. When their parents saw him, they were very worried about him. They were relieved after Yubin tried his best to comfort him. New recruits undergo basic training. After becoming regular soldiers, everyone is assigned a military rank, and they are all private soldiers. A 1-year and 9-month career as an interstellar soldier began. However, they said that before the recruits finished and the veterans began, the command headquarters summoned them all to a small auditorium, saying that they wanted the machine to dare to watch the live broadcast of the unmanned detection of the Green Star. In the small auditorium of the headquarters, there are several large screens hanging on the rostrum in front, and the step seats in the back can accommodate hundreds of spectators. 100 people who had become veterans lined up to enter the venue. The 4 elders had already arrived first, and were all sitting in the front row. After everyone arrived, Wang Pusen said, "After a while, the Dream Chaser will send 4 unmanned landing pods to land on the surface of the Oasis star to conduct remote control detection of the Oasis. Let's all watch together, study together, and discover problems from it." The Starship Dream Chaser is more than 200,000 kilometers away from the Oasis. With the help of the planet's gravitational revolution, 2 orbital space stations, Xinghai 1 and Xinghai 2, are operating in a high orbit about 50,000 kilometers away from the Oasis. The main body of each space station is a giant orbital cabin, which can accommodate more than 20 people working and living at the same time. However, there are no people in the orbital cabin now, only robots. The orbital module is powered by solar panels and energy crystal blocks. Solar panels come from ancient Earth technology, while energy crystal blocks come from advanced Starship technology. Each space station can carry 100-meter class spacecraft and 5 10-meter class landing and return capsules. At this time, 4 return landing modules are mounted on the Xinghai 1 Oasis space station, preparing to implement the upcoming unmanned landing plan. Judging from the current Earth's technology, Xinghai 1 can be said to be a giant in size, but it is too small compared to the Dream Chaser, so it cannot carry a huge artificial gravity device. The space station generates centrifugal microgravity through autobiography, which allows the station to reduce the inconvenience caused by weightlessness. Xinghai 1 has always maintained contact with the mothership Dream Chaser. After confirming that all preparations were in place, Dream Chaser issued action instructions to Xinghai 1. 4 returnable landing modules were released by the space station and flew towards the Oasis. In the small auditorium of the Dream Chaser headquarters, you can see the real-time video sent back by the landing module. Everyone is very nervous, because this unmanned landing detection operation will have a very profound impact on future manned landings. Chapter 457: The Giant Mushroom Growing in the Sky. As you can see from the video, the Oasis is constantly approaching. Speed 100,000! The robot reported the situation of the landing module. At this time, the landing module was flying to the Oasis at high speed. At this speed, it would arrive in less than half an hour. Everything is normal. No abnormal electromagnetic radiation has been found, and the landing module is advancing at a constant speed. The distance is 40,000 kilometers. The distance is 30,000 kilometers. The distance is 5,000 kilometers. The landing module began to slow down and prepare to enter the atmosphere. No abnormal electromagnetic radiation was found. The distance is 4,000 kilometers. The distance is 3,000 kilometers. The speed is 10,000. The distance is 1,500 kilometers, and we have reached the atmosphere. Please let me know if you want to continue moving forward. Wang Pusan looked at the picture on the big screen and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. The Oasis, the outer world home, was right in front of him. The historic moment was coming, and everyone was looking forward to it. The silence only lasted 2.5 seconds. Wang Pusan said, "Keep moving forward. Not too fast. Yes. Turn on the reverse thrust engine, and the landing module begins to enter the atmosphere. No toxic and harmful gases, no radioactive substances, and no suspicious electromagnetic radiation were found. The altitude is 1,200 kilometers, and the speed is 2,000. It is non-toxic, harmless, and has no radiation. It seems that this planet is still very clean," Wang Pusan said with a smile. Since the landing module enters the planet's gravitational circle, it must turn on the reverse thrust engine to resist the huge descent speed caused by the planet's gravity. Due to overcoming the free-fall speed, the landing module descends slower and slower. It took half an hour to set off from the Xinghai 1 space station to the Oasis height 10 kilometers away. The landing module has reached an altitude of 10 kilometers, and you can vaguely see the Oasis ground. It is daytime in the Oasis now, and you can see that the ground is covered by large green vegetation. There are very thin clouds at this altitude, and no signs of life are found. Below, some round floating objects appeared in the sky, about 2 kilometers away from the landing module. "Wait, what is this?" Wang Pusan asked. "On the screen, I saw some round objects floating in the air under the landing module. Could they be the aircraft of the intelligent creatures in the Oasis? Or a creature from the Oasis?" The landing module was suspended at an altitude of 10 kilometers without descending. It observed the round objects below it from a distance. The observation was that these round objects had no feedback of signs of life and no electromagnetic radiation. "Approach slowly," Wang Pusan ordered. "Try to avoid collision and turn on the emergency device of the landing module." The so-called emergency device is that after the landing module loses control, the in-cabin computer will automatically adopt a landing plan, whether to turn on the reverse thrust engine, the drag parachute, or the anti-collision airbag. The landing module continued to descend again, at a very slow speed. The round objects were getting closer and closer, and the field of view was getting larger and clearer. They were almost all red. The unknown object has been detected to have a pulsation. It is alive. This report undoubtedly surprised everyone. This is the first biological species discovered outside Earth. The diameter of each small one is 1 or 2 meters, and the large one is more than 10 meters. The life form may be a plant or an animal. "What do you mean?" Everyone expressed confusion. Why can't animals and plants be distinguished? It seems that this robot is unreliable sometimes. The landing module is at an altitude of 8,000 meters in the Oasis, and these round red creatures are also at this altitude. Their shape is not just round. There is a long cylinder connected at the center bottom. and the middle of the disc is thick. The edges are thin, and there are many raised lines scattered from the center, and they are still beating slightly. The reverse side of the disc has many wrinkles. This creature is obviously in the shape of a mushroom. A giant mushroom floating in the clouds at an altitude of 8,000 meters. Isn't this incredible? How do they float? The number of mushrooms is increasing. Some are floating quietly, and some are rising or falling slowly to adjust the altitude. All mushrooms are maintained at an altitude of 8,000 meters. The 4 landing pods temporarily maintained their altitude and did not continue to descend, collecting information about the giant mushrooms in the air through various observation equipment. The mushrooms pulsate about 20 times per minute, and the body temperature is 15 degrees. Composition: carbohydrate. A carbon-based organism. Unknown respiratory system. Electromagnetic interference found. Electromagnetic interference? Wang Pusen said. Record the electromagnetic signals, and see if we can decipher them later. Strange. Where does the electromagnetic interference come from? Could it be that these mushrooms send out electromagnetic signals? Or are these mushrooms stalked by some advanced intelligent creature in the oasis? And these electromagnetic signals were sent by their owners? The electromagnetic interference is getting stronger and stronger. We may lose control of the landing module. What should we do next? Please give instructions. Let 3 landing modules land, and leave 1 to maintain altitude and continue observation. Wang Pusen decisively ordered, and the first unmanned detection could not return without success. More valuable information is needed to provide maximum help for future comprehensive development. Yes. 3 of the landing modules began to continue descending. The picture sent back by the descending landing module showed that the green land was getting closer and closer. The electromagnetic interference is getting stronger and stronger, and we are going to lose control. Sure enough, after a while, the landing module that continued to descend lost contact, and the last observed image on the screen paused. Now there is only the last landing module left that is at the height of the mushroom group. The mushroom closest to it is more than 10 meters in diameter and is a large mushroom. The center of the top of the mushroom is open, with a mouth like an animal's mouth. Likewise, the mouth trembled as if it was about to spit something out. Come closer and see what the H.L. it is. Wang Pusen was a little annoyed. In half an hour of flight, he lost 3 ships in a short time. Now he must find out what the H.L. this mushroom is. The landing module moved closer, and saw that the top of the big mushroom had an opening, and red viscous liquid flowed out of it. The landing module was about to get closer and take a closer look. But unexpectedly, the screen suddenly shook violently, and clutter began to appear. After a while, the signal was interrupted, and the last landing module lost control. What's the situation? Wang Pusen asked, which was also the question of all the audience present. Can the signal be restored? The signal is interrupted, and the landing module is no longer controllable. But the last landing module that lost control was located in a mushroom group at an altitude of 8,000 meters. Except for a giant mushroom with a diameter of more than 10 meters in front of it. There was also a giant mushroom above it, and a red creature sprang out from the middle opening at the top of the mushroom. Its appearance was definitely not found on Earth. Limbs, sharp claws, bat-like wings, a long pointed beak like a bird, and compound eyes. Chapter 458 Galaxy Commando. But the last landing module that lost control was located in a mushroom group at an altitude of 8,000 meters. Except for a giant mushroom with a diameter of more than 10 meters in front of it. There was also a giant mushroom above it, and a red creature sprang out from the middle opening at the top of the mushroom. Its appearance was definitely not found on Earth. Limbs, sharp claws, bat-like wings, a long pointed beak like a bird, and compound eyes. This flying creature is red and translucent, with a thick yellow-green liquid flowing from its mouth. Overall, it looks like a huge red moth, and its body looks like a mammal. The strange moth slipped off the big mushroom and pounced on the top of the landing cabin. The landing cabin also bumped violently. This was the reason for the shaking of the scene just seen on the Dream Chaser. The strange moth stretched out its sharp claws and grabbed the SH.L. of the landing cabin hard. The hard metal SH. I was immediately scratched with deep grooves by the strange moth's sharp claws, as if the strange moth would not stop until it clawed the landing module open. It opened its mouth at the same time and sprayed out a large stream of thick yellow-green liquid, which fell on the SH.L. of the landing module. Immediately, the alloy SH.L. of the landing module was corroded by the venom. Foam was rolling, and thick smoke was rising. After a while, The cabin was corroded and penetrated by venom. At the same time, communication between the landing module and the Dream Chaser was interrupted. There is a large mushroom on the level in front of the landing module, and a big monster sprang out from the top. It flapped its flesh wings, raised its head, and let out a sharp scream, jumped on the landing module, and sprayed out towards the cabin. A big dose of venom. Under the claws of the two monsters and the erosion of the venom, the landing cabin was completely damaged in a short time, spinning and falling towards the oasis ground. And all of this was not observed by the Dream Chaser at all. In other words, the Dream Chaser did not know that there was a terrifying and deadly poisonous moth living in the big mushroom in the cloud. The information currently available is that there are a large number of Earth-like fungi floating at an altitude of 8,000 meters in the oasis. It is still unknown whether they are threatening. The real cause of the powerful electromagnetic interference from the oasis cannot be ascertained. There was silence in the conference room. Everyone was waiting for the leader's next instructions. Wang Pusen looked at everyone and asked, "What do you think?" Xu Qianlan said, "This situation is a bit embarrassing for us now. We must either send another unmanned landing module to continue the detection, or send people down." Wang Pusen shook his head and said nothing. He was thinking about the next step. What should he do next? After thinking for a moment, he finally turned his attention to Chief Engineer Xu Qianlan. "Electromagnetic interference shows that there are very likely to be highly intelligent creatures in the oasis," Mr. Xu said. "According to the theory of our Earthlings, if it can emit high-power electromagnetic waves, there must be a highly civilized race. However, Yancheng database it records more than 100 lower biological species in the Milky Way that communicate through electromagnetic waves. Although there is no information about the oasis in the database, it does not rule out the existence of lower biological species with electromagnetic exchange in the oasis, no matter whether there are higher or lower biological species in the oasis. Our landing module may have recorded a lot of valuable information there. So, we have to send people down anyway?" Luo Shili asked. "But now we are all new recruits, and the four of us have our own posts and cannot leave. Who can we send? How about going to Earth to recruit a group of mercenaries at a high price?" Hanyo said. "But that can easily lead to leaks." When everyone was hesitating, Wang Pusen said, "Let's do this. Just select a group of commandos from the recruits to parachute down, find the landing module, and do their best to detect the surface of the oasis." The new recruits dispersed and returned to their respective barracks, while the four people from the headquarters stayed to continue discussing countermeasures. Judging from the current situation, recruiting commandos from these 100 recruits is the best way. After some discussion, Hanyo said, "Old Wang, I have decided to go down in person and take the rookie with me." Luo Shili said, "The Hanyo, I'll go with you. After all, they are all rookies. We can't rely on them all, so we two veterans will take care of them." Wang Pusen said, "You two think about it." Luo Shili said, "Don't think about it. Someone has to go to the real thing." Wang Pusen finally agreed to their request, and Hania said, "I'm going to mobilize and gather people." Wang Pusen waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. How many people do you think we need?" "It can't be too many," Hanyo said. "But it can't be too few. I think there will only be 10 people. In addition to me and Xieli, we can recruit 8 more," Hanyo said, and went to do it. Arriving at the camp, Hanyo called everyone out of their respective barracks and talked about the landing. 100 people stood on the grounds of the camp. When they heard that they were going to investigate, they all started talking among themselves. But no one took the initiative to come forward to ask for help. Yubin snorted coldly, raised his hand and said, "Count me in." "Okay, that's one. Who else is there?" Hanyo asked. "Lao Yu is gone." Ni also raised his hand and said, "How can I be left out? Count me in." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Xiang raised his hand and said, "And me." Yubin muttered, "Damn! Why is he everywhere? I can't get rid of him." Several more people joined the commando team, including Black Dragon and Lynx, who flew out to watch the sunrise in space 3 months ago, as well as people nicknamed Monkey and others. The number of people was quickly selected, and Hanyo said, "Before we start taking action, I want to make it clear to you that no one has been to this Green Star, and none of you have been to the Green Star before us. So on the Green Star, no one knows what dangers there will be if the star falls to the ground, and even sacrifice is possible. So it's still too late to quit now. But those who die in battle will receive a large pension. We don't have Earth's currency on the Dream Chaser, so the pension can only be replaced by items. You can reveal it here first. We have a lot of gold here. So the pension is 100 kilograms of pure gold bricks. Worth 7 million. Note, the price of gold in 1991 was about 71 yuan per gram, which was definitely much cheaper than now. But no one said they wanted to quit. In that case, let's all go and have a rest. We will set off in 3 hours. Everyone dispersed, and the 8 people who participated in the commando team followed Han Yo to the headquarters, where they would meet Luo Xiaoli. And then the 10 people were equipped and rested at the headquarters. When she arrived at the headquarters, only Luo Xiaoli was ready. She was wearing a jungle camouflage uniform, a marching backpack on her back, an assault rifle in both hands, a pistol, a dagger and a grenade as secondary weapons, and camouflage cream on her face. Everyone received their equipment at the headquarters, and then rested for more than 2 hours. After being well fed and well equipped, and having a good rest, a group of 10 people headed to port number 3. Chapter 459 Landing Mission. Arriving at the ship port, everyone boarded a landing spaceship through the airlock passage. After everyone boarded the ship, they looked for seats and became familiar with the environment inside the ship. In addition to the individual weapons, dry food, drinking water, oxygen and other equipment that each commando must carry. In addition, the spacecraft also carries a weapons and equipment box, which is equivalent to a small arsenal, a survival supply box, a high-power radio station, and spare energy crystal blocks. It is fully equipped to prevent being unable to return to the mothership for a short time after landing. Hania directed everyone to organize the equipment on the spacecraft. Captain Wang Pusen sent a video. Listen, there is a floating mushroom group at an altitude of 8,000 meters in the oasis, and electromagnetic interference may occur there. In other words, after arriving at the mushroom swarm, you will lose contact with the mothership. So for this operation, you will make your own operational decisions. After landing, find the landing module, retrieve the hard drive, and detect the surface of the oasis at the same time. If you encounter danger, you can abandon the mission at any time and return quickly. You have 72 hours. If you have not contacted the mothership after 72 hours, the mothership will take corresponding measures. Okay, I wish you good luck. The call is over. Before the spacecraft set off, the captain and pilot Han Yo said to the commandos who were seated, as soon as you leave the mothership, the spacecraft will experience weightlessness. After entering the planet's gravitational circle, it may become overweight due to high-speed landing. These will make you very uncomfortable, so be sure to fasten your seatbelt. After entering the atmosphere, the spacecraft will turn off the oxygen supply system and open the shooting hole, which will also make you very uncomfortable. However, you will quickly adapt to the high-altitude, low-oxygen environment. The deck under your feet is movable. If you can successfully find a suitable landing spot, just walk out through the hatch. If you can't find a landing spot, open the movable deck under your feet and rappel down. Each of you has a parachute bag. If we are attacked, we will have to parachute. You understand it. If you understand it, I will sail the ship. The entire mothership has many ship ports exposed to space like this, and ship port number 3 is one of them. The Falcon is a dual-purpose transport and combat spacecraft. It is much larger than the painting work ship Yubin took last time, so it adopts the method of parking at the ship port. After the commandos were all seated, the Falcon spaceship closed the airlock, was clamped by the mechanical arm on the top of the ship port, and moved to the launch channel in the middle of the ship port. There were several navigators equipped with mechas on the deck of the ship port. Hand gestures command the spacecraft about to take off. The Falcon spacecraft broke free from the constraints of the mechanical arm and slowly slid out of the spaceport. Everyone was divided into 2 groups facing each other. They sat in a row with their backs against the bulkhead. They fastened their seat belts and held their main weapons in both hands. Most of them were assault rifles, because Black Dragon was strong. His main weapon was Gatling. Yubin is a sniper. In addition to his main weapon being an assault rifle, his secondary weapons include high-precision snipers, pistols, daggers, flash bombs, and fragmentation mines. The monkey is his observer. Zhao Xiang is a demolitionist with many weapons, including multifunctional individual missiles, various explosives, and ED devices. Everyone endured the discomfort caused by the bumps when the spacecraft took off. However, once it flew out of the ship port, the weightlessness phenomenon immediately appeared and the bumps disappeared. The Falcon drew an arc in space and flew away from the huge mothership, heading towards the green planet. Oh! Zhao Xiang was unexpectedly excited and shouted, Outer planet. We are here. We will be the first batch of Earthlings to land on planets outside the solar system. Are there any? Yubin shook his head and leaned his head on it, looking at the space scenery outside the opposite porthole window. Sha Mao smiled and asked Zhao Xiang. Hey, buddy, are you crazy? Brother is not crazy. He is normal. He wants to kill all those horrible creatures without leaving any trace behind. Still crazy. Hanyu was driving the spaceship, and Luo Shili was sitting in the co-pilot. The two of them were talking in low voices. Yubin sat next to him and observed the monkey. At this time, the monkey's body was trembling slightly. Yubin grabbed his hand and whispered, Brother, don't be too nervous. Okay? I don't know what's wrong. Monkey's expression was a little depressed, and it was obvious that he was a little scared. It's just landing on the planet. There's nothing scary. After we go down, we can just take a few photos and go back. It's okay. Don't be nervous. Yubin tried his best to comfort him. You look like a bear. Can you do it? Zhao Xiang couldn't help but mock. Yubin glared at him fiercely, while Zhao Xiang whistled and looked away. Come on, brother. Bobcat also encouraged. Follow me. I will protect you. Brother Ho. Luo Shili turned around and said with a smile. There is nothing to be afraid of. You see? My sister is not afraid either. I'm fine. Really? Monkey calmed down. Hanyu also turned around and asked. What's wrong? Do you have a psychological burden? Why don't you stop at the space station in front and throw you down? No. Boss. I'm fine. I'm really fine. Monkey said quickly. Are you sure everything is okay? Well, after logging in, everyone should look out for each other. The Falcon rushed towards the oasis at high speed, and it only took about 10 minutes to reach the oasis atmosphere. Hanyu stretched his head from the driver's seat again and said, The spacecraft has to slow down and land, and it has to resist the gravity of the planet, so it will be very bumpy. Everyone, please sit still. After entering the atmosphere at an altitude of 1,500 kilometers from the oasis, the spacecraft descended head down. So the captain and pilot Hanyu and the co-pilot Luo Shili faced down. The 82 people in the back have their bodies flat and facing downwards, due to the planetary gravity from below and the bumps caused by deceleration. Everyone was very uncomfortable. The two people in the driver's seat have been in constant contact with the Dream Chaser. The command headquarters has repeatedly reminded the landing personnel to pay attention to safety, especially the Mushroom Group at 8,000 meters. When the spacecraft landed at 20 kilometers, Hanyu reminded everyone. Check the equipment for the last time and put on the oxygen mask. The spacecraft will open the shooting holes soon. There are 2 shooting holes on each side of the spacecraft, with a total of 4 shooting holes, and 4 heavy machine guns are arranged. The original plan was that after arriving at the Mushroom Group, the spacecraft would be adjusted to a horizontal position. For machine gunners would monitor the Mushroom Group to prevent accidents, and then the spacecraft would land slowly in a horizontal position. At 15 kilometers, everyone checked their equipment and put on oxygen masks. At 10 kilometers, the machine gun holes were opened. Immediately, strong cold wind poured in violently from the 4 machine gun holes. Now that we are very close to the planet's surface, we just have to take the last step to cross the mushrooms and land. Detection showed that there was a large mushroom group 8,000 meters in the air. There were more mushrooms than the last time no one landed. I'll do it, Hanyu muttered. I hope nothing goes wrong. Start adjusting your horizontal posture. The spacecraft shook slightly. After everyone waited for it to adjust to a horizontal position, they could sit upright. However, there was a loud bang, and the spacecraft shook violently, as if it was hit by something. With this impact, the internal organs were almost knocked out. Chapter 460 Falcon Falls. There was a loud bang, and the spacecraft shook violently, as if it was hit by something. With this impact, the internal organs were almost knocked out. A dazzling ray of light shone in, and it turned out that a huge hole was torn open on one side of the spacecraft. It was unknown what caused it. It should be related to the impact just now. There were obviously 2 people missing in the cabin. Screams could be heard coming from outside the spacecraft, and the sounds were getting farther and farther away. Yubin looked out of the corner of his eye and saw 2 team members falling on their foreheads, and it was he who made the screams. A huge red bird flew under the spacecraft, making a piercing scream. Sparks were flashing everywhere inside the cabin, and the spacecraft had failed. It can be concluded that the current situation is that the spacecraft has been attacked by unknown creatures, and it still maintains an upright posture. Such a posture makes it difficult for the panicked crew to take corresponding measures immediately, let alone use the machine gun with the shooting hole to deal with the outside unknown creature. Hanyo turned around and shouted, "Parachute immediately! Quick! Unbuckle your seat belt! Slide down! And jump from the bow of the ship! Everyone! Hurry up! The spacecraft is about to crash!" While shouting, he was not in a hurry to unbuckle his seat belt. He wanted to wait for his teammates to leave safely. First, a few soldiers at the lower end of the spacecraft slid out along the erected spacecraft deck. "Hurry up! Don't panic! Come in order! Don't rush to open the parachute after jumping out. There is an altimeter on your clothes. Open the parachute when you reach 1,000 meters." From time to time, various items would slide out along with the team members. Yubin was sitting near the stern of the boat. His heart was almost in his throat. He held the seatbelt buckle with both hands, ready to slide out at any time. Xiao Xiang, who was directly opposite him, was also extremely nervous. Black Dragon, Shan Nao, and others all jumped down one after another. The monkey sat on the right side of Yubin, who happened to be the last one in the row. He was trembling all over, shaking his head and shouting, "No! No! I don't want it! It's okay! It's okay!" Yubin found that the monkey was completely frightened. He comforted him and helped him carry his umbrella bag. The spacecraft had already lost control and was spinning in the air, coupled with the effect of the reverse thrust nozzles of the movable wings. The spacecraft was shaking violently and irregularly. At this time, the spacecraft suddenly shook violently. The last few people flew straight to Lao Gao. "Quick! Jump down!" Black Bull roared loudly. The computer in the spacecraft also emits a simulated voice from time to time. "Warning! The spacecraft has been damaged. Please evacuate all crew members immediately." Warning! This impact forced Yubin to let go of the monkey's hand. He picked up the umbrella bag with one hand and pressed the safety lock with the other hand, preparing to slide down. However, the spacecraft was hit again, and Yubin's body, which was loosened, collided several times in the spacecraft, and was finally thrown out of the spacecraft. The moment he slid out of the big hole in the spaceship, he saw the last three of Monkey, Xiao Xiang, and Hanyo coming out. The gravity of the planet triggered the object's free fall acceleration, causing Yubin's entire body to fall rapidly toward the surface of the oasis. The SPC, Portable Individual Photon Computer-Aided System, showed an altitude of 4,000 meters. Yubin endured the severe pain caused by the collision and tried his best to stabilize his nervous mood. However, what he discovered next made him unable to calm down no matter what, because he had no parachute at all. Oh my god! How could this happen? If you fell from a height of 4,000 meters, wouldn't you be smashed to pieces? Even the bones will be smashed. And he still fell to death on an alien planet. He doesn't want to die in this damn place. The Falcon spacecraft above was spinning irregularly with thick smoke, and several big red birds were circling around the spacecraft. This height is far away from the mushroom clusters, so you can't see those huge mushrooms. Not far from him, Hanyo, Monkey, and Zhao Xiang adjusted their landing postures. Because he had no umbrella, Yubin screamed in despair. He was powerless. No matter how scared he was, he could only resign himself to his fate and wait for the close contact with the planet in a short while. "Yubin!" shouted the black cow above. "Why don't you have an umbrella?" The strong wind at high altitude made it impossible to hear the voices, but the radio in the helmet could communicate normally. It seems that the 8,000-meter mushroom group has an electromagnetic shielding layer, which hinders communication with the mothership. As for how this shielding layer is formed, it is not clear yet. "It's all my fault," the monkey cried. "If it weren't for me, Yubin would not be without an umbrella. Stop howling and think of a way to save Yubin." Hanyo interrupted. The nervous and frightened heart began to calm down a little, and Yubin smiled at his comrades. "I'm going to save him!" Xiao Xiang shouted, putting his hands together and facing Yubin in a vertical position with his head down. In this way, he wanted to quickly catch Yubin below. At the same time, he shouted, "Yubin, open your body and assume a horizontal position to slow down your landing. Don't bother, Xiao Xiang. Just listen to me," Yubin said sadly. "Treat the little demon well for me. I'm begging you. Okay? Fart." Xiao Xiang yelled. "Don't you dare pretend to be cowardly. I will definitely catch you. Position yourself horizontally. The air is buoyant and can support you. Goodbye, brothers." Yubin had already raised his body to a horizontal position. SPC altimeter, 3,000 meters. With a bang, the Falcon exploded at an altitude of 5,000 meters. Damn it! I don't believe this evil anymore, Zhao Xiang cursed. But he and Yubin always kept a close distance. But they couldn't catch him. And Yubin kept saying depressing words, which couldn't help but make Zhao Xiang furious. He was also thinking in a hurry. Zhao Xiang grabbed the multifunctional individual rocket launcher on his back. Since the rocket launcher and parachute bag were both carried on his back, he struggled a lot. Then it moved to the chest. Zhao Xiang, what are you going to do? Hanyo asked. But he soon understood. And even Yubin also understood his intention. Zhao Xiang loaded a rocket grenade, adjusted his body posture, pointed the rocket launcher in the direction of the sky, and said at the same time, Yubin, please listen to me. You will catch me quickly later. You only have one chance. Do you understand? After that, he pressed the launch button towards the sky. The rocket flew out, using the recoil to speed up Zhao Xiang's descent. With a pop sound, Yubin and Zhao Xiang bumped into each other, and they both hugged each other tightly. SPC altimeter, 1,500 meters. Ha ha! I succeeded! Brother Xiang is so powerful and domineering! Zhao Xiang shouted excitedly. Shut up! Yubin shouted. Did you eat garlic? It suffocated me to death. Some of the comrades in the air had already opened their parachute bags and landed slowly. Zhao Xiang was also preparing to open his parachute, when the altitude had dropped below 1,000 meters. Wait! Yubin stopped him. At this time, more than a dozen large poisonous moths flew out of nowhere, screaming strangely, and the screams of his comrades came from the earphones from time to time. Chapter 461 Falling into the Alien. Yubin held Zhao Xiang with one hand and picked up the assault rifle sandwiched between them with the other hand. The two were hugging each other, with two assault rifles and a rocket launcher in the middle. So Yubin couldn't get his gun out. What are you going to do? Zhao Xiang shouted and asked. I'll go. What the hell? He saw a poisonous moth swooping over from behind Yubin. He hurriedly took out his pistol and shot at the flying poisonous moth. The poisonous moth screamed and continued to fly closer. I'm going to kill you! What the hell is this? Even after all the pistol bullets were fired, he couldn't stop the poisonous moth's attack. He quickly picked up the high-precision sniper on Yubin's back and kept firing at the poisonous moth. After firing 10 bullets in a row, the poisonous moth screamed strangely. He died, and he and the two of them fell in free fall. Ha ha! Come on! Beachy! You know how powerful it is! Zhao Xiang shouted wildly. Don't be too happy too early, Yubin said coldly. At this time, he had already taken out the assault rifle sandwich between the two, along with Zhao Xiang's rifle. What do you mean? Please explain it clearly to me, Zhao Xiang asked loudly. Yubin hugged him tightly with both hands, wrapped around Zhao Xiang's back, held a rifle at a poisonous moth that was swooping in, and pulled the trigger on the aircraft. Click! 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 All the bullets in the shuttle entered the poisonous moth's body, and the poisonous moth screamed strangely. To die. But there was a poisonous moth flying behind it. Yubin pulled the trigger again. Click! And the empty warehouse hung up. He quickly took out his pistol and fired, finishing a bunch of bullets. However, the pistol bullets were too weak to cause damage to the poisonous moth. The deadly threat. The poisonous moth continued to fly towards them, and was about to reach them. Suddenly, the poisonous moth made a loud sound and popped out a mouthful of yellow-green venom. The poison shot straight towards the two people who fell. The two of them were holding each other and spinning around. At this time, Zhao Xiang was facing the poisonous moth and fired all the bullets in the warehouse at the poisonous moth, until the poisonous moth was beaten to pieces. The venom that had just been injected passed by the two of them, emitting a strong fishy smell. Just after clearing away a few poisonous moths, I saw a group of poisonous moths in the air suddenly screaming strangely and flying in the same direction. Old Mrs. Sang has an eating competition. You know how powerful she is, Zhao Xiang shouted. Go home quickly. Your mother is telling you to go home and eat shit. Warning, SPC's voice said. Height 200 meters. Imminent crash. I'm going. So fast? Zhao Xiang said and opened the lock of the parachute bag. The parachute opened, carrying the two of them to the surface of the planet. Earth's GMT. September 15th, 1991. 0:15 Greenwich Mean Time. Although it is night on Earth, the sun is shining brightly in the oasis 4,900 light-years away. This day is also the day when humans on Earth first set foot on Oasis Star. So it is designated as New Year's Day of the first year of Oasis Star. That is, G-Day. 1. Yubin suddenly woke up from his coma. He was surrounded by huge trees that were tens to hundreds of meters high. He was lying on the ground in the jungle and looked up. The dense trees blocked the sky. It's just that these trees are very different from the trees on the earth. The trunks of all tall trees grow upward in a spiral shape and are twisted together like twists. As for why it was in the spiral shape, Yubin figured it out after just thinking about it for a while. Because there are two suns in the oasis. And the growth of plants is phototropic. They grow into spiral-shaped mahua trees. Yubin endured the pain all over his body and tried his best to recall what happened when he fell. First, the spacecraft was attacked and crashed by an unknown creature in the mushroom area. Then he and Zhao Xiang shared a parachute and landed. During the landing, they also encountered several unknown creatures. Then he kept bumping and scratching against the tall spiral trees in the forest. Before he even landed, he fainted. Wait, where is Zhao Xiang? His eyes searched everywhere. The forest was extremely quiet. And occasionally he could hear tiny sounds like the chirping of insects. Where is Zhao Xiang? Where are the other brothers? Yubin was lying in the grass, unable to get up because of pain all over his body. He first checked the equipment to see that the firearms, ammunition and supplies were all there, and then opened the ARM SPC. There was only one green dot in the virtual three-dimensional image, which was about 50 meters away from him. The optical brain information showed that it was Zhao Xiang, and it was not known whether he was dead or alive. However, he landed under the same umbrella as this pig head. How could the landing places be so far apart? When he fell into the jungle just now, the communication device was inadvertently turned off. Yubin turned on the communication device and reloaded the assault rifle, sniper rifle and pistol in the empty warehouse at the same time. As soon as the communication device was turned on, I heard the voices of my teammates. If you hear me, please reply. I am Captain Black Bull. Report to the captain. I am Yubin. Safe, Yubin said. Your kid is still alive. That's great. Hanyo asked. Where is Zhao Xiang? He is not with me. He is about 50 meters away from me. I will go and have a look. Yubin reluctantly climbed up, took off his marching water bottle, and took a big sip. The temperature was 38 degrees, which made him extremely hot and thirsty. Be safe. Understood. Yubin sat up, rested for a while, and prepared to walk to Zhao Xiang. The surrounding information that the SPC can display comes from the robot bees. Zhao Xiang's position information must come from the feedback from the robot bees released by Zhao Xiang himself. But since Zhao Xiang knows how to release the robot bees, why doesn't he know how to turn on the communicator? It must have been closed unintentionally like him when he fell, and he didn't have time to open it. Why is this idiot so stupid? Yubin couldn't help but curse. After taking a short rest, he stood up and looked around. Only then did he realize that he was on a small hillside. Through the gaps between the trees, there was a river at the foot of the mountain. And beyond that, there was an endless forest sea. And Zhao Xiang is at 6 o'clock, just on the other side of the hillside. It is not difficult to understand why Zhao Xiang is far away from him. When the two of them landed, they collided with the spiral wood in the forest, causing the two people who were hugging each other to be separated. One fell on the hillside side, one on the other side. Take out a robot bee. Press the button, and the robot bee will take off and fly. Yubin turned around and climbed toward the top of the slope with the assault rifle in hand. He wanted to climb over to find Zhao Xiang. In addition to the tall spiral trees, there are also sparse low shrubs in the forest. The shrubs are less than 1 meter high, and there are also weed-like plants that are not ankle high. Although these plants may not be known species on the earth, but there is no obvious difference from plants on earth. Yubin is not a biologist, so he can't care so much. The top priority is to reunite with his brothers. Low plants are sparsely scattered in the forest, and most of the soil is bare, red, soft and moist. Yubin advanced with a gun in high alert, and the SPC began to show the locations of more brothers. There were 3 brothers beside Hanyo, 600 meters away from him. The voices of Hanyu and other brothers came from the communicator from time to time. Chapter 462 Alien Landing. 2 brothers fell and died when they landed, Hanyo told everyone. Another brother was attacked by a strange bird and died when he landed. 2 of my brothers here were injured. Is the monkey at your place? Yubin asked. I'm here. Yubin. I'm fine, the monkey replied. Oh heck! Suddenly Zhao Xiang's wild screams came from the headset. Zhao Xiang! What's wrong with you? Yubin asked quickly. Damn it. I'm stuck. Hold on. I'll be right over, Yubin said, having reached the top of the slope and could see Zhao Xiang hanging on a tree, together with his parachute. Yubin ran over and came to the tree. Zhao Xiang was 5 or 6 meters above the ground, and his left arm was twisted together by parachute ropes and tree vines. No wonder it took him a long time to turn on the communicator. How are you? Are you okay? Yubin asked, raising his head. You're not dead yet. Do I dare to die? Son! Yubin, who was usually gentle, couldn't help but curse. But he was angry, and now he still had to find a way to save him. Use your dagger to cut off the rope. I'll catch you below. Can you please look at what's under your feet? Yubin looked down and saw a military dagger lying leisurely at his feet. It turns out that Zhao Xiang had thought of using a dagger to cut off the rope, but he shook it off. He is now hung by a parachute, entangled with ropes and tree vines, and is swinging at a height of 5 meters. Yubin took off his sniper and aimed at Zhao Xiang on the tree. Taiyang, what are you doing? I don't need you to end my pain, Zhao Xiang shouted. You're overthinking, Yubin said very calmly, and pulled the trigger. With a pop sound, the sniper with a silencer fired a round. Bang! One of the ropes was broken. Ah! Please be careful! Be careful to shoot me! Zhao Xiang shouted. Yubin ignored him and continued to aim and shoot, breaking several ropes in succession. There were fewer and fewer parachute ropes and tree vines surrounding him. And finally, he couldn't bear Zhao Xiang's weight and fell. Yubin quickly stretched out his hands to catch it. The two of them collided hard, and Yubin was pressed under him, shouting in pain. You are so heavy! Your human flesh cushion is so soft! Zhao Xiang rolled off him, picked up the dagger on the ground and cut off the remaining vines and parachute ropes. Okay. Safe landing. Yubin lay down and didn't want to move. Hey, are you okay? Zhao Xiang asked. You smelly and disgusting piece of shit, Yubin said. Not only did you steal my girlfriend, you also attacked me many times. I'm not done with you. Oh, please understand. Now Xiaoyao is my girlfriend. If you want to rob me, you are also robbing me. Okay, Zhao Xiang said with a smile. Why are you two still fighting? He Niu said. Can you still move? If you can, come to me. Be careful on the way. Do you understand? Understood, the two replied. Zhao Xiang stretched out his hand to pull Yubin up, but Yubin opened his hand and climbed up by himself. Zhao Xiang began to load magazines for the assault rifle and pistol. The rocket launcher was hung on the treetop when it landed and could not be removed. Yubin was alert to the surrounding area. The two checked their equipment and began to advance cautiously towards the position of the Black Bull 600 meters ahead. Thank you for saving me just now, Yubin said. If it weren't for Zhao Xiang, he would have fallen to his death without a parachute. Little case, Zhao Xiang said with a playful smile again. Why don't you just give up on the little demon for the sake of my saving your life? That's impossible. As long as the little demon doesn't marry you, I won't give up. Oh, you're crazy. Zhao Xiang patted his forehead. Why are you so stubborn? Yubin didn't speak, just turned to look at Zhao Xiang with a smile. In fact, he no longer hates Zhao Xiang. He feels that Zhao Xiang looks cynical on the surface and has no integrity all day long. In essence, he is as hot-blooded, upright and emotional as himself. It may be a good decision for the little demon to choose him, then wish them both happiness. Actually, you've given up, haven't you? Zhao Xiang asked with a smile. Let's bury the hatchet. Okay, he said and stretched out his hand. Yubin high-fived him and said, I don't care about you. What do you mean you don't care about me? Zhao Xiang was about to refute him, but suddenly changed his attitude and said with a smile. Okay. You have a lot of people. How can you not be as knowledgeable as me? Alas, you are vicious. That's right. Yubin punched him. But please listen to me. Treat the little demon well. Make her happy. And don't let me see her cry. Otherwise I will kill you. Don't worry about this. I will never let the little demon suffer any injustice. I trust you. The two walked in the jungle, except for seeing some small animals they had never seen before from time to time. They never saw any scary creatures. If it weren't for the mushrooms in the clouds and the giant poisonous moths, this planet would be very suitable for human immigrants to settle. But it's hard to say whether we will encounter other terrifying creatures later. But I hope not. 10 minutes later, the two walked to the place where Haemyo was. Haemyo, Luo Shili, Haelung, Shanmao and Monkey had already arrived first. There are 5 people gathered together now. And 2 brothers are coming. 045. Hania briefs everyone on the current situation. There were a total of 10 landing personnel. 2 brothers died when the spacecraft was attacked. And 1 brother died when parachuting. There are still 2 brothers who are missing and cannot be contacted. We now have 7 people, 2 of whom are seriously injured. We are now setting up a temporary defensive position here, resting for 2 hours, and searching for the 2 missing brothers through the robot bees. Then what? Zhao Xiang asked. What about our exploration mission? The task now is to get out of here, Black Bull said. Luo Xiaoli treated the wounds of 2 injured brothers. The 2 brothers were seriously injured. The camouflage combat uniforms they wore were corroded and penetrated by venom in large areas. The skin was corroded and burned in large areas, and the bones were exposed in some parts. All that can be done now is to simply clean the remaining venom from the wound with the drinking water you carry with you. Then wrap it with gauze and inject an analgesic. The 2 wounded men grimaced in pain. The pain came not only from the corrosive burns of the venom, but also from the neurotoxins contained in the venom, which made the wounded even more painful. Even analgesics could not stop the pain. After struggling for a while, the wounded man finally calmed down and fell into a drowsy sleep. Yubin said to Haemyo, Boss, we must leave this damn planet as soon as possible. I'm afraid the wounded will not survive long. In addition, it is best to find a clean water source to clean their wounds. Leave? How to leave? Bobcat said slightly excitedly. There is no spaceship, and we have lost contact with the mothership. Chapter 463, Reuniting Lost Teammates. Everyone, calm down, Black Bull said. The current situation is that according to the intelligence detected by the robot bee, there is a supply box where the Falcon fell 2 kilometers away from us at 12 o'clock. There is a landing module 10 kilometers away from us at 10 o'clock. It is the unmanned landing module that lost contact yesterday. I don't know if it is good. If you are lucky, you can find it, and you can leave the planet on it. But since it can be connected to our SPC system, it should probably work. Oh my god, Shanmao said excitedly. 10 kilometers? It takes more than 2 hours to walk. It doesn't matter if it takes 10 hours to walk on the Earth. The key is that on this damn alien planet, who knows what will happen to her in these 10 kilometers? What happened to Mom? Can you calm down? Black Bull said angrily. This is the only thing we can do now. How can I calm down? Well, even if I can take the landing module to the sky, there are still those ghosts in the sky. My god! Black Bull said angrily. Shut up! You are not a hacking space marine anymore. Aw? I never thought of becoming a bullshit space marine from the beginning. Lynx was obviously very excited. If I hadn't been captured by you, I would still be on Earth now. And that would be much more comfortable than in this lish place. Who captured you? Haemyo asked back. It's not about my fault. I was also captured. But it was just a year earlier than you. If you are so afraid of death, it doesn't matter. I will send you back after the operation is over. Earth, don't even think about coming here again. You all stop talking and be quiet. Luo Xiaoli beside her whispered. Listen. Everyone held their breath, only to hear a strange cry coming from the sky, which was the cry of a large poisonous moth. Several red poisonous moths were hovering over the forest, and it was not known whether they had noticed them. The poisonous moth circled and chirped and refused to leave. Turn off the communication transmitting devices. Zhao Xiang reminded everyone in a low voice. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Zhao Xiang whispered again. Those big moths have the ability to detect radio. Isn't it possible? They are all lower animals. Several people didn't quite believe it. Nothing is impossible. Haemyo ordered. Everyone turn off SPC. Everyone turned off the upload function of the wireless LAN. And sure enough, the big poisonous moth flew away after a while. As a result, the SPC system cannot issue instructions to the robot bee, nor can it download the latest reconnaissance information of the robot bee. What the hell is this? He knows how to do information warfare. Yubin muttered. I had already guessed this would happen, Zhao Xiang said with a sneer. Since those big mushrooms can block information, why can't these big poisonous moths detect the source of information? I have a bolder guess. The big mushroom and the big poisonous moth are species with social attributes, and they are the same biological group. In addition to the big mushroom and the big poisonous moth, This group may also have other species. Oh my god. This is really fatal. Sha Nao and several comrades said at the same time. Everyone should be more vigilant. Hey Neo looked at the time. Xiao Li, can you still connect to the internet with the robot bee? We still have 2 brothers that we haven't found yet. It's possible. Luo Shili said. But I'm afraid it will attract those big moths. Hey Neo looked at everyone and thought about what to do next. He was now in radio silent mode, which could avoid the detection of poisonous moths. But this would make it impossible to find his missing brother. There are now a total of 25 robot bees in the surrounding sky, forming a network coverage of 20 kilometers in radius. Since the robot bee sends and receives data through broadcast mode, it will definitely attract the attention of the poisonous moth and may be destroyed. If the missing brothers can't be found before the robot bees are all destroyed, they really won't be found. Several brothers monitored the surroundings closely, while the other brothers sat on the ground to rest, waiting for He Nyo's next instructions. Listen to me, I think. Zhao Xiang and Yubin spoke at the same time, as if they had thought of some good idea. What's wrong? Black Bull asked. You speak first. Zhao Xiang asked Yubin to say. That's right. Yubin said after being silent for a while. This is my analysis. Just now Zhao Xiang said that these moths have social attributes. So they should have a huge social system with many different races in the system, including those big mushrooms and moths in the sky. They have a clear division of labor and perform their own duties. And there must be a king in this social system, who is the supreme leader of the society and issues orders to other races in the society through bioelectromagnetic waves. TCH. Have you watched too many science fiction movies? Sha Nao said with a smile. Go on. Black Bull said. What should we do? This creature is social and is led by the Beast King. It communicates through consciousness. To sum up, there should be a Beast King not far from us. The direction is directly ahead, which is the direction of the landing cabin we are looking for. The distance how far is unclear. Bobcat, listen to me. There is a reason why I analyze it like this. We were attacked by poisonous moths when we were parachuting. And then, they all suddenly flew away, flying in the same direction. Yes, directly ahead. They were able to completely destroy us just now. So why did they suddenly fly away? There is a great possibility that their nest was attacked, and their king or queen urgently called the group back to the nest. This was 1991 in the 20th century. At that time, computers were not popular, let alone computer games. So people didn't know there would be boss and the like, as well as the Zerd mentioned in games like Star Biology. So Yubin also said the word Beast King. But after Yubin finished speaking, Sha Mao asked again. Being attacked? By whom? I don't know. It's not us Earthlings anyway. Yubin continued his analysis. Since there is a war, there will be reconnaissance, and the moth that just investigated us flew in the same direction. After Yubin finished his analysis, Hanyo looked at Zhao Xiang. It's similar to what I think. Zhao Xiang said. Let's do this. Hanyo said. We must find the missing brothers. We can't leave a brother behind. Xiao Li, you access the internet every 5 minutes, and each time cannot last more than 1 minute. After 30 minutes, we will move towards the landing module and continue to access the network at intervals as we move forward. Okay, let's start now. Yes, Luo Shelley said, opening the network connection and searching for robot bees. 20 robot bees were online, including 5 newly added robot bees. The other 10 were disconnected and were probably shot down by poisonous moths. The system actually showed the 2 brothers. They were separated within a kilometer of the surrounding area, and they gathered together one after another after receiving the instructions. Chapter 464 Looking for the landing module. The current situation of the team is that there are 10 people in total. 3 people were killed, and the remaining 7 people survived. Among them, 2 people were seriously injured and could not walk and needed help. However, there were no stretchers, so they had to be carried forward by their teammates in turns. One person was slightly injured and can continue marching and fighting with the support of his teammates. Seeing that they were almost resting and all the survivors were here, Hanyo said, the landing module is 10 kilometers away from us. If we march quickly, we can get there in less than an hour. But we have wounded people now, and the terrain is complicated, so we may have to walk for more than 3 hours, or even longer to get there. There is a stream 500 meters ahead. We first find water to clean the wounds of the seriously injured, then walk 2 kilometers to find the supply box, and finally walk 8 or 9 kilometers to find the landing module and leave the planet. Because the wireless LAN is being monitored. We must all march together and not fall behind. Do you understand? Okay, let's go! Everyone began to move forward vigilantly, walking through the jungle. Yubin asked a brother next to him who arrived last. Didn't you find a moth just now? No. Yubin asked the brothers who finally gathered together again. And the answers were all the same. And they found nothing. What happened? What did you find? Hainyo asked. The moth surveillance signals are divided into strong and weak ones. When we gather together, the signals are dense and easy to detect. Yubin said about his analysis. Understood, Hainyo said. Everyone turns off the internet. And Vice Captain Luo connects to the internet alone. The method is still the same as before. Every 5 minutes. And the duration cannot exceed 1 minute. Shili, see if you can connect at the same time. Mothership. Yes. The marching team was about to reach a creek in front of them. Hainyo signaled everyone to stop advancing. Xiaoli, look around for any danger. Yes. Luo Xiaoli debugged the LAN. Everyone was closely monitoring the stream and the other side. The forest was quiet, except for the low chirping of insects. And you could hear your own breathing. So far, apart from the giant mushrooms and aggressive poisonous moths seen in the sky, no dangerous creatures on the ground have been discovered. No suspicious targets were found. The information fed back by the robot bee shows that the stream water is non-toxic and non-radiated, and there are no suspicious microorganisms. Wait, what's wrong? Hainyo asked nervously. There are a large number of suspicious objects approaching at 6 o'clock, and they are going very fast. 6 o'clock is the direction behind them. Everyone hide. Shili, turn off the internet. Hainyo ordered in a low voice. There are relatively few trees near the creek where the commando team is located, making it extremely easy to be spotted by enemies in the air. Everyone retreated under the spiral wood and nervously monitored the ground and sky at 6 o'clock. The familiar strange scream sounded again. The sound came from the sky, and a large number of poisonous moths flew over, including several larger poisonous moths, as well as several other poisonous moth species that had not been seen before. The poisonous moths did not stop but continued flying to the 12 o'clock direction. The team members held their breath. Half a minute later, the sky returned to calm. The alarm was lifted, and the team members reunited. What are they going to do? Black Dragon asked. Hainyo looked at Zhao Xiang and Yubin and asked, what do you two think? They are probably gathering together. Yubin analyzed. They may have a big battle, so they have no time to take care of us outsiders. Battle? With whom? I don't know. But it's possible for the same species to fight for territory and have wars. For example, don't we humans often have wars? Okay. Hainyo gave the order. Zhao Xiang, you take 5 brothers to the other side to hide and guard. Yubin, you take 2 brothers to carry the wounded to the creek to treat the wounds. Shili monitors the network. And the others join me. Be on guard this side of the creek. After the order was issued, everyone took action. Team members were on guard on both sides of the creek. Yubin and several others carried heavily wounded people to the creek. The water was not deep and very clear. You could see rocks on the bottom of the water and some small animals, like fish and shrimp, swimming around. Yubin didn't care whether the alien water was drinkable or not. So he filled the kettle first. Then tear off the damaged clothes and bandages from the wounded. Carefully clean the wound. Apply powder. And wrap a clean new bandage. The whole process took less than half an hour. And it was always safe. After taking care of the wounded, all personnel entered the jungle on the other side of the creek and continued to advance vigilantly in the direction of 12 o'clock. Green Star is a beautiful planet, 4,900 light-years away from the Earth. When humans discovered it, they only gave it a simple name, Oasis, also known as Green Star, or green in English. The first day of human footprints, G-Day. 1. The commandos crossed the creek, entered the jungle again, and moved forward. They must reach the landing module before dark and leave the planet. Oasis. 25 hours a day, 20 hours during the day, and 5 hours at night. Although it is still early before dark, there is no guarantee that unforeseen emergencies will not occur. In this landing operation, 3 of the 10 men were killed, and there were 7 other team members. The injuries of Bobcat and Monkey were slightly more serious. Hainyo, Yubin, Zhao Xiang and Hei Long took turns carrying the 2 of them. Luo Shili is a girl, so if she is weak, she will not be injured and will only be on intelligence alert. The team moved forward in a charming and vigilant manner. The hot alien climate made everyone sweat profusely, and their mouths were dry. The thick camouflage combat uniforms clinging to the skin were extremely uncomfortable. Yubin took off the kettle, and was about to drink a lot. The lynx next to him asked worriedly, "Can I drink it?" He knew that Yubin's kettle was filled with stream water. After only a simple measurement by the robot bee, it was difficult to guarantee whether the water quality was drinkable. "Whatever. My throat is about to smoke," Yubin said, raising his neck and gulping down. "Wow! It feels so good! Do you want a sip?" Both the lynx and the monkey swallowed. "Afraid of a ball. I'll do it." The monkey took the kettle from Yubin's hand and drank. Lynx shook his head and said, "I'd better wait until I find the supply box. How are you feeling? Are you feeling better?" Yubin asked the monkey in a low voice. Monkey has been a little nervous ever since the spacecraft entered the atmosphere and crashed. "Well, much better. Listen, protect yourself and live well. When we retire, these experiences will be bragging rights in the future," Yubin said half-jokingly. As the captain of the Dream Chaser, Wang Pusen promised everyone that as long as they have served on the Dream Chaser for 5 years, they will retire. They can choose to stay on the Green Star or return to Earth. However, according to the intelligence provided by Yun Shang, the host of the Dream Chaser, the Earth will be attacked by the god-level people of Eternity sooner or later. And Eternity does not know the existence of Green Star yet, so it is safer to stay on Green Star. Chapter 465 Strange Creatures. "Okay," the monkey said with a smile. His mood was much better, and he temporarily forgot about the pain. "I think back then. I fought in the sky. Let my friends be envious and jealous." He spoke with the air of a veteran. "How are you?" Yubin asked Shanmao again. When he met the poisonous moth, Scout, just now, Shanmao was quite excited. So Yubin asked with concern. Among the Space Marine brothers, Yubin, Black Dragon, Lynx and Monkey are all relatively introverted, so they can get along better with them. "I'm fine." Shanmao pretended to be calm. "These experiences have only been seen in Hollywood science fiction blockbusters before. But now we have to experience them ourselves. I dare say, Yubin, even though you look so calm, you are actually very nervous inside. And fear. Isn't it?" Yubin snorted and said, "You did guess right. I'm scared to death. We can have fear, but we can't have fear. Otherwise, it will be really difficult to get out." "Are you afraid?" said the monkey. "I heard that you would dare to jump off a building just for love." "That's different," Yubin said. "When you really face death, you will know how good it is to be alive." "Alas," Bobcat sighed. "Ever since I came to the Dream Chaser, I feel as if I'm in a dream. I wonder if what we see and experience are all simulated by them." "I hope your suspicion is right," Yubin said. "However, such a huge amount of data cannot be virtualized by a computer system. I can tell you responsibly that all this is true. Okay, don't be discouraged. Be careful." The team walked in the jungle. Although the tall spiral trees could block the direct rays of the scorching sun, they could not block the scorching air waves. 38 degrees. This temperature is relatively mild for this planet. But for human beings with flesh and blood, it is unbearably hot. Especially if they are exposed to high temperatures for a long time. It is really like being in a steamer. The camouflage combat uniform was soaked with sweat. "When will this shit end?" Zhao Xiang, who was walking at the front, couldn't help but curse. The Black Dragon in the middle of the team was carrying his Gatling, and he was very tired. Walking next to him was Deputy Captain Luo Xiaoli, fiddling with the SPC in her hand as she walked, frowning, as if she had a big question in her heart. "What's wrong, Sister Xiaoli?" He Lung asked. "It's strange. You said those monsters have electronic detection capabilities. But why haven't they come to investigate again now? Moreover, it has been very quiet on our way forward. This is too abnormal." Luo Xiaoli seemed to be talking to Black Dragon, but also seemed to be talking to herself. "Maybe it's like what Yubin said," He Lung said. "Those ghosts are gathering to prepare for a battle, and they have no time to care about us." "Maybe so." Luo Xiaoli turned off the internet connection, turned to look at the sweaty Black Dragon and asked with a smile, "How are you? Are you tired? How about I get some for you?" "No need, Sister Xiaoli. I can do it. Stop advancing and take cover." Suddenly, Hein Yo's order came from the front. Everyone quickly found a nearby spiral tree to take cover. "Yubin and Zhao Xian, come here," Hein Yo ordered again. "What's going on?" Yubin walked over cautiously with his waist bent. while Hanyo and a few others were lying in the grass, observing the front. Their current position was between two spiral trees. The weeds were more than a foot deep, and they could be covered if they lay down. And this place happens to be on a small slope. Yubin laid down next to Hanyo and followed his gaze. At 12 o'clock, about 20 meters away, there is a small open space. The ground is filled with dead leaves fallen from the spiral tree. There is a red protruding object among the dead leaves, about 2 meters high, in the shape of a cone. There was an opening at the top of the cone-shaped object, and there were wrinkles all around the cone. The bottom was covered with a large number of leaves, and the entire cone was squirming slightly. What's more important is that there is a large metal box next to the cone creature, which is the supply box dropped from the Falcon spacecraft. What the hell is this? Zhao Xiang asked in a low voice. Yubin aimed his sniper rifle at the cone and looked through the sniper scope. Hack! What the hell is this? He couldn't help but curse. Black Bull asked. What's wrong? Yubin shook his head and said, according to my observation, it should be a living thing. Its surface is covered with things like blood vessels and viscous transparent liquid. The peristaltic frequency is about 20 times per minute. Luo Shili also followed quietly, and Black Dragon followed closely behind. Xiao Li, look at it. What should it be? Hanyo asked in a low voice. Luo Xiaoli observed it through the telescope for a while, then shook her head and said, I don't know what it is. Let me see if it has electromagnetic waves. Speaking of turning on SPC, there is no need to connect to the internet. Just turn on the signal receiving function and adjust the receiving frequency at the same time. After working on it for a long time, Luo Xiaoli frowned and said, weird. What's wrong? I have searched every band, and there is no electromagnetic signal. What do you two think? Hanyo asked Zhao Xiang and Yubin. Although these two people have completely opposite personalities, they all have one thing in common. That is, they are very smart and good at thinking and finding problems. But this time, the performance of both of them disappointed Hanyo, because both of them shook their heads in confusion. In fact, both of them understood one problem very well. There were two possibilities for the blood-red cone creature in front of them. One possibility is that they belong to the same group as the giant monsters and giant mushrooms. In that case, it will be quite dangerous. Another possibility is that it does not belong to the monster group. In this case, its danger will be less than the former. But everyone knows that the cone in front of them is either dangerous or not dangerous. There are only two possibilities. So even if they express their inner guesses, it is equivalent to not saying anything. Luo Xiaoli observed for a while and said, how about we go around? No, Black Bull said, pointing forward. Look, the supply box is right there. Although the landing capsule is not far from us. Hanyo said softly, but will there be a monster attack in the meantime? Even if it arrives, can the landing capsule still be used? So we must get the supply box now. There's food and water in there. And ammunition. What should we do now? Luo Shili asked. Hanyo looked around at everyone and said, let all brothers come over. Everyone is alert and ready to fight at any time. I'll go over and take a look. No, Captain, Luo Xiaoli said to stop her. If something went wrong, the commando team would be leaderless. Chapter 466 Exploding Tower. We have to go. We can't waste time here. Hanyo said decisively. Everyone, listen carefully. As long as that ghost thing doesn't make any big movements, don't shoot. Only start robbing if you feel something is wrong. As he said that, Black Bull had already stood up, holding an assault rifle in both hands, pointing the muzzle at the cone creature, staring at the creature through the scope, bending over and walking slowly and cautiously. Yubin was lying on his back with his sniper rifle locked on the monster. Black Dragon set up the machine gun stand and aimed at the monster. The other brothers were all prepared. The black cow approached slowly, 15 meters, 10 meters away, stepping on dead leaves up to its ankles. The cone creature has been squirming, with viscous liquid flowing all over its body, and there is nothing else out of the ordinary. Black Bull slowly came to the supply box and stared at the cone creature for a while. When he saw that the monster made no movement, he put down his gun and made an okay gesture. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But Yubin never took his eyes off the sniper scope. He always felt that something was wrong. The supply box is more than 2 meters long and 1.6 meters high. It is relatively well preserved and has not been damaged by the crash of the spacecraft. Yubin and Zhao Xiang were both thinking about the same question. The monster had the ability to detect electromagnetic signals, so why didn't it destroy the supply box? The supply box has a signal transmitting device and can be completely detected by monsters. But it's too late to think about this issue now. What matters now is how to face the supply box in front of him and the calm creature next to it. In the middle of one side of the supply box is the lock that opens the box. The black cow is standing at the lock, and the calm creature is at his 9 o'clock direction, which is about 3 meters to his left. He pressed the palm of his left hand on the lock to verify the palm print. Everyone was lurking in the dark, waiting for Black Bull's instructions. But Hanyo never ordered them to go there, so no one dared to go there rashly. After all, no one knew whether the calm creature would be a threat. On Hanyo's side, once the palm print passed the verification, the lock on the box made a slight snap sound, and the lock was opened. "Not good!" Yubin secretly shouted. In the sniper scope, he saw the calm creature shaking violently. The sound of unlocking must have alarmed it. Yubin put down his gun and shouted softly, "Come back! Captain! Come back quickly!" Zhao Xiang also realized that something was seriously wrong. With a nervous look on his face, his finger tightly pressed on the trigger, ready to shoot at any time. But Hanyo couldn't hear his comrades behind him calling him. He clasped the lid of the box with both hands and prepared to open it. The 2-meter-high calm creature on the side suddenly expanded at its base, forming a hoop surrounding the vertebral body. The bulging hoop moved toward the top of the vertebral body, and at the same time, the opening at the top of the vertebral body, it also opened suddenly. With a pop sound, Hanyo lifted the lid of the box. With a wave sound, the calm creature spit out a large red and yellow meatball from the top opening. The meatball was more than 10 centimeters long in diameter. F***CK. Zhao Xiang and Yubin couldn't help but curse as the meatball rolled down from the top of the calm creature and ran straight towards the Black Bull. 1 second, the calm creature spit out a big meatball, and the next second, the big meatball directly hit the black cow. At the same time, the bottom of the calm creature expanded again and was ready to spit out a second meatball. The meatball that hit the black cow exploded with a pop, and the meat pulp splashed everywhere, and the black cow screamed and fell down. Zhao Xiangyaran pulled the trigger and shot at the calm creature. At the same time, he stood up and rushed forward. The calm creature was hit. Its vertebrae shook violently, and at the same time a second meatball spurted out, hitting the Black Bull again and exploding. Zhao Xiang and several brothers rushed forward and kept shooting at the creature. The bullets hit the creature, and pieces of meat and red viscous liquid were splashed everywhere. Yubin aimed at the creature with his sniper rifle and kept firing. The third meatball of the calm creature was already bruised and bloodied by piles of bullets before it was ejected. It turned into a large pile of meat and became quiet. Several brothers continued shooting at the pile of meat. "Ceasefire. Ceasefire quickly," Luo Shili shouted. Yubin walked over with vigilance and looked at the fallen Black Bull. The whole body was covered with the monster's viscous liquid and pieces of meat. The combat uniform and skin were severely corroded and stuck together, turning into foam. There is no intact skin on the body, and the face is so badly corroded that it is impossible to recognize it. "Captain!" several brothers cried. Yubin walked over, leaned over and felt his pulse, and shook his head helplessly. Luo Xiali cried and was about to rush over, but was held by 2 teammates to prevent herself from being corroded by the acid. How could this happen? How could this happen? Bobcat kicked the supply box angrily and shouted. Yubin patted his shoulder to comfort him. Zhao Xiang said, "Captain Luo, you have the highest military rank here. What do you think we should do next?" Luo Xiali looked at everyone, and finally focused on Zhao Xiang and Yubin, asking, "What do you two think?" "We must leave here as soon as possible," Zhao Xiang said, and Yubin nodded. "Okay. All brothers, listen to my orders. Everyone quickly collect equipment and supplies and set off in 3 minutes." The team members gathered together to collect ammunition, food and drinking water from the supply box. Luo Xiaoli opened the SPC network connection again and said, "Everyone, move quickly. There are unknown objects approaching." Zhao Xiang took a multifunctional individual surface-to-air missile launcher, an energy crystal block, and additional ammunition from the supply box. Yubin was kicking the leaves on the ground with his feet, seemingly looking for something. "What have you discovered, Yubin?" Luo Shili asked. "This damn thing doesn't have a radio to send and receive. How do you get in touch with its headquarters? We have to get out of here quickly." Let's think about this problem later. You hurry up and replenish your ammunition. Yes. Let me take another look. Yubin searched for a while on the ground full of leaves, but made a new discovery. What the hell is this? He couldn't help shouting, and used the tip of his gun to push away the leaves on the ground. On the ground where the leaves were pushed aside, there was something like a chrysalis, more than 1 meter long, red and white, is also covered with blood vessel-like things and viscous liquid, and is squirming slightly. Several brothers pulled the bolts of their guns and prepared to shoot. Yubin quickly raised his hand to stop them, and Luo Xieli also quickly ordered, "Don't shoot!" Now that an unknown object was approaching, the sound of gunfire would expose the target faster. As expected, there were several insect pupae among the piles of dead leaves on the ground. Hanyo's body was simply buried, and the coordinates were recorded, making it easier to find the martyrs later. Everyone replenished their equipment and supplies, and headed by Luo Xieli, they continued to move towards the set destination. Not far away, several scouts from the poisonous moth flew over and circled back and forth near the body of the cone creature. It seemed that the cone creature was indeed from the same group as the poisonous moth and the big mushroom. Chapter 467 Zerg Communication Method. Not far away, several scouts from the poisonous moth flew over and circled back and forth near the body of the cone creature. It seemed that the cone creature was indeed from the same group as the poisonous moth and the big mushroom. Everyone hid in the forest, trying not to be discovered by poisonous moths, hiding in a natural bunker composed of grass, shrubs and mounds of soil. Yubin observed the battlefield he had just experienced behind him through a sniper scope. Yubin counted and found that there were 5 poisonous moths in total, and these 5 poisonous moths were of 3 types. 3 of them had the same shape, which was the same as the one they were attacked when parachuting. The 4th poisonous moth was short in stature, but had huge wings, similar to the ones they encountered during their journey. The 5th type is a type that has never been seen before. It is larger than the previous ones, with a fat body and larger wings. The 5 poisonous moths were all hovering at very low altitude. After hovering for a while, the fat poisonous moth was hovering almost close to the ground on the body of the cone creature just now. Then, its fat belly suddenly opened a large hole, and several creatures sprang out from it. There are 8 creatures that jumped out. They are all red and have many legs. Their shapes are very similar to the octopuses on Earth, except that they are on land now, and they look more terrifying and more powerful than the octopuses in appearance. Nausea. The octopus monster is much smaller in size than the creature seen before, only about 10 centimeters in size. Once they landed, the octopus monsters began to dig up the soil head down. After about 10 minutes of digging, the octopus monsters had already dug into the soil one after another. During this process, both the poisonous moth and the octopus monster made harsh and unpleasant sounds. Zhao Xian lay next to Yubin, lowered his voice, and asked quietly, "Brother, do you see any tricks? I really don't understand." Yubin frowned and shook his head. After saying that, he couldn't help but look back at Zhao Xiang. When did this guy become a buddy? He's really good at getting close. After the 8 octopus monsters got into the soil, the 5 poisonous moths hovered for a while, and then flew away screaming. After Luo Xieli made sure there was no danger around, she ordered, "Keep moving forward and pay attention to safety." Everyone said goodbye to Hanyo's grave, and the team began to continue on the journey, moving forward vigilantly. Luo Xieli asked Zhao Xiang and Yubin, "What do you two think?" "It's hard to say." Zhao Xiang pondered for a moment. "But I suggest that we take a rest." "Rest? Now? Is there any mistake?" "Yes, Captain. Let's use the rest time to analyze it carefully and figure it out. We still have more than an hour to go to the landing module, and we don't know what else we will encounter later." "Well, okay then," Luo Xieli said, looking around for a suitable resting place. "Everyone, come over and gather together. Let's rest for 10 minutes. Form a circle and be on guard." Everyone sat down and rested in a large bush, using the bush as a natural shelter. Luo Xieli said, "Zhao Xiang, please continue talking." "Captain, I'm not sure. There are many of us, so we might as well solve the problem by asking questions to brainstorm." "Ask a question? How? Like, what the hell are these creatures we're seeing?" "Ha ha, that's a good question," the lynx said sarcastically. "Then tell me, what the hell is it?" "Don't worry, Shaw and Mao. We are analyzing the problem. Zhao Xiang said with a smile. How many forms of ghosts have we seen so far? Yubin, tell me. 8 kinds. Yubin said very calmly. 8 kinds? No way. There are so many. Luo Xiaoli and everyone else said they couldn't believe it. Yes, the number is the same as what I observed. Zhao Xiang gave Yubin a thumbs up. Then can you tell which 8 types they are? Yubin said. I have initially classified these 8 forms of ghosts. Let's talk about the first type first. The big mushroom we saw in the sky when the spacecraft crashed. Since it looks like a mushroom, we might as well call it a mushroom. The second type of attack we encountered when parachuting was a moth that attacked us. Because it is aggressive. Let's call it an attack moth, a combat moth, or simply a poisonous moth. 3 of the 5 moths that appeared just now are this type of combat moth. The third type is the short moth, which appeared on the way we were traveling and just now. It should be similar to our human reconnaissance aircraft, early warning aircraft and the like. The fourth type is the moth that gave birth to an octopus monster in its belly just now. That kind of octopus monster was either born from it, or it is the ground force that will transport them. The fifth creature we encountered along the way was very large. I estimate it should be a moth that poses a greater threat. The sixth type is the cone monster that killed the captain. The seventh species is the pupa buried in the soil. The eighth type is the octopus monster we just saw. If they belong to the same biological group, then this group must be very large, and there will definitely be more terrifying creatures in the future. Heck! The lynx cried in a low voice. This is so stupid. But what's the use of knowing now? We have to find a way to get out of here, said the monkey. Know yourself and the enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Luo Xiaoli took over. Although we cannot defeat these monsters with our strength, understanding them should be helpful to our evacuation. Okay. Now, let me tell you the questions in my mind. In less than 2 hours since landing, we have discovered that the monsters have a characteristic. That is, they actually have radios and biological internet, and they can communicate through radio waves. The connection between individuals and the detection of enemy situations. I have tested the cone monster just now, and I can confirm that it does not have wireless communication capabilities. But why? After we kill it, will the monster's headquarters still know about it? This question stumped everyone, including the clever Zhao Xiang and Yubin. Yubin bit his lip and looked at the tall spiral wood in a daze. But he was thinking hard about this problem in his heart. Did you think of anything? Zhao Xiang poked him and asked. I can't think of it either. But I did think of a problem. Yubin analyzed. Any biological species should have an evolutionary process. And I think this monster is included. If you think about our evolution as humans, how did we communicate over long distances before we invented radio communications? There are many methods, Zhao Xiang said. Beacon fire, carrier pigeon, and postman. No. Obviously, it's impossible to use these on monsters. Think about it again. Telephone. Cable phone. Damn. This is incredible. What's so incredible about this? Yubin said. Radio. The internet. These are all possible. What about the phone lines? What are their phone lines? Zhao Xiang asked, while looking at the tall spiral wood. I understand. It's those trees. Chapter 468. It turns out to be Zerg. Hey. Is this too ridiculous? Both the lynx and the monkey expressed disbelief. It's impossible to say for certain. But it's very possible, Yubin said. These trees range from 12 meters high to 30 or 40 meters high. As the saying goes, how tall a tree is, how deep its roots are. With so many trees, their root systems are huge and complicated. Is it possible that they will form a huge underground wired communication network? Our Earth's internet is composed of satellites and optical fibers. Zhao Xiang continued. His thoughts began to become clearer. The Green Star Monster's biological internet is almost the same as our human internet, except that they use tree roots instead. Our optical fibers and the big mushrooms in the sky are communication satellites. We use machines to generate electricity, and they are bioelectricity. So, the cone monster sent a message to its nest through the roots of the tree. In this case, the monster lair has not found us. Then next, they will. We will continue to send monsters to search for us. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go quickly. The two of them were talking to each other. And in just a moment, everyone's situation was very clear. Luo Xiaoli interrupted everyone's discussion and said, Wait. She opened the SPC terminal and checked the downloaded content in offline mode. The virtual image displayed the terrain map captured by the robot bee. In the forest, there are many trees and there are many communication tree routes, which is very disadvantageous to us. 3 kilometers ahead is the edge of the forest. Beyond the forest is a plain. But it doesn't matter. There are weeds as deep as one person on the plain. We must leave the forest as soon as possible and enter the plain weed area. In this way, we should be able to avoid monster detection more effectively. Several people agreed with Luo Xiaoli's point of view. Okay, everyone, get moving. Leave the forest as quickly as possible. Be more vigilant. Protect the wounded. Hurry, 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 Luo Xiaoli ordered. And after the commando took a short rest, they began to move forward. From the moment the Falcon entered the atmosphere of the Oasis planet, infinite crisis began to slowly hit the Space Marines. However, this crisis is something that we humans have never seen before, and we have no way of investigating it. This is a terrible enemy that we know nothing about. From the time the spacecraft landed and was attacked until now, a total of 4 brothers have been sacrificed. And now there are only 6. Captain Luo Xiaoli, and 5 other team members, Yu Bin, Xiao Xiang, Black Dragon, Shan Mao and Monkey. The only information currently known about this terrifying creature is the following. First, they are unknown species that do not obey the laws of Earth biology at all. And there are many unknown classifications of this species. Second, they have developed wireless and wired communication networks and have information warfare capabilities. Third, and most importantly, they pose a lethal threat to Marines. Therefore, the Marines must find the landing module as soon as possible, leave the Oasis, and return to the Dream Chaser. Oasis Star has 25 hours of daylight and 20 hours of daylight. Although the day is very long, there are only 3 hours left before night falls, and the landing module must be reached before dark. At this time, the weather began to change subtly. The scorching sun hid behind the clouds, and the sky began to turn dark. It seemed that a heavy rain was coming, and there were still 2 kilometers to the destination. Distance. During the march, all the team members were in low spirits. In just a few hours since entering the atmosphere, they had lost 4 teammates and 40% of their combat effectiveness. How can this not make everyone feel discouraged and frustrated? While heading to the target point, we must also be vigilant from time to time and pay attention to possible situations around us at any time. According to the speculation just now, this biological group may also send air or ground scouts to this area to investigate and hunt for them. According to the characteristics of this creature with the internet of plant roots, it must leave the forest as soon as possible and reach the plains, perhaps to avoid detection by the creature's ground reconnaissance system. Xiao Xiang and Yu Bin walked together, and Xiao Xiang asked in a low voice, "What else do you think of these creatures?" From time to time, Yu Bin kept observing the ground, tree crowns, and sky while walking, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "I always feel that this kind of creature is very much like a bee colony or an ant colony, with clear division of labor and strict hierarchy." Bee colony? Ant colony? Xiao Xiang asked. Then what kind of swarm are these creatures we encountered? Insect swarm. Insect swarm? Xiao Xiang said it was difficult to accept. Have you ever seen such a big insect? Insect swarms are not necessarily like bugs on Earth, Yu Bing said. These are alien creatures. You can't look at them from the perspective of Earthlings. People in this era have never been exposed to computer games, so they don't know about the insect swarm in the game. Therefore, when Yu Bin said the word insect swarm, Xiao Xiang expressed his incomprehension. Okay, then it's the swarm of insects. Interesting. If that's the case, then their type should be the Zerg race. Right. Yu Bing nodded. Although they only came into contact with the tip of the iceberg of the Zerg, it is not difficult to see that the division of labor between these biological species is very clear. For example, the giant mushroom in the sky is always about 8,000 meters in the air. Its function should be an aerial relay station for biological radios, or it should be responsible for other functions such as monitoring the ground and aerial supply of other flying creatures. Of course, this is just speculation at the moment, and we can only know what it looks like in the future when experts conduct comprehensive observations and studies on it. Another example is the several flying creatures we came into contact with. Some are responsible for attacking, and some are responsible for transporting octopus monsters. As for the kind of moth that transports octopus monsters, we can guess that the octopus monsters were born from it. The possibility is unlikely, so the most likely possibility is that it was transported by that kind of moth. Then, This kind of moth should be a transportation moth. The transport moth is naturally like a human transport plane, with the ability to quickly drop ground troops behind enemy lines. Cone-shaped creatures are born in the soil. They are aggressive and not mobile. This can already be seen in the previous contact. If the guess is correct, those pupae in the soil should be the ones that breed cone-shaped creatures. Once the octopus lands on the ground, it quickly burrows into the soil and pupates. It has only one purpose, which is to generate a new cone creature. Not only that, but it can also be speculated on a deeper level that the chrysalis can not only generate cone-like creatures, but may also generate ground-fixed creatures with other shapes and functions. Chapter 469 Uninvited Guest. At the same time, a problem is that the cone organisms have the communication function of plant roots. Just like humans use telephone lines and optical cables for wired communication. So there is a problem. Regardless of whether it is wireless or wired, signal attenuation will occur during the transmission process, which means that some equipment such as relay amplification must be built during the signal transmission. This is just like mobile phone communications will install some base stations within network coverage, and the internet will install some boxes in some residential buildings. In the same way, if the creature transmits information through tree roots, there will also be signal attenuation, and the messy roots will also cause the information to be scattered and unable to be sorted out. Then, correspondingly, signal relay stations that look similar to cone creatures will emerge to organize the collection and transmission of information from cone-like creatures on the ground, thereby facilitating the unified dispatch and management of central creatures. Not only Yubin thought of this problem, but Zhao Xiang also thought of it. While the two were talking, they heard a strange sound coming from the 2 o'clock direction. At this time, the direction of the team's advance can be determined as the 12 o'clock direction. Directly ahead is the direction of the landing module. They can walk out of the forest after walking another kilometer. The 2-point direction is at the right front of the marching team. The strange sound was very slight, but it was still noticed by every team member. Hidden! Prepare to fight! Luo Xiaoli whispered the order, and at the same time opened the SPC to connect to the robot B LAN. The team members quickly looked for hiding spots. Some hiding behind trees, some hiding in bushes, and some hiding behind piles of earth and rocks. Everyone turned their guns to the right and stared in the direction of the sound. What the HL is going on again? Zhao Xiang cursed secretly. Luo Xiaoli's SPC showed that an unknown object was approaching. The speed was very slow, not like an aerial target, but like a human running speed. Not far behind the unknown object, there was a large group of unknown objects following closely. The speed was the same as in front. It's about the same size. There are probably nearly 10 individuals in that big group of things. Everyone, be careful. We are almost here in 30 seconds. Luo Xiaoli quietly informed her teammates. Captain, Yubin ran to Luo Xiaoli and asked quietly. What is the coverage area of the robot B? What's wrong? With so many Zerg appearing at once? If they fight, it will most likely attract the attention of the Zerg nest and expose our precise location. So, Yubin analyzed. Insects? Insect hive? Luo Xiaoli asked confused. But then she understood what Yubin meant by Zerg and insect hive. Do you mean to carry out signal interference? Okay, Luo Xiaoli said, and immediately issued a signal interference command to the robot B in the air, and then closed the network connection. Although the combined coverage of a dozen robot Bs is more than 20 kilometers. The Marine Corps is not in the central area of network coverage, and is at the edge of network coverage 2 kilometers ahead. It's not that the robot B's network didn't position them at the center, but that the robot Bs were unable to cross 2 kilometers ahead. Several robot Bs were disconnected outside the front edge. In other words, there was likely to be a large-scale attack in that direction. The Zerg destroyed the robot Bs that crossed the Thunder Pool. The landing module is also in that direction, and the suspected Zerg battlefield is also in that direction. Now the commando team is in a very awkward position. While going to the landing cabin, they are also approaching the Zerg battlefield. If they want to bypass this battlefield and find other landing cabins, they will have to walk for at least 3 or 4 days. And these 3 or 4 days, I don't know what other dangers I will encounter. But now there are about 10 ground Zerg invading. It is definitely impossible to retreat. The only way is to fight head-on. While fighting, one's position is bound to be exposed and detected by the Zerg lair. The only way to kill the invading Zerg without being discovered by the Zerg nest is to interfere with the signal. The consequence of signal interference is that the aerial robot Bs that form the local area network will be swept away by the Zerg. As a result, the commandos will lose their detection capabilities. But now I don't care about that much. How to deal with the enemy situation in front of me is the most important thing. The team members were all in ambush. The sound was getting louder and closer. It was the sound of moving objects rubbing against the ground and plants. You could see the swaying of low plants not far ahead, and heard the plants being moved. The splashing sound of creatures hitting each other. A silhouette appeared and was approaching rapidly. All the team members were watching nervously, their fingers on the trigger, ready to fire at any time. The creature finally arrived and appeared in everyone's sight. To everyone's surprise, the creature turned out to be a human. Yes, a man. That's right. The person who came in front of him was a person who looked exactly like a human being. A man, probably around 20 years old. None of the team members knew him. They had never seen this person before. It was certain that he was not a member of the commando team. Moreover, so far, there are no missing persons in the commando team, and the 4 people lost were all killed in action. So, the person in front of me is not a commando. So, who is he? Could it be said that the Dream Chaser sent other commandos? And when they landed, they were also attacked by Zerg. And this person also got separated from the main force? All these speculations only passed through the minds of the team members for a moment. At this moment, everyone also saw clearly the specific appearance of this person. Just like them. He has dark eyes, black hair, and yellow skin. He is about 1.75 meters tall, with a medium build, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and bright eyes. However, his dress, the camouflage uniform with a tan tone, no camouflage cream on the face, and the hat he is wearing is a bit weird. It is neither a beret, a wide-brimmed hat, a boat hat, nor a Bonnie hat, but it looks a bit like a turban. The weapon in his hand was something no one had seen before. It was longer than the assault rifles commonly used by the team members. The gun body was also very simple, with no grip and no magazine. It's like a stick with a thick end and a thin end. Could he be from another commando team? Are the weapons in your hands also weapons on the mothership? Since the Falcon Commandos lost contact with the mothership sent another commando team to search and rescue them? But why is he alone? What about everyone else? Could the 10 unknown creatures behind him be his team members? No. It could also be a Zerg creature chasing him. These are all guesses. All fleeting guesses. 1 second, the stranger broke into everyone's field of vision. The next second, the running stranger had entered the commando's ambush circle. Because he was a human, he easily entered the ambush circle without being attacked. Team Attack. Chapter 470 Soldiers and Insects. This happened so suddenly that the team members could not take any countermeasures. Once he entered the ambush circle, he naturally saw several commandos hiding behind the trees. He looked at the people who suddenly appeared in front of him in surprise. And everyone also looked at him in surprise. Seeing so many team members at this moment, the stranger stopped suddenly. The mutual surprise only lasted for a moment. The stranger suddenly shouted, with an extremely frightened expression on his face. The frightened expression was mixed with a little surprise at the same time. He pointed in the direction behind him and screamed. But no one understood what he was saying. What happened? He is a human being. But others cannot understand what he says. First of all, he must be sure that the sentences composed of each syllable are regular and not nonsense. But it's not Chinese. And there are many local dialects in Chinese. And they don't look like dialects. This is a language that no one understands at all. Could it be that he is a foreigner? But Chinese and English are the common languages on the mother ship. Even if he does not know Chinese, he can still speak English. Yu Bin and Zhao Xiang ran out at the same time, pointed their guns at him, and asked, "Who are you? Tell me quickly!" The stranger completely ignored their questions, but continued to scream in terror and kept pointing behind him. Yu Bin screamed inwardly, and shouted at the same time as Zhao Xiang, "There is an enemy!" Luo Shili also realized it, and quickly ordered, "Everyone is on alert and prepared to fight." The team members all clenched the weapons in their hands, and pointed them in the direction of the large number of unknown creatures. The stranger quickly joined the others in pointing the weapons in his hands in the direction from which he came. A large number of low grass and bushes in front were swaying, shaking violently, making a swishing sound. And the sound was getting closer and closer. Everyone was nervously facing the approaching enemy. Yu Bin could hear his own heartbeat. Thump 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 thump. The black dragon muttered, 6, 5, 4 inch. The lynx took out a small golden Buddha statue hanging around his neck and kissed it. The monkey was lying on the ground, holding the rifle and shaking all over. Yuban leaned against a big tree, observed through the sniper scope, and muttered, "Come on! Come on! 3, 2, 1. With a bang, the last bush was crossed. In an instant, a large number of red creatures appeared in the field of vision and rushed towards the direction of the team members. This kind of creature is something they have never seen before. They are all of the same species. About 2 meters long, about 50 centimeters tall, 6 limbs, smooth body surface, red body, no exposed blood vessels or flowing mucus, slender body, big head, and most of the head consists of, but it is a pair of teeth-like things. Those are their fangs. What's even more peculiar is that each creature's pair of fangs also holds something like a round meatball, which is very similar to the meatball spit out by the Kong creature just now. But it is much smaller. There were 10 of them, and they were about to rush into the ambush of the team members in an instant. Before Luo Xiaoli could give the battle order, the stranger had already opened fire. With a whoosh, something unknown came out of the stranger's weapon, and a light blue ball of light shot towards the insect swarm. Seeing that the insect swarm was approaching, Luo Xiaoli immediately issued a battle order. Fire! Immediately, laser balls, bullets, grenades, fragmentation mines, and rockets were all heading towards the insect swarm. And these bugs are not vegetarians. Just after they were attacked, all the bugs suddenly raised their heads, if that can also be called a head. They flicked their heads and loosened their fangs, and the meatballs they held were thrown up towards the team members. Come smash it! Spicy next door! Xiao Xiang cursed, raised his head, and shot at the meatballs coming from the air. One of the meatballs was hit, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. A large wave of meatballs came over, and most of them were hit. But one of them still fell in and exploded, with pieces of meat flying everywhere, mixed with billowing poisonous acid. At the same time, several comrades were hit by the exploding meatballs, screaming in pain. Fortunately, they hit immediately, and no casualties were caused. But many people's skin was still burned to varying degrees. Holy shit! What the hell is this? Xiao Xiang cursed, straightening his rifle, aiming at the insect swarm and shooting. While you've been shot with a sniper point, the insect body has a tough SHL that can withstand attacks from human weapons. The bugs that shot out the meatballs had no long-range attack weapons and rushed forward. It seemed that they were going to use their bodies to fight humans at close range. Luo Xiaoli understood that once these bugs got close, the consequences would be disastrous. Immediately ordered, "Brothers, shoot with all your strength!" Although bugs have a strong ability to resist bullet attacks, they are not indestructible. At least a few have been beaten to the ground, twitching and losing their fighting ability. Moreover, the bullet hitting the insect's body also made the insect's body tremble. But it still moved towards them. Yuban had finished shooting the bullets of his sniper rifle. In close combat, sniping was basically ineffective. He had to switch to an assault rifle and shoot at the approaching insect swarm. Several teammates in front ran out of bullets and quickly stepped back to replace their magazines. As for the insect swarm, they were already in front of them, howling, and their pincer-like fangs colliding with each other, making a rattling sound. An injured bug actually broke through the defense line and rushed into the crowd. He rushed towards the bobcat, who had retreated to change the magazine, and raised his huge pincers to clamp him. First there was a scream, and then there was a click, which immediately clamped the bobcat's body in half. It turns out that this insect's weapon is its pair of large, pincer-like fangs. Pure physical attack cut the enemy in half directly, and its defensive power can be described as strong. And even a shuttle of bullets cannot end its life. The bobcat that was cut in half was killed immediately, and the body that was cut in half was thrown up high, with its internal organs and blood flying everywhere. This scene made everyone present feel infinite fear. But at this moment, they must forget their fear and face the enemy with all their strength. Otherwise it is very likely that they will be cut in two by the bug at the next moment. Spicy next door! What the hell is this? Xiao Xiang roared, shooting wildly at the insect swarm. The black dragon held his gatling in his hand, making a huge roar, spraying tongues of fire, and fired piles of bullets at the swarm of insects. And the SHLs fell down. A bug was beaten to pieces and was still staggering towards him. Beachy! Come on! Come on! The black dragon roared. Bullets and bombs exploded among the insects from time to time. shattering their limbs and flying everywhere. Red pieces of insect flesh and yellow-green viscous liquid were flying all over the sky. Chapter 471. A small-scale battle finally ended. In addition to the uninvited guests, there were 6 guns, shooting at the insect swarm. Although the insect swarm has powerful attack and defense capabilities, their combat effectiveness is still rapidly declining under the fierce attack of the bullet stream. Countless bullets are shot into the insect's body, making its movements begin to become sluggish, but still poses a threat to the team members. Black Dragon's Gatling never stopped. The barrel of the gun was seriously overheated, and suddenly his machine gun went silent. Due to overheating, it had to be cooled down before it could continue to be used. At this time, a seriously injured bug was about to arrive. The Black Dragon backed away, but unexpectedly fell backwards to the ground. Just before his eyes, the bug's pincer teeth were about to cut. Luo Xieli, who was beside him, grabbed his collar and dragged him backwards. While dragging him, the assault rifle she held in one hand did not stop and continued to shoot at the approaching insects. Black Dragon also took out the pistol from his waist and shot at the bugs. Finally, the two of them worked together to beat the insect to pieces. "Thank you, Sister Xieli." Heilong was shocked, breathing heavily, and changed the magazine of the pistol. However, before he finished speaking, a pincer tooth that separated from the insect's body flew over and plunged into the root of Luo Xieli's left leg with a click. "Ah!" Luo Xieli screamed in pain, and blood immediately flowed out, dyeing her entire thigh red. "Sister Xieli!" Black Dragon shouted. Luo Xieli was trembling all over and was speechless. "It's okay, Sister Xieli. You're okay!" Black Dragon cried. "Leave me alone. Keep killing!" Luo Xieli spat out the words with difficulty. "Ah! I'll fight you!" Black Dragon roared and joined the battle again. The balance of the battle has begun to tilt heavily towards our side. The number of bugs is rapidly decreasing, but they still cannot be allowed to retreat. Zhao Xiang finished shooting the bullet again and stepped back, preparing to change the magazine. However, at this time, an insect jumped up to Lao Gao and suddenly flew down towards him. It was less than 1 meter away from him and took less than a second. It will put him to death. Zhao Xiang thought, "It's over." Yubin slammed him away and fired fiercely at the flying insect. The insect was exhausted and fell to the ground helplessly, struggling and twitching. Zhao Xiang, who was knocked to the ground by Yubin, did not bother to change the magazine. He pulled out his pistol and continued shooting at the insect. Finally, the combined power of the two sent the dying insect to H.L. "We are even," Zhao Xiang said with a smile to Yubin beside him. When he was airborne, he saved Yubin, and this time, Yubin saved him. "Stop talking nonsense! If you can't die, get up quickly!" Yubin said coldly and continued to shoot the next target. The remaining 2 or 3 bugs finally rushed into the middle of the commando team. Bugs and humans were already mixed together, creating a melee scene. However, this does not change the outcome of their eventual destruction. Finally, the last bug was surrounded by many team members. Its body was covered with bullet holes, but it was still struggling. "Cease fire! Cease fire!" Zhao Xiang shouted. The gunfire finally stopped, and the forest returned to silence. Finally, the insect twitched for the last time and became motionless. "Come here quickly!" Zhao Xiang shouted from behind with a cry. Yubin turned around and saw Zhao Xiang sitting on the ground, with a monkey lying in his arms, covered in blood. Yubin ran over quickly. The monkey's belly was punctured by an insect with a big hole in it. Even its intestines came out and blood was flowing out. As for the monkey, he kept vomiting blood clots from his mouth. His whole body was twitching, and his eyes were blurred. Yubin understood that it was impossible for the monkey to survive. "Sister Xieli, think of a solution." Heilong looked at Luo Xieli with pleading eyes. Luo Xieli was also panicking at this time. There was nothing he could do in this situation. The only thing that could be done was to give the monkey a shot of analgesic to relieve his pain. "Mom! Mom!" The monkey suddenly shouted. "I want to go home! Mom!" Then the voice became lower and lower, and finally stopped breathing. Yubin was extremely depressed. He watched his comrades die in front of his eyes, but he was helpless. He couldn't help but hit his head on the monkey's body and cried bitterly. "Ah!" Zhao Xiang roared, suddenly pulled out his pistol and rushed in front of the stranger, pressed him against a tree trunk, put the pistol against his temple, and yelled, "Who the H.L. are you? What the H.L. are you doing? Will it bring so many ghosts?" Say it quickly, or I will beat you to death. The stranger was chattering, but he didn't know what he was talking about. Go to the mud. Zhao Xiang scolded. Can you please speak like a human being? Black Dragon. You've been rushed over. Pulled him away. And said, calm down. At the end of the battlefield was filled with broken limbs of insects, red pieces of flesh, yellow-green viscous liquid, and the broken limbs of our teammates. In this battle, a total of 2 people died, namely a lynx and a monkey. Luo Shelley was lying in Heilung's arms, her face pale. Although the bleeding was stopped with a simple bandage, she was still in a semi-conscious and semi-conscious state because she had lost too much blood just now. Sister Shelley, you're holding on. Heilung choked and said. Luo Shelley moved her mouth, and Heilung quickly put his ear to her, listening to what she was saying in his ear. Finally, Heilung raised his head and said to everyone, Captain Xiaolilio has said that for the time being, Zhao Xiang will act as captain, and Deputy Captain Yubin will lead everyone. Leave the forest. Zhao Xiang looked at Yubin. He was worried that Yubin would be unhappy because he did not have an acting captain. However, Yubin acted coldly and said to Zhao Xiang, what should we do next? Captain Xiang? We have to leave here quickly. The Zerg will definitely send a large number of scouts over. Zhao Xiang looked around, then at his embarrassed teammates, and said, clear the battlefield quickly and simply cover the brothers' remains with branches and stones. We don't have much time to bury them. Okay. Come on. Move quickly. We'll set off in 3 minutes. All the brothers who were still able to move quickly carried out simple processing of the remains of the fallen soldiers. Zhao Xiang came to the stranger, pointed at himself, then pointed at him, and asked, Zhao Xiang, what is your name? He asked twice in a row. The stranger seemed to understand what he meant, pointed at himself and said, Anwei. Okay, Anwei. Zhao Xiang said, I don't care who you are. Obviously you have also been attacked by the Zerg. We have to leave this planet now. Zhao Xiang pointed to the direction they were going, and then pointed to the sky. Are you willing to come with us? Come with us? He gestured as hard as he could, trying to make him understand. Anwei looked at Zhao Xiang's actions with doubtful eyes, shook his head first, and then nodded. Okay, let's get out of here together. Is everyone okay? Let's go! Chapter 472 The Last Mile, including an uninvited guest. Anwei. There were 5 people in total, 4 of whom were capable of fighting, plus the wounded Luo Shelley. They started to head towards the destination. Not far away, the dark skies suddenly started to thunder and lightning. After a while, heavy rain poured down. This brought great inconvenience to everyone's actions. But at the same time, no aerial reconnaissance force of the Zerg was found. This is good news. At least for now. They will not be attacked by the Zerg. The rain was pouring down indiscriminately. The sky was covered in darkness by the rain curtain, and the ground looked particularly muddy. Although there are towering trees everywhere in the forest, there is no place to hide from the rain, and it is getting closer to dark. So the team members have no choice but to move forward in the rain. It was a beautiful journey, and half an hour later, the team members walked out of the forest. Black Dragon carried Luo Shelley on his back and kept talking to her to prevent her from falling asleep. Sister Shelley, our village is in a ravine. It's beautiful there, and our village is also very wealthy. When you return to Earth, you come to our village, and I'll be your tour guide for free. Okay. I will definitely go. Luo Shelley said weakly. But Heilung, I'm so tired. I want to take a nap. Don't sleep. Sister Shelley, do you want me to tell you a joke? Black Dragon. It's okay. I know my own body. I won't die. Then I won't let you sleep either. Okay. I see you are nervous. So let me ask you. Black Dragon. Do you like me? Sister Shelley. Me. But you know, Luo Shelley said, Hania has always liked me, and I have never promised him. But now that he is dead, I feel very uncomfortable. After saying that, he cried. Sister Shelley. Heilung said, Brother Hanyo is gone. So don't be too sad. We living people must live strong. Otherwise how can we deal with the dead? Come on. Let's get back to the Dream Chaser together. When everyone came out of the forest, they saw a vast plain with no end in sight. The wormwood as deep as one person could completely cover them. As long as they kept the radio silent, they could completely avoid the detection of the Zerg. At this time, The rain also stopped, and the sun came out soon. The double scorching sun continued to scorch the land of Oasis Star. It had just stopped cooling down for a while, and then it started to get hot again. Hack. Zhao Xiang cursed. This damn weather. Under the cover of the grass, everyone continued to move towards their designated destination. As the temporary captain, Zhao Xiang is not only responsible for operational command, but also responsible for radio detection tasks. Walking together with Yu Bin and Anwei, Heilong was walking behind with Luo Shili on his back. At this time, Luo Shili's mental state was a little better, and there would not be much danger for the time being. Heilong kept telling her some interesting things about her hometown in a low voice to distract her. After leaving the forest, there is an endless grassland in front of you. The wormwood is more than 2 meters high. The forest and grassland behind you are suddenly disconnected, and there is not even a transition in the middle. The edge of the forest shows an endless edge line. 1 kilometer ahead is the location of the landing module. On the right side, at about 4 o'clock, the forest edge line extends to about 1 kilometer. There is an indentation, and then it crosses over. In this depression, the edge line extends to a place where the line of sight cannot be seen. The edge line on the left side of the forest also extends infinitely. But there is a low-lying place nearly 1 kilometer away. A little reflected sunlight can be seen faintly ahead at 12 o'clock. If you guess correctly, it should be the landing module. If you walk another kilometer, you can reach it. Anwei beside Zhao Xiang kept mumbling, and no one could understand what he was saying. However, there was a strange phenomenon that attracted everyone's attention. That is, Anwei's hair actually changed color, from black to black, silvery white. Zhao Xiang looked at him in surprise, and the other 3 people also looked at him very differently. What's wrong with your hair? Zhao Xiang asked, pointing to his hair. But Anwei couldn't understand what he was saying. When he saw Zhao Xiang pointing at his hair, he started mumbling again. Damn it. Zhao Xiang cursed. What the hell are you talking about? No matter how you scold him, he won't understand. Zhao Xiang turned around and asked Yu Bin, who do you think he is? He's an alien. Yu Bin blurted out without even thinking. I think he is indeed an alien. Zhao Xiang joked, but then stopped smiling. Could this Anwei really be an alien? You said he is from the Oasis planet? But the superior said that there are no advanced intelligent creatures on the Oasis planet, let alone human-like creatures. Did I say he is from the Oasis? People from other planets? So which planet is he from? How many people are here? Will they pose a threat to us humans? Zhao Xiang asked. I don't know. Yu Bin breathed heavily. But if we can leave this damn place, we might as well take him back. It is said that the expert database of the Dream Chaser computer contains many civilized language libraries. Maybe we can translate his language. Won't we know then? On the Dream Chaser, the main computer system is named Yunshang, which is a ternary 2187-bit photon computer, and in the official name of the Dream Chaser. Take him back? Will it pose a threat to the mothership? After all, he does not belong to the same world as us. Who knows if his appearance will pose a threat to our life support system? Before entering the mothership, you must ask your superiors for instructions. That's all we can do, Zhao Xiang said, and said to Anwei, Lo, alien friend. Then he gloated to Anwei and said, you are in trouble. Of course, Anwei didn't understand that he was scolding him, and actually responded with a smile, and said Zhao Xiang in an alien language that he didn't understand. You are really damaging. Yu Bin couldn't help but glare at Zhao Xiang, and Heilong and Luo Shili also laughed. Among the wormwood, there are many unknown small flying insects. Once they land on the skin, they will pierce the skin with needle-like things and suck blood. The team members not only have to resist the scorching sun, but also drive them away from time to time. This nasty blood-sucking flying insect, although the wormwood is deep, it cannot withstand the blazing double sun. The temperature at this time has reached 41 degrees, and the heavy rain that just fell cannot dispel the high temperature at all. Although it was very hot in the forest just now, it was still not as hot as here. That was because it was blocked by tall spiral trees. But now it is less than half an hour before the stars set, and there are still more than 2 hours before dark. If the current time is used according to the habits on Earth, it should be regarded as evening. If it's so hot in the evening, won't it be even hotter at noon? Is there really any point in colonizing a planet with such an unusually hot climate? Chapter 473 Zerd Battlefield. The landing pod was getting closer and closer. But the Zerg never sent out aerial reconnaissance. Anwei kept chattering and kept pointing to the depression at the edge of the forest at 4 o'clock. Yubin moved his sword joints and asked Zhao Xiang.
What does this guy mean? Why do you always point there? Does he want us to go there? But I don't know what is there.
Zhao Xiang said as he walked.
If there are his companions, if there are many of his companions, they may very well pose a threat to us. So, I don't think we can go with him.
Yubin nodded and said,
Well, I think so too. There are too many unknown things in this universe. We have just stepped out of the Earth and the solar system. We know nothing about this strange universe. Who knows about these aliens? Do people have sinister intentions, such as arresting us for experiments? How dare ye?
The black dragon on the side suddenly shouted.
I will kill him with one shot.
Yubin and Zhao Xiang shushed him at the same time, signaling him not to be too loud. Zhao Xiang took out the SPC and prepared to connect to the robot B. As soon as he went online, a call came from the headset.
Dream Chaser is calling the Falcon Commando. If you hear it, please reply. Repeat. I am Dream Chaser. Dream Chaser. I am Falcon.
Zhao Xiang said in surprise when he heard the call from Dream Chaser.
We are about to arrive at the unmanned detection landing module. We are in a very bad situation now, with heavy casualties and 6 people died. 1 person was seriously injured. And there are now 4 team members, plus an alien.
We are being monitored by Zerg signals. So I must close the call immediately and connect again in 10 minutes. Please make a plan to lead us away as soon as possible. I am Zhao Xiang, the acting captain of the commando team. The call is over.
Although it was extremely exciting to be contacted by the organization, Zhao Xiang decisively hung up the connection.
What's going on?
Yubin asked.
I don't know.
Zhao Xiang said.
We have contacted the Dream Chaser. Why is there no signal shielding here?
Zhao Xiang looked up at the sky. The sky was vast. The mushrooms at an altitude of 8,000 meters could not be seen with the naked eye on the ground.
Well, Yubin nodded. Let's go to the landing cabin to see if it can fly. However, I'm a little worried. Without a pilot, there is no way to fly the landing module?
Zhao Xiang said. But this is indeed a very serious problem. In the current team, none of the 4 members can fly an aircraft. As for Anwei,
due to language barriers and differences in technological knowledge, we basically cannot count on him. When Yubin came to the side of the Black Dragon, Luo Xiaoli was still relatively clear-headed and seemed not to be too affected by the Zerg neurotoxin.
Captain Luo, can you pilot the landing module?
Yubin asked. Luo Xiaoli shook her head and said,
I don't know how to drive, but I have received a month of preliminary study. When the time comes, I can only barely take a look.
However, the landing module has an automatic driving function, since we can contact the headquarters. As long as the headquarters downloads the automatic driving data to us, I believe it should be fine.
Yubin was a little silent. Downloading the autopilot data was a huge amount of data, so it was very likely that it would be exposed and suffer a powerful attack from the Zerg. But so far, this is the best way. Alas, let's take it one step at a time. Finally, they came to the landing cabin, which was more than 10 meters high. This aircraft is a very small spacecraft on the Dream Chaser. It has the functions of unmanned and manned flight and landing, and can normally carry 10 people. The landing module was actually well preserved, with half of the huge drag parachute resting on the cabin and half falling into the grass. What's even more fortunate is that the landing module is actually facing upwards, which means that as long as there is no major damage inside and the power system is normal, it can take off immediately and lead everyone away. Zhao Xiang ordered everyone to rest on the spot. He walked to the landing cabin. There was a palm print verification lock on the door handle. Zhao Xiang put his palm on the palm print lock, and the verification passed immediately, and the hatch made a slight click. Palm print verification is a universal password that is transparent to humans on the Dream Chaser, so it is easy to open.
Be gentle.
You've been reminded.
Don't make too much noise.
He did not forget that Black Bull alerted the calm creature because of the loud noise when he opened the supply box. Zhao Xiang made an okay gesture and then said,
Hey Lung, take Shili up with me. Yubin, make sure Anwei is down there, and stay alert.
Zhao Xiang opened the hatch as he spoke, and at the same time opened the inner door of the airlock. And then he and Heilung helped Luo Xiaoli enter the interior of the landing cabin. Yubin crouched in the grass and stood guard. The location of the landing cabin is on a cliff, and it is about 10 meters away from the edge of the cliff. This location is really hanging, If you go 10 meters further, the landing module will fall into the cliff when it falls, even if it is well preserved. It will make it very difficult for the team members to approach it. Yubin called Halen to come down and take a look at Anwei, while he walked towards the edge of the cliff with a catwalk. After walking a few steps, he heard a strange sound coming from the cliff ahead. Yubin came to the cliff, and immediately a grand, shocking and jaw-dropping spectacular scene appeared in front of him. Yubin was so frightened that he quickly laid down and whispered to himself, "Heck!" Yubin was lying on the cliff, not daring to make a sound. In front of him, under the cliff, was an endless plain, and this plain was actually densely covered with Zerg creatures. These creatures all have a common feature, the red SHL, and they all have many forms. The largest and most conspicuous one is more than 30 meters tall. It is a huge and weird-looking creature. If you don't consider that its surface is covered with blood vessels and viscous liquid, it looks like a giant octopus. Except that this big octopus does not have many tentacles, and a large part of its body is buried in the soil, as if it is growing out of the ground. The upper part of its body is as round as an octopus, and a huge mouth opens below. From time to time, tiny octopus monsters move in and out of this huge mouth. This behemoth should be the leader of the Zerg race, because radiating from it, countless creatures of all kinds surround it. This huge weird creature is surrounded by densely packed calm creatures that can spit out flesh balls, as well as another tower-shaped creature that grows in the ground. It is said that it grows in the ground because their lower parts are also buried in the ground, in the soil. This tower-like creature is about 10 meters high. It is a spiral cylinder with something like a head at the top. If it is a head, a tube-like thing stretches out and rotates around the top of the head. Chapter 474, The Edge of the Zerg Battlefield. Among these two very numerous tower-like creatures, there are scattered several other tower-like creatures of different shapes and sizes, ranging from 2 to 5 meters in size. Going around the outside, there are several rows of winged creatures parked on the ground, with different shapes. 2 of them have been seen before. One is a transport moth that can transport octopus monsters, and another is suspected to have an early warning function. Moth. Among these moths, there is one type of moth that is particularly large, with a particularly fat tail. The whole body is about 5 or 6 meters long. It looks like a cockroach. Its wings have degraded. With such a fat body, it is probably impossible to fly. In the outer circle are a large number of moths with an inverted triangle shape, flapping their wings, ready to fly at any time. This moth is about the same size as the bat praying mantis, and is about 5 or 6 meters long. On its periphery are a large number of moths, which the commandos have seen before. They are the ones that were attacked when the spacecraft first landed. They can spray venom, and they are agile and can dive and attack targets at high speeds. The outermost part of the moth is the largest number of small bugs on the ground without the ability to fly. Among them are the toothed bugs and another type of bug that I have never seen before. It has 6 upright limbs and a head very much like a fly. The erect bug is probably nearly 2 meters tall. This huge Zerg team is filled with cone-shaped creatures and spiral tower-shaped creatures, from the giant boss creatures to the outermost ground bugs. Although the number of bugs is huge, it is obvious that they are arranged in an orderly manner. Yubin picked up the telescope and looked into the distance. Farther away, there was another group of Zerg troops that was also huge in number. There was an invisible line between that Zerg troop and the Zerg in front of him. This line was invisible to the naked eye, clearly highlighted. The most likely possibility is that these two Zerg forces are opposed to each other, and a war may break out between them at any time. It is also obvious that the Zerg army in the distance is the attacking party, because they did not find any tower-shaped creatures, and the tower-shaped creatures are fixed and grow out of the soil. The Zerg troops in front of us are the defenders. At some point, Black Dragon escorted Anwei and quietly came over. When the two of them saw the scene in front of them, they were also stunned with shock. Yubin nervously observed the Zerg troops and whispered to the Black Dragon, "Tell everyone. Everyone lie down in the grass. Don't move around. Don't make any noise. And all radios must be silent. Wait. Go to the landing cabin and tell Zhao Xiang. Please don't make too much noise." "Yes." Black Dragon agreed and was about to leave. But after looking at Anwei, he didn't trust him. Yubin knew that Anwei didn't dare to mess around now, so he asked Black Dragon to pass first. Black Dragon lowered his body further to convey the information here to his teammates, while Yubin continued to lie here and observe the movements of the Zerg.
He was thinking about a very critical question in his mind. That is, the Zerg have the function of monitoring signals. So why do they turn a blind eye to this landing module? After all, the landing module has a more powerful radio than the SPC, and it is always on. And when they gathered together after landing, they attracted the attention of the Zerg. In other words, the Zerg would not ignore the landing cabin. So can it be understood that the Zerg can not only detect radios, but they can also detect whether there are living creatures in the radio signal source. And humans are also living creatures. When he thought of this, Yubin screamed secretly, because there were now more than a dozen human beings gathered in the landing cabin. If this guess is correct, wouldn't their current situation be very bad? Thinking of this, he was about to get up and go to the landing cabin to inform Zhao Xiang. But Zhao Xiang came to him at this time. As soon as he lay down next to Yubin, he was so surprised that he couldn't close his eyes because of the scene in front of him. Mouth.
Radio. Has the radio transmitting device on the landing module been turned off?
Yubin asked.
Turn it off. The first thing I did when I got up was to turn off the radio,
Zhao Xiang said.
Damn. There are so many Zerg. Yes. We are in trouble. If the landing module can take off, it will definitely attract the attention of the Zerg. In that case,
Yubin did not dare to think about it anymore.
It will not be easy for us. Your worries can be put to rest. What's wrong? The power system of the landing module was damaged when it fell,
Zhao Xiang said with a wry smile.
We can't leave at all. The nearest landing module is still 50 kilometers away from here. I'll go. What should I do? Don't worry. Let's analyze it carefully and see if we can come up with a good solution,
Zhao Xiang said. Yubin nodded and said what he had just thought.
It seems that your analysis makes sense,
Zhao Xiang said.
The supply box has not been damaged by the Zerg, and the landing module has not been damaged. It seems that although the Zerg can monitor the radio, they are not interested in radios with no signs of life. And here we can occasionally connect to the space station. Well, let me think about it.
The current problem is that even if I can connect to the mothership and download the flight data, I still can't leave because the power system of the landing module is broken. This is a hardware level problem and requires hardware repair. It cannot be repaired without relevant equipment, and no one knows how to repair it. Even if the mothership can be remotely controlled, there is no way to repair it. The current situation of the mothership is that although it has a personnel reserve of 100 people, it does not constitute an air combat force. So it is unable to carry out air strikes against such a large Zerg. It is even more unfeasible to send out commandos to carry out rescue missions again, which will only cause unnecessary casualties again. The few people trapped on the Oasis planet could not rely on the landing capsule in front of them to leave. This created a very embarrassing situation where he couldn't walk and couldn't be saved. If you have to travel long distances to find other landing modules, there will be considerable risks. Just these 10 kilometers have caused such huge casualties. 50 kilometers? Then I don't know what will happen. It is very likely that the group will be destroyed. This won't work. And that won't work either. Then wouldn't it mean that we have to wait here to die? Yubin and Zhao Xiang were extremely anxious as they looked at their exhausted brothers in the grass behind them. When the two were at a loss for what to do, there was a commotion among the team members. The black dragon in the grass pushed Anwei to the ground and punched him left and right. Anwei screamed, but did not dare to make too much noise. Zhao Xiang ran over, pushed the black dragon away, and asked in a low voice,
What are you doing? This idiot is using the radio. Damn it! He wants all of us to die.
Black Dragon said angrily, lowering his voice. Zhao Xiang looked at the radio headset Anwei wore on his head and said,
It's okay. He only used the receiving function and not the transmitting function. He will not be exposed.
Anwei pointed at the depression at the edge of the forest and started talking. Zhao Xiang looked at that place and could see a faint reflection. Could it be that there was Anwei's spaceship there? Chapter 475 Connecting the Mothership. Spaceship? Spaceship? Zhao Xiang's mind was spinning rapidly. Can he leave on Anwei's spaceship? However, a question arose at the same time. Could Anwei have set a trap in his spaceship? Can we trust Anwei? The alien? Yubin also came over, asked about the situation, and thought and analyzed it carefully. Gradually, a clue came into his mind. He had an immature idea. He didn't know if it would work, but might as well give it a try. Thinking of this, he said to Zhao Xiang,
While you are here, I will ask Captain Luo. By the way, Black Dragon should stop attacking Anwei. Everyone should be nicer to him.
After saying that, he bent down and came to the landing module. Yubin entered the landing cabin, and Luo Xiaoli was sitting in a chair, staring at a lot of equipment in front of her in a daze. She was completely unable to solve the problem in front of her.
Team Luo, can you see if the computer system of this landing module has the function of collecting palm print and eye print information? Also, whether its communicator is intact?
Yubin said to Luo Xiaoli. Luo Xiaoli asked doubtfully.
What's wrong? Do you have any ideas?
Yubin shook his head and said,
My idea is not mature yet, but I can give it a try. You can take a look first before talking. Okay, let me take a look.
Luo Xiaoli checked the computer system of the landing module and said,
The communicator is good. If there is no signal shielding, it can be connected to the mothership. It has the function of collecting palm prints and eye prints. In addition, it also has a DNA collection function. That's great.
Yubin began to express his thoughts.
Is this okay?
Luo Xiaoli asked doubtfully.
Is there any better way so far? Oh, that's the only way it can be.
Yubin began to express his thoughts to Luo Xiaoli.
We can't leave now, and it's difficult for the mothership to rescue us.
And this alien named Anwei may have a spacecraft to leave here. Of course, this is only possible.
But we can't completely believe him. Even if we believe him, we don't understand the language and there may be discrepancies in the communication.
So I thought, see if there's a way to communicate in language. And that involves automatic language translation.
Will there be such data in the database of our mothership's computer host system? What kind of data do you want to know? Is there a language library? Language library? Yes. The sound languages of other civilizations. If there is a language library, and there happens to be a language library for the civilization where Anwei is located, then we only need to download a translator, and we can communicate with him. How is that possible? We are Earthlings, and he is an alien. Even if there is a language library on the mothership, it will only have the language library on the Earth at most.
Yubin smiled and shook his head and said,
Captain Luo, you are the first group of dream chasers to arrive.
Yubin said this, but hesitated to speak.
If you have anything to say, just say it. Well, this is just my personal guess. The Dream Chaser is so advanced that it is simply beyond the reach of Earth's technology. Not only is it incomparable, but it will not be possible for at least 1,000 years at the current rate of development of the Earth. It's reached this point. You mean, the Dream Chaser is?
Yubin stopped her from finishing. The technological status of the Dream Chaser was already an open secret, so all she had to do was understand it.
So it is very likely that there are many sound language libraries of other extraterrestrial civilizations on the mothership. Then Anwei's language is very likely to be collected. If this is the case, we only need to collect Anwei's palm prints or eyes. Patterns and other information are uploaded to the mothership, and through analysis, his language library can be quickly found, and more information about Anwei and his civilization can be learned, and a translator is very likely to be produced. But uploading information will generate a large amount of data flow, which will expose us to the Zerg. I have already thought of this,
Yubin said.
The Zerg are not interested in data sources without signs of life. So, we only need to set a scheduled upload time. And then we stay away from the landing module. And we will not be exposed. Okay then. You call Zhao Xiang over. And we will discuss it in detail.
Luo Xiaoli nodded and said,
Also, be sure to keep a close eye on Anwei. Just in case. Yes.
After Yubin said this, he came to Zhao Xiang and expressed his thoughts again.
Well, I think it's okay.
Zhao Xiang said, and Yubin escorted Anwei to the landing cabin. No matter what Anwei Jiligula said, he collected information including fingerprints, palm prints, eye prints, heart rate, face, and DNA. After the information collection is completed, it is waiting to be uploaded. The uploaded information not only includes Anwei's identity information, but also the intelligence information collected by the SPC system. The amount of information is large, and it is estimated that it will take at least 10 minutes to complete the upload. Then, Luo Xiaoli spoke to the video camera.
Reporting to Dream Chaser. I am Falcon Commando Captain Luo Xiaoli. Since landing, we have suffered heavy casualties. The Falcon landing spacecraft crashed and 6 people died, including Black Bull. The current team members are all new recruits except me.
There are currently 4 survivors. My leg injury was a little serious, but it is much better. The others have minor injuries.
In addition, there is an alien in our team. His name is Anwei, and his identity information is in the attachment. There is a language communication barrier between us and him.
We now have an unmanned detection landing module.
But the power system is damaged and cannot be used. There are many Zerg around us, which are very aggressive. They have radio and wired networks and other means, and have detection and interference capabilities. And we have no way to go to the landing module 50 kilometers away. The alien Anwei made us guess through gestures that he might have a spaceship. But we are not sure whether we can trust him due to language communication barriers. So we kindly asked the headquarters to find Anwei's language library in the database, and make a translator and download it to us, so that we can communicate with Anwei and better judge whether to trust him. Because the Zerg has network monitoring characteristics, we cannot conduct long-term real-time communication with the headquarters, nor can we conduct manual batch data exchange. So, I adopted a scheduled upload method to upload this report of mine, the intelligence collected by SPC, and Anwei's identity information. So please ask the headquarters to formulate corresponding plans as soon as possible after receiving the uploaded data. We will rest and be alert at a certain safe distance. After the upload of this information starts, the connection will be automatically disconnected after half an hour. After the report, the scheduled upload begins with a 10-minute countdown. Chapter 476 Zerg War. Luo Xiaoli made the upload data package and started the timer. Okay, let's go! I'll be back in 40 minutes. Hei Lung and Yubin helped Luo Xiaoli get down from the landing cabin, while Zhao Xiang grabbed Anwei's arm and followed him down. In a short period of contact, they could clearly feel that Anwei's physical characteristics were as fragile as those on Earth, maybe even worse, so they could easily control him. Everyone walked farther away from the landing cabin and the cliff. As they walked in the grass, they could hear various terrifying and weird screams of the Zerg from under the cliff behind them. About 200 meters away from the landing cabin, everyone sat down to rest. The Black Dragon has been taking care of Luo Xiaoli since entering the grassland. Anwei's weapons have been surrendered. Zhao Xiang and Yubin sat next to Luo Xiaoli. I don't know if there is Anwei's language library, Luo Xiaoli said. Let's take it one step at a time, Yubin said. But I'm a little worried. Even if our computer host has Anwei's language library, the headquarters can download the corresponding translator for us, so that we can communicate with Anwei in language. Moreover, Anwei is not a threat to us. We can trust him completely. In short, everything can develop in a good direction. But in the end, there are still several questions. Does this alien have a spaceship? If so, can it fly? Even if it can fly, can we carry his spaceship away? Even if we can carry it, how can we fly out from the oasis? This distance in the atmosphere is the territory of the Zerg. Will we encounter an aerial attack by the Zerg? All of this is worth thinking about. And now it is getting closer and closer to night. We'll just have to wait and see how the headquarters responds to us, Zhao Xian said. Anyway, we have reached this point and have thought of everything we should think of. We really can't escape, and there is nothing we can do. Let's rest first and eat something. We may not know what will happen next, Luo Xiaoli said lightly. In the next 40 minutes, the team members ate the compressed dry food they carried and the drinking water they brought from the supply box. Time flowed so quietly, and the stars also fell into the horizon. At the same time, a loud and noisy scream came from the Zerg battlefield under the cliff. It seemed that they had started fighting. From time to time, you can see various moths flying up and down from that direction. And from time to time, you can see flashes of various colors rising into the sky from under the cliff. Yubin really wanted to go over and take a look, but the landing module was connecting to the mothership. And at this time, there were a few moths hovering around the landing module. It was obvious that the transmission of data had attracted the attention of the Zerg. But there was no life on the landing module, so it did not attract their deep attention. 40 minutes finally passed as the team members waited anxiously. By this time, if nothing else happened, the landing module had been disconnected from the headquarters. The moths that were seen hovering around the lander also left. I'll go take a look. You guys wait for me here, Zhao Xiang said, leaning forward and walking towards the landing cabin. Be careful. Yubin and Luo Xiaoli both warned at the same time. Okay. Zhao Xiang came to the landing cabin, but he was not in a hurry to go in, but came to the cliff. Immediately, the scene in front of him made him stunned. The two camps of the Zerg have started fighting. Bugs, moths, and tower-shaped creatures are using all kinds of weird weapons. Among them are the big teeth of the worms for close attacks, the upright worms that can spray venom, and the moths. Some spray venom, while others spit fire. The giant cockroach monster on the ground shoots out huge blue ball lightning from its butt.
The cone-shaped creature sprays meatballs to attack enemies on the ground. And the spiral cylinder-shaped creature sprays venom at enemies in the air. It seems that it should be an anti-aircraft tower-shaped creature. The war was in full swing. And the Zerg people made noisy and terrifying screams. At the same time, countless meatballs fell from the air. The meatballs falling from the air were larger than the meatballs spit out by the cone creatures. Each one was at least about 1 meter in diameter. The sounds of Zerg fighting could also be heard in the air. This was an information-based Zerg war involving three-dimensional ground and air intersections. Zhao Xiang didn't dare to look anymore, and quickly got into the landing cabin and turned on the computer on the landing cabin. Sure enough, the computer had been disconnected. Zhao Xiang looked at the reply from the headquarters.
Falcon Commando. I am the Mothership Dream Chaser. I need to analyze the information you uploaded. So the half hour you limited is not enough. Please wait patiently for another half hour. And the headquarters will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. And will do its best to formulate an action plan. I'll go. How could this happen?
Yubin couldn't help but curse.
Why is the efficiency of this work so low?
But now it's in offline mode. And the headquarters can't hear his complaints.
Mothership Dream Chaser. I am Falcon Commando. Please come up with a plan for us as soon as possible. We can't stay like this anymore. There is a 10-minute countdown to open the connection. And the connection will be automatically disconnected after 20 minutes. Report completed.
Zhao Xiang got out of the landing cabin in frustration and came to the middle of the team.
What's wrong?
Yubin asked. Seeing Zhao Xiang's depressed look, he knew that he would not bring good news.
The intelligence needs to be analyzed. We still need to wait half an hour.
It's getting dark soon. If you stay here for another minute, it will be more dangerous. However, there is no other way to do it now. The headquarters needs to analyze the uploaded information. It is not certain whether there is an alien civilization language library. Even if it is, it will take time to make a translator. And it also takes time to formulate a feasible retreat plan. All of this takes time. And what the commandos currently lack most is time. Half an hour is not too long in the first place. But this short half hour is still a torment for the team members at this time. The long half hour finally passed. And this time Yubin went to the landing module to collect the information downloaded from the mothership. In the landing module, Yubin turned on the photon computer of the landing module, also known as the optical brain, and checked the information from the mothership. First is a video recording of the captain.
Marines, you have worked hard. This operation caused too many casualties due to too many unknowns. This is the loss of the Dream Chaser. Both myself and the headquarters feel very sad.
The attachment contains a detailed analysis of the intelligence and a Lutstar language translator.
As for the translator, you can download it to your portable CD-ROM system through the data connection.
At the same time, I remind you that you need to communicate carefully with extraterrestrial civilizations. Once you learn that it is possible for manned flights to leave the planet, you will upload the details. At that time, the command will formulate a detailed evacuation plan based on the specific content. I wish you a smooth return home.
The following is detailed information about Lut people. Chapter 477 Interstellar Language Translator. Lauter is a planet orbiting Star B and is in the habitable zone and tidally locked zone. Star B, also known as Ran Star, is a red dwarf star. It and Wen Star, i.e. Star A, form a Wen Ran double galaxy. In earthly astronomy, it is called Kepler-47, also known as Dream Chaser. The binary galaxy it is located in is 4,900 light-years away from Earth. Of course, it is good to pursue dreams in the orbit of Green Star, and Green Star orbits around Star A. But what is the location of the Lut star? What is the tidal zone? That is, its location is too close to the star, so that its revolution and autobiographical period are the same, and the tides will be locked. The electromagnetic radiation from the star extremely strong. It will also cause the eternal Yang side and the eternal Yin side. The Beehive star, Wolf 359, the Roach Saturn Ross 128, and the purple star of Nemen 2C. These three planets are too close to their own stars and are tidally locked, causing the Yong Yang side and the Yong Yin side. In addition to the above common characteristics, their stars are all red dwarfs, with small mass and volume, and low temperatures. As a result, these planets so close to the stars are located in the habitable zone, thus giving birth to life, even civilization. This is the situation of Lauter star. On this planet, it is also very close to its star, Kepler-47b. It is tidally locked, and the stellar radiation is unusually strong. It has a permanent Yin side and a permanent Sun side. Both tests are creatures, and Lut people live on a permanent twilight line. Another important piece of information is that the distance between star B, a member of the Kepler binary galaxy, Kepler 47, and star A is 0.255 light-years. This distance is very close on a cosmic scale, but very far away for a binary galaxy. There is an introduction about Lutexing in the Yuncheng database of the computer host of Dream Chaser. The level of civilization is far higher than that of Earth. A unified global country with a constitutional monarchy. The structure of the human body is roughly similar to that of humans on Earth, but it has certain aspects of environmental adaptability. That is, it has the function of transforming its own human body in a specific environment. This is a general description, and there will be a detailed introduction later. There is a lot of content regarding the body's transformation function. One of them is that when the temperature changes, the color of the hair will also change accordingly. It is not just the change of hair color. Skin also changes with temperature, light, and mood. You've been only glanced at this aspect of the introduction. The most important point is that Lute people are gentle in nature, and there are few armed conflicts and wars within the race. This makes Yubin feel a little optimistic, which at least shows that his trust in Anwei has increased a little bit. But even so, he cannot take it lightly. The scientific and technological records of the Lut people in the database are from 20 years ago. They have mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology, material technology for high-speed space flight, biological quick-freezing technology, ternary 243-bit photon computer, and 0.01 times the speed of light space. Navigation technology. Seeing the introduction of space navigation, Yubin thought that since Anwei is from the Lut planet, and the Lut star is 0.255 light-years away from the green star, and the speed of their spacecraft is 0.01 times the speed of light, plus the time required for acceleration, then it shows that Anwei left Lut planet and came to Oasis planet at least 30 years ago. The following content was a detailed introduction about Lute star. Yubin had no time to read it. He first downloaded the information and translator into the SPC through a physical connection, then left the landing cabin and came to the middle of the team. As soon as he arrived, Zhao Xiang quickly asked, "How is it?" Sure enough, there is a translator, so communication will be much easier now. Then quickly copy it to the brothers' single-sided computers. After a while, everyone's SPCs were equipped with Chinese Lut translation translators, and Zhao Xiang took off an extra headset with an SPC system and put it on Anwei's head. Then he asked word for word, "You, Anwei, can you understand what I say?" Since there are certain errors in speech recognition, Zhao Xiang must speak in standard Mandarin without a strong accent and speaking too fast. "Wow, that's amazing. I can understand it," Anwei said excitedly. And then his voice was automatically translated into Chinese and transmitted to everyone's headsets. "Okay, Anwei, tell me what you wanted to say just now," Zhao Xiang asked. "Okay, my name is Anwei. I come from the 6 continents. The land of 6 continents? Isn't it Lutstar? Oh, that's it. Our land of 6 continents is called Lutstar in our language. Can you introduce your Lutstar?" "Oh no. The land of Liuzhou? No problem. Our 6 continents land is what you call Lutstar. I am a scientist from the Royal Academy of Sciences of the 6 continents of Lutstar. 35 years ago, using freezing technology, my colleagues and I began a long hibernation voyage. Half a month ago, our spacecraft came to Sophia for inspection." While Anwei was speaking, the translator had automatically translated the time in his mouth into the time-telling method used by people on Earth. "But is the Sophia he was talking about the name they call Oasis? It should be like this," Anwei continued. "You also know that there are an astonishing number of terrifying biological species in Sophia. We underestimated the power of this kind of fungus during this trip, so it caused huge losses to the expedition team. 7 of the 9 people in our group died, and our spacecraft was also damaged to a certain extent." "What? Is your spaceship damaged? Can it still fly?" "As long as there is fuel. You can fly? What do you mean? You have a spaceship but no fuel?" Zhao Xiang asked, a little annoyed. "Yes. The long journey consumes all the fuel. I'll go there without bringing enough fuel. Don't you want to go back?" "It's not that we don't want to go back. We brought enough fuel for the round trip. It was just a miscalculation that caused the embarrassing situation of running out of fuel. This is troublesome." Zhao Xiang muttered. "How can we take off without fuel?" "Zhao Xiang, you've been reminded from the side. I don't know what kind of fuel they use.
But we have enough fuel. I don't know if it can be used universally. Energy crystal blocks?
Zhao Xiang said.
I'm disgusted. In my opinion, it seems that they are not on the same level as us in terms of technology.
Zhao Xiang asked Anwei again.
So what fuel does your spacecraft use? And what is the propulsion method of the spacecraft? My spaceship is a controllable nuclear fusion engine. Nuclear fuel? Let me go. How much nuclear fuel does your spacecraft need to carry out a stellar voyage?
Zhao Xiang asked curiously. If it is a 0.255 light-year voyage, it will require a lot of nuclear fuel. No wonder. He had no fuel to go back. Yes, nuclear fuel. But my spacecraft uses a variety of propulsion methods, such as light pressure and celestial magnetic field. This process is very complicated, so I don't need to carry a lot of nuclear fuel.
Chapter 478 Alien Miss 1.
Okay. Let's not discuss the theoretical stuff. The issue we want to discuss now is how to leave this planet. Every minute you stay here,
you may be in danger of your life.
Let me tell you the truth. We have a space base in orbit, and we want to use your spaceship to leave. Are you willing to lend us your spaceship and leave with us?
Zhao Xiang finally got to the point when he said this.
Of course I am willing,
Anwei blurted out. They didn't expect that he would trust them so much. This was beyond everyone's expectations.
I don't want to stay here for a minute. But what about the fuel? As far as I know, the spacecraft engine is broken and cannot take off. Well, I'm thinking about this too.
Zhao Xiang expressed his thoughts.
I have plenty of fuel here, but I just don't know how to use it on your spaceship. So I want to upload your spaceship information to my base, to see if we can solve the problem of common fuel. Okay. Let's do it quickly. Oh, this is very troublesome. The Zerg always have radio monitoring, so we have to keep running to the landing module to upload data and then wait. No need at all,
Anwei said excitedly, pointing to the 4 o'clock direction, the depression at the edge of the forest.
My spaceship is right there. It's very safe, and it happens to be the signal blind spot of the bugs, although I don't know what is the reason, but it is indeed the case. Let's go over there quickly and contact your base. Oh, that's it.
Zhao Xiang was a little melancholy, although Anwei seemed to be well-intentioned to a large extent now. He had to guard against the unknown universe. So he turned around and asked Yu Bin for his opinion.
What do you think we should do? Yu Bin
pulled Zhao Xiang aside and whispered.
According to what he said, 7 of the 9 people in his group died, which means that there was only one person stationed in his spaceship. But I don't know if this is credible. Otherwise, I will go with him alone first. And if the investigation is true, I will come back and take you there. Hey, we have no other way now. You have to pay attention to your safety.
He saw the two muttering. Due to the distance, Anwei's translator was unable to translate in real time, so he didn't know what they were talking about. Seeing that the two of them had discussed it, Anwei said before they could speak.
You may have doubts. It doesn't matter. You can send 1 or 2 people to go with me to investigate first, and make sure it's okay.
Come all over again. How about it?
Anwei's words were in line with what the two of them wanted. Yu Bin said,
Then you and I will go there first. We have to hurry up. It's getting dark, and it's not good to be here so close to the Zerg battlefield.
With that said, Yu Bin followed Anwei towards the depression at the edge of the forest. Zhao Xiang and the other 3 people all warned.
Pay attention to safety.
It was about a kilometer away from Anwei's spaceship, which was not too far. But they had to cross the wormwood that was taller than a person's head. So the two of them walked 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. And it took about 10 minutes to get there. In that depression, there was indeed a spaceship parked. When the two came to the front, Anwei shouted softly,
Annie, are you there? I'm back.
After shouting several times, the hatch of the spaceship opened, and a girl stuck her head out and said in a clear voice,
Anwei, why did you come back? You're making me anxious.
Yu Bin looked at it intently and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It was a very beautiful and pure girl. Anwei's spacecraft is obviously different in appearance from the spacecraft on our Dream Chaser. It is a saucer-shaped spacecraft, about 10 meters high and 30 or 40 meters in diameter. At this place, the edge of the forest presents a semicircular depression. The spacecraft is in this depression, and the opening of the depression faces the grassland. There are 7 piles of stones on the grass in front of the spacecraft. I just heard from Anwei that 7 of his companions died on the oasis. It is estimated that his companions should be buried under these 7 piles of stones. In Anhui's shout, the spacecraft opened the hatch, and a beautiful girl poked her head out. With long green hair, green eyes, a fair face, and big watery eyes. The girl, like Anhui, also wore a tan camouflage suit. The moment he saw the girl, Yu Bin was stunned, and couldn't help but feel a little excited in his heart. The girl also saw the stranger Anhui brought, looked at Yu Bin with surprised eyes, and then asked, Anhui, who is he? Is it the UFO that came up? That's it. Annie, they have an orbital base that can take us off the planet. This is, Anhui introduced Yu Bin to the beautiful girl, but he didn't know Yu Bin's name. My name is Yu Bin, a Marine on board the USS Dream Chaser. Hello, beauty, Yu Bin said, reaching out to shake hands with her. At this time, he noticed that the girl's hair and eyes had changed from green to blue. This is really amazing. I'm sorry. What did you say? I don't understand. The girl had no intention of shaking hands with him. Yu Bin retracted his hand in embarrassment. The girl didn't have a translator, so she couldn't understand Yu Bin's words. Anhui briefly introduced to her how he alerted the Bing Yachong and was chased, and then was rescued by several aliens. However, in the battle with the Bing Yachong, the aliens had a big problem of casualties. Then how did they find their exploration spacecraft that had lost its power system? Get in touch with the orbital base. And how did they prepare to borrow their spacecraft to leave the planet? But Anhui, are they trustworthy? Annie asked doubtfully. What if they arrest us for experiments? Oh, my sister Anne. Anhui patted her shoulders and said with a smile, You are worrying too much. I have gotten to know them through our interactions with them. They are not hostile to us. So don't worry. Well, you open the hatch and let him go up and take a look. No. Anhui, why are you so confused? Annie said. We are from different cosmic civilizations. How can you trust them like this? And let him board our spaceship. Yu Bin was listening to them. The alien girl named Annie had been suspicious of them. Yu Bin didn't think it was a bit funny. Just like they were cautious towards the Lute people. When 2 cosmic civilizations from completely different worlds come into contact for the first time, caution, suspicion, and distrust are inevitable. Not to mention whether there will be threats to each other. Even after integrating into society, will the biological characteristics of civilizations on different planets cause biological mutations in the local civilization? Chapter 479 Alien Myths 2. The Lut people named Anhui and are advanced intelligent creatures that evolved in a planetary environment that is completely different from the Earth civilization. After they integrate into the Earth's human society, will the parasitic microorganisms they carry in their bodies be harmful to humans? The body's originally balanced flora system is disrupted. This may seem like a trivial issue, but it cannot be ignored. After all, these 2 cosmic civilizations share the same living environment. Who knows what will happen in 2 different worlds during the course of hundreds of millions of years of evolution? No unimaginable changes will occur. Sister, listen to me, Yu Bin said. Please believe me. We have no malice towards you. Just like you have no malice towards us. We just want to leave this damn ghost place. But our spaceship is broken. Now, I can't fly. When we leave this planet and return to the orbital spacecraft, I will ask my superiors to lend you one of our spaceships to allow you to return to your hometown safely. Please believe me. We Chinese are a nation that cherishes peace. Don't talk to me. I can't understand what you are talking about. Annie pointed at Yu Bin and said, Hack you. Yu Bin couldn't help but cursed. Who the L is talking about the bird song? But for the sake of being a beautiful woman, I won't argue with her. Okay. K. You guys discuss it quickly. I'll wait here for 5 minutes at most. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I'll go back and think of other solutions with my teammates. Yu Bin turned around and looked elsewhere. At this time, it was already dusk in the sky of Oasis Star, and it was only half an hour before complete darkness. Even if they cannot leave the planet for a while, the team members should immediately find a suitable place to camp. Going to find the number 2 landing module 50 kilometers away is the worst plan. Anhui and Annie argued for a while, but Annie seemed to be convinced and said to Yu Bin, Okay. You can visit my princess, but please hurry up. No problem. Yu Bin boarded the Princess saucer-shaped spacecraft. The environmental equipment in this spacecraft was very different from the sub-spacecraft on the Dream Chaser. Yu Bin took out the life detector from his arms and tested it. Sure enough, apart from him, There was no other life on the spacecraft. It seemed that Anwei did not lie to him. There were indeed only 2 of them. There are no armed robots. So there is no threat to the commandos. Okay, Yubin got off the spaceship and said to Anwei, "Then I'll go over and call them over." "Huh? Listen," and said still slightly angrily. "Since we have given up doubt now, and we all need to rely on each other, then in order to show my trust in you, I will go with you." "Annie, I'd better go." Anwei stopped her. "No, Anwei. I was anxious to death during the 3 hours you were missing. You know, at that time, I even wanted to die. So now I will go with him." "Okay. Be good and be obedient. You stay here and we will be back in a moment. Hey, stranger, you lead the way." Yubin couldn't help but smile and shook his head, leading Annie towards the direction of his teammates. Yubin couldn't help but secretly laugh in his heart. This alien lady was so innocent. In the dispute just now, she first doubted him and the aliens, like them. And then she criticized him for inspecting the princess because he didn't trust the 2 of them. The ship expressed dissatisfaction. After weighing the pros and cons, we understand that humans in these 2 different universe civilizations must rely on each other to leave this place full of death and terror. For this reason, in order to show her complete trust in the people on Earth, she stubbornly insisted on accompanying him in person. "Hey, stranger, what are you laughing at?" Annie asked as they walked. "It's nothing, sister. I just think that although you look quiet and weak, you are indeed very bold." "Foreigner, what are you talking about? I can't understand it." Yubin then remembered that Annie didn't have a translator, so of course she couldn't understand what he was saying. He took off the headset on his helmet and handed it to her. When he saw Annie put on the headset, he said what he just said again, after hearing the translated words, and couldn't help but giggle and replied. However, this time, it was Yubin's turn to not understand. The headset with translation function was now put on Anne's head. Seeing Yubin's stunned look, Annie finally reacted, laughed, and returned the headset to him. After Yubin put on the headset, she heard Annie repeat what she just said. "Of course, I am. Such people don't know how to calculate." While repeating this sentence, Yubin noticed that Annie's hair and eyes had changed from blue to purple, and it was a bright purple, and the skin on her face was also undergoing subtle changes. It seemed that it was better than the one he had just seen her. "It's time to be delicate and smooth." Yubin said that the skin becomes delicate and smooth. This is what Yubin thinks. Just now, while waiting for the mothership's reply, he briefly read the introduction of the Lut people, which mentioned a very wonderful physiological phenomenon. That is, the hair, eyes and skin of the Lut people will change according to the temperature, light and mood. Change. If that's the case, the Lut people really don't know how to play tricks. You can tell her mood just by the color of her hair. If this is the case, then what a harmonious civilized society this alien civilization must be. In addition, in the introduction to the people of Lut, it was mentioned that Lut is a globally unified country, a constitutional monarchy, and a society where Yin rises and Yang wanes. When it comes to the rise of Yin and the decline of Yang, the main manifestation is that women are significantly stronger than men in physical strength and intelligence, which is exactly the opposite of that on Earth. The second is the population ratio. On Lut, the gender ratio between men and women is seriously imbalanced. The ratio of men to women is about 0.7 to 1. If this ratio is true, it means that 3 out of every 10 girls cannot find a partner. It's just that I don't know what the Lut people's marriage system and reproduction methods are. There is no detailed introduction in the information. The last point that reflects the rise and fall of Yin and Yang is that the Emperor, as the supreme ruler of Lut Star, is hereditary to the female descendants of the royal family. That is, Lauder is a planet ruled by a queen for generations. Yubin took off the headset and handed it to Annie and said, "Those who don't know how to use scheming are the simplest and loveliest people. I like it. It's not tiring to get along with such people. And the mood will be very happy." "Really? Brother Yubing?" Annie asked with a smile. "Yes. You know, Annie, on our Earth, there are too many calculations, intrigues, and no sincerity between people. Life is very tiring. Moreover, there are many races and countries on our planet, and they often fight. Countless innocent humans die in wars every day." Chapter 480, The Zerg Signal Blind Spot. Ah, that's it. It's really a very scary planet. How hard it must be to live in such a world. But, Brother Yubing, are you such a person? Me? It might disappoint you. Yubin shrugged, Telling the truth, although he won't scheme against others, he can't be as simple as Anne. After all, growing up in an environment like the Earth, it should be difficult to be absolutely simple. In the short 10 minutes, they went to the resting place of the team members. Both of them used the same headset with a translator. This led to a situation where they had to take off the headset and hand it to the other person every time they said a word, and was a little surprised by Yubin's answer. But she quickly said with a smile, "I understand. I already have a general understanding of you." "Oh, really? Well, we're almost there. My companions must have been waiting." While everyone was waiting, Yubin and alien sister Annie finally arrived. Annie's appearance made the teammates' eyes light up. Yubin briefly introduced Annie to everyone, and then asked for a pair of headsets with a translator and gave them to Annie. "Is it reliable?" Zhao Xiang asked Yubin. "Don't worry. There will be no problem." Yubin patted him on the shoulder and said, "Now we have no other choice. We will get to them and get in touch with the mothership to discuss what to do next. Well, that's all we can do for now." Zhao Xiang began to greet everyone to set off. A team of 5 people, 4 Earthlings and 1 alien girl, headed towards the 4 o'clock direction of the Princess spacecraft. There were still countless flames and lights flickering behind them, and the swarms of insects were making terrifying and shrill screams as they fought, which was endless and terrifying to listen to. Zhao Xiang asked, "Are you sure they can be trusted?" Yubin replied, "It is mentioned in the downloaded information that their hair color will change according to their mood. If they lie, their hair will give them away first. So, I think we can trust them. And there is no other better way at the moment." "Right. Well, let's take it one step at a time." Zhao Xiang sighed. Just as she was talking, Annie said softly, "Brother Yubin, what's wrong?" "Sister Annie?" Yubin smiled and looked at Annie and the brothers behind him. "Are they all your brothers?" And asked, "Oh, among us humans, we humans on Earth, we call our comrades who fight together brothers, regardless of gender. They are all brothers in life and death." "Oh, that's it. I thought they were really your brothers. Look, they're almost here." Anwei must be impatient. When we arrived at the Princess spaceship, it was already dark. There are 2 moons on Oasis Star. At this time, they are both hanging high in the sky, shining the moonlight on the land of Oasis Star. So the night is not too dark. Since the target cannot be exposed, lighting and open flames cannot be used, and everyone can only see by moonlight. Anwei briefly introduced the surrounding situation to Zhao Xiang. Zhao Xiang said, "Everyone rest where you are. Eat something. And be careful not to use lights or open flames. Anwei, come and introduce your spaceship to me. Black Dragon, help me. Come with Li, Yubin. Please contact the mothership." At this time, Yubin opened the SPC and tried to connect to the mothership. In the land of the robot bees, all the robot bees were disconnected. It is estimated that they either ran out of energy and stopped working, or were destroyed by the Zerg. But it doesn't matter. According to Anwei, this is the Zerg signal blind spot and can contact the mothership. "Falcon Commando, call the headquarters. If you hear me, please call back." Yubin called. I actually received the answer. "I am the Dream Chaser. Will the call be monitored by green star creatures at this time? The location I am currently in is the blind spot of the Zerg. The signal will not be monitored, so real-time communication can be carried out. I am Yubin, a member of the Falcon Commando. Please help me connect to the headquarters. Thank you." "Okay, just a second." In less than 3 minutes, Yubin got through to the mothership headquarters, and Wang Pusen called him. "Yubin, this is Wang Pusen. Please tell me your situation first. The more specific, the better." "Yes, Captain. We encountered a powerful biological species on the Oasis planet. They have social and information-based combat capabilities. We temporarily named them Zerg, but the Lut people call them bugs. 6 of our brothers have been killed by the Zerg creatures. The Zerg sphere of influence starts from the mushroom at an altitude of 8,000 meters and extends to the entire space on the ground. So if we can leave, I request the captain to send air power to clear the obstacles in the 8,000-meter airspace, especially the mushrooms. Well, I will consider it. Do you have any evacuation plan now? The current situation is that the Laut people have a spaceship, but there is no fuel. And we have fuel, but we don't know if it's universal. The second thing is whether the computer system of the Lut people is compatible with the optical disc system of our mothership. Only if it is compatible can we allow the spacecraft to receive the navigation guidance of the mothership. But now we are checking the ship's systems. Okay. After you have completed the inspection, upload the relevant data, and we will formulate an evacuation plan together. At the same time, please pay attention to safety. Yes, Captain!
Yubin closed the call. In the real-time communication, it did not attract the attention of the Zerg. Yubin felt puzzled. How could this be possible? Humans and Zerg can both use radio waves. In this place, human radio communication can be used normally, but Zerg has a blind spot. This is a bit unexplainable. Yubin was thinking about this question, but he heard Annie next to him snort slightly. Looking back, he saw Annie lowering her dancing hands toward the sky.
What are you doing, Annie?
Seeing Annie's strange behavior, Yubin asked curiously.
Oh, that's it.
Annie sat down next to him.
I'm controlling your radio waves to prevent them from being monitored by the Zerg. What did you say? Did I hear you correctly? No. If we don't interfere with your signal, it will be monitored by the bugs, and we will be exposed,
Annie said with a smile.
Then how did you interfere with the radio? Didn't Anwei say that this is the Zerg signal blind spot?
Yubin asked two questions at once.
In our planet Lute, the women of the Clan have the ability to telepathize, and I also have this ability. As long as I use it, I can make this place a signal blind spot for bugs,
Annie said easily.